Emperor Haoyan, I didn't expect us to meet in this situation. How are you? Going to die? Nangong Tutian looked at Su Haoyan on the opposite side, and said viciously. Fuck, idiot. Li Yuanba pursed his lips and said. To make Nangong Tu so bad, he had to do it. On the spot. Wait. Nangong Tutian, you talk too much. Dou Invincible said. Although Nangong Tutian wanted to challenge Dou Wudi, he couldn't offend him. At this moment. So after taking a bitter look at Su Haoyan, he sat down. Cross-legged. As for Yu Qigong, behind Su Haoyan, who has already changed his appearance. Su Haoyan wants Yu Qigong to face Nangong Tutian in the official match. Clean up the portal. Number 178. At this time a strong voice sounded, instantly quieting the entire hall. Immediately afterwards, a figure fell from a certain position below to the very center of the hall, where a barrier had already been arranged. This man has a wolf head and a human body, with big arms and a round waist. And a ferocious head, which makes people frightened, but he has the cultivation base of the middle stage of the Saint Realm. His appearance obviously did not cause much commotion, and it was obvious that this person was not well known. Number 625. Dou Wudi's voice sounded again, this time it was a big man of the human race. His stature was no less than that of a wolf-headed man. Xiao Xiao has reached the late stage of Saint Realm. Soon the two got into the barrier and started fighting without saying a word. This formation is very strong, and it cannot be broken without the primordial Promise Realm. Guan Yu said slowly. Everyone was shocked, they didn't expect Dou Wudi to be so powerful. Su Haoyan started to get bored. This is the bad point of the Battle of Shantian. Although they were not singled out all the time, they lasted for a long time. Let's start now. Dou Wudi's voice sounded, causing the two to collide violently. However, although there is only a small gap between the middle stage and the late stage of the Saint Realm, the strength is very different. Before the wolf-headed man had time to prepare, he was directly thrown out. With a puff, blood flew all over the sky. This completely one-sided battle will soon be over. Su Haoyan simply closed his eyes, not interested in this kind of battle. But Qin Shi, Shan Xiongxin, and Hu Xubing were very interested in this. And their eyes were shining with gold. Soon. Number 17,325. Dou Invincible announced. As soon as his words fell, Xing Tian jumped down, holding the newly acquired pitch-black sword. The entire Shantian Great Hall shook immediately. Everyone did not expect that the Battle of Shantian had just begun, and there would be strong players from Haoyan Court participating in the battle. Xing Tian, who was wearing blue armor, stood in the middle of the field with a bang, and was watched by millions of eyes. Coming to fight the inner universe, Xing Tian has not yet made a name for himself. Today, he wants to make the mighty power of Haoyan Court famous in the Battle of Shantian. Number 41,000. Following Dou Wudi's voice, a monk from the human race appeared on the stage. And he was indeed a disciple of the human ancestral hall. In the mid-stage of Dou Yuan Supreme Saint Realm, Xing Tian's Dou Fa Supreme Realm First Layer, basically every match, was destroyed by Xing Tian's sword. Let all living beings suddenly be in an uproar. Damn, the scene was so violent at the beginning. These participants are so strong that I dare not go out. With the sound of appalling cheers, Xing Tian flew back to Haoyan Court with his head held high. Su Haoyan didn't speak, but the other powerhouses were all overjoyed at Xing Tian Dao. Even Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai admired Xing Tian. Although the next dozen or so battles were fierce, there was no such hot scene as Xing Tian. Number 9311. Du Yu selected the number again, and then Tuo Long Tian jumped into the field. Seeing this, the creatures cheered again. The scene that had been silent for more than a dozen scenes finally raised the sound of boiling. It's just that everyone knows that this time it's a one-sided crushing situation, and Tuo Long Tian can't be defeated. This is everyone's unanimous cognition. Number 10,000. There was silence in Shantian Great Hall. All living beings were watching. Who is this unlucky fellow? At this time, Xuanhuan sat on the Supreme Nine Dragon chair and flew towards the battlefield below with a smile. Wow! The entire Shantian Great Hall immediately boiled, and everyone became short of breath. Emperor Haoyan fights Xia Yutian. These two people are the strongest among the young people of the human race. Although I don't know what Emperor Haoyan's cultivation level is, but he should have some means to be able to rule a universe. It's just that everyone is not optimistic that Emperor Haoyan will win. Because Tuo Long Tian has been famous for too long. Nangong Tutian, who had been resting with his eyes closed all this time, suddenly opened his eyes. Xuanhuan was the one he must kill. He wanted to see if Xuanhuan could survive. It's really unlucky, Emperor Haoyan actually met Tuo Long Tian. It's a pity that such a hero has fallen like this. Let me just say, Emperor Haoyan has shown his sharpness, and there will definitely be no good results. There were different opinions for a while, but no one was optimistic about Xuanhuan. Morong Mingyue looked at the smiling Xuanhuan with a deep expression on her face, and she didn't know what she was thinking. However, under the influence of Morong Yunhai, Morong Mingyue was very curious and interested in Xuanhuan. She wanted to see if Xuanhuan could escape this disaster. However, Morong Yunhai, who was sitting next to him, smiled and said, "Haha, Tuo Long Tian is destined to become a stepping stone for Emperor Haoyan's reputation." As soon as this statement came out, not only Morong Mingyue, but also other monster races around looked at Morong Yunhai with strange expressions. Can Emperor Haoyan defeat Tuo Long Tian? Boss, did you read it wrong? Qiong Linyao looked down at Xuanhuan with a thoughtful look on his face. And Qin Huolang, the leader of the 9 sacred patriarchs, looked at the two below and shook his head secretly. A generation of arrogance is about to fall. He also didn't like Xuanhuan. In front of Tuo Long Tian, Xuanhuan would definitely have no room to fight back. Emperor Haoyan, I heard it's very annoying. What can I do if I hang on? I'm going to die in the hands of Tuo Long Tian. Xuanhuan's destruction of Yuqi's family, Xingxiu, and Jikenzong had already aroused public outrage, so facing Tuo Long Tian at this time, everyone felt like watching the excitement. In the position next to Haoyan court, Dou Yu also stared at Xuanhuan for a long time before he smiled. An intriguing smile. At this time, Xuanhuan was wearing the Hongming Taishan robe, and his defensive power was astonishing, and those who were not in the great perfection of Hunyuan Wuji realm could not see through his cultivation. Moreover, his realm is the realm of the Emperor of Chaos. Even if he is Dou Yu invincible, he is extremely puzzled. In the entire Shantian Great Hall, only the experts from Haoyan court looked relaxed. Even when he looked at Tuo Long Tian, he showed a pitiful expression. Hey, what a pity, Tuo Long Tian, destined to become a stepping stone for his Majesty to become famous. Li Yuanba shook his head, as if he had become a poet. In Tuo Long Tian's eyes, Xuanhuan was clearly carrying a treasure, but even So, he wouldn't worry. Emperor Haoyan, it is very unfortunate that you met me, so I plan to let you choose how to die. I respect you very much, so you don't need to thank me. Tua Longtian's serious face made everyone burst into laughter. On the other hand, Su Haoyan is sitting on the Supreme Nine Dragons chair. With his head tilted, with a weed in his mouth at some point, with a relaxed expression, and he is also whistling. Appearance. You said facing such a strong opponent, who can do this? Su Haoyan didn't answer Tua Longtian, but pretended to dig his ears, and said, I should be asking you this sentence. After all, you are very pitiful. Because you met me in the first round. It's unreasonable, kid, I'm going to kill you. Tua Longtian roared angrily, took a step forward, waved his palm, and patted Su Haoyan. There is cruelty in the eyes. Haha, Emperor Haoyan, today is your Memorial Day in the coming year. Boom. At this time, Chui Can's light suddenly lit up on the Supreme Nine Dragons chair, and directly lifted Tua Longtian away. With a bang, it hit the mask hard. Everyone was dumbfounded. What's the situation? Shouldn't it be Emperor Haoyan who was thrown out? Fuck, it turns out that the chair is a powerful defensive weapon. I thought Emperor Haoyan was really that powerful. It's over, Tua Longtian has encountered a hard stubble this time. There was an uproar in the Shantian Great Hall, and all the living beings started talking again. Tua Longtian seemed to have been humiliated, his veins were exposed at this moment. He gritted his teeth and looked at Su Haoyan. Aren't you just hiding in the magic weapon and can't come out? You still call yourself Emperor Haoyan? I think you are a coward. Tua Longtian sneered. The defensive power of the Supreme Nine Dragon chair is too amazing. If he exerts all his strength, he may be able to break through it, but at that time he was weak. If Su Haoyan took advantage of it, he would not be shooting himself in the foot. Oh, so you are afraid of my chair? You are right. If that is the case, then I will remove the defense on the chair. Come on, you are attacking once. If I am using the magic weapon, you and my surname, how? Is this bow heavy? Wow. Everyone burst into laughter. Aren't you making fun of Tua Longtian? Tua Longtian was furious, and in an instant he came to Su Haoyan, punching him in the head and landed with a bang. I saw that Su Haoyan did not activate the defense on the Supreme Nine Dragons chair. He was overjoyed immediately, and punched harder, wanting to finish Su Haoyan with one punch. Suddenly, Su Haoyan's eyes narrowed, and he punched out lightly. Many people at the scene had closed their eyes. They really didn't want to see Su Haoyan being blasted into blood mist with a punch. You said that you don't need a good defensive treasure. Why are you so desperate to give it up? Boom. The strong wind distorted the space, and Tua Longtian felt a monstrous force sweeping towards him like a mountain and sea. Before he had time to react, his whole body was rewinding like a shooting star. How is he so strong? This was the last thought that popped up in Tua Longtian's mind, and then, under everyone's shocked eyes, it shattered with a loud bang, filling the sky with blood mist. The huge force shook the entire barrier violently. The entire light curtain kept shaking, and even the entire Shantian God Tower shook. All eyes fell on the indifferent Su Haoyan. Quiet. Deathly silence. Kill Tua Longtian with one punch. Tua Longtian didn't even have a chance to defend. The punch just now was too domineering, and everyone was shocked and dumbfounded, including the powerhouses of Haoyan Court. Everyone except the strong men in Haotian court thought that Tuolong Tian should kill Su Haotian, but now it was the other way around, it was Emperor Haotian who easily killed Tuolong Tian. The strongest of the younger generation of the human race was easily killed in this way. My God! What kind of supernatural power did Emperor Haotian use? The 10 hall masters in the human ancestral hall all looked at Su Haotian, who was quietly sitting on the supreme 9-dragon chair in shock, and Xia Yutian asked in a muttering voice. It's a pity that no one answered him, because no one knew. Nangong Tutian at the highest point also had an incredible expression on his face. Although he didn't take Tuolong Tian seriously, he couldn't kill him with 3 or 2 moves. But this Emperor Haotian actually killed the opponent with 1 move. Could it be that Emperor Haotian is stronger than him? This time, Nangong Tutian had no choice but to face Su Haotian squarely. As expected, he is really different. His cultivation base is obviously very high, but he can't perceive it. It seems that there is something blocking people's prying eyes. Others thought that Su Haotian had a heavy treasure covering his breath. But he knew that it was not a treasure, but something else. And even he couldn't understand it. The first day of the inner star universe was killed like this, which is too simple. Emperor Haotian, that's too powerful. Morong Mingyue opened her small mouth wide enough to stuff an egg into it. Morong Yunhai sitting next to her was extremely excited. Qin Haolang, the leader of the 9 sacred patriarchs, clenched his fists. I thought to myself, I hope I don't meet Emperor Haotian, he is too perverted. Now everyone understands that Su Haotian's strong rise is not accidental, nor is he simply relying on his subordinates, his own cultivation is also a mess. Attracted by millions of eyes, Su Haotian sat on the supreme 9-dragon chair and flew back slowly. From his entry, to his easy win, to his return, he looked relaxed. Still holding the grass in his mouth, he sat lazily on the chair. If it weren't for the strength he showed, this appearance would definitely be a complete dude. Number 27131. Dou Yu continued to yell. This time flying into the arena was a big man from the monster tribe with the head of a bull, full of muscles and full of explosive power. Number 10007. As soon as Dou Yu's words fell, the bull demon king slowly floated into the arena. His face was full of excitement. It had been a long time since Hao Tianting fought in all directions. He didn't rush to the front that time, but as Hao Tianting became more and more powerful, his status plummeted. But he still didn't change his original intention, he still fought the enemy bravely, and finally won the appreciation of Su Haotian, who promoted his cultivation base. He was very grateful in his heart, and secretly vowed to fight bravely for Su Haotian. Su Haotian smiled slightly, not worried that the bull demon king would fail. The cultivation base of the 12 heavens of Dao Fa Emperor Xuanjing can definitely rank among the top 5 existences here. The bull demon king's mountain-like body gave people an absolute sense of oppression standing there. Seeing this, the strong man with the head of a cow was shocked. He never thought that his opponent was also a cow. The key is that he couldn't see through the cultivation of the bull demon king. Boy, since everyone is a bull demon, I advise you to admit defeat quickly. Otherwise, you will be smashed to pieces. Boom. There was an instant sensation at the scene. Why is Haotian court again? How can you be so strong? The bull-headed demon was trembling all over at this moment, with a look of fear on his face. But if you look closely, you will find that there is a kind of excitement in his eyes. Thump. The bull-headed demon suddenly knelt on the ground. My lord, please accept me. I want to worship you as my teacher, even if I am a servant. Forehead. The scene fell silent for an instant. Who didn't expect the plot to be like this? Didn't move a bit, forcing the opponent to kneel down, wanting to be a slave? Do you want to talk like this? Namgong Tutian also looked like he had seen a ghost. This is so dramatic, the opponent has become a slave? Dou Yu shook his head with a wry smile. Why are the people in Haoshanting so weird, standing there doing nothing, making people kneel down and admit defeat, and even want to be slaves? This is so. Xuanhuan laughed out loud. This little bull demon has a mid-sage cultivation base, and he is so shy when he meets the bull demon king for the first time. There was silence at first, followed by roars of laughter. Qiong Yaodi slapped his forehead and was speechless to the extreme. If you say you admit defeat, you will admit defeat. Why are you kneeling down? Shame on you? The bull demon king was also struck by lightning. This kid is too cowardly, right? What are you going to do? You said you want to worship me as a teacher? Yes, Your Majesty, I am impressed by your cultivation. I don't want to be mediocre. I want to be as advanced as you. Please accept me. If it is impossible, I can be a slave. The bull demon king was speechless. Shaking his head, he turned and flew back. This is so. I thought that I would be able to kill the opponent and try my hand at it, but it is indeed such a result, which is really disappointing. Dou Yu is invincible, who will win? Xuanhuan asked Dou Yu with a smile. It's a matter of face for one's subordinates to subdue others without fighting. Can he not be happy? Number 1007 wins. Dou Yu's majestic voice echoed throughout the hall, and no one raised any doubts. Because at this time, the little bull demon was chasing after the bull demon king's ass, wanting to be a teacher. This situation made everyone on the scene show a smile that was both funny and emotional. Although Morong Yunhai is the prince of the monster clan, he admired the actions of the bull monster. This little guy has a pretty good eye. This statement made the surrounding Yaozu powerhouses speechless. In this way, the bull demon king not only returned to the position of Hao Tianting, but also brought back a bull demon in the late stage of Saint Realm, which can be said to have gained both fame and fortune. Although it is not the shadow of a sword, it is also extremely glorious. Yes, not bad. Xuanhuan's praise made the bull demon king overjoyed. Boy, if you want to worship me as a teacher, Your Majesty must agree. The bull demon king is also at a loss. This guy is just like brown sugar. You are a member of the Qiong Demon Emperor. Why do you worship under the bull demon king sect? Are you here to spy on the military situation? Xuanhuan's majestic voice made the little bull demon tremble all over, and he knelt down on the ground with a plop. Your Majesty Emperor Haoyan, I wholeheartedly pursue the path of being a strong man, and I don't want to spend my whole life doing nothing. Your Majesty's cultivation is as high as the sky, and he can be said to be the ancestor of our bull demon. How can I remain indifferent when the ancestor is here? Please also invite Emperor Haoyan. Your Majesty allows me to worship under the seat of my ancestors as a disciple or as a slave. Seeing this, Xuanhuan smiled slightly. He could tell that what the little bull demon said was true. Ox Demon King, this is an internal matter of your cattle clan, you decide for yourself. I have no objection. This matter will definitely bring face to Yaozu, but he doesn't care. He wants the head. To unify the inner and outer star universe, the Yaozu is the force. He must conquer. A battle that was thought to be very lively, but ended in such a result, which is very dramatic. But it made everyone have a new understanding of Haotian court. In the next 20 or so games, no strong man from Haotian court appeared. Let the scene cool down for a long time. However, when Feng Yun, the fifth hall master of the human ancestral hall, left the stage, the atmosphere on the scene was finally ignited. That ended the first day of the battle. On the second day, Yang Jian went off to join the battle. His opponent was a strong man in the middle stage of the Dou Yu Supreme Saint realm. Although he had a good reputation, Yang Jian destroyed it with a single blow. When Yang Jian appeared on the stage, he also declared that he was from the Haotian court, the strong man of His Majesty Haotian Emperor. Let the name of Haotian court really start to become famous. Afterwards, Li Yuanba appeared on the stage. His opponent was a strong man in the supreme realm of Taoism, but he was blown to death with a hammer. Behind Dugu Wudi, the 10 hall masters were secretly transmitting voices. The powerhouses in Haotian court are too terrifying. If this continues, Haotian court will rule the entire Xintian war. Then is there any way to disqualify them from participating in the war? I'm afraid not. Didn't the emperor have the right to choose his opponent? Why don't we persuade the emperor to make Haotian court more difficult? Don't forget that Haotian court also has the right to choose, and the right is no less than that of the emperor. They were discussing in secret here, but Dugu Wudi over there pretended not to hear it. Here, Su Haotian has closed his eyes, as if he is sleeping. Immediately afterwards, the strong men of Haotian court appeared again, Zhao Yun, Bai Qi, Chong Liang, Zhu Rong, etc., all of them were instant kills. Everyone was shocked. Before participating in the Battle of Shantian, everyone laughed at Haotian's court for annihilating the entire army. But now that Haoshanting has risen strongly, he slapped everyone's faces with a slap. 3 days later, the long-awaited dark horse Eternal Supreme appeared. Although it didn't push the atmosphere of the scene to the peak, everyone at the scene was quite curious about this mysterious dark horse. Even Dugu Invincible opened his eyes at this moment. Look with a scrutiny eye. The same is true for Nangong Tutian. Su Haotian also opened his eyes, looking lazily. And coincidentally, his opponent turned out to be Yu Qigong. Su Haotian directly used his power to veto and let Guan Yu appear. Just kidding, Nangong Tutian hasn't come out yet, how could Yu Qi expose it? My servant, the god general of Haotian court, Guan Yu is also. Guan Yu stood in the middle of the field and said majestically, I am the supreme being of all ages, and experience the demeanor of the god. Generals of the Haotian court. The mask this person was wearing was so strange that Guan Yu's spiritual sense could not perceive it at all. This surprised him a little. However, the other party's cultivation made him see clearly that he was in the late stage of the primal chaos realm. Even Dugu Invincible looked at this guy a few more times. This person must have brought a treasure to conceal his aura before, otherwise. Why did he not reveal his true strength until now? Come on, let me see how His Majesty's subordinates are doing in this life. The inexplicable sentence made Guan Yu very strange. Even Su Haotian showed a strange look. Does this person know his identity? The corners of Yu Qigong's eyes twitched, and there was also a look of thought in his eyes. Only the corners of Xuanhuan Xiaotian's mouth curled up. Could it be him? Who is he? Su Haotian didn't look back, and knew Xuanhuan Xiaotian's expression. This Kid actually knows who that person is? Why not tell him? Your Majesty, this person should be Xuanhuan's avatar, sitting in the Shantian God Tower, and his cultivation level is not limited to this level. He should be on par with Dou Yu invincible, or higher. This kid has obviously recognized His Majesty. As for not coming out to meet His Majesty, it should be because he wants to verify His Majesty's strength in this life. Xuanhuan Xiaotian said. Let Xuanhuan shake his head. So what if you are the great perfection of Hunyuan Wuji realm? My martial saint is an existence that can leapfrog challenges. Mysterious avatar is a bit interesting. While the master and servant were secretly transmitting voices here, the two over there were already fighting together. Holding the Wuji silver dragon saber, Dou Yu slashed at the Eternal Supreme with the momentum of soaring into the sky. The sword light brought up his tens of thousands of feet, and this is because Dou Yu does not want to break the restriction here. The sword light was intentionally made smaller. Seeing this powerful sword glow, the Supreme Master was also surprised. Yes, he is Xuanhuan's clone. He has been in the Shantian God Tower for hundreds of millions of years. Although his true self has not returned for hundreds of millions of years, he still insisted on the original agreement and did not leave the Shantian God Tower. The reason why he came out this time was because he heard that Emperor Haoyan was going to participate in the Battle of Shantian. Because the Emperor of Heaven said when he left the great world of the Emperor of Heaven, if one day a young emperor named Emperor Haoyan came to participate in the Battle of Shantian, I would return, and all living beings must surrender. This is also what his real deity told him before leaving. He will never forget. So after hearing the news, he immediately left the customs, and he wanted to check for himself whether this Emperor Haoyan was the Emperor of Heaven. Although he has some doubts about Xuanhuan's cultivation, but in his mind, if Emperor Haoyan is really the Emperor of Heaven, then the Emperor of Heaven must have encountered some kind of change in these many years. With doubts, he participated in the Battle of Shantian, and now he can finally look directly at Emperor Haoyan. So as soon as he came up, he showed his full cultivation, and the two great powers of the primordial promise realm began to fight back and forth. Dou Yu Invincible's expression was ugly at this time. He found that he was still looking away. Whether it is Dou Yu or Eternal Supreme, their cultivation bases are completely on par with him, and their strength is stronger than his. This made him a little unbelievable. When did such a strong person appear in the inner universe? And as soon as they appeared, there were two of them? Aren't such strong people fleeing the land of the ancient sage? The battle between the two strong men in front of him made him feel unreal. Nangong Tutian's expression became even uglier. The cultivation bases of these two people are far superior to his, which makes him feel like facing the prehistoric giant beast. While shocked in my heart, I secretly lost my breath. Fortunately, I did not meet him. Next, you only need to enter the stage by yourself, and then use the power of choice to drag Emperor Haoyan off the stage, kill him, snatch his Supreme Nine Dragon Chair, and then kill the old man Yu Qigong. With the Supreme Nine Dragon Chair, he is not afraid of anyone. Amidst the sky-shattering roar, Dou Yu and the Eternal Supreme, which is Xuanhuan's avatar, continued to fight. The battle was inextricably linked. A clone is so powerful, how strong should that boy Xuanhuan be? Xuanhuan was speechless secretly, and suddenly began to miss his subordinates and apprentices around him. I don't know how many of them can still remember him as the Emperor of Heaven. Over the years, the easiest thing to change is the human heart. Sunset and Yuesheng fought for half a month, but they were still as inseparable as ever. Everyone at the scene showed a look of impatience. They were shocked and excited at the beginning, and now they are getting bored. This guy, don't you know that this is the Battle of Shantian? Why is it endless? Xuanhuan shook his head helplessly. Dou Yu's face became darker and darker. Nangong Tutian didn't know when he closed his eyes. It's just too boring. And just when Dou Yu wanted to stop, Eternal Supreme suddenly stopped attacking, and then did it. An action that shocked everyone. Haha, you are indeed His Majesty's strongest subordinate, I am convinced. Anyone who is careful will definitely see that there is excitement on his face. Guan Yu also stopped when he saw this, and looked at the Eternal Supreme with great doubts. What's the matter with this guy? Isn't this a winner? Meet your Majesty. At this moment, the Eternal Supreme suddenly knelt down on the ground facing Xuanhuan. Your Majesty, the deity is coming soon, welcome your Majesty back. The Eternal Supreme, that is, the avatar of Xuanhu, said sonorously. In an instant, the scene was dead silent. What's the situation? The fourth in the world to bow down to Emperor Haotian? What deity is about to return, what welcomes His Majesty? What is this guy talking about? My God! What's going on with Emperor Haotian? First, the monster saint worshipped his subordinates as disciples, and then the mysterious black horse bowed down? What happened to this world? For a while, everyone at the scene started talking. They don't know much about this weird ending. Dou Yu is invincible, I lost. Xuanhu's avatar said to Dou Yu, then ignored him and flew straight to Su Haotian. Seeing this, Guan Yu also had doubts on his old face. Then flew back. Dou Yu's face was livid. You've been acquainted with Emperor Haotian the whole time? And looking at this posture, he still wants to worship Emperor Haotian? What shocked him the most was that this person turned out to be a powerful clone? How can that be? The avatars have such a high level of cultivation, so how tall should the deity be? Emperor Haotian, unfathomable. Nangong Tutian's expression was a bit exciting. He felt that this year was not good. Why when Emperor Haotian participated in the Battle of Shantian, he was restrained everywhere, he had nothing but others, it was really depressing. The Qianglin Yaoti's eyes looked back and forth between Xuanhuan and Xuanhu's avatar. A look of surprise gradually appeared in his eyes. He always felt that he felt something very familiar to him in the Xuanhu avatar. The reason why this feeling is so familiar to him is that he has once been favored by someone. The man suddenly rescued him when his life was threatened. The tall man was tall, mighty, and majestic, and his momentum was astonishing. And the reason why he was able to sit on the position of the Demon Emperor was also thanks to that person's guidance. He once asked the man's name, but the man just shook his head and left. This matter has always been a thorn in his heart, and he wanted to repay, but he never had the chance. Could this person be that person's avatar? Maybe I can still see his true self, the strong man whom I want to repay. That kid Xuanhu said he was coming? The clone of Xuanhu came to Xuanhuan's side, and stood there respectfully. There has been a storm in my heart. When he was fighting just now, the deity accidentally sent a sound transmission to him. Inquire about the situation of the Battle of Shantian. Is there any news about Emperor Haotian? He answered truthfully, which immediately excited the deity. Decided to come immediately. Xuanhu himself would communicate with him every time in this Xintian battle, asking about Emperor Haoyan. This time, because he wasn't sure, he didn't tell the deity in advance, but the deity immediately became excited when he heard the news. Because the image he sent back is enough to explain everything. Yes, Your Majesty. I was originally the weapon spirit guarding the Xintian God Tower, and at the same time Xuanhu's avatar. Every time I would transform into a human form to see if there is Emperor Haoyan among the participants. This time I succeeded, and I finally saw you. It just so happened that the deity also sent a voice transmission to inquire. At this moment, the deity has already set off and is ready to come to meet His Majesty. The Xuanhu avatar was extremely respectful. Even if he wondered why Su Haoyan's cultivation was so low. But he dared not ask. He is just a weapon spirit, a clone, and he will know when the deity comes. Xuanhu, I didn't misread him. Su Haoyan muttered to himself, feeling indescribably happy. Those former subordinates are finally coming, and it won't make him feel bad. Number 1383. Number 7321. Dou Yu Invincible continued to report with a blank expression. He was very depressed. Up to now, Su Haoyan had robbed the limelight of the entire Xintian battle. He has nothing to do except report the number. The competition continued, and he was not very interested in not having Nangong Tutian and other superpowers join the battle. You are the avatar of Xuanhu, then you can follow me from now on. As for this tower, can you control him? Su Haoyan's interest at this moment has shifted to Xuanhu clone. The Xuanhu avatar nodded without hesitation and said, of course, the deity kept me in the inner universe to wait for His Majesty. If you have any orders, just ask. However, I am incompetent, because I cannot leave the Xintian God Tower. Because I am a weapon spirit, but this Xintian God Tower can actually be controlled by His Majesty. Xuanhu avatar said. This made Su Haoyan look surprised. Has Your Majesty forgotten the Wheel of Fortune you gave me back then? You mean, the Xintian Tower is related to the Wheel of Fortune? Yes, the Xintian Tower is a part of the Wheel of Destiny. I followed His Majesty's order to create the human race. Then I turned the Wheel of Destiny into 7 divine towers, and placed them on the 7 strongest human beings. The owner of this one is Dou Yu. The other 6 were taken away by 6 strong human beings. Old Sacred Land. The reason why this one was not taken away is to wait for His Majesty's return. I once issued a decree that once the Emperor of Heaven returns, the 7 towers will be returned immediately. It will be turned into a Wheel of Fortune again. The Xuanhu avatar whispered to Su Haoyan. Su Haoyan didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Ding. Trigger the main task, make up the Wheel of Destiny. Task details. Because Xuanhu turned the Wheel of Destiny into 7 towers, the Wheel of Destiny has been separated. If the host gathers the Wheel of Destiny again and reintegrates into the Wheel of Fortune, the system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken a diehard, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to inherit Taoism, and a chance to designate a superpower to be summoned. A chance to be loyal to the peak, a chance to be a strong man, a chance for the strong dungeon. The system prompt sounded, making Su Haoyan squint his eyes, triggering the main task, explaining that it is not that simple to gather the 7 Xintian God Towers. And it's the main mission. That is, this task must be completed Looking at this posture, the 6 people who escaped to the ancient Holy Land have already wavered, and seem to have begun to go against Xuanhuan's wishes. Forget it, since even the system told me to go to the land of the ancient sage, then let's go. By the way, you are now in the perfect realm of Xuanhuan Wuji, so what kind of cultivation level is your real deity? Xuanhuan asked a topic that everyone wanted to hear. Unexpectedly, His Majesty is so powerful that he can see the cultivation base of the minister. The Xuanhu avatar was shocked. But when I think of the deity's admiration for Xuanhuan, I feel relieved. When the deity created the human race, it had already surpassed the primordial promise realm. I don't know how strong it is now. Xuanhu clone shook his head and said. His words shocked everyone. When the human race was founded, it was at the Xuanhuan Wuji realm. How many epochs have passed, and how strong it must be. Xuanhuan boundless realm? Is Guanyu the Xuanhuan Wuji realm? For a moment, when Li Yuanba and the others looked at Guanyu and Yu Qigong, subtle changes occurred in their hearts. Your Majesty, here is the token to control the Shantian God Tower. Every controller has such a token, but this is the main control card. At the beginning, the deity also kept in mind, fearing that the strong human race would be ambitious in the future, and he would not hand over the Shantian God Tower, so he placed the final whole card at the door of the Tiandi Great World. At this moment, Xuanhu clone took out a dark token and handed it to Xuanhuan said at the same time. Xuanhuan played with the token for a while, then put it away. Well, since you are his avatar, you have worked hard all these years, so in the future, you will still control the Shantian God Tower, and take him away when I really need it. Xuanhuan said lightly. Xuanhu's avatar had a fanatical expression on his face. As expected of the Emperor of Heaven, he didn't even change his expression when facing such a treasure. Xuanhuan is a little depressed now. He feels that even the Xuanhuan Wuji realm is not enough now. This kind of cultivation base is not mentioned in the inner star universe, but if you go to the land of the ancient saints, it is not enough. It seems that we are still far away from success. Comrades still need to work hard. While thinking in his heart, the clone of Xuanhu was already standing happily behind Xuanhuan. For him, having a clone serving His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven, was not to mention how happy he was, but Shangwan, Xiaotian, and Yu Qigong felt a little uncomfortable. Back then, that boy Xuanhu was still their junior, but now he is lucky, even a clone has surpassed them. Number 10008. Dugawudi's voice sounded, and the noisy Xuanhu hall suddenly fell silent. The reason is that this number must be one of the strong men in Xuanhuan court. At this moment, they all craned their necks to see who this person was. Yu Qigong took a step forward slowly, like a big bird, directly flew to the field. The 3,000. Wait. Dugawudi was about to announce the next number, but was interrupted by a voice. Emperor Xuanhuan, you interrupted the emperor's call for no reason. What do you mean? Xia Yutian looked at Xuanhuan with a gloomy face. His eyes seemed to burst into flames. The hall masters of other human ancestral halls all had the same expression. Dugawudi's hand was stagnant in the void, and he also looked at Xuanhuan with a gloomy expression. Although Xuanhuan has a lot of strong players in his hands, he also has a whole card and is not afraid of Xuanhuan. Hee, I remember that I have the same right in my hands, right? Now I want to choose opponents for my subordinates. Is there anything wrong? Su Haoyan lay lazily on the Supreme Nine-Dragon chair, and said with a smile. Wow. Everyone was stunned by Su Haoyan's arrogant words. He dared to ignore the leader of the human race, openly contradicted him, and did not give Dou Yu any face. Emperor Haoyan is too bold, isn't he? I'm convinced, I'm really convinced, even the great emperor dares to contradict. Emperor Haoyan is not a fool, he really has two brushes. Your arrogance, you think that if you take in a strong man, you will be able to conquer the sky. If you work hard, you will die soon. Emperor Haoyan is still too young. For a while, everyone was talking about Su Haoyan, and they were not optimistic about Su Haoyan. They all thought that his actions would definitely anger Dou Yu, and thus bring about a disaster for himself. Emperor Haoyan, are you sure you want to use this right? You must know that none of the top 4 has only 3 chances, and you have already used 2. This is the last time. Dou Yu Invincible's majestic voice sounded, making the scene silent again. Everyone is watching how Su Haoyan makes a choice. I still have 3 chances here, and together, my majesty still has 3 chances. Xuanhuan's avatar said it this time, with his hands behind his back. The sound rolled out, making the scene boil instantly. What's the matter? Is it because the emperor has been away from the human race for a long time, and no one takes him seriously anymore? Emperor Haoyan, you are not so arrogant. I strongly suggest that the emperor expel him. Yes, expel Emperor Haoyan. All of a sudden, everyone started to attack him, causing Su Haoyan's eyes to show a subtle coldness. The majestic emperor of the human race is so small-minded. Could it be that you hold this Shantian battle just to show off your prestige? When Xuanhuan established the human race, if he knew that the human race he established had a leader like you, wouldn't he be depressed to death? Su Haoyan continued to sneer when he was chatting with Xuanhuan's avatar. Just now, he realized that the reason why there was a battle of Xuanhuan was because Xuanhuan established it. The purpose is to wait for the return of the Heavenly Emperor. If the Emperor of Heaven returns, the Battle of Shantian will become meaningless. Now that he has returned, the Battle of Shantian is no longer that important to him. You. Dou Yu stood up abruptly and glared at Su Haoyan. It was the first time in hundreds of millions of years that someone disrespected him so much. It is tolerable or unbearable. Can his majestic human emperor bear this tone? Dou Yu, please respect yourself, don't say it's you, even if Lord God of War is here, you have to kneel down to his majesty. What are you? Lord God of War is Xuanhuan, a true leader who has made great contributions to mankind. Even Xuanhuan himself had to salute Xuanhuan respectfully. Xuanhuan's avatar said with a cold face. Make Dou Yu invincible instantly. Sluggish. What's the situation? What is Emperor Haoyan's identity? Why does the god of war of the human race bow down to Emperor Haoyan? Are the rumors true? Is Emperor Haoyan really the reincarnation of the ancient emperor? Or his heirs? For a moment, Dou Yu was in a state of confusion, not knowing what to do. And the millions of creatures at the scene stared wide-eyed, not knowing what happened. Today was the craziest day they felt. A young emperor forced the great human race to stand on the spot. This kind of unimaginable thing never happened in the previous battle of Shantian. The situation at the scene has subverted their perception of dignity. Emperor Haoyan, I hope you don't play too much. You are just a junior. Even if you are related to that person in the legend, don't take yourself too seriously, because you are just a junior. In the end, Dou Yu analyzed that even though Su Haoyan was related to the ancient emperor, he was only an heir or inheritor. And the Xuanhu avatar is just playing with Xuanhu. After Dou Yu finished speaking, he sat down without saying a word, obviously acquiescing to Su Haoyan. Seeing this, Su Haoyan smiled slightly. I thought to myself, what kind of expression will you, the so-called leader of the human race, have when Xuanhu's avatar and Yuan Xuanhuan come? Nangong Tutian, do you dare to go down and fight? Su Haoyan ignored Dou Yu but looked at Nangong Tutian jokingly. As soon as these words came out, a shocking exclamation burst out from inside the Shantian Great Hall. What does Emperor Haoyan want to do? First stepped on the emperor of the human race, and then stepped on Nangong Tutian. Is he going to defy the sky? Will Nangong Tutian accept the challenge? Of course, it's a matter of face, and will Nangong Tutian be afraid? Even Dou Yu Invincible was puzzled. He originally thought that Su Haoyan would pick soft persimmons. He just didn't expect Su Haoyan to choose Nangong Wu. Not sure. Don't you want to snatch my Supreme 9 Dragon chair? Why are you silent? Are you scared or cowardly? As soon as Su Haoyan's words came out, the breathing of everyone at the scene became short of breath again. This is so. Emperor Haoyan wanted to fight Nangong Tutian forever. Nangong Tutian's murderous intent was already overwhelming, and a kid who didn't know the heights of heaven and earth wanted to challenge him? I really don't know how to live or die. Until now, he has not recognized who the end is. It's no wonder that he was careless, because he had long thought that Yu Qigong was dead. Haha, Emperor Haoyan, I hope you don't regret it. When I kill him, I will challenge you. Today I will let your Haoyan court be destroyed again. Nangong Tutian instantly revealed his true cultivation. In the early stage of Hunyuan Wuji realm, he was arrogant before and didn't check the situation on Su Haoyan's side. Although the cultivation of Guan Yu and Xuanhu's avatar shocked him, he didn't think that Su Haoyan still had a strong person. Therefore, he is not afraid that Su Haoyan will seek revenge from him. Old guy, how do you want to die? Nangong Tutian fell in the field, looking contemptuously at the old man, whose face was covered by long hair. He dared to challenge him with the cultivation base of the supreme realm of Taoism. Could it be that his head was kicked by a donkey? Boy, how many years have passed? It seems that you have forgotten the kindness of dripping water. Since you deceived the teacher and destroyed the ancestors, then I will clean up the door for the teacher. While Yu Qigong said in a cold voice, he revealed his true face. What? Why aren't you dead yet? Nangong Tutian exclaimed. He would never have thought that this scruffy old man was actually his teacher, who made him look down on him. As soon as Nangong Tutian's words came out, everyone at the scene suddenly showed doubts. Did Nangong Tutian know this person? Dou Yu and Linyao also had doubts on their faces. Haha, boy, I didn't expect that. I was your teacher, who sheltered you from the wind and rain, and I am still alive. Back then you were ungrateful and wanted to kill my mentor and snatch the throne of the Emperor of Heaven. Although you, Nangong Tutian, are well known in the universe, no one knows how desolate you were once. I thought that I would never have the chance to clean up the house in this life. Fortunately, His Majesty's return gave me a bright future. Boy, today the old man has to clean up the house. After Yu Qigong spoke loudly, the scene instantly fell silent. Nangong Tutian had such experience before. This old man has this level of cultivation, he wants to clean up the house, is It possible? Nangong Tutian's indiscriminate killing of innocent people has long been a source of anger and grievance. If this old man can really clean up the house, he can make a huge contribution to mankind. Haha, old thing, what's wrong with my ungratefulness? Who told you to guard a broken chair and not pass it on to me, saying that the treasure of the Emperor of Heaven, I'm afraid, Emperor of Heaven, I'm afraid you made it up, an illusory title. No, it's not up to you. Today, since you came to my door, I will kill you first, don't talk to me about a mentor, you are willing, what does it have to do with me? Nangong Tutian's words caused anger to appear on the faces of everyone present. As the saying goes, a teacher for one day is a father for life, but instead of respecting his teacher, this guy tried his best to insult him. What is this thing? Jingda, kill this thing quickly, it's shameful. When Xuanhuan's majestic voice sounded, everyone looked at him in surprise. Your order. Yu Qigong bowed to Xuanhuan and saluted immediately. Boom. A huge gust of wind blew out from Xuanhuan's body, and at the same time, a world-shattering coercion was released suddenly. The air in the venue was stirred up with a crackling sound. The middle stage of Xuanhuan Promise Realm. Dou Yu Invincible showed surprise. Qianglin Demon Emperor's eyes widened. The 10 Hall Masters of the Human Ancestral Hall were also inexplicably astonished. Everyone on the scene was stupid. Nangong Tutian even opened his mouth wide enough to stuff 2 eggs into it. How can you be so powerful? This is impossible? Humph, isn't that strange? Yu Qigong didn't hesitate, and directly took out the Supreme Tiger King Spear, powerfully coercing, and charged towards Nangong Tutian, who was in doubt. Old man, it turns out that you're hiding something. You didn't treat me as an apprentice at all. It doesn't matter if your cultivation base has improved. It's just on the same level as me. If I kill you, everything you have will be mine. Nangong Tutian looked crazy. For him, there is no etiquette and morality, as long as he can become stronger, killing his teacher is not a big deal. Xuanhuan shook his head, this Nangong Tutian is so shameless when he is about to die, there is really no way to save him. Boom. Yu Qigong's shot blasted out, and directly collided with Nangong Tutian's purple gold fist. The fist shadow was blown away, and strands of spear shadows passed by Nangong Tutian, making his robes rattle. Nangong Tutian's expression was indifferent. Staring at the smiling Yu Qigong, his heart had already set off a huge wave. His cultivation base is monstrous, and his fist-like strength cannot match him. However, Yu Qigong's shot easily pierced his fist. If it wasn't for his extremely strong physical body, he would have been killed by the shot long ago. Feeling the power of Yu Qigong's shot, greed instantly lit up in his eyes. He could feel that the reason why Yu Qigong was able to break his fist was entirely because of the gun in his hand. After thinking about it, Nangong Tutian let out a furious roar, and directly leaned down, like an arrow off the string, knocking away Yu Qigong's offensive, and came to kill Yu Qigong. Such a scene made all creatures breathe extremely quickly. Nangong Tutian really wanted to kill his teacher. At this time, Yu Qigong suddenly smiled strangely. He raised the Supreme Tiger King Spear and pointed it at Nangong Tutian from a distance. As the Tiger King Spear protruded from behind, a huge white tiger shadow faintly appeared. Roar. As soon as this huge tiger shadow appeared, it poked forward with its front paws, and roared at Nangong Tutian, who was flying towards him. In an instant, the roar of the tiger shook the sky. Its sound was as loud as a Tiger King dominating the forest, and it directly distorted the barrier. Instantly penetrated the barrier and acted on the surrounding creatures, making them deafening and spurting blood. Those who watched the excitement around were still like this, let alone Nangong Tutian, who was bearing the brunt at this moment. His complexion changed instantly, and he felt that the world in front of him was distorted at an extremely fast speed under the roar. The imposing manner came like an overturning threat. Even at the same time as the sonic boom erupted, Yu Qigong blasted out the King Tiger Spear, stabbing directly at Nangong Tutian. Nangong Tutian would never have thought that Yu Qigong would have such an offensive. Even if he wanted to make a move, it would be too late. With a bang, the sound waves directly acted on his body, causing his whole body to crackle. Countless blood vessels couldn't bear the huge force, and burst instantly, and blood flowed from Nangong Tutian's body like a water column gushes out. At this moment, Nangong Tutian was spraying bright red blood like a watering can. It's not over yet. Before Nangong Tutian could react in great pain, Yu Qigong's Tiger King spear had already reached his chest, pierced directly into his heart while his eyes were about to burst. Puff. In the flash, Nangong Tutian's head exploded, and his fairy baby escaped from it with a terrified face. As soon as he appeared, he shouted in horror, "Master, I am your apprentice. Are you going to kill me? I have always treated you as a father." As soon as this remark came out, everyone had strange expressions on their faces. Fuck. This is too shameless. Just now, I wanted to kill my teacher. Now I will be my father. Isn't this changing too fast? I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen such shameless people. I'm really convinced. Kill him, this kind of scum of the human race, who deceives the master and destroys the ancestors. What is the use of keeping him? For a moment, Nangong Tutian's shameless words aroused the anger of millions of people present. Master, don't be foolish. Listen to them. I'm the only apprentice of yours. How about I support you? Nangong Tutian's fairy baby was weak and bloody, and wanted to escape from the barrier as quickly as possible. Hey, my good apprentice, why is that the kind of person who has no conscience? As a teacher? Don't worry, I will never kill you as a teacher. When Nangong Tutian heard this, he was overjoyed and wanted to kowtow in the void. However, roar. At this time, the phantom of the white tiger teleported directly behind Nangong Tutian, and it opened its mouth wide, swallowing Nangong Tutian, who was still excited. A generation of heroes, Nangong Tutian fell, and his body died. Quiet. There was silence in the entire Shantian God Hall. All creatures have big mouths, even Dugu Wudi couldn't help being moved. Ding. Complete the side mission. Clear the portal in front of the whole world. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken a diehard, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to inherit Taoism, and a chance to be a strong one. A chance for a strong dungeon. The system prompt sounded at this moment, and Xuanhuan smiled slightly. Yu Qigong's tiger roaring mountain forest really has a huge power. Nangong Tutian is dead? Tian, this old man has really finished cleaning up the house. No wonder Emperor Haoyan dared to disobey the emperor. It turned out that he really came prepared. There is such a powerful and domineering tiger roaring in the mountains and forests. A generation of heroes is swallowed just like this. After a moment of shock, millions of creatures roared. The death of Nangong Tutian made Yu Qigong great, and also made Emperor Haotian famous. Because this master-student battle was directed by Emperor Haotian. Du Guwudi looked at Su Haotian with a complicated expression. Until now he didn't know why Su Haotian opposed him. It turned out to be Yu Qigong's determination to clean up the family. Qiong Yadi shook his head, closed his eyes, and ignored the matter. The 10 hall masters of the human race ancestral hall looked terrified. If it were them, they would not be able to guarantee their lives from the tiger's jaws. Although this person's cultivation base is only at the early stage of the Xuanhuan Wuji realm, his combat power is infinitely close to the peak in the middle stage, and he can fight even in the late stage. Du Guwudi finally started to look at Su Haotian squarely. Well, it turned out to be the reincarnation of the white tiger. As expected of his subordinates. No one saw an old man with a gourd on his back floating in a corner above the Shantian Hall. But it was the mysterious old man who helped Su Haotian twice, Xiaozi. At this moment, he touched his head, his eyes showing satisfaction. Just as the venue was full of joy, 2 figures walked into the entrance of the main hall below, an old woman with a cane, although her hair was already gray. But her momentum was extremely strong. Next to her was a graceful and beautiful woman. If Su Haotian saw her up close, he would definitely recognize her. He is Fairy Inxia. When she made a breakthrough after retreating, she had already rushed to Taishan to participate in the acceptance ceremony of the Holy Ruins, but she did not expect to meet the old woman, fell in love with her aptitude, and accepted her as a disciple. Today the old lady led her to see the world. And Fairy Inxia's cultivation has reached the early stage of Saint Realm. She was extremely proud in her heart, but if she knew Su Haotian's cultivation, she would definitely be shocked. However, when the 2 walked in, they happened to see the scene where Yu Qigong killed Nangong Tutian. Even though the old woman had the Dzogchen realm of a saint, she was still frightened by Yu Qigong. She is in the inner universe, and she knows how powerful Nangong Tutian is. And she also knows that this man is ruthless, so many strong people can't do anything about it. However, this Yu Qigong was able to kill him. What kind of cultivation is this person? Listening to the voices of Emperor Haotian rising and falling in the hall, Fairy Inxia's tender body trembled violently. Master, does the Haotian emperor they are talking about come from the Xuanchu universe? Fairy Inxia asked, with a look of surprise. Although she was standing behind the old lady, when the audience shouted Emperor Haotian, she felt like she was dreaming. Emperor Haotian? Xuanchu universe? I don't know, but could this Emperor Haotian be the one who destroyed the holy ruins? The old woman seemed to think of something, and said with a change of complexion. At the beginning, she knew the news of the destruction of the holy ruins immediately, and the reason why she didn't tell Fairy Inxia was because she was afraid that she would worry about the Xuanchu universe. Now that worry is gone. Fairy Inxia seemed to have heard something extremely horrifying. She would never have thought that Emperor Haotian would destroy the holy ruins. And the Emperor Haotian, who was in the Shantian Great Hall, must be that Emperor Haotian, because she could feel the existence of Emperor Haotian in the dark. Fairy Inxia had to calm herself down, because she felt like she was dreaming. Yu Qigong returned to Su Haotian's side, knelt down on his knees, and said excitedly, Your Majesty, thank you for fulfilling my wish. Hurry up, you have contributed a lot to guarding the Supreme Nine Dragon chair for me. Have you ever thanked you? One family does not talk about 2 things. Su Haoyan personally helped Yu Qigong up. Seeing this scene, Dou Yu, who was not far away, was immediately shocked beyond measure. Isn't he that monster? As the great emperor of the human race, Dou Yu had seen this powerful man hidden deep in the inner universe under the leadership of Xuanhuan. Before. Xuanhuan is the god of war of the human race. The current human race can have today's status, all thanks to Xuanhuan. And he can have today's status, because of the support of Xuanhuan and another human ancestor, and even this Shantian tower is a gift from some adult. And so many adults and strong people all believe in the ancient Emperor of Heaven. The legend of the Emperor of Heaven has a long history. It is said that the Emperor of Heaven was once the ruler of all life, aloft. Command the three ways of people, monsters, and demons. In the chaotic period, he was a well-deserved strongman. According to reliable information, the reason why this battle of Shantian exists is to wait for the arrival of the Emperor of Heaven. He once heard Xuanhuan say that when the heavenly emperor returns, all living beings must submit. Could this Emperor of Heaven be Emperor Haoyan? After this idea popped up in his mind, even he himself shook his head, thinking that he was in the Arabian Nights. At the same time, news of the battle quickly spread to the outside world. Everyone who heard it exclaimed, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Who is Yu Qigong? I heard that it was Nangong Tutian's enlightenment mentor. He killed Nangong Tutian to clean up the family. I heard that Yu Qigong is a subordinate of Emperor Haoyan. How is it possible? How could Emperor Haoyan's subordinates kill Nangong Tutian? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could one of the most powerful people in the world die? Here, the battle of Shantian continued, and then there were strong men fighting again, but the surrounding creatures obviously lost interest, and some were still discussing Yu Qigong and Emperor Haoyan. The 10 hall masters of the human race ancestral hall all looked at Yu Qigong, who was still the supreme being next to him, Guan Yu, and finally fixed on the face of Su Haoyan, who was chatting and laughing. The face is unnatural. The 10 hall masters of the human ancestral hall looked at Su Haoyan and wondered in their hearts, who is this Emperor Haoyan, and why there are so many super strong people worshipping him? Is the legend true? Is he the reincarnation of the ancient emperor? Everyone thinks this is a fantasy. Number 725 below. Zhu Wenjie, the 3rd hall master of the human race ancestral hall, stood up and flew down the field. Number 973. This is a big black-skinned man wearing a mask. At this time, his face under the mask revealed a ferocious look. With a bang, it flew into the field. At this time, Su Haoyan was hesitating, which strong man to promote. And what he values most is the awakening of loyalists, because this is the most powerful function of the system now. And before he set off, he already had candidates, Di Jun, Donghuang Taiyudi, Jiang, Shan Xiongxin, and Yingzheng. No matter who they are after the awakening of the loyalists, they will surpass the realm of the Taoist emperor. Properly think that the Hunyuan Wuji realm. Boom. Just when Su Haoyan was still thinking about giving someone a chance to awaken first, a loud noise suddenly came from below. Immediately afterwards, there was an exclamation from the audience. Oh my God, Hall Master Zhu of the human race ancestral hall was killed by that guy in one move? Who the hell is that guy? No, that's devilish energy, such pure devilish energy. Didn't it mean that the ancient demon clan will not come to participate in the Battle of Shantian this time? Even the Supreme Immortal Palace only sent a young man to participate. What's going on? Wu also sat up straight, and looked down with frowning. Haha, Gu is invincible, it's better for you to come down and fight with me. The cubs of the human race don't need to be beaten. At this time, the big man who punched Xuanhuan to death had already taken off his mask, revealing a face surrounded by black air. Mo Ba Tian? Xiao Tian, the first hall master of the human ancestral hall, exclaimed. All the people in the ancestral hall were shocked. Mobation, a powerful demon hermit, is rumored to be the direct descendant of the demon ancestor. Hasn't he already fallen into the abyss of chaos? What is his cultivation? On the side of Haotian court, Su Haotian asked. Xuanhuan Wuji realm great perfection. Guan Yu said lightly. Ding. Trigger the subquest, Mozu ambition. Mission details, the contemporary strong man of the Mozu pretends to be an ordinary person and sneaks into the battle of Shantian. He vows to kill the great emperor Dou Yu, invincible, and use his powerful resources to make the Mozu rise. If the host eradicates this demon, the system will reward the host with a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to summon a strong man, a chance to summon a super strong man, and a chance to be loyal to the peak. A chance to be a strong man at the peak, a chance opportunities for the copy of the strong, and trigger the main task. The system prompt sounded, causing Su Haotian to narrow his eyes. If Dou Yu doesn't fight, I will fight in person. The Xuanhuan Wuji realm is perfect, and I don't take it seriously. As soon as Su Haotian's words came out, all the strong men in Haotian's court suddenly became short of breath. Your Majesty is going to challenge the rhythm of the demons. Your Majesty, if that boy Mo Yantian sees this, he will die of shame? Shangguan Xiaotian said with a smile. He wasn't worried about Su Haotian's failure at all. His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven is invincible, okay? How about it, Dou Yu? I, Mobation, want to challenge you today, don't you? Dare to come down and fight? Mo Badian stood in the field, laughing unscrupulously, not paying attention to Dou Yu and other strong human races. Mobation, now is the battle of Shantian, since you have won, go out and wait for the next round. Dou Yu's voice sounded, but there was no trace of anger. You can just say that you are timid. How about it, which one of you above will come down to play with me? Mo Badian was so arrogant that he had no intention of leaving. Dou Yu really wanted to go up and kill this sinister villain. But if he ends up, even if he wins, his vitality will be seriously injured, and the human race will be in danger by then. He will not appear until that person comes. It's really unreasonable for a devil to dare to be rampant here. If you want to die, then I will help you. Wow. As soon as his words fell, the scene suddenly burst into shocking exclamations. Emperor Haotian is Emperor Haotian, how dare he directly challenge Mo Badian? Although this is against the rules, Mo Badian has already broken the rules. Let Emperor Haotian kill Mobation's arrogance. I'm afraid that Emperor Haotian will not be able to defeat Mo Badian, and he will fall into crisis. So far, the number of living beings in the Shantian God Tower has reached more than 20 million. And basically they are all strong in the Holy Realm, and most of them are strong in the Holy Realm. At this moment, everyone was shouting wildly. Emperor Haotian is mighty. Emperor Haotian, come on. Such a voice made Mo Badian in the field extremely angry. Dou Yu didn't expect that Su Haotian would take the initiative to fight, so he said on a whim. Bindi specially allows Emperor Haotian. No need, the Emperor uses the privilege once, so you can save it. Su Haoyan sat on the supreme nine-dragon chair and flew down the field, sneering at Dou Yu. He interrupted his words without hesitation. It made Dou Yu invincible, extremely embarrassed. Come on, you reptile of the demon race, if Mo Yen Tian finds out, he will definitely shoot you to death. Su Haoyan was condescending and laughed. He didn't take Mo Badian seriously. Although the strong people in the human ancestral hall couldn't see through Su Haoyan's cultivation, it didn't affect their admiration for Su Haoyan. Humph, you, a little emperor, dare to be arrogant in front of me, Mo Badian. And see if I will kill you alive. While speaking, Mo Badian raised his palm and slapped Su Haoyan away. In an instant, a monstrous demon palm with a size of 1,000 feet came out of the void, and slammed towards Su Haoyan with the force of Mount Tai. Seeing this, Su Haoyan smiled contemptuously, and the flames of cleansing karma blasted out along with Jin Yanlong Qi. 20 streaks of golden flame dragon energy soared up behind Su Haoyan's back, directly piercing through the terrifying palm above, breaking it easily. Immediately, under the blessing of Su Haoyan's specially opened Linzi supernatural power, Jin Yanlong Qi took the initiative to kill Mo Badian. This is not over yet, he blasted out with both fists, and the chaos sky breaking fist blasted out, trailing behind Jin Yanlong Qi, and attacked at a very fast speed. Mo Badian punched down and collided with Jin Yanlong Qi. In an instant, the oppressive feeling produced by the collision of the two supernatural powers directly caused the entire magic circle and even the entire Shantian God Tower to vibrate. The sea of fire surged, reflecting Su Haoyan's laughing face. It was obvious that Su Haoyan fought very easily. At this moment, Su Haoyan's chaos-breaking fist also came crashing down, directly hitting Mo Badian's body. Boom! Mo Badian felt a huge force sweeping towards him, and he was instantly thrown away. With a bang, it hit the light curtain of the magic circle. A look of shock finally appeared on Mo Badian's face. He clearly felt that Su Haoyan's cultivation base was weaker than his, but he was stronger than him in combat power. This shocked him. He felt that the world was too unreal. How come I, a strong man with perfect Xuanhuan Wuji, can't suppress a young man of unknown strength? Suppressing the shock in his heart, Mo Badian mobilized all his strength. He punched Su Haoyan, who was sitting on the chair again. This punch is a supernatural power handed down by the demon ancestor himself. And it is an untold mystery in the demon clan. The power of non-demons cannot be passed on. Su Haoyan muttered. But facing this trick, Su Haoyan has a total of 10,000 ways to solve it. Because this trick was improved by him, and then passed on to the demon ancestor of regret. Who is the regretful demon ancestor? His fifth apprentice. He is too familiar with this disciple. Timid by nature, but ambitious, has his heart changed? While Su Haoyan easily cracked Mo Badian's trick, he was thinking in his heart. The silent starry sky is beautiful and bright. At this time a huge roar sounded. A huge French ship with a length of 1,000,000 feet is approaching at the end of the starry sky. This Dharma boat shone with blue light, like a starry sky behemoth, cruising in the starry sky. In front of the French boat, a flag fluttered non-stop, with a young and stalwart figure printed on it, full of ancient aura. Under the banner, stood a figure like a black tower, standing there quietly, like a fairy. He was wearing a pitch-black battle armor, with fluttering black hair, and he was extremely wild. If Xuanhuan, Xiaotian, and the others come here again, they will immediately recognize that this person is Yuan Xuanhuan. Compared with the chaotic period, Xuanhuan is more general and strong. The temperament is refined, and the whole person is full of domineering. Status. Your Majesty, I have a premonition that I will be able to see you this time. Xuanhuan murmured. He would come back in person in every Shantian battle, and would ignore whatever happened. In his heart, Xuanhuan was the most important thing. Lord God of War, the inner universe is ahead. Should we go in directly, or stop? Stop here, I'll go alone. After Xuanhuan finished speaking, he turned around and disappeared. The man watched Xuanhuan disappear and muttered to himself, Master God of War is too loyal. It's a pity that the Emperor of Heaven has become a legend. He has passed away and will never come back. Why should God of War be so persistent? After the man muttered to himself, he shook his head and turned back into the boat. In the Shantian Great Hall, Xuanhuan smashed Mo Badian into the ground with one punch. At this time Mo Badian had already begun to be abused by Xuanhuan. He just can't stop now. Haha, Mo Badian, let me show you what is Mo Gong. Xuanhuan laughed out loud. Look at me showing you the #1 magical skill of the demon race. As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, he drew out the primordial purple profound sword that had not come out of his body. Strips of golden flame dragon energy overflowed from his back, sword straight up, and directly merged with the primordial purple profound sword. Suddenly, the originally golden dragon energy suddenly turned into pitch black. Black dragons protruded from the tip of the sword. Huh! Xuanhuan raised the Hongmeng Zishuan sword high and shouted loudly, this trick is called Ancient Demon God's Punishment. Xuanhuan's voice resounded throughout the Shantian Hall, extremely majestic. Coupled with the devilish energy from the bee pupae, Xuanhuan was set off like a devil. Mo Badian had already forgotten his defense, his head was roaring and his eyes were wide open. He couldn't believe it. The supreme move of the demons can only be used by the legendary ancestor of the demons in this world. How could Emperor Xuanhuan use it? And its power is even stronger? He felt as if he was living in a dream. Suddenly, his complexion changed wildly. At this time, with Xuanhuan's sword slashing down, nearly 20 million creatures looked up. What happened next is forever etched in their minds. I saw that the ancient demon god's punishment suddenly lit up with a monstrous black light, then disappeared, and when it appeared, it had already penetrated Mo Badian's entire body. Mo Badian's eyes suddenly widened, and in the next second his whole body melted extremely quickly, turning into pitch-black steam and dissipating between the heaven and the earth. Quiet. The Shantian Great Hall fell silent in an instant. All creatures' eyes widened, and even Duguwudi stood up suddenly. Ding. Complete the side mission, Demon Ambition. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to summon a strong man, a chance to designate a summon, a chance to die loyal to the peak, a chance to copy a strong man, a chance for the strong to reach the pinnacle. Ding. Trigger the main task, clean up the portal of regret heaven demon ancestor. Task details, because the host killed Mo Badian, the strongest contemporary demon clan, it aroused the anger of the demon ancestor regret heaven demon ancestor in the ancient sacred land, and wanted to chase him away. Come to the inner universe, to avenge his descendants. If the host kills it, and goes straight to Huanglong, to wipe out the demons, the system will reward the host with 2 chances to awaken the diehards, 2 Chances to awaken beyond the limit, 2 chances to pass on Taoism, and 3 chances to die loyal to the peak chance, 3 chances for the peak of the strong, 3 chances for the copy of the strong. 2 consecutive system prompts sounded, but Xuanhuan gradually narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, there was a problem with the heavenly demon ancestor. What exactly has this guy been through? Why did you become a demon ancestor? Isn't the Mozu the guy Mo Yen Tian? Shaking his head, Xuanhuan sat on the supreme 9-dragon chair and turned around Haoyan's court station. All the living beings looked at Xuanhuan, who flew back, and they didn't come back to their senses for a long time. Mo Badian, the #1 member of the demon clan, was born suddenly, but he was wiped out by the sword of Emperor Haoyan before he could hold his breath. For a long time. They have a sense of unreality. Emperor Haoyan actually knew the powerful trick of the demons. Why? Xia Yutian was trembling all over. All the strong people in the human ancestral hall were collectively petrified. Dou Yu, invincible, was even more stunned. If this matter were changed, he could also defeat Mo Badian, but killing him would be impossible. Not to mention that it can be so easy after killing. Could it be that Emperor Haoyan's cultivation is stronger than him? Thinking of this, he suddenly became unnatural. It took a long time before the sky-shaking exclamation and roar erupted in the Shantian Great Hall. The #1 powerhouse of the demon race is dead? God, what the hell happened? Mobatian is a figure on par with Dugu Wudi, the great emperor of the human race. How could he die? Emperor Haoyan? Why is it Emperor Haoyan again? And this time Emperor Haoyan did it himself. Emperor Haoyan turned out to have the supernatural powers of the demon race. It's really unbelievable. The cheers of more than 20 million souls pushed the atmosphere of the scene to the highest point. Your Majesty is invincible. Lei Zhenzi, Li Yuanba, and Sun Wukong shouted at the top of their voices. The rest of the powerhouses were also extremely happy. Standing in the void, Xiaozi stroked his beard with a look of relief. Fairy Yinxia in the crowd was already too shocked to extricate herself. Is this still the Emperor Haoyan she knew? How long have we been apart? I'm back. On the supreme 9-dragon chair, Xuanhuan showed a faint smile and returned to his seat in Haoyan court. Hearing this name, Yuan Xuanhuan's footsteps suddenly stopped, full of vicissitudes, but his still heroic face suddenly showed excitement. He had heard this name for countless thousands of years, and finally waited for this name to appear this time. He quickly quickened his pace and searched among the various forces above. It's really unreasonable, why haven't those guys shown up yet? Shangguan, Xiaotian and Yuqi Gong blew their beards and stared. Their expressions were extremely gloomy. With the start of the Shantian battle, fewer and fewer people came to the Tiandi Palace. This time, the Battle of Shantian has been going on for more than half, so no one showed up at all? Xuanhuan didn't care, because the time was too long, he couldn't keep his heart, and it would remain unchanged for hundreds of millions of years. He doesn't expect too much, as long as he can remember him, the former emperor of heaven. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, not knowing who they were talking about. System, summon a superpower for me. After completing the task of killing Mo Badian, he got a summoning opportunity. And a designated summoning opportunity. There are other rewards, he found that his number of fusions is enough. But let's not rush. Use up the summoning opportunity first. Ding. The system is summoning superpowers for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Shishir, which comes from ancient myths and legends. Does the host choose to call again? Resummon the super strong. Xuanhuan ordered without hesitation. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Xuanhuan. All the strong men looked over in horror. Xuanhuan Xiaotian was so frightened that his calves trembled even more. Because the place where this person appeared was almost next to him. But in the next second, his eyes widened and his voice was extremely excited. Lord God of War, is it really you? When everyone set their eyes on this person, their expressions changed. Drastically, including Guan Yu's, their eyes widened immediately. All of them couldn't see through Xuanhuan's cultivation. Xuanhuan squinted and found that it was Xuanhuan. Compared with the creatures here, Xuanhuan has a unique temperament. Your Majesty, Xuanhuan sees you. With a plop, Xuanhuan was seen kneeling upright in front of Xuanhuan. His voice full of tears. His kneeling directly shook the Shantian divine pagoda. Whoop, whoop, whoop. The eyes of all the living beings forgot to come over, and in the next second, Dou Yu stood up abruptly. How did he? Dou Yu is very familiar with this figure, God of War Xuanhuan, hero of the human race. How could he bow down to Emperor Haoyan? This scene made the strong men in the clan ancestral hall look suspicious. They don't recognize Xuanhuan. They all wondered why Dou Yu invincible would be so frightened. Xuanhuan didn't care about everyone's gaze, and said calmly at this time. Get up. I really don't want to return, but you are the only one who came to see me. It's really a change, the world has changed. There was loneliness in Xuanhuan's words, which inexplicably made Xuanhuan fall on the ground with a thump and burst into tears. Your Majesty, they also miss you very much. It's just that some things happened in the ancient Holy Land recently. The Qingling female ancestors are in retreat, so they can't come. Moreover, the Battle of Shantian started a little suddenly, so some people still know news. Please appease your Majesty. Seeing this, Xuanhuan felt relieved, left the Supreme Nine-Dragon chair, and personally helped Xuanhuan up. He could tell that Xuanhuan's cultivation level was very low for him, and he didn't know much about it. The teacher of all beings should not be so weak. Although he has not reached the primal Chaos Emperor realm, he can still feel that Xuanhuan is very weak. I have entered reincarnation and practice again. Xuanhuan showed a dazed expression, and he said forcefully to Xuanhuan, although I don't know what happened to your Majesty, I have disappeared by your Majesty's side for many years, and I am ashamed of your kindness to His Majesty's training, but from today, His Majesty should be guarded by the minister. Everyone noticed a word, that is, I am practicing again. How powerful Xuanhuan should have been if such a strong man could follow him. By the way, Lord God of War, why didn't Qingling Nuzu come with you? Xuanhuan Xiaotian asked with a puzzled expression. In the past, every time the Shantian battle, the Qingling female ancestor came in person. But this time he didn't come, which made him feel very puzzled. Moreover, everyone in the Tianwu palace who has walked through the chaotic period knows that His Majesty cares most about the Qingling Nuzuzu. His Majesty must be very disappointed that he did not come. Xuanhuan said with a smile, the patriarch is currently in retreat, and judging by the situation, she should be breaking through soon. Moreover, the Battle of Shantian this time started too suddenly, and many people did not get the news. If Emperor Haoyan hadn't suddenly announced that he would participate in the Battle of Shantian. It would be impossible for Dou Yu Invincible to hold the Battle of Shantian so early. That's why the people in Tianwu Palace were unprepared. When Xuanhuan heard this, he was greatly relieved. No wonder these guys didn't come. By the way, Xuanhuan, what is your cultivation level now? The Battle of Shantian is still going on, but the eyes of most creatures have already shifted to Xuanhuan's side. Everyone was curious about Yuan Xuanhuan's identity. Hunyuan Super Holy Realm, Yuan Xuanhuan said. But it moved all the powerful. Hunyuan Super Saint? Could it be the next realm of Hunyuan Wuji realm? Guan Yu and Yu Qigong even created a huge wave in their hearts. Above the Hunyuan Promise Realm is the Hunyuan Super Sacred Realm. Although he had never fought against each other, Guan Yu knew that he was definitely not Yuan Xuanhuan's one-shot enemy. De Lauhe, I thought you hadn't made any progress in the inner universe these years, but I didn't know that you secretly became the primordial promise realm. It's really gratifying. At this time, Yuan Xuanhuan began to talk about the past with Yu Qigong. But before that, he gave Shangguan Xiaotian a fist, making Shangguan Xiaotian grin his teeth and complain. In the chaotic period, although Shangguan Xiaotian was just an errand runner in front of Xuanhuan, none of the people looked down on him. Instead, they got along very well with him, and many people often gave him advice. So although his cultivation base is lower than everyone else, everyone puts him on an equal footing. This is all thanks to His Majesty. Without Your Majesty, my cultivation, old hay, would be even worse. Yuan Xuanhuan didn't care. In his mind, Xuanhuan must have invested a lot of resources on Yu Qigong to improve Yu Qigong's cultivation base. At this time, Shangguan Xiaotian looked at Yuan Xuanhuan with a playful face. You don't see the strength of His Majesty as clearly as I do. Xuanhuan was already lost in thought at this time. Hunyuan Super Holy Realm? Could it be the next realm of Hunyuan Wuji realm? It seems that's it. At this time, he couldn't help sighing. The realm of cultivation is really endless. Master God of War, please be respected by the boy. The Xuanchu avatar first bowed to Yuan Xuanhuan, and then said, I am an avatar, guarding the Shantian God Tower. And this deity already knows that His Majesty is coming back, so he should be on his way. Haha, that kid Xuanchu is a fine individual. When he established the human race, he worked hard and made a lot of contributions to the human race. Later, a Shantian God Tower was created, and it was distributed to a few boys of the human race. They all went to the land of the ancient sages, but this one didn't go. I didn't know until now that it turned out to be waiting for His Majesty to return. What? Do you know what level that kid Xuanchu's cultivation reached first? Xuanhuan interrupted suddenly and asked. This kid is a latecomer, and now he is in the same realm as me. Yuan Xuanhuan said happily. He is very happy that Xuanhuan has been caring about his subordinates' cultivation, which shows that Xuanhuan has not forgotten them. And Dou Yu, who came here with anxiety, almost failed when he heard that Xuanchu and God of War were in the same realm. Dou Yu could no longer restrain his curiosity. Came here to Xuanhuan. In fact, he had to come, because Yuan Xuanhuan was the ancestor of the human race who had truly made great contributions to the human race. Although Xuanchu founded the human race, without Yuan Xuanhuan's protection, the human race would still be replaced by the monster race. So no matter what the reason is, he has to come to say hello. Just happened to hear that Xuanhu, the distant ancestor of the human race, was just a kid in Xuanhuan's mouth, and Emperor Haoyan was also called by this name. It made him feel like hell. Who are these guys? Is the legend true? Is Emperor Haoyan really the heir of the ancient heavenly emperor? However, even the heirs can't let the majestic god of war bow down, can they? Could it be that he is the heavenly emperor himself? Isn't this bullshit? With apprehension, Dou Yu came to Xuanhuan. Meet Lord God of War. Dou Yu was respectful in front of Xuanhuan, not daring to put on airs of the great emperor of the human race. Dou Yu Invincible also came out of the ancient sacred land, deeply aware of Xuanhuan's horror. Although Yuanzu Xuanxu's cultivation was at the level of God of War, there was still a world of difference between the two. In a real fight, Xuanhuan could kill Xuanxu with just one finger. Xuanhuan was a shocking figure in the ancient sacred land. He suddenly appeared in the inner universe and knelt down in front of Emperor Haoyan. Could it be that he came here specially for Emperor Haoyan? Teacher of all living beings. Only the ancient heavenly emperor will last forever. Thinking of this, Dou Yu lowered his head even lower. Xuanhuan glanced at him casually, and then said to Su Haoyan, "Your Majesty, why don't we leave and go to Tianwu Palace? There are many people waiting for you now." Xuanhuan's playful smile made Dou Yu feel a huge weight in his heart. There is always a feeling of living in a dream. Xuanhuan has always given him the feeling of indifference and seriousness. Why has he ever had a hippie smile? Roll. You brat, how dare you tease me? Su Haoyan pretended to be angry, which really made Xuanhuan laugh out loud. This is their real emperor of heaven. In the past, in the land of chaos, Su Haoyan would tease his subordinates without any incident, without any airs of Emperor of Heaven. Let everyone feel that the God of Heaven is by their side. But Dou Yu Invincible was already trembling. What will Emperor Haoyan say? How dare he let Lord God of War go? I really ate the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard. As soon as the words fell, Xuanhuan's smiling face suddenly disappeared, replaced by a face of frost. Su Haoyan also looked at Dou Yu Invincible in disbelief. The faces of Xuanhuan, Xiaotian, and Yu Qigong were also extremely gloomy. Kneel down, His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven, is the teacher of all beings. Even that kid Xiansu was trained by His Majesty. What are you, you dare to scold His Majesty? Kneel down for me. Xuanhuan was already extremely angry. For countless epochs, he managed to find and beat His Majesty. He would not allow anyone to disrespect Su Haoyan. Dou Yu Invincible? You are really good enough. Do you know why the God of War wants you to hold this battle of Xuanxu? It is to welcome the return of His Majesty. You think the Lord God of War will take a fancy to these little guys in the inner universe and fight back and forth? Huh? You're stupid. Xuanhuan Xiaotian shook his head with regret. He knew that Dou Yu had already been rejected by Xuanhuan. Thump. Dou Yu's forehead was covered with sweat, and he stood there trembling. Finally unable to withstand Xuanhuan's coercion, he knelt down on the ground. Emperor of Heaven. Are you really the resurrection of the ancient Emperor of Heaven? Dou Yu still couldn't believe it. This matter is too mysterious. I thought I would fight you fairly, but I didn't expect you to be so ignorant of the depth. Since you respect Xuanhuan, why can't you see the depth? Su Haoyan shook his head, and lost interest for a while. But the creatures in the hall were all stunned, they couldn't believe their eyes at all. Dou Yu actually knelt down to Emperor Haoyan? How can that be? That is the great emperor of the human race, a high and mighty existence in the hearts of the human race, but he actually knelt down for an ordinary emperor? The 9 hall masters of the human ancestral hall all stood up suddenly, and looked at Xuanhuan with confused faces. The emperor actually knelt in front of an ordinary emperor? What's going on in this world? Can the Battle of Shantian continue? Everyone on the scene was concerned about one thing: what is Emperor Haoyan's identity? Xia Yutian plopped down and sat down, and said with a wry smile, "You still don't know who Emperor Haoyan is?" Everyone was shocked when they heard it. Xiong Yaodi was even more shocked and exclaimed, "Dou Yu is the number 1 person in the inner universe. Even their monster race can't compete with it. But even such a strong man wants to kneel down to Emperor Haoyan?" He couldn't figure it out. Morong Yunhai and Morong Mingyue looked at each other, with big eyes and small eyes. "Your Majesty, there is really nothing interesting here, why don't we leave?" Yuan Xuanhuan persuaded again. When Yuan Xuanhuan thought of bringing His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven, back, he felt excited. Only His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven can gather everyone in the Emperor's palace together. Let the Tianwu Palace become famous in the universe again. I'm afraid we will have to wait for a while. Xuanhuan shook his head and smiled. He hasn't conquered the inner universe yet, so he can't leave now. Yuan Xuanhuan was puzzled and was about to ask why. Shangguan Xiaotian spoke again. "Lord God of War, His Majesty is not alone now, but His Majesty is now a huge force, ready to unify the inner universe. Didn't everyone wonder why His Majesty didn't want to compete for the world? Now His Majesty is showing everyone." What Shangguan Xiaotian said not only shocked Yuan Xuanhuan, but even Dou Yu was extremely shocked. Emperor Haoyan wants to unify the inner universe? Dou Yu, you go back, I want to fight with you, a pure battle, there is no benefit in it. I hope you don't hold back, and Xuanhuan can't interfere with this. After knowing Xuanhuan's true identity, Dou Yu is no longer as calm as before. Even though Xuanhuan said it was a simple competition, if he really hurt the Emperor of Heaven, he would still inevitably die. Only now did he understand what a dilemma is. Your Majesty told you to fight freely, and you will fight. Although Yuan Xuanhuan didn't know why Xuanhuan insisted on fighting Dou Yu, Yuan Xuanhuan, who knew that Xuanhuan would not fight an uncertain battle, chose to believe in Xuanhuan unconditionally. Returning to his seat, Dou Yu was still trembling. He ignored the gazes of Xia Yutian and other hall masters, and fell into deep thought. Why are His Majesty's subordinates so weak? Under Shangguan Xiaotian's narration, Yuan Xuanhuan knew the whole story, and also knew that Xuanhuan had unified the Xuanxu universe and was now preparing for the unification of the inner universe. He felt that his violent factor that had been silent for many years was about to move. In any case, he will once again go into battle for His Majesty in this battle. But when he saw the cultivation of Guan Yu, Yang Jian and others, he immediately frowned. You guys have practiced for countless years. How long have these subordinates of mine practiced just now? Can it be the same? What Xuanhuan said made Yuan Xuanhuan smile in embarrassment. The system summoned superpowers. At this time, Xuanhuan ordered in his heart. He now has a chance to be summoned by a strong man, a chance to be summoned by a specific call. Ding! Start summoning superpowers. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Taoist Duobao. It comes from ancient myths and legends. May I ask the host to summon again? Taoist Duobao? The disciple of Master Tong Tian, famous for his many treasures. This was the first time he had summoned Taoist Duobao. And as a disciple of Master Tong Tian, his cultivation is definitely not low. How about calling him? Xuanhuan thought for a while. Just call Taoist Duobao and restore the memory of the previous life. Xuanhuan ordered from the bottom of his heart. Taoist Duobao also has a short story, that is, he once bullied the Supreme Lord. Coming here in this life, I hope the two of them will not be having conflicts. Soon, Xuanhuan called out the attribute list of Taoist Duobao. Taoist Duobao, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, disciple of the master of Tong Tian. Cultivation level, mid-stage of the holy realm. Supernatural power, thousands of water condense into ice. Wind and clouds. Magic weapon, sword of thousand talismans. Wanfa knife. Heaven and earth seal. Loyalty, 7/100. The middle stage of the Holy Spirit. It's not bad, but I don't know if Taoist Duobao can be promoted further. It's just that this loyalty is only 7, what does it mean? It doesn't matter, if he comes here, let Zhao Gongming educate him first. There is only one designated call left. Xuanhuan began to hesitate. Who should he summon? Someone who is awesome and loyal. Must be a cow. At the very least, they must be at the level of Dijun. System, is it still not possible to designate a summoned saint? Xuanhuan asked in his heart. If the saint is summoned and then awakened in the diehard, it will definitely turn the land of the ancient saints upside down. Cannot. The system replied without hesitation. Xuanhuan had no choice but to give up this idea. In fact, for Xuanhuan, the current saint realm is no longer in his eyes. Immediately, Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes and began to think. At this time, another strong man went down to fight. One of them was Murong Yunhai, who defeated a hall master of the human ancestral hall in less than a cup of tea, and got close to the third round. Because it is the second round, the remaining staff has been halved. Although there are still 1,000,000, it is already very fast. Xuanhuan ignored it directly. In his eyes, these were children's play games. Shangguan, Xiaotian, and Yuqigong also showed lack of interest. Xuanhuan said to Xuanhuan. Because I am recultivating, I must find some powerful opponents to promote my cultivation base quickly. This is the real reason why I have found Dugu invincible. Xuanhuan's words made Xuanhuan look stunned. Sure enough, His Majesty is still the heavenly emperor who strategizes. By the way, Xuanhuan, what are my apprentices doing now? Xuanhuan asked, casually. Apprentice? The powerhouses of Haotian court were shocked. Your Majesty still has apprentices? Xuanhuan replied with a smile. Kaiyuan and the others are much more qualified than the minister, and have far surpassed the current state of the minister. Xuanhuan's words mean that he doesn't know what state they are in now. Hiss. All the powerhouses were incomparably shocked. They didn't expect Xuanhuan's apprentice to be stronger than Xuanhuan. Shangguan, Xiaotian, and Yuqigong had expressions that should be taken for granted. Kaiyuan Great Emperor, Liang Venerable, Overlord Emperor, Regretful Demon, Ancestor, Mo Yantian, Wang Lin and other 10 disciples, which one is not the top existence in the chaotic period? And Mo Yantian is the first Earth protagonist in the world, their talents are incomparably against the sky, and Yuan Xuanhuan can't compare with them at all. There is also the Qingling female ancestor, which is no less than the existence of Emperor Kaiyuan. Well, yes, you really deserve to be my apprentice. Su Haoyan was extremely relieved, he suddenly missed his apprentices now. About 2 hours later, Yu Qigong was selected again, and it took less than a breath to kill a big monster man. Immediately afterwards, Hao Tianting's strong players came on the stage one by one, and without any surprise, they all won and advanced to the third round. During this period, Taoist Duo Bao came and wanted to humiliate Su Haoyan, but he was beaten up by Zhao Gongming, who had become a saint, and stopped. Ding. Trigger a side mission. The Wrath of Patriarch Xuanhuan. Mission. Details: because the host killed Tua Long Tian and angered Patriarch Xuanhuan, he wants to seek revenge from the host. If the host kills Patriarch Xuanhuan Zhu, the system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to summon a strong man, a chance to copy a strong man, a chance to peak a strong man, 3 chances to inherit skills, and trigger the next task. At this time, the system prompt sounded suddenly, making Su Haoyan slightly stunned. Does Tua Longtian's master have anything to do with him? Only things that are directly related to oneself can trigger the task, and it is the next task. It seems that the backstage of the ancestor Xuanhuan has something to do with him. Su Haoyan thought to himself. Time passed slowly like this, and a month passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, a middle-aged man walked into Shantian Hall. Immediately caused a lot of shock. Isn't this Tua Longtian's master, Xuanhuan Patriarch? What is he here for? Could it be that he came to avenge Tua Longtian? However, Emperor Haoyan is a figure that even the great emperor of the human race would kneel down. No matter how great your ancestor Xuanhuan is, can you still surpass the great emperor of the human race, Dou Yu invincible? For a while, some creatures began to look lively. Does this old guy want to commit suicide? Otherwise, how could he come here? I saw that old ancestor Xuanhuan flew towards Su Haoyan with a murderous look. Looking at his face and the posture of vowing to kill Su Haoyan, and then quickly. No one stopped him, and there was no need to stop him. I thought Su Haoyan had just ordered, let that old guy come here. The 12 heavens of the Dao Fa Emperor's prestige realm. Yu Qigong said casually. Immediately, it disappeared, and when it appeared, the two of them were already in front of Patriarch Xuanhuan, and their bodies were basically touching each other. This move made Patriarch Xuanhuan startled. When did this person appear? However, before he could react, Yu Qigong carried him back to Su Haoyan's side like catching a chick. Before and after, but in the blink of an eye. I heard that you want to seek revenge on me? Su Haoyan looked down at Patriarch Xuanhuan from above, and asked expressionlessly. My apprentice. No, I'm not here for revenge. Patriarch Xuanhuan was frightened, he had never been so frightened before. Even in the face of the human emperor Dou Yu invincible, he has never been so afraid. You're lying, just now you came here so aggressively, you were so angry that you swallowed me alive, a generation of strong men, why do you lie? As soon as Su Haoyan pointed it out, the karma-washing flame swarmed out, engulfing old ancestor Xuanhuan in it. In a blink of an eye, it turned into fly ash. Ding. Complete the side quest. Xuanhuan Patriarch's Wrath. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to summon a strong man, a chance to reach the peak of a strong man, a chance to copy a strong man, and 3 skills a chance to pass on. Ding. Trigger the main quest, Xian Chao's Wrath. Mission details. Because Patriarch Xuanhuan is one of the 9 apprentices of the Heavenly Emperor, Xian Chao's disciple, the host killed Patriarch Xuanhuan, which has aroused Xian Chao's anger, is about to kill from the land of the ancient sages to avenge the disciples. Besides, because Xian Chao couldn't stand loneliness, he had already changed his nature over the long years, and wanted to harm the Heavenly Emperor. Palace. If the host cleans up the portal and kills Xian Chao, the system will reward the host with 1 chance to awaken the diehard, 2 chances to awaken beyond the limit, 2 chances to inherit Taoism, 2 chances to die loyal to the peak, and 1 chance to summon a superpower, 1 chance to summon a super strong man, 5 chances for a copy of the strong man, 5 chances for the peak of the strong man. The system prompts sounded one after another, causing Su Haoyan's eyes to suddenly show sharpness. He had already expected that the characters in Tianwu Palace would have different ideas. After all, the time is too long, not everyone will maintain the same loyalty. But you want to be detrimental to Tianwu Palace, this cannot be tolerated. How is Xian Chao doing now? Su Haoyan asked, casually. But his eyes were already on Dong Huang Tai. Xian Chao? Yuan Xuanhuan hesitated to speak, as if he was unwilling to speak. It's okay, countless epochs have passed, and not everyone remains the same. I am mentally prepared for this. Su Haoyan's words seemed to dispel Yuan Xuanhuan's worries. He sighed secretly and said, Your Majesty, Xian Chao, Yunlan, and Hua Tian have already betrayed the Heavenly Emperor Palace. They attempted to snatch the Heavenly Emperor Palace. But Ba Xia and Qingling Zi have been guarding the Heavenly Emperor Palace. And there are ministers to restrain them, so they have always been. It didn't work out. His Majesty's apprentice has rebelled, which is not good news anyway. He is really afraid that Su Haoyan will not be able to withstand the blow. But when he finished speaking, Su Haoyan was really calm. How is his cultivation? The one he asked was naturally Xian Chao. Because Xian Chao is coming soon. He has to sit and be ready for it. Although the demon ancestor Regret also betrayed him, the demon ancestor Regret is different, and his realm must be much higher than that of Yuan, Xuanhuan and others. And he didn't believe that the heavenly Regret demon ancestor would kill him. The reason is that he is Su Haoyan's 4th apprentice, and Su Haoyan knows him best. Although Xian Chao was also Su Haoyan's apprentice, he knew that if Xian Chao knew that he was still alive, he would definitely kill him. Xian Chao's cultivation level is the weakest among His Majesty's 10 apprentices. It is on par with the minister. But because hundreds of millions of years ago, he got a little chance in a secret place, surpassing the minister by a small realm. The current Xian Chao is already in the great perfection realm of the Hunyuan Super Saint realm. If you are facing each other, I will not be as good as you, Yuan Xuanhuan said solemnly. Su Haoyan nodded secretly. In other words, if he wants to create a strong man who surpasses Xian Chao, he must at least be at the same level. He now has 5 over-limit awakenings, 1 loyal awakening, and 15 other rewards. Thinking about this, he looked at Dong Huang Tai and said, Tai, come here. The Eastern Emperor Tai, who was standing not far away, was taken aback when he heard this, but immediately stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, what do you want me to do with you? Want to become stronger like them? Su Haoyan looked at Guan Yu, Li Yuanba said. Immediately, Dong Huang Tai became short of breath. The strong man's eyes widened even more. Your Majesty is going to promote the Eastern Emperor Tai. The Eastern Emperor Tai knelt down immediately, and said excitedly, I want to become stronger. I want to kill the enemy for your Majesty. He has been waiting for this day for a long time. Let the Eastern Emperor Tai die loyally awaken. Su Haoyan ordered secretly. Dong Huang Tai's talent was too high, he didn't dare to use it except for the awakening of his loyalists, and he would regret it if he defected. In fact, he also wants to know now, as the most powerful function of the system, how strong will Dong Huang Tai become after the diehards awaken? As soon as his words fell, a black hole immediately appeared on the top of Su Haoyan's head, sucking Dong Huang Tai into it. Yuan Xuanhuan, who was watching beside him, was dumbfounded. What kind of supernatural power is this, Your Majesty? How can someone be sucked away in an instant? The strong are no longer surprised. But the new Qin Shi Huang, Daoist Duobao, stared wide-eyed. For some reason, the black hole just now terrified them. Eastern Emperor Tai? This name is somewhat familiar? Yuan Chonghuan woke up from this shock, but he became confused about the name. Dong Huang Tai. Shanghuan Xiaotian knew Su Haoyan's supernatural powers, so he didn't show any shock. There were still 5 over-limit awakenings, which made Su Haoyan feel like a local tyrant. Xian Chou, if I can make you destroy you. Come on, let me see how strong you are. Dijiang, come here. Yes, he wants to awaken Dijiang beyond the limit. Dijiang's loyalty has already reached full value, so he is very relieved to use the over-limit awakening for him. Seeing Dong Huang Tai being promoted by Su Haoyan, Dijiang was depressed. When he suddenly heard Su Haoyan calling him, he immediately became excited. System, awaken Dijiang beyond the limit. Su Haoyan didn't waste any time, and directly ordered the system to suck Jiang in. Afterwards, he looked at the strong men standing beside him and thought about it. There are still 3 chances, and he has to choose the most qualified existence among them. Forget it, let's start the inheritance of Taoism first. Su Haoyan ordered from the bottom of his heart. Immediately afterwards, 2 consecutive system prompts sounded, making Su Haoyan slightly taken aback, but he immediately looked at Dijiang with satisfaction in his eyes. Dijiang is the ancestor witch of space speed, and this kind of Taoism inheritance is just right for him. Hey, why are there so many demons participating in this battle of Shantian? I remember that demons don't participate in every battle of Shantian. Yuan Chonghuan asked, strangely. It's not just these many demons, even Mo Badian, the #1 master of the demons in the inner universe, was smashed by His Majesty. Yu Qigong continued. Mobation? Yuan Chonghuan looked at Su Haoyan with a strange expression on his face, and a huge wave had already set off in his heart. Of course he knew who Mo Badian was. If strictly counted, he was Su Haoyan's disciple. It's a good thing that the grandson died in the hands of the first ancestor. What if the regretful demon ancestor knows about it? However, he should kill his master, right? Because the Tiandi demon ancestor has actually sentenced the Tiandi palace, which has gone against the original oath. Thinking of this, Yuan Chonghuan's head began to ache. It is really a pity that the demon ancestor of heaven is powerful, and in the land of the ancient sage, there are few opponents. Except for the Qinglingzhu, Kaiyuan emperor. Baxia, Liang, and other strong people who can contend with it, no one can fight against it at all. However, if Mo Yantian makes a move, everything will be solved easily. Thinking of Mo Yantian, Yuan Xuanhuan's expression became relaxed again. That guy Mo Yantian has surpassed Hunyuan Chaoxing now, right? At this moment, Su Haoyan asked, suddenly. Yuan Xuanhuan's thoughts were interrupted. That guy has already surpassed the Hunyuan Super Saint realm, maybe even higher. Yuan Xuanhuan said with great emotion. In the era of chaos, although the disciples of the Emperor of Heaven had high cultivation bases, if they were single-round talents, Mo Yantian was only inferior to the Emperor of Heaven, Nailan Qing, and perhaps Emperor Qian. What kind of realm is that beyond the primal chaos saint realm? All the strong men were all horrified. Su Haoyan suddenly had a whim, and asked the system in his heart, if I awaken Yuan Xuanhuan beyond the limit, what will happen? The current Yuan Xuanhuan is very different from his previous life. After countless epochs, his blood has already changed. It would be unimaginable to awaken him beyond the limit. The system is put into perpetual sleep, if not broken. Su Haoyan replied without any emotion. Let Su Haoyan touch his nose. Extremely embarrassed. Pull it down, there is no difference between eternal sleep and collapse. Unless it is a last resort, he can't put himself in a doomsday. Moreover, judging from the current situation, there is no enemy more powerful than Yuan Xuanhuan, for the time being. So don't worry for now. Thinking about this, Su Haoyan doesn't study the distribution of the super limit awakening first. He wants to see what the Eastern Emperor Tai's loyal disciples will be after awakening. Then think about the next step. At this time, he once again set his sights on the Battle of Shantian. Because there is still a long time before the Battle of Shantian can end, so he is not in a hurry. On the other side, Dugawudi was no longer as calm as before. On the surface, he was watching the Battle of Shantian, but in fact he was always by Su Haoyan's side. There is no way, there is a great power sitting there, Yuan Xuanhuan is too important to the current human race. It can be said that without Yuan Xuanhuan, there would be no current human race. The most important thing is that Su Haoyan, the ancient Emperor of Heaven, did not know why he was rebuilding now. If he hadn't wanted to maintain his position as the Emperor and the human race, he would have slipped away long ago. After speaking, he disappeared in place without waiting for Su Haoyan to respond. Seeing this, Su Haoyan frowned slightly. I don't know why Yuan Xuanhuan was so flustered. Your Majesty, don't panic, Lord God of War will be fine. Shangguan Xiaotian looked relaxed. In countless eras, although he has been staying in the prison, he knows everything about the old sacred land like the back of his hand. In the ancient Holy Land, Yuan Xuanhuan is the pillar of mankind. Natural strength should not be underestimated. The Shantian battle continues. Now it has come to the 5th round, the number of personnel has dropped sharply, but there are still more than hundreds of thousands. At this time, Cui Fanlin, the 6th Hall Master of the Human Ancestral Hall, went out to fight, and it took 3 days and 3 nights to defeat a strong man of the demon clan with great painstaking efforts. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Ding! The Eastern Emperor Tai's loyal awakening is complete. As the system prompt sounded, Su Haoyan quickly asked the system to call up the attribute list of Donghuang Tai. Donghuang Tai, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, Demon Emperor. Lucky level, Hunyuan Wuji Realm Dzogchen. Exercise, Golden Crow Sun Sutra. Supernatural powers, the power of the Sun God. Golden Crow transforms. Smiling. Proudly. Magic weapon, Donghuang Bell. Special attribute, Demon Emperor shows power, a natural Demon Emperor, has a strong power to suppress the low-level demon clan. Loyalty, 100/100. Xuanhuan Wuji Realm Dzogchen Realm. Fuck, this is directly comparable to Guan Yu. Nyobi. And it's 100% loyal. If you are giving him the inheritance of Taoism, it is certain that you will surpass Yuan Xuanhuan. But Su Haoyan was just thinking about it. He dare not. Soon, a black hole appeared above Su Haoyan's head, and Dong Huangtai stepped out of it one step at a time. The whole person is more majestic, but the breath is not revealed. Boom. The Eastern Emperor Tai knelt down in front of Su Haoyan, and said excitedly, Tai, thank you for your majesty's fulfillment, and I will definitely kill the world for your majesty. The powerhouses of Haoyan court looked at it one after another, and their expressions suddenly became awe-inspiring when they saw it. Especially Guan Yu's eyes are full of infinite fighting spirit. Xiangliang is now the highest in the entire ancestral witch camp, and the strength of Dong Huangtai makes his eyes tear. Well, not bad, Tai, get up, you didn't disappoint me. Su Haoyan said with a smile. Shangguan Xiaotian, on the other hand, stared at Dong Huangtai firmly, his heart pounding with waves. After countless years of practice, he thought that when he met Su Haoyan, he would be able to boast in front of Su Haoyan, but now it seems that after countless years of practice, he still dare not be happy with Su Haoyan's magical powers one by one. Dong Huangtai stood up slowly, feeling Zhu Rong's strong and kind gaze, but his expression was calmer. Tai has become something I can't see through. Xiangliang clenched his fists tightly, his eyes full of unwillingness. The eyes of the two faced each other in the void, and the shock wave generated made the surrounding strong people stunned. Humph, I created you, and I can easily destroy you. You have passed away in your previous life, and now you are the gods of Hao Tian Ting. If you are killing each other, I don't mind destroying you. Su Haoyan has to beat this group of guys, they are already alive, but they are still dissatisfied with each other, they really treat him like air. Plop, plop. Xiangliang and Dong Huangtai fell to their knees together, sweat beaded on their foreheads with terrified expressions. As Su Haoyan said, the stronger they are, the more respectful they are to Su Haoyan. They don't even believe in death, Su Haoyan has no way to restrain them. You all remember, no matter what grievances you had in the previous life, but if you live again now, you will start again. I can let you let yourself go, and let you show yourself here to your heart's content. But we will never allow you to crush each other. Haoshanting is not a place to fight and seek revenge. I don't need this kind of person. What I want is a subordinate who can give his back to the other party. Not suspicion. Dugu Wudi stared at Su Haoyan's side, he thought that after the appearance of Dong Huangtai, he couldn't see through it, just like the big man behind Su Haoyan. What made him even more unbelievable was that this kind of strong man knelt down in front of Su Haoyan in fear, trembling. Could this be Emperor Haoyan's supernatural power? Such unfathomable and profound supernatural powers made even him feel terrified. The minister waits for the order. Even the two kneeling together, everyone kneeled down with a plop. A large piece of hula la is extremely spectacular. It shocked the creatures in the Shantian Great Hall. Okay, you two get up too, remember that unity is strength. In the prehistoric times, were you so strong? Don't cherish it, show off your bravery. Xuanhuan reprimanded. The minister was wrong. The Eastern Emperor Tai had a frightened expression on his face. Although Xuanhuan's cultivation was not high, he actually felt a great coercion from Xuanhuan. He believed that no matter how strong he was, he would still be like a courtier in front of Xuanhuan. Xiangliang is even more so. They hardly dared to look at Xuanhuan. Tai friend, Xiangliang was too excited just now. Xiangliang is also able to afford to let go of his temperament, since he decided to let go of the past, he stopped putting on a show. I'm not right either. We shouldn't be fighting each other, we should be united to the outside world. The two looked at each other and laughed, hugging each other fiercely. Fuck, it's disgusting, two big men are hugging each other, is it ashamed? Xuanhuan burst into foul language. Immediately, everyone burst into laughter. Dijiang, come here, I will make you stronger. After speaking, Xuanhuan called Dijiang to him. In Dijiang's incomparable excitement, he sucked it into his eyebrows. At this time, the 5th round of the Battle of Shantian has ended. More than 1,000 people entered the 6th round. At this point, the saint has been reduced to a bottom-like existence. Generally, the cultivation bases of Dou Yu on Supreme Saint Realm are, among which there are quite a few of Dou Fa Supreme Realm. As for the Dou Fa Emperor Xuanjing, there are only a few dozen people. As for the higher Wuji realm, there are only the Qiongling Demon Emperor, Haotian Emperor, Dou Yu Invincible and the 3 strong men under Xuanhuan. From the perspective of overall strength, Xuanhuan's side has steadily suppressed the other 2 sides. 2 days later, Yuan Chonghuan suddenly appeared in Xuanhuan's camp. Its face is still calm. But anyone with a discerning eye can tell that he is very angry inside. Lord God of War, what's wrong with you, what's wrong? Yuan Chonghuan shook his head and said, something happened to the ancient sacred land. Something happened to the old sacred land? Xuanhuan didn't frown. Although he hadn't been to the land of the old sages, all his apprentices and subordinates were there, so he was very concerned. What happened? Xuanhuan calmed down and asked softly. The land of the old sages has a vast territory, connected to many universes. And there are mixed fish and dragons inside, and there are even powerhouses from other universes in it. Xuanchu has already heard the news of His Majesty's return, and planned to come to the inner universe, but he did not expect to be intercepted by a powerful enemy on the way. Now Wang Xuantian has gone to support. Your Majesty doesn't have to worry. In addition, now everyone related to His Majesty knows the news of His Majesty's return. I believe that they will all come to welcome His Majesty in the near future. Having said this, Yuan Chonghuan became happy. Once Xuanhuan summoned the old part of the Tiandi Palace, who else in the ancient Holy Land would dare to attack the Tiandi Palace? By the way, Your Majesty, Gu Chen's subordinates have reported that Xian Chou has left the old sacred land and is heading towards the inner universe. It doesn't seem like he intends to greet His Majesty. Yuan Chonghuan frowned suddenly. It's not surprising, because his apprentice wanted to kill me, so he was killed by me. It's normal for him to come to me for revenge. It just so happens that this kid has been coveting the Heavenly Emperor Palace for a long time, so it's time to make an example of him. As soon as Xuanhuan's words came out, Yuan Chonghuan became excited. In the land of the ancient sages, no one dared to do anything to Xian Chou because of the relationship between the Emperor of Heaven. This fueled Xian Chou's arrogance. Fortunately, in the early years, he still didn't dare to attack the Tiandi palace boldly. But in recent years, I don't know what kind of forces this guy has hooked up with. It has become extremely rampant. If Baxia hadn't stayed close to the Heavenly Emperor's palace, the Heavenly Emperor's palace might have been captured. Yuan Xuanhuan has been very worried that this kind of thing will happen. But now that the Heavenly Emperor personally takes action, it will definitely shock all the forces. By the way, what cultivation level is that kid Wang Xuantian? Xuanhuan was very curious. Before he left, that kid was still a kid, as old as Yuan Chonghuan's son Yuan Zitian. He was the real Meng Beligio, Jiao Buliming. And the talents of the two little guys are absolutely against the sky. Even stronger than Wang Lin. That kid has reached the late stage of Hunyuan Wuji realm, and he is stronger than Yuan Zitian. Hunyuan Boundless Realm. Hunyuan Super Holy Realm. Chonghuan, they are all in the primordial realm. What is going on in the primordial realm? Xuanhuan asked, curiously. The Hunyuan realm has 3 major realms. Hunyuan Wuji is the first realm. Hunyuan Xingqi is the second realm, and Hunyuan Chaoxing is the third realm. Yuan Chonghuan is now the third one, the Hunyuan Super Saint realm, and has already stood at the highest point of the Hunyuan realm. Although Xuanhuan really wanted to know what the realm beyond the Hunyuan realm was, he didn't ask any more because he had to take into account the face of his own emperor. Ding. The inheritance of Dizhong's Taoism has been completed. May I ask the host to release it? The system prompt sounded suddenly. Xuanhuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked the system to call up his attribute list. Dijiang, from Ancient Myths and Legends. Identity, Space Speed Ancestral Witch of the 12 Ancestral Witches. Luck Level, Late Stage of Hunyuan Saint Qi Realm. Kung Fu, Prove the Truth with Strength. Supernatural Powers, Speed Shuttle. The Real Body of Zhu Wu. Only Fast. Loyalty, 100/100. Special Attribute, Ancestral Witch Divine Power, in battle, once the Ancestral Witch's real body is unfolded, the strength will double. In a sense, Dijiang at this time can leapfrog the challenge. In the late stage of the primordial Saint Qi realm. Fuck. Unexpectedly, Dijiang directly refreshed Hao Tianting's combat power table. If that guy Xian Chou comes, he should stay forever. Immediately, a purple light flashed between Xuanhuan's brows, and Dijiang walked out of it. Low-key, extremely low-key. In an instant, Yuan Chonghuan's eyes widened. In the late stage of the primordial Saint Qi realm? He swore that before he left, Xuanhuan's strongest subordinate was a Hunyuan Wuji realm Dzogchen. But now not only is there an extra Hunyuan Wuji realm Dzogchen out of thin air, but also an extra Hunyuan Saint Qi realm powerhouse in an instant. And it's still late. It directly surpassed Wang Xuantian and Yuan Zitian. He was dumbfounded instantly. The system designated me to summon the Weather Ancestral Witch, which is more than a dead body. At this time, Xuanhuan ordered in his heart. He has always had a wish to summon the 12 ancestral witches together, to form the 12 capital heaven formation. Restore the memory of the previous life and call up the attribute list of Shibishi. Extravagant corpse, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, whether ancestral witch of the 12 ancestral witches. Cultivation method, prove the Tao with strength. Lucky level, late stage of the holy realm. Supernatural powers, the real body of the ancestral witch. Call the wind and shake the rain. Loyalty, 85/100. Xuanhuan found that with the improvement of his cultivation base, the cultivation bases of the strong men he summoned were all higher. This also corresponds to the system saying, the stronger the host, the stronger the subordinates. Yuan Xuanhuan, why are you bothering? That guy has disappeared and will never come back. At this time an extremely strong coercion suddenly descended, and the entire Shantian tower trembled. The nearly 4,000 creatures inside fell silent. Instantly, Dou Yu slumped on the chair directly, with a frightened expression on his face. Why is he here? Yuan Xuanhuan frowned. Who is he? Xuanhuan also asked hastily. This coercion made him unable to move an inch. If it weren't for the Hongmeng Taishan robe and the Supreme Nine Dragon chair on his body, he would have been lying on the ground long ago. Gong Yang seeks defeat. He is a strong man in the ancient sacred land. Ambitious, and has always wanted to be the hegemony of the ancient sacred land, even eyeing the heavenly emperor palace. If it wasn't for the suppression of Qingling Zhu and Baxia, he would have it turned upside down. Yuan Xuanhuan said solemnly. However, if you repel him, I can still do it. After speaking, Yuan Xuanhuan disappeared. Xuanhuan frowned. He could clearly see the seriousness on Yuan Xuanhuan's face. But this also shows that there is not much difference in strength between them. The powerhouse of the Hunyuan Super Saint realm. But Shangguan Xiaotian's face has changed drastically. Because he suddenly thought of something. Ancient Saint Sword Master. The super strong man of the old sacred land, crazy and fearless. It is very difficult for Lord God of War to win. And Dou Yu was already sweating profusely. He naturally knew the ancient Holy Sword Master, and also knew the terror of the other party. For him, this is a great god. He can't afford it. The ram's desire for defeat came and went quickly. Let the creatures in the Shantian Divine Tower breathe a sigh of relief. It's so dangerous, the voice just now was too terrifying. Where did that strong man come from? Even stronger than the emperor. It seems that the other party is from the land of the ancient sage, because there is no such a powerful person in the inner universe. The creatures were discussing a lot, which made this Shantian God Tower full of uncertainty. For a long time after that, the Shantian battle was not interrupted. No one knows, in the depths of the distant universe, in a void. This place has become nothingness, and cracks in space suddenly appeared, making this place fall into disaster. At the same time, on the other side, a huge Dharma boat, no smaller than Yuan Xuanhuan's Dharma boat, was heading towards the inner universe. Two figures stood at the bow of the ship. If Xuanhuan or Yuan Xuanhuan can definitely recognize them again, these two are not others. Chaos twins. Xiangliang and Wentianxiang. I don't know how His Majesty is doing now. I heard from Lord God of War that His Majesty has not known what happened for many years. He has reincarnated and rebuilt. Your Majesty must be having a hard time. Zhang Liang looked excited. It could be seen that he was a little impatient. No matter how it changes, he is our Majesty. Without His Majesty, there would be no us. When Tianxiang was fairly stable, said at the moment. Inner universe, inside the Shantian Great Hall. Dou Yu stood up, glanced at the crowd and announced, there are only 500 people left in the last round, so let's adopt a scuffle. The winning side can challenge this emperor. More than 500 strong men fighting in melee, what kind of power is that? Thinking about it makes people shudder. Haha, That's great, the main event is coming. This time we will see who can make it to the end. I think Emperor Haoyan can win. I think the ancestral hall of the human race or the monster race can win. Emperor Haoyan is too young after all. Nearly 40 million creatures were talking about it, and the voices were loud and deafening. I'll go, the whole half day, we won this way. It's too easy. Xing Tian, Ho Yi, and Li Yuanbao laughed and teased each other, looking extremely relaxed. Su Haoyan also showed a smile. This rule is good, he can fight against Dou Yu without any effort. Su Haoyan thought, the reason for the current situation is probably because of the arrival of Yuan Xuanhuan, or the reason for the ram-seeking defeat. But whatever the reason, it doesn't matter. Okay, rest in place for 3 days, and after 3 days, the melee will begin. After Dou Yu finished speaking, he turned and left. But the other creatures did not leave, they were still discussing loudly. Su Haoyan and others did not leave either. System, give me a fusion reward. He is now able to fuse once, with the addition of 3 opportunities to awaken beyond the limit. He can cultivate a few more powerful people. Ding. The system is integrating rewards for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to draw the inheritance of Taoism. Inheritance of Taoism. Not bad. System, extract the inheritance of Taoism. Su Haoyan is quite satisfied with being able to integrate such an opportunity. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the Tiger Roaring Avenue. Tiger Roaring Avenue? Is there such a way? System, if I pass on the Dao to Yu Qigong, will the system collapse? He was afraid of something going wrong with the system. So have to make sure. First. No, anyone as strong as Yuan Xuanhuan will not cause harm to the system when the Taoism is passed on. The systematic explanation brought a bright smile to Su Haoyan's face. I didn't expect Yu Qigong to have such an opportunity. Looking at all the powerhouses in Haoyan court, Yu Qigong is the one who is capable of this kind of avenue. Thinking of this, Su Haoyan looked at Yu Qigong and all the strong men behind him. Seeing Su Haoyan's gaze, all the strong men were shocked, but they all lowered their heads. Yu Qigong, Xian Chou is coming to kill me, tell me, what should I do? Su Haoyan said with a half-smile. What? Isn't that kid fat? He dares to do such a rebellious thing? Your Majesty, if he dares to come, I will clean up the door for your Majesty. Yu Qigong was also very violent, so he yelled quickly after hearing that. But, you can't beat him. What should we do? Even if he dies, I won't let him touch a single hair of his Majesty. Very good, system, pass on the Tiger Roaring Dao to Yu Qigong. Su Haoyan ordered in his heart. Immediately afterwards, the purple light shot out between Su Haoyan's eyebrows, sucked Yu Qigong in. Afterwards, Su Haoyan began to study who to give the remaining 3 opportunities. After 2 days like this, before the melee started, Yuan Xuanhuan returned with injuries all over his body. You are hurt? Seeing this, Su Haoyan asked. Even if a strong man like Yuan Xuanhuan was injured, the opponent's cultivation must be ridiculously strong. Yuan Xuanhuan nodded and said, I fought with that guy in the depths of the universe, and temporarily repelled him. I won't come back to make trouble for a while. But in fact, he is very uneasy now. What if the enemies of the ancient sacred land know that Su Haoyan has returned and come to make trouble? He is fine on the surface, but his internal injuries are serious, and it will be difficult to recover within a few years. Ding. Yu Qigong's Taoism inheritance has been completed, may I ask the host to release it? At this time, the system prompt sounded, and Xuanhuan quickly asked the system to call out his attribute list. Yu Qigong, from Romance of the Sui and Tang dynasties. Race, human race. Identity, white tiger reincarnated. Magic weapon, Supreme King Tiger Spear. Mount, Wuzhui horse. Cultivation method, heavenly profound kung fu. Supernatural powers, the white tiger roars to the sky. Tiger King Mountain. Forest. Luck level, Xuanhuan Super Saint Realm late stage. Loyalty 100/100. Special attribute, King Tiger's dominance. During the battle, once it goes berserk, it will burst into the aura of a Tiger King, making it the king of beasts to the fullest. Its strength will be doubled. Xuanhuan Super Saint Realm late stage. Seeing this, Xuanhuan couldn't help showing shock on his face. He didn't expect Yu Qigong to be able to cross two great realms directly. Almost on par with Yuan Xuanhuan. Immediately, Xuanhuan released Yu Qigong. Yuan Xuanhuan was shocked again, but immediately happy. Now, Yu Qigong's cultivation has surpassed that of the god of war. With his protection, Xuanhuan should be fine. Only then did he feel relieved and began to heal his injuries. The appearance of Yu Qigong also made Di Jiang, who had just made a breakthrough in cultivation, sigh secretly. There is no strong man standing at the top of the pyramid forever in Haoyan court. It is hard to say when other strong men will surpass him. Force them not to stay, work hard, and strive for a higher level. By the way, Xuanhuan, do you know the prisoner emperor? For a long time, Xuanhuan wondered why prisoner emperor respected him so much. Could it be that guy already knew that he was the reincarnation of the Heavenly Emperor? Prisoner Emperor? His Majesty the Kid also knows? He has always admired your existence. He has always wanted to be your apprentice. Unfortunately, when he has the qualifications, he has no chance. His cultivation is around the Dzogchen realm of Emperor Dafa, and he is a well-known strongman in the ancient Holy Land. Dou Fa Emperor's respectable state is complete. Xuanhuan smiled and shook his head. For him now, the Dou Fa Emperor's prestige is no longer in his eyes. I heard from Emperor Prisoner that someone is protecting me in the ancient Holy Land, and I think it might be one of you. Xuanhuan became more and more confused. Yuan Xuanhuan shook his head and said, "No, we never knew that, Your Majesty. You have been on the edge of the inner universe. It seems that after I go back, I will have a good chat with that kid." Poor prisoner Emperor Zun was unknowingly missed by the strong. After knowing the reason, he must be so depressed that he vomits blood. It seems that the person prisoner Emperor said is not from the Emperor's palace, but from other forces. But who would that be? Xuanhuan felt extremely headache. Such 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. The big melee begins. But before that, Shibishi arrives. Let Chong Liang, Di Jiang and others suddenly become happy. Now, all the strong players who have passed the 6 rounds of tests will enter the arena and start a big melee. The winner will directly challenge this Emperor. Dou Yu Invincible announced loudly as soon as he appeared. As soon as his words fell, more than 500 strong men appeared on the stage one after another. Xuanhuan sat on the Supreme 9-Dragon chair and landed in the field, surrounded by all the powerful people. On his left and right stood Yu Qigong and Di Jiang, in front was Dong Huang, Tai, and behind him was Guan Yu. Now the 4 powerful people in Haoyan court protect Xuanhuan. the rest of the powerhouses stood on the periphery. Such a lineup made all the participants terrified. Nearly 600 powerhouses, whose cultivation base is the lowest, also have the cultivation base of the Dou Yuan, Supreme Saint Realm. When these powerhouses burst out their cultivation bases, the light curtains arranged around them began to tremble violently. Seeing this, Dou Yu immediately cast a spell to stabilize the defense of the light curtain. Soon the light curtain was filled with a strange smell of gunpowder. Everyone is observing the opponents around them. As strong as Xia Yutian, the hall masters of the human ancestral hall, Qianglin Yaodi, Morong Yunhai, and other monster-clanned powerhouses dare not act rashly. The few remaining experts from the ancient demon palace also gathered together. At this moment, at the entrance of the Shantian Great Hall, two figures walked in. This place is much more lively than the lifeless old sage land. One of the figures was wearing a white shirt and was holding a paper fan. He had a fair complexion and gray hair. This person is none other than Wen Tianxiang. Next to him is Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang walked steadily, with a slight smile on his face. They may not be known in the inner universe, but if they are placed in the old sacred land, they will be very famous. Chaos Twins. The two walked slowly in the sea of people, knowing everything here with a single glance of their spiritual sense. Haha, when Tianxiang and Zhang Liang are here. Yuan Xuanhuan got up quickly and said with a smile. Shangguan Xiaotian also stood up abruptly. The rest of the Haotian court powerhouses, who did not go down to participate in the competition, all showed shock. When Tianxiang may not know someone, but Zhang Liangna was a counselor, the most famous counselor in ancient times. Who doesn't know? And what shocked them the most was that Yuan Chonghuan got up in person, and it seemed that he was going to greet them in this posture. That says a lot. Not only did they have a good relationship, but it also showed that their cultivation could not be too weak. Shangguan Xiaotian was already shaking with excitement. During the chaos period, what he admired the most were the Chaos Twins. The great changes in the chaotic period, the great changes, and the rise of some unknown ethnic groups all have the shadow of Xuanjie. So far, the power of the old sacred land would rather offend the strong than touch a single hair of the Chaos Twins. Because their connections are so wide that if they ascend to the top, they can definitely mobilize more than half of the power of the old sacred land. At this time, both Wen Tianxiang and Zhang Liang focused on the battle below. Fuck, a bunch of bears, what are you waiting for? If you are afraid, just admit defeat and leave. If you want to fight, then hurry up. Su Haotian burst into foul language, and the heat in Shantian Hall reached a high level again. The more they watched Emperor Haotian, who was so unrestrained, the more they liked him more and more. All the powerhouses in the entire light curtain immediately looked at Su Haotian. Zhao Yun waited impatiently, and he shot straight ahead. Zhao Yun's shot was like a fuse, directly igniting the whole field of explosives. The melee has officially begun. In the eyes of others, almost everyone fought together in this battle. In fact, Su Haotian sat in his chair and did not move during the entire battlefield, nor did the four generals. Only Zhao Yun, Zhu Rong, Chang Liang, Bai Qi, and other generals rushed towards Su Haotian in all directions. Just like a steamroller, it rolled all the way. In the blink of an eye, more than 200 people turned into meatloaf. This move shocked everyone present. At the same time, Xing Tian and Hui all became the real bodies of great witches. One man was in charge of the other, and neither of them could use the four masters behind them to make a move, and the whole battlefield was in a one-sided situation. Seeing this, Dou Yu couldn't sit still. He remembered that when Xuanhuan first came, there were not so many strong men. Why did this suddenly appear? Could it be that Emperor Haoyan has been pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? With a roar, Chongliang chopped off one of Xiaoyutian's arms. Why don't you quit? Do you want to die? Xiaoyutian was frightened by Chongliang. Without any hesitation, he jumped out of the battlefield directly. He also became the first strong human race to jump out of the battlefield. Like a fuse, more and more powerhouses followed suit and jumped out of the battle circle. Xuanhuan sat on the supreme Kowloon chair and looked at everything in front of him with a smile. Zhongliang was instantly excited. Your Majesty, it is really Your Majesty. When Tianxiang next to him also became excited. They had been looking forward to Xuanhuan's handsome face for countless epochs, and today they finally saw it again. Let them have an urge to pounce on them immediately and cry with their heads in their arms. In a daze, they seemed to see the scene of Xuanhuan preaching to hundreds of millions of creatures in the chaotic era. My God! Why are they here? Excited by seeing Xuanhuan, he didn't quite reveal his aura, and was discovered by Dou Yu. Chaos twins. Dou Yu had an expression of disbelief on his face. In the land of the ancient sages, the Chaos twins are the most famous besides the top 10 powerhouses, not because of their strength, but on the contrary. Their strength is not as high as his. But their frightening thing is that their connections are too wide, and there is no strong person they don't know in all the heavens and myriad worlds. It's not an exaggeration to say that if they climb up and call out, they can gather a large number of people in the blink of an eye. Could it be because of Emperor Haoyan that they suddenly appeared? The god of war, the twin heroes of chaos, who will be next? At the same time, the battle below is drawing to a close. Only the two hall masters of the human ancestral hall, Qianglinyao and an ancient demon powerhouse, are still fighting against the Haoyan court powerhouse in the arena. And the 4 generals around Xuanhuan have never made a move. Still standing. Besides Xuanhuan, his aura is unusually strong. Okay, are you guys still dancing? I'll give you 10 seconds to admit defeat. Otherwise, stay here forever. Xuanhuan's majestic voice sounded, directly covering the cheers of the scene. At this time, Qianglinyao jumped out of the battlefield with the injured Morong Yunhai indifferently. That's all. The 2 hall masters of the human ancestral hall also jumped out. The last strong ancient demon was crushed by Chongliang's punch. Your Majesty is still as strong as ever. However, you are open-minded, and Your Majesty's cultivation has regressed, so don't ask. When Tianxiang reminded Zhongliang. Zhongliang spread his hands and said with a smile, how come? Am I that stupid? In the chaotic period, Xuanhuan was protecting them, now it's their turn to protect Xuanhuan. Kneel down. Yu Qigong's voice was so loud that it directly shattered the formation formed by Dou Yu. Not even the array can stop Yu Qigong's coercion, let alone the creatures outside. Most people just lay on the ground. Those creatures who were still persisting also knelt on one knee. Really strong. Fairy Inxia knelt on one knee, with a look of horror on her face. Following the last strong man lying on the ground, Zhao Yun and Bai Qi suddenly turned and knelt down. Chen, admit defeat. Afterwards, Chong Liang, Zhu Rong, Ho Yi, and Xing Tian all turned around and knelt down. They all shouted with enough mana, shaking the entire battlefield. As soon as the voice fell, all of them disappeared into the venue. In the end, only Xuanhuan, Dou Yu, Yu Qigong, Di Jiang, and Dong Huang Tai were left in the field. When Tianxiang's eyes flickered fiercely, Yuan Chonghuan's body also became cold. Boom! Suddenly Dou Yu, Yu Qigong, Dong Huang Tai, and Di Jiang all knelt down and shouted loudly, "Your Majesty's arm will never betray you forever." Boom, boom. Boom, kowtow. Go through the whole hall. Immediately, the four returned to the crowd. The four of them represented the human race, the monster race, and the witch race. The three major races made all the souls on the scene excited. In this regard, Xuanhuan was relieved that he did not cultivate these four guys in vain. Damn, the four of you are too good at playing. I thought you were going to betray His Majesty. As soon as Li Yuanba and the other four returned, he punched Dou Yu's chest with a strong sense of ridicule. Haha, we just want to be angry with that Dou Yu invincible guy, he's too stinky. Yu Qigong laughed and said, "We are warriors promoted by His Majesty, and we will never betray His Majesty. In every life." Dong Huang Tai said loudly. Immediately there were cheers from the crowd. Ding! Complete the main task, the Battle of Shantian. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken the loyal, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to pass on Taoism, a chance to summon the strong, and a chance to reach the peak of the strong. Opportunity, a chance for a copy of the strong. A chance for the system's favor. The system prompt sounded, causing Xuanhuan to narrow his eyes immediately. At the same time, in the vast starry sky, a man wearing a pitch-black battle armor and with two horns on his head came from the sky. His appearance is no different from that of a human being, and although he is not handsome, he is not ugly either. If the Chaos Twins, Yuan Chonghuan and others will be surprised when they see it, because this person is Xian Chou, the apprentice of the Emperor of Heaven. I don't know if it was the one who ate the bear's heart and the leopard's guts to kill my apprentice. Do you really think that I, Xian Chou, can't make up for it? By the way, the Battle of Shantian is going on, right? I don't know if that old guy will show up this time, probably not. The Emperor of Heaven has already left his apprentice and subordinates behind. One day I will get the palace of the Emperor of Heaven. Occupy that woman Qingling. What kind of emperor is bullshit? Xian Chou cursed and went straight to the central universe. In the Shantian God Tower. Emperor Haoyan, you will fight this emperor. Now this emperor will give you two choices. First, you will fight me now, no matter whether you win or lose. Second, this emperor will give you 1 year. After 1 year, we will the two are at war. Dou Yu was trembling, talking dryly. He swore that he had never realized that speaking was so laborious. He had to do this, because Xuanhuan insisted on fighting, and he was not allowed to hold back. Over there, Yuan Chonghuan and the Chaos Twins were still staring at him. This put him in a dilemma. Just when Xuanhuan was about to challenge Dou Yu now, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Your Majesty, Xian Chou is here. It was Yuan Chonghuan who spoke. His face was gloomy, and sweat was already on his forehead. Although Xian Chou is the one with the lowest cultivation among Xuanhuan's 10 apprentices, but still taller than him, appearing now might be detrimental to Xuanhuan. As soon as his words fell, a voice suddenly rose. Humph, It was that bastard who killed my disciple. Don't you want to live? Hey, Lord God of War, the two masters of chaos? I didn't expect that you are also participating in this troublesome Shantian battle. Yu Qigong, I didn't expect that you are still alive and your cultivation level has improved. But so what? If you are sensible, quickly hand over that Old Thing's Supreme 9 Dragon Chair, or I, Xian Cho, will kill you. The superpower of the old Hallows. It is said that he is still a disciple of the Emperor of Heaven? But thinking of this, Dugu Wudi showed a weird look on his face. Dugu Invincible, how about I come to fight with you after I clean up the rebellion? Su Haoyan didn't panic at all. At this time, both Chaos Xuanjia and Yuan Xuanhuan came to Su Haoyan and knelt down to meet him. Your Majesty, we are finally looking forward to you. When Tianxiang looked excited, kneeling on the ground, his shoulders twitched. And he was already sobbing. That's right, billions of years have passed. I can still see you, it makes me so happy. Okay, you guys get up, after I clean up the door, we are reminiscing about the old days. Su Haoyan said softly. Xian Cho has always harbored evil intentions towards the Tiandi Palace. If it wasn't for the Patriarch Qingling who sealed the Tiandi Palace, and the Baxia Venerable was guarding it outside, this kid secretly teamed up with Yunlan, Huatian, and the 12 guards. Snatch the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Fortunately, Emperor Kaiyuan, Lai Yang, Wang Lin, and Mo Yantian arrived in time to repel them. But I don't know what kind of fortune they encountered. And they improved their cultivation so fast. Even the God of War can't compare. When Tianxiang babbled, while Su Haoyan listened quietly, there was a bright light in his eyes. Guan Yu, Di Jiang, Yu Qigong, Dong Huang Tai, Yuan Chonghuan, you 5 will follow me to kill the rebels. As soon as the words fell, Su Haoyan sat on the Supreme 9 Dragon Chair and flew out of the Shantian Tower. In the rear, all the powerhouses of Haoyan Court followed closely behind. Extract the inheritance of Taoism. After winning the Battle of Shantian, Su Haoyan received a lot of rewards. He wants to use the fastest speed to cultivate a strong man who surpasses Yuan Chonghuan and Yu Qigong. Ding. The system is extracting Taoism inheritance for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the fighting method. Fighting method? What the hell is this kind of inheritance? Su Haoyan had the urge to press the system to death. Of course there is. The way of fighting and the way of fighting are still different in the actual sense. Su Haoyan was stunned by the systematic explanation. Immediately, he took out a small bottle of blue crystal block and called Monkey King to him. Wukong, this is the blood essence of the Chaos Demon Ape. Go find a place where no one is around and fuse it. After you change your blood, I will give you another great opportunity. This is the blood essence of the heavenly demon ancestor. He doesn't understand why there is such a thing in the system's lucky mall. At the beginning, when Su Haoyan was preaching in the chaotic land, the demon ancestor of regret heaven was just a demon ape with demon energy all over his body. It can be said that the regretful demon ancestor is the first ape in this world, the ancestor of the apes. Let Monkey King return to his ancestors, he must be strong. Immediately, Su Haoyan dispatched Yang Jian and Li Yuanba to protect Monkey King and integrate his blood. In the blink of an eye, Su Haoyan led the powerful men of the Haoyan court to appear outside the Shantian Divine Tower. At this moment, Xuanxu's body suddenly trembled. Your Majesty, the deity just sent a message that he encountered an attack on the way to the inner universe, and I am afraid that he will not arrive until later. Xuanhuan was attacked? Xuanhuan frowned. He found that as soon as he appeared, all the things followed. It made him feel overwhelmed. Don't worry, Your Majesty, that kid Xuanhuan is a monkey spirit. And his strength is not inferior to Lord Yu Zhanshan, so he won't suffer. Zhang Liang said while shaking the paper fan. Xian Chou, what are you doing here? Soon, everyone saw Xian Chou standing in the starry sky. Yuan Xuanhuan immediately scolded. My disciples were murdered, how could I not come as a master? Xian Chou scoffed at this. Really? Your 2 apprentices and grandchildren want to snatch my supreme 9 dragon chair, so should I give it up? Xuanhuan's voice sounded at this moment. Xian Chou was instantly stunned on the spot. System, integrate 10 rewards. Xuanhuan said to the system in his heart. Emperor? Master? Is this impossible? After being stunned for a long time, Xian Chou roared. Aren't you dead? Why do you still appear? Do you know that you shouldn't appear? You should disappear in the long river of history. Isn't it good to be a legend? The more Xian Chou spoke, the more excited he became, and finally his whole face became ferocious and terrifying. Xian Chou, you are too presumptuous. Your Majesty is your master. Do you want your master to die like this? Zhang Liang sneered. Although his cultivation was not as good as Xian Chou's, Xian Chou didn't dare to do anything with him. Chaos Xuanjia, you'd better stand aside. Since you have disappeared for hundreds of millions of years, master, then continue to disappear. Don't worry, I will take good care of Tiandi Palace and Qingling for you. Xian Chou suddenly found that Xuanhuan was extremely fragile, and his cultivation level was not as good as the Chaos Twins. Although I don't know what happened to Xuanhuan, but now is a good time to eradicate Xuanhuan. As for offending the Chaos Twin heroes and God of War, compared with Tiandi Palace and Qingling, it was worth his gamble. It seems that you are really hopeless. Xuanhuan sighed secretly. Immediately with a wave of his hand, Yu Qigong Guan Yu, who had already been unable to hold back, rushed out. He rushed towards Xian Chou. The Chaos Twins didn't play. Although both of them are at the Hunyuan Wuji realm, they are indeed at the bottom of the list. Ding! Congratulations to the host for merging the rewards into a chance to inherit Taoism. At this time, the system prompt sounded. Let Xuanhuan narrow his eyes. Then extract the inheritance of Taoism. Xuanhuan always feels that this Xian Chou seems to be confident. Does he still have helpers? Or is he hiding his cultivation? Over there, Xian Chou looked at the 5 people rushing up, the corners of his mouth curled up, and in the next second, his cultivation level exploded and he came out wreaking havoc. He fought with 5 superpowers. Emperor Haoyan versus the superpowers of the ancient sacred land. Who do you think will win? Even if they are powerful, so what? The 5 god generals of Haoyan court are super heaven-defying existences. They should be able to win, right? Dugawudi was fighting on the Shantian god tower, looking at the 5 people fighting in the starry sky with a look of horror. I feel extremely aggrieved. He couldn't compare to anyone here. At this time, the name of the emperor of the human race has become a decoration. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the 10 10,000 poisons method. 10,000 poisons? When the system prompt sounded, Xuanhuan took a weird look at Xuanhuan, who was trembling beside him. Immediately. Xuanhuan, come here. As the world's first poisonous bee, if he inherits the way of poison, he will definitely become a mess. Let Xuanhuan inherit the way of 10,000 poisons. Before Xuanhuan could reply, Xuanhuan sucked it between his eyebrows. Without hesitation. This move did not cause much impact among the powerful. Everyone is watching. The battle. I saw that I love you. Guan Yu swung the Wuji silver dragon saber, and the hundreds of millions of sword lights blasted towards Xianchou with monstrous momentum. Dong Huangtai had already revealed the real body of the three-legged golden crow, and he brewed a sun god fire, and threw it viciously at Xianchou. The space speed of Dijiang's Zhuwu avatar was also vividly displayed. Yu Qigong's Tiger King Spear and Yuan Xuanhuan's long spear all shot at Xianchou almost at the same time. An attack of this magnitude would have been fatal to an ordinary person, but Xianchou smiled contemptuously and took out an ordinary oil umbrella. This oil umbrella is very ordinary, almost no one has any mana fluctuations. However, it gives people an extremely dangerous atmosphere. Chaos treasure. Xuanhuan said quietly. Although he could see the treasure of chaos in Xianchou's hand, he couldn't see the level of the treasure. Like Guan Yu's Wuji silver dragon saber and Yu Qigong's Tiger King spear, they are all ordinary existences among the treasures of chaos. He felt a breath of detachment on this oil umbrella. Chaos umbrella? Xianchou, so you killed my apprentice? When Yuan Xuanhuan saw this umbrella, his eyes burst into tears. Oh, that kid turned out to be your apprentice, the god of war? But so what? He is holding this top-notch Chaos Supreme treasure, which is obviously a hidden gem. What can I do with it? Xianchou was not afraid of Yuan Xuanhuan at all. What happened? Xuanhuan asked via voice transmission. My apprentice, when he was training in the abyss of chaos hundreds of millions of years ago, he got this treasure of chaos and wanted to dedicate it to the minister. The minister didn't want it, so he gave it to him instead. I really didn't expect it to hurt him. I have searched for a murderer for hundreds of millions of years, but I didn't expect that it was Xianchou who killed my disciple. Please allow me to avenge my disciple. Don't worry, I won't keep people who bully their teachers and destroy their ancestors. Xuanhuan's cold voice sounded. Over there, Xianchou opened the chaos umbrella and easily defended against everyone's attacks. In this way, 3 days passed in a flash. Although everyone's attack had no effect on Xianchou, it was impossible for Xianchou to kill 5 people in the first place. In this way, the two sides stalemate in the starry sky. Ding! Shan Xiongdao's inheritance has been completed. Will the host release it? It wasn't until the 5th day that the system notification sounded. Xuanhuan became excited instantly. Call up his attribute list first. Shan Tong, from the romance of the Sui and Tang dynasties. Identity, the first mysterious bee in the world. Magic weapon, cold bone white spear. Lucky level, chaos to the middle of the Supreme Emperor realm. Cultivation method, heaven and earth Jew. Loyalty, 100/100. Special attribute, in the case of rage, the poisonous mist released can destroy a city. Strength will be doubled. Chaos Supreme Emperor realm. Xuanhuan's eyes widened instantly. After cultivating many strong men, they finally reached a new level. Unexpectedly, Shan Xiongxin's inheritance of the poisonous way has reached this point, without even awakening, beyond the limit. Could it be that the first mysterious bee in the world is so powerful? Immediately, Su Haoyan released Shan Xiongxin without hesitation. Looking at Shan Xiongxin, who suddenly appeared. When Tianxiang and Zhang Liang were stunned for a moment. What's the situation? Shan Xiongxin, who was still a small person in the Tai realm just now, directly made the two of them unable to see through. How did His Majesty do it? All of a sudden, the two found that Su Haoyan was completely incomprehensible to them. The rest of the powerhouses are no strangers to it. But they were all dumbfounded by Shan Xiongxin's change. Thump. As soon as Shan Xiongxin came out, he knelt down in front of Su Haoyan and said excitedly, "I want to kill this traitor for your majesty." Shan Xiongxin would never have thought that he would become the number one expert in Haoyan court in the blink of an eye from a minor repair in his journey. Make him feel like he's dreaming. Su Haoyan didn't speak, but slowly palmed his hand. 2 1-foot 3-inch translucent bone spurs appeared immediately. Shan Xiongxin, these are the fangs of a pair of chaotic beings. They are called poisonous spirits, and they are actually treasures of chaotic spirits. I will give them to you today to help me kill that Xian Chou. Looking at Shan Xiongxin kneeling on the ground, Su Haoyan was extremely happy. He wanted Xian Chou to know that even if his cultivation level had dropped, he could crush him to death at will. The minister obeys the order. Shan Xiongxin took over the poisonous spirit and disappeared in a flash. When Tianxiang and Zhang Liang next to him were already stunned. Their heads were buzzing and confused. They didn't expect Su Haoyan to casually create an existence that surpassed the god of war Yuan Xuanhuan. They couldn't see through Shan Xiongxin's cultivation. And it feels dangerous. Heart palpitations can no longer be described. The powerhouses of Haoyan court have long been familiar with it. However, he was still shocked by the coercion emanating from Shan Xiongxin. The other side. Dou Yu looked at Shan Xiongxin with horror on his face. With his level, he couldn't see through Shan Xiongxin. This shocked him. Could this be the heaven-defying supernatural power possessed by the heavenly emperor? At this time, the 5 generals of Haoyan court are fighting nervously with Xian Chou. In fact, it was Xian Chou who suppressed the 5 from the very beginning. Although Xian Chou is only one person, no matter where the realm is, even if the 5 of them have high cultivation bases, there is nothing they can do. Xian Chou, I didn't expect you to break through the realm, no wonder you have nothing to worry about. Yuan Xuanhuan became more and more frightened. He thought that he could kill or repel Xian Chou with his Hunyuan Super Saint Realm Dzogchen realm and the assistance of the other 4 people, but he did not expect Xian Chou to break through. It seems that he has been hiding his cultivation all these years. Haha, if I didn't have 2 brushes, would I know that you are here, god of war, and come here to die? Old guy, I didn't expect you to be able to live, but now that your cultivation base has fallen, how about following me? Wouldn't it be nice for us master and apprentice to reunite with the power of the heavenly emperor palace and dominate the ancient sage land? At the beginning, when he found that Su Haoyan's cultivation base had fallen, Xian Chou wanted to kill Su Haoyan, but later he changed his mind. He wants to capture Su Haoyan alive and coerce the emperor to make the princes. He wants to open the Yuan dynasty and Qingling's female ancestors and others cast a taboo. He wants to dominate the heavenly emperor palace. Hee, my silly apprentice, do you really think this is the only way to be a teacher? Xuanhuan was not angry either. There is really no need to be angry with a dying person. Boy, is it that good to bully the master and destroy the ancestors? At this moment, Shan Xiongxin suddenly appeared like a ghost, only half a foot away from Xianchou. Almost got hit. Who are you? Xianchou's eyes widened in shock, and he was about to jump backwards. However, I am a subject of His Majesty, not like your unworthy descendant, Shan Xiongxin said casually. At the same time, he kicked out with one foot and immediately sent Xianchou flying. Boom. Thousands of miles away from the human ancestral hall, a huge planet shattered with a bang. Before Xianchou had time to react, he felt a figure flash in front of him, and the whole person flew out again after smashing the planet. Boom, boom, boom. The nearby continental planet within hundreds of millions of miles is constantly shattering. The entire starry sky seemed to be in a catastrophe. No one in Xuanhuan was dumbfounded on the spot. The guy who made the 5 of them extremely difficult just now was hanged like a sandbag? Not only them, but even the creatures watching the excitement around them were shocked. TSK, I didn't expect Emperor Haoyan to have such a powerful character. I feel that Emperor Haoyan seems to have an endless stream of strong men. No matter what level of enemy he is, he has corresponding subordinates to follow. There was a lot of discussion, and it sounded in front of the Xintian God Tower. But Dugawudi had a wry smile on his face. Your Majesty, this guy is in the early stages of the Chaos Supreme Emperor realm, and he has just broken through, and the realm has not yet been stabilized. At this time, Shan Xiongxin appeared in front of Xuanhuan with Xianchou in one hand. Seeing this, everyone was shocked again. At this time, except for the head, Xianchou's whole body was covered by a layer of green mist, and Xianchou's face was distorted in pain. It's unbelievable what kind of pain that is. Master, spare your life, spare your life. Xianchou is greedy for profit, so he shouldn't be coveting the heavenly Emperor Palace. Please forgive me this time, old man. Xianchou was terrified. He still had important things to do, and he didn't want to die yet. Nangong Tutian was also instructed by you to approach Yu Qigong on purpose. Right? Xuanhuan ignored Xianchou's begging for mercy. Asked softly. No. Not. What? I said, it was indeed my instigation, and the purpose was the supreme 9-dragon chair. Shan Xiongxin ruthlessly inserted the poisonous spirit into Xianchou's body. His whole body was itching unbearably, and he wished he could die immediately. Yunlan, Huatian, what cultivation level are they? Where is your lair? Yunlan. What? After asking what he wanted to know, Xuanhuan signaled Shan Xiongxin to end Xianchou's life. Ding. Complete the main task. The Wrath of Xianchou. The system specially rewards the host with 1 chance to die loyal awakening, 2 chances to super limit awakening, 2 chances to inherit Taoism, and 2 chances to die loyal. Peak, 1 chance to summon a super strong man. 1 chance to designate a super strong man, 5 chances to copy a strong man, 5 chances to peak a strong man. Hearing the system prompt sound, Xuanhuan was neither happy nor excited, but rather sad. The apprentices and subordinates he trained by himself really couldn't resist the temptation of billions of years, and had completely changed their hearts. He thought that the 12 guards would care about his affection as the emperor, but he didn't expect the betrayal to be more thorough. After thinking about it again, in fact, they are not to blame for this matter. Creatures always have selfishness. If so, just clean it up. If the Heavenly Emperor could create them in the chaotic period, then he could destroy them. Your Majesty, this is Xian Chao stuff. At this time, Xuanhuan came to Xuanhuan and handed over Xian Chao's magic weapon. Shan Xiongxin, is there someone you like here? Xuanhuan didn't pick it up, but turned around and asked. Your Majesty, Lord God of War's apprentice died at the hands of this thief. And these things should belong to Lord God of War. Shan Xiongxin is not a novice, he knows very well in his heart that although he is very strong now, it will definitely not exceed January, and there will be another strong person surpassing him in Haoshanting. So he won't take credit for it. Xuanhuan, since Xiongxin said so, you can accept it. What's your opinion? He was naturally asking about Guan Yudong, Huang Tai, and the others. The minister has no doubts. The four bowed and answered. Thank you Shan Xiongxin, and the four fellow Taoists. Seeing this, Xuanhuan didn't show any pretense, and put away Xian Chao's things. Dou Yu invincible, come down and fight with me. Xuanhuan said lightly. The matter of Xian Chao has been forgotten by him. He was just a traitor, and he still couldn't shake his Dao heart. Your Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, Dou Yu admits defeat. Please raise your hand high. Dou Yu flew down below, and actually took the gift of his subordinates, to pay respects to Xuanhuan. If you haven't compared it before, how do you know it won't work? Xuanhuan squinted his eyes and looked at Dou Yu. Now Dou Yu invincible is no longer in his eyes. Even the inner universe is no longer on his mind. One of his hearts had already flown to the land of the old ones. Ding. Complete the main task, defeat the Emperor of the human race. The system specially rewards a chance to awaken the diehards, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to inherit Taoism, a chance to summon the strong, and a chance to die loyal to the peak, a chance for a strong man to peak, a chance for a strong man's copy. Following Dou Yu's surrender, the system prompt sounded in Xuanhuan's mind. Let him have a dull feeling. I wanted to try how strong I was, but now it seems impossible. This Dou Yu invincible is really a character, he can afford it and let it go. No. Lost to be able to become a great emperor. In that case, let's go back. Xuanhuan said that he was about to turn around and leave. But at this moment, the Xuanhu avatar spoke. Your Majesty, wait for the minister to take away the Shantian divine pagoda. This is what I asked me to take back after seeing your Majesty. After the Xuanhu avatar finished speaking, he said to Dou Yu, I am the Xuanhu avatar, and now I will take back the Xuanhu tower instead of my deity. In the future, when His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven competes for the ancient holy place, the other 6 will also be taken back. Do you have any questions? Opinion? Dou Yu invincible was stunned. The disciples of the human ancestral hall were also stunned. The creatures who stood in the starry sky and did not leave immediately went into an uproar. Mystery? Isn't that the ancestor of mankind? It turns out that there really is such a person as Xuanhu in the world. It's not surprising, now that even the Emperor of Heaven has appeared, it's not surprising that Xuanhu really has someone. There were discussions all around. Xuanhuan didn't force it either. After all, this is the spiritual symbol of the human ancestral hall, and Dou Yu would definitely be reluctant. Your Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, it is fine for me to hand over the Shantian Divine Pagoda, but you must promise me that you will treat the disciples in the human ancestral hall kindly. Dou Yu now knows that he can no longer protect the human ancestral hall. Hence, this request. Later, I will unify the inner universe and the surrounding outer universe. If the ancestral hall of the human race supports me, I will send gods to guard it. So you don't have to worry about this. In addition, the boy Xuanhuan created the human race because he was entrusted by me. How can I ignore the human ancestral hall? What Xuanhuan said immediately caused an uproar. What? Emperor Xuanhuan wants to compete in the inner universe? He can really talk, why should he? The catastrophe is coming? Afterwards, the Xuanhuan avatar took back the Shantian God Tower, and returned to Yuchi Xianshan together with Xuanhuan and others. Now it has been changed to the Tianwu universe. A warm smile appeared on Xuanhuan's face when he thought of the emperor universe. His 2 children were born a few days ago. Tianwu, Bai Suzhen, Tianfei Shenzhener, and Tianfei Fenghuang all gave birth to children for him. Just waiting for him to go back and give it a name. Soon, Xuanhuan and his group flew away from the human race ancestral hall, leaving only the disciples of the human race ancestral hall staring wide-eyed. How are my other apprentices, Kaiyuan, Baxia, Liang, Wang Lin, and Mo? Yantian? Xuanhuan is very relaxed now, and next he will recruit troops to compete in the inner universe. Then go to the old Hallows. Qingling's female ancestor is still in retreat, and Kaiyuan and the others don't even know about Yuan Xuanhuan. So he wants to inquire about it. Zhang Liang waved the paper fan and said, Your Majesty, your apprentices are very famous now. We just heard that it is very difficult to meet each other. Even if we want to send the news of His Majesty's return to them, it is impossible. Hee, the shelf is huge. Zhang Liang's words are very thought-provoking. When Tianxiang glared at Zhang Liang and said, Your Majesty, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. Emperor Kaiyuan and others have not forgotten you, Your Majesty. Except for this battle of Shantian, they all came together. But this time they all came together in retreat but did not come. Well, Your Majesty, as far as I know, Kaiyuan has a strong enemy. His name is Emperor Shanming. The 2 sides are dead, and so are the others. It can be said that the current ancient sacred land is quite peaceful on the surface. But there are turmoil in the dark. Oh, is Emperor Shanming very powerful? Xuanhuan glanced at Wen Tianxiang and asked. Emperor Shanming is very powerful, Emperor Kaiyuan really can't do anything to him for a while. Looking at the entire old sacred land, it can be ranked in the top 10. Well, it's quite powerful, which means that Kaiyuan is in trouble. Xuanhuan said, but he kept thinking in his heart. Comparing the two, Xuanhuan felt that prisoner Emperor Zun couldn't be compared with them at all. Soon, everyone was already in the starry universe. Li Yuanba was careless, he put his arms around Shan Xiongxin and chattered carelessly. Let Shan Xiongxin grin. At this time, Dou Yu suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Chop Suey, what are you doing here? Xuanhuan, who was talking with Shan Xiongxin, Li Yuanba immediately asked. When he saw Dou Yu blocking the way, Dou Yu quickly said, Your Majesty, I would like to ask you one thing on behalf of the human race ancestral hall. What's up? Wen Tianxiang looked at him with a half-smile. Zhang Liang also deliberately took a step forward, with a cheerful face. No matter how you look at it, it is harmless to humans and animals. Your Majesty, I want the clan ancestral hall to be merged into Haotian court. Dou Yu knows that from the moment he admits defeat, the human race in the inner universe will no longer believe in him. He decided to go to the land of the ancient sages and practice with peace of mind. He doesn't want to care about the human race anymore. You want to be the shopkeeper? It's a beautiful idea. I want to too. However, since you insist on this, I agree, and I will tell you that the human race will never fail in my hands. Xuanhuan said. Dou Yu let out a long breath of relief. Later, you ask the head of the human ancestral hall to visit the heavenly Emperor Universe, which is the original Yuchi Immortal Mountain. I will explain it. After finishing the matter, Xuanhuan left without looking back. Dou Yu looked at Xuanhuan, who was leaving, and felt a little bitter in his heart. When did he, the dignified leader of the human race, be so ignored? Forget it, it's time to leave. After Dou Yu Invincible left, the team moved on. Let's extract the inheritance of Taoism first. Xuanhuan ordered in his heart. He now has 3 chances to draw the inheritance of Taoism. He decided to take them all out. Then go back to Haotian court and decide to share the reward. Ding. Start extracting the inheritance of Taoism. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the Lishen Avenue. Holy crap, the great Tao of strength? Are we making a movie? Why is this avenue getting weirder and weirder? However, Lishen Gong is no longer in front of him, so Quafu can do it. The system then extract the inheritance of Taoism. Ding. The system is extracting Taoism inheritance for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the Tao of Light. Avenue of Light? This is intriguing. Because the Tao of Light can be inherited by anyone. Immediately afterwards, Xuanhuan continued to order to extract the Tao. And the whole team quickly disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. He rushed to Yuchi Xianshan at a very fast speed. And the news about Emperor Haotian's complete victory in the Battle of Shantian swept across the entire inner universe like a gust of wind. Countless immortal domains and forces immediately exploded after receiving the news. What did you say? Emperor Haotian defeated Dou Yu without a fight. It is said that a super strong man from the ancient Holy Land was brutally tortured to death by Emperor Haotian's subordinates. I really didn't expect Emperor Haotian to win the Battle of Shantian in the end. Dou Yu would take the initiative to admit defeat. This is a strange story. Through the ages, all kinds of rumors spread wildly in the vast starry universe, pushing the name of Emperor Haotian to the top. If time passes, Emperor Haotian will no longer be a monster, but a real overlord. The news quickly spread to Xinhao Tian court, which excited the people of the court. Now the population density of Xian Haotian court is increasing. The former Yuchi family's Ding family slave has turned over and saying, no longer a slave, but a subject. The louder Xuanhuan's name was, the brighter their faces became. The edge of the inner universe. At this time, there were figures entwined with demonic energy flying over, and Dharma ships roared past. Standing at the bow of the most forward ship, a tall figure lingering in demonic aura has a strong aura. The eyes were actually purple. Obviously, the way is not shallow. Which enemy actually killed the disciple of Master Mozen? Could it be Yuan Xuanhuan or the Chaos Twins? If it's Yuan Xuanhuan, it's okay to say, just kill it, but if it's the two Heroes of Chaos, it's not easy to handle. That's the one Mo Zun vowed to win. Over. Ignore him for now, and wait until we get there to investigate. This person muttered to himself, and the icy breath made people dare not look directly at him. Ding. Trigger a side mission, Hell Vulcan is coming. Mission details. Regretful demon ancestor sent his subordinate, Hell Vulcan, to the inner universe to capture the host. Go to the ancient sacred land to meet demon ancestor. If the host kills the Hell Vulcan, the system will reward the host with a chance to summon a strong man, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to reach the peak of a strong man, and a chance to copy a strong man. Xuanhuan, who was in flight, suddenly heard a system prompt in his mind. Immediately narrowed his eyes. It came quite quickly. I don't know what the cultivation level of this hell fire god is. Hell Vulcan, who of you knows his information? Xuanhuan asked. The three of Wen Tianxiang were taken aback for a moment. The fire god of hell is one of the top 10 demon gods under the demon ancestor of regret. His cultivation level is probably higher than that of Lord War God, which is equivalent to that of Xian Chou. When Tianxiang thought for a moment, then said, Shan Xiongxin, go and capture this man, and kill the rest of the demon cubs. Shan Xiongxin was taken aback for a moment, but disappeared immediately. Your Majesty, do you mean that the fire god of hell is here? Zhang Liang was a little puzzled. How did His Majesty know that the fire god of hell was coming? Wen Tianxiang and Yuan Xuanhuan also looked puzzled. As for the other powerhouses in the Haotian court, they have a familiar expression. So another hour passed. Shan Xiongxin appeared in front of Xuanhuan, holding the dying hellfire god. Your Majesty, this fellow is too bold to invade the inner universe with a million demon cubs. However, he has been poisoned by the minister so that there is no scum left. Shan Xiongxin said calmly. And the hellfire god in his hand was already frightened to the extreme. Shan Xiongxin suddenly appeared in front of him, without even saying hello. He directly released poison, poisoning his million demon army to death in an instant. And he was arrested without even having a face-to-face meeting. Shan Xiongxin said it lightly, but everyone on the scene showed a shocked look. Are you the fire god of hell? I regret that the kid sent by the demon ancestor? Xuanhuan asked, with interest. Who are you? Hell Vulcan gritted his teeth and asked. Presumptuous. As soon as Shan Xiongxin sent his right hand, he directly stabbed the poison spirit into the neck of Hell Vulcan. His eyes widened immediately. I was sent by the ancestor of Mobation to kill Mobation's murderer. Hell Vulcan wilted. The guy behind him isn't human at all, it's a devil. Killed. Xuanhuan immediately lost interest. No matter what happened to that guy. Regretful demon ancestor, he just killed him. Mozin's hometown will not let you go. The hellfire god's eyes were ready to split. He didn't expect Xuanhuan to kill if he said so. No mercy at all. If he doesn't come to kill me, I will kill him too. So, I don't need you to worry about this matter. Seeing this, Shan Xiongxin waved his hand, and a green mist enveloped Hell Vulcan in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the whole person disappeared. Without a trace. Ding. Complete the side mission, Hell Vulcan is coming. The system rewards the host with a chance to summon a strong man, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to reach the peak of a strong man, and a chance to copy a strong man. I hope they will come one by one, otherwise how will I earn missions? Xuanhuan finally figured it out now. Hundreds of millions of years have passed, what remains the same will never change, even if you are ambitious. Even if you don't disappear, sooner or later it will matter. On this day, Xuanhuan and his group came back. Far away, Xuanhuan saw a group of people standing outside the fairy mountain waiting eagerly. The leader is Xuanhuan, who is holding the child, and Xuanjuan, the three daughters of Phoenix. They all had babies in their arms. Xuanhuan became excited instantly. But before Xuanhuan rushed over, a petite figure threw himself into Xuanhuan's arms. Father. Little Ling Tian desperately rubbed his small face towards Xuanhuan's. He was obviously very happy to see Xuanhuan. At this time, the girls also flew over happily. With tears in her eyes, Xuanjuan said coquettishly, "Your Majesty, you are too cruel, you don't even have children to accompany us." This sentence made Xuanhuan blame himself instantly. But now that he has gained a great reputation, Xuanjuan is naturally extremely proud. "See Your Majesty." Feng Huang and Xuanjuan bowed down to Xuanhuan understandingly. And the children in their arms stretched out their hands and yelled like porcelain dolls. "Congratulations to Your Majesty for winning the Battle of Xiantian." Tens of thousands of people standing at the gate of Xianshan fell to their knees in unison, and the sound shook for 9 days. "Okay, all the ministers are flat, go in and talk." Xuanhuan doesn't have time to chat with these old guys now, since he came back to now, his eyes have never left the 3 little guys. It made little Ling Tian in his arms purse his lips. The appearance is lovable. After returning to the new Tiandi Peak, Xuanhuan knew that Xuanjuan's child was a boy, while Xuanjuan and Feng Wang's were both girls. "This young man is quite strong, let's call him Su Tianfeng. This little girl is so cute, let's call her Su Rue." He pointed at the girl in Xuanjuan's arms. "This little girl is quiet, like a lady of everyone, so let's call her Su Jing'er." Both Su Rue and Su Jing'er are beauties, so cute that Xuanhuan wants to tease them just by looking at them. As for Su Tianfeng, he was born with thick arms and legs, and his body is quite strong. He will definitely be a strong man in the future. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the name." The 3 girls knelt down and thanked them. The face is extremely happy. The child has been making a sound for quite a while, because Xuanhuan is not around, so he has no name, and now he finally got his wish, and his heart is full of happiness. Xuanhuan looked at the 4 children in front of him with a smile on his face, but he was extremely worried in his heart. Being in the imperial family, it is obviously an extravagant wish for them to love each other. He has a deep understanding of this. But he has never been resigned. Will the master who dares to beat fate accept his fate? System, summon the super strong. At the end of the Battle of Xiantian, the arrival of Hell Vulcan gave him 3 chances to summon, and 1 chance to designate to summon a superpower. He wants to use it up. Holding Xiaoling Tian in his arms, Xuanhuan ordered in his heart. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the Jade Emperor from ancient myths and legends." Jade Emperor? What the hell, this kid also came to join in the fun. Do you want to summon? Even if it is summoned, what can it do? Just summon him and restore the memory of the previous life. Call up the attribute list. Finally, Xuanhuan decided to summon the Jade Emperor. Jade Emperor, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, ruler of heaven. Original name, Zhangjian. Lucky level, Holy Realm Dzogchen. Cultivation method, Heaven and Earth Scripture. Magic weapon, heavenly court sword. Supernatural powers, Li Shao 9 heavens. Loyalty, 65/100. Zhongjian? Hehe, after coming here, I must feel dissatisfied in my heart. Forget it, let Taisheng Laojun play with him first. The system continues to call. At this time, Su Haoyan had already returned to the imperial study. He wants to tidy up. What is he going to do next? Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Jumong. It comes from ancient myths and legends. Will the host summon again? Wu Jumong, the ancestor of Dongfeng Wood? Very well, it's him. Restore the memory of the previous life. Call up the attribute list. Jumong, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, ancestral witch of the tree of the 12 ancestral witches. Lucky level, late stage of the holy realm. Cultivation method, prove the Tao with strength. Supernatural powers, the real body of the ancestral witch. Everything grows. Wanmu big array. Loyalty, 85/100. Yes, summoning a heavenly court jade emperor and an ancestral witch, this is different from the beginning. There is also a strong call and a designated call. System, first assigned to me to summon Empress Dowager Earth. Call up the list of attributes. Huda wanted to summon him a long time ago. Now that he has this opportunity, he will naturally not let it go. In myths and legends, there is a saying that if reincarnation is not destroyed, you will not be holy. Some people also say that Hutu is one of the 4 emperors, or even an emperor. And she is also the only one of the 12 ancestor witches who has not fallen in the world catastrophe. In short, there are many legends about Hutu. The only thing in common is that no matter what version, Hutu is the existence of Nyobi. Hutu, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, Lord of Reincarnation. The ancestral witch of the land of the 12 ancestral witches. Lucky level, half saint. Cultivation method, prove the Tao with strength. Reincarnation promise. Supernatural powers, 6 paths of reincarnation. Will runners. Magic weapon, reincarnation runner. Loyalty, 35/100. Su Haoyan was delighted. Although Hudu's loyalty was less than 50, he did not believe that Hudu would be able to leave if the big Buddha of Dijiang was standing there. Afterwards, he thought over and over again, and decided to leave the last summoning opportunity first. Xiao Tian, go find Yuan Xuanhuan. Your order. Shangguan Xiao Tian regained his previous feeling. So happy every day. It is worth mentioning that Sun Wukong returned the day before yesterday, and he has already merged with the blood of the heavenly regret demon ape. Now his whole body is like a powder keg. Once it is ignited, the consequences will be absolutely disastrous. For this reason, Su Haoyan decided to let him settle down for a while. Then give him a loyal awakening. Your Majesty, why did you find me here? After a while, Yuan Chonghuan walked into Shang's study. Low voice. Chonghuan, I heard from you a few days ago that the super holy realm of Hunyuan can pull the continents or universes in the starry universe. I don't know if it is true or not. Su Haoyan motioned Yuan Chonghuan to sit down, and then asked, casually. Yuan Chonghuan was taken aback for a moment, but he would come to his senses immediately, smiling and said, yes. The power of the Hunyuan super saint realm is not to say endless, but it is almost the same. Does your Majesty want to merge the Xuanxu universe and the Heavenly Emperor universe? Well, I have exactly this intention. Now my subordinates, and you have a total of 3 Xuanhuan Super Saint Realm, 1 Xuanhuan Saint Qi Realm, and 1 Chaos Supreme Emperor Realm. Do you think this miracle can be accomplished? Xuanhuan didn't hide it either, and spoke out his thoughts. Yes, your majesty only needs to send Shan Xiongxin and Yu Qigong to the ministers. Yuan Chonghuan was a little excited, although merging the universe was no big deal for their Xuanhuan Chaosheng. But he was very excited to play for Xuanhuan again after countless tens of thousands of years. Seeing Yuan Chonghuan take the order to leave, Xuanhuan felt a little anticipation in his heart. Xiao Tian, go and get Taisheng Laojun, Kuafu, Kong Xian, Fuxi, Xuanyuan, and Shenong. Now he will formally start promoting his subordinates, and after the universe is merged, he will compete in the inner universe and complete the feat of unifying the inner universe within 1 year. After a while, 6 strong men arrived together. They all had big smiles on their faces, because Xuanhuan's intention to find them alone cannot be understood. Well, seeing the bright smiles on all of your faces, I think you must know what I want you to do. Yes, I want to promote you. System, pass on the Li Shin Dao method to Kuafu. Immediately, a black light sucked Kuafu in. The system passed on the Dao of Light to Kong Xian. After the 6 powerhouses were promoted and left, Xuanhuan fell into hesitation. He still has 1 awakening beyond the limit, 2 awakenings of diehards, and 1 infinite way. After thinking for a long time, he made a decision. Immediately, Emperor Zhenwu and Di Jun were called. He wants to awaken Emperor Jun's loyalty and let Emperor Zhenwu pass on the way of promise. There is 1 over-limit awakening and 1 loyal awakening left. He still has Sun Wukong, who hasn't been promoted yet. After a while, Emperor Jun and Emperor Zhenwu arrived. Xuanhuan first sent Emperor Zhenwu to the place of inheritance. Then he said to Di Jun, Di Jun, since the beginning of the Xuanchu Great World, we have been fighting together. Do you have any feelings about this? Your Majesty, the minister has returned to his heart now, just like my brother said, following His Majesty is the right way. Di Jun has completely changed his mentality now, and he no longer has any hostility. Very good, then I will give you a blessing today. Immediately, Xuanhuan awakened Di Jun's loyalty. Now it's the Monkey King. In addition, I still have more than 20 rewards that have not yet been integrated. Take this opportunity to integrate. The system rewards me for fusion. Xuanhuan ordered. Ding. The system is integrating rewards for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully merging a chance to summon a superpower. The system prompt sounded, causing the corners of Xuanhuan's mouth to twitch violently. I don't believe in evil, and continue to integrate rewards. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully merging into an opportunity for a beyond limit awakening. The system prompt sounded, making Xuanhuan's complexion much better. At the same time, in the Starry Sky universe, Yu Qigong, Yuan Chonghuan, and Shan Xiongxin were sitting cross-legged, hundreds of millions of miles away from each other. When they waved their hands, they saw 2 bean-like light spots coming towards each other from 2 opposite directions. At the moment of touching, they gradually merged. In the universe of the Emperor of Heaven, Xuanhuan was playing with concubine Tian and the children. He is not practicing, but enjoying family happiness. Ding. Kuafu's inheritance is complete, may I ask the host to release it? Ding. Kong Xian's inheritance is completed, may I ask the host to release it? Ding. A face full of 6 system prompts sounded in Xuanhuan's mind one after another. Let him call out their attribute list with a slight smile. At last. Huafu, Xuanhuan Xingqi realm is complete. Kong Xian, Xuanhuan Super Saint realm late stage. Xuanhuan, chaos to the late stage of the Supreme Emperor realm. Fuxi, chaos to the early stage of the Great Emperor realm. Shenong, chaos to the middle of the Emperor's realm. Taishang Laojun, chaos Supreme Emperor realm, great perfection. The more he looked at the list of attributes of the 6 powerhouses, the more frightened he became, and his whole body trembled slightly. Hastily came to the imperial garden. Release the 6 powerhouses. The moment the 6 powerhouses appeared, they all knelt down to Xuanhuan. Their eyes showing shock and excitement that couldn't be concealed. On the other side, above a certain palace in Tiandi Peak, the chaos Xuanjia looked very dignified. This is the Supreme Emperor realm? Wen Tianxiang looked horrified. Yes, the 6 tyrannical auras, 2 of the primordial state, and 4 beyond the primal state, have entered the chaotic state. At this time, Yuan Chonghuan suddenly appeared behind the 2 of them and said solemnly. The eyes of the 3 of them showed horror. A few days ago in the Shantian God Tower, Xuanhuan casually created 3 Xuanhuan Wuji, Xuanhuan Xingqi, Xuanhuan Chaoxing, and finally even appeared in the Chaos Supreme Emperor realm. Even Yu Qigong, who was in the same period as them, had already reached the late stage of the Xuanhuan Super Saint realm. Suddenly, Xuanhuan grew infinitely taller in the hearts of the 3 of them. At this moment, they seemed to have returned to the scene of the Emperor of Heaven preaching in the Chaos period. Heavenly Emperor is not a legend. Even if it is rebuilt now, the horror displayed is still unimaginable. Wen Tianxiang said with emotion. Fortunately, the hearts of the 3 are still with Xuanhuan, which will never change. Otherwise unimaginable. This is a good thing. We will also rely on His Majesty's supernatural powers to become stronger in the future, because De Laohe has become stronger. The 3 looked at each other and smiled, looking forward to it. Although the 3 of them are admired by thousands of people in the ancient Holy Land, they are still held up by others without strength. The news about the sudden addition of 6 strong men in Haotian court was deliberately blocked by Xuanhuan and was not passed on. At the vertical day, Yuan Chonghuan reported that the fusion of the Xuanqiu universe and the Tiandi universe had been completed. Xuanhuan was shocked. He didn't expect the universe to merge so quickly. This also gave him a new understanding of the Xuanhuan Super Holy Realm. After Yuan Chonghuan reported back, he turned and left. Ding. Dijun's loyal awakening is complete, may I ask the host to release? At this time, the system prompt sounded, and Xuanhuan quickly called up Dijun's attribute list with a twitch in his heart. Demon Emperor Dijun, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, Demon Emperor. Lucky level, Xuanhuan Super Holy Realm middle stage. Exercise, Golden Crow Sun Sutra. Supernatural powers, the power of the Sun God. Golden Crow transforms. Smiling. Proudly. Magic weapon, Hichu, Luoshu. Special attributes, Demon Emperor showing power, a natural Demon Emperor, has a strong power to suppress the low-level demon clan. Loyalty, 100/100. The middle stage of the Xuanhuan Super Saint Realm. Fuck, Dijun's aptitude is even more terrifying than Donghuang Tai. Xuanhuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Afterwards, he released Dijun. Dijun knelt down at Su Haoyan's feet with a calm expression on his face. From now on, Dijun's life will belong to His Majesty. Eternal life will never change. After the awakening of Dijun's loyalty, he directly surpassed the two great realms of Dong Huang Tai, which is really not ordinary. System, I am very puzzled. Su Haoyan couldn't help asking. Because the host has now cultivated a powerful person in the highest state of chaos, and there is more than one. The speed of the system's follow-up is also not slow. That's why the cultivation base of Emperor Jun has been raised by two great realms. Hearing this, Su Haoyan's eyes lit up. Is it okay if I train Wen Tianxiang and the others now? Yes. Because the host's subordinates have already appeared stronger than Yuan Xuanhuan, so it will naturally be possible. The systematic explanation made Su Haoyan feel happy. Yuan Xuanhuan, Wen Tianxiang, and Zhang Liang had waited countless years for him, and he couldn't chill their hearts just for this kind of love. Leading to the edge of the inner universe, Zhen Yuanzi, who was dressed in gossip robes, looked excitedly at the majestic universe in front of him, and his heart had already set off a huge wave. He went through untold hardships, from an entrance in the mysterious universe, entered the land of the ancient saints, the passage, and then appeared here. The majestic aura of the inner universe made him feel extremely comfortable. Decided to find a dojo here to practice. At this time an arrogant figure flew from the south. He was tall and big. With stubble all over his face, he looked arrogant and unruly. If Su Haoyan was here, he would definitely recognize him. This person is none other than Wang Lin's grandson, Wang Xuantian. Wang Xuantian's aptitude has surpassed that of his grandfather, Wang Lin, who is now the most representative figure of the ancient demon god clan. At the same time, he is also Wang Huanggu's father. Compared with Wang Huanggu, he is younger. Wang Xuantian didn't walk fast, but it was tens of thousands of miles in one step. He was talking to himself as he walked. I'm going to see His Majesty soon. That's great. Grandpa is behind this time. After I see His Majesty, I'll go back and show off. I'm sure he'll be pissed off. He wanted to laugh when he thought of the scene where his great-grandfather blew his beard and stared. Hey, the old man in front has good aptitude, how do you think about it? How about following me? Wang Xuantian was very happy, because he was going to see Su Haoyan soon. If it was normal, he wouldn't care about Zhen Yuanzi, who was a sage. Zhen Yuanzi was planning his future cultivation in his mind, and he frowned immediately when he heard this carefree voice. Subconsciously, he released his consciousness to sweep away. In the next second, the whole person was shocked, and at the same time, the facial features spurted blood crazily. He manifested himself to investigate the cultivation of the Xuanhuan super Saint Realm powerhouse. What is the difference between courting death? If he hadn't valued Zhen Yuanzi's qualifications, he would have turned around and left long ago. Old man, don't overestimate yourself. How can ordinary people see the old man's face? Wang Xuantian said with a smile. In the ancient Holy Land, he would not care how many creatures wanted to worship him as a teacher. This old man didn't know that a huge opportunity was waiting for him. He was really stupid. Zhen Yuanzi was shocked. Since coming to this world, he has never met such a strong man. My heart was beyond terrified. He tried to calmly ask, "Are you a saint?" Saint? Little guy, you are too petty, aren't you? A saint is no different from you in my eyes. Wang Xuantian pouted. When Jin Yuanzi heard this, his eyes widened immediately, and he understood that this was indeed a great opportunity for him. Although he didn't want to, he succumbed to others. But if you want him to spy on the Saint Realm alone, how difficult? Because of Jin Yuanzi's temperament, he missed many opportunities. So until now it is still the existence of Dzogchen in the Holy Realm. After struggling for a long time, Jin Yuanzi said, "My name is Jin Yuanzi. Thank you for your support, Senior." The original plan was changed in an instant, but maybe this is his real opportunity. Well, yes, maybe in the future when I am happy, I might accept you as a disciple. With a laugh, Wang Xuantian rolled up Jin Yuanzi and disappeared in place. In the blink of an eye, Jin Yuanzi felt himself deep in the streamer. In front of you is the endless starry sky. Make him feel unreal. First check the edge of the inner universe, and then we go to meet His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Although Wang Xuantian is arrogant, he has a thorough mind, and he felt the difference as soon as he came to the inner universe. It seems that there is some conspiracy brewing, coupled with the various performances of the heavenly demon ancestor in the ancient sacred land recently. It shows that this conspiracy may be aimed at His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven. His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven? Jin Yuanzi wondered who has such a great ability to subdue such a powerful expert? He would never think about which Xuanhuan he once looked down upon. In the universe of the Emperor of Heaven, Xuanhuan is a little puzzled now. Why hasn't the inheritance of Emperor Tianwu been completed until now? Could it be that there was an accident? But the system didn't tell him that he had no choice but to wait. On this day, Haotian court made a move, officially announcing that the Xuanchu universe and the Emperor universe had merged together. Since then, the two universes have never been separated from each other. This news caused an uproar in the 3,000 great worlds in the Xianxian universe. Emperor Haotian is too heaven-defying. Even the universe can merge with each other. What kind of cultivation is required for such a pioneering work as the fusion of the universe? I didn't expect Haotian court to be so powerful. Not only the 3,000 great world friar, but also the inner universe and many other outer universes are discussing this matter. At the same time, Haotian court issued an announcement again, and began to recruit troops in all universes. Prepare to conquer the inner universe. At the same time, it was also announced that the human ancestral hall had been merged into Haotian court. As soon as this news came out, it once again caused a shock in the entire inner universe. While people were discussing, they had a new understanding of Haotianting's audacity. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Emperor Tianwu, for completing the inheritance of Taoism. Will the host be released? On this day, the system notification tone finally sounded. Xuanhuan, who was playing with the three children, suddenly became excited. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon, so he quickly called up the attribute list of Emperor Tianwu. He wanted to see what kind of cultivation Emperor Tianwu had achieved. Emperor Tianwu, from other names, Yuxing Zhenjuan Xiantian God, the incarnation of Jin Ke, Tianzuan of swinging demons, Tianzuan of suffering in the end of tribulation, master of Yushu. Mythological system, Taoism. Affiliated system, for saints of the North Pole. Race, Zulong, the first dragon in mythology. Magic weapon, swinging demon sword, trapping demon ring. Cultivation method, 8 desolation demon god kung fu. Lucky level, late chaos master realm. Special attribute, Yin-Yang promise power, Xuanhuan Emperor, the incarnation of Taijizhang Sanfeng, is passing on the way of promise, and will show unparalleled combat power in battle. Loyalty, 100/100. Fuck. In the late stage of Chaos Master Realm? Could it be a realm after the Chaos Supreme Emperor realm? Regret Heaven Demon Ancestor, come here, I want you to know the consequences of betraying me. Then he released Emperor Tianwu and handed him a treasure of chaos, the primordial infinity sword, and asked him not to expose his cultivation. Whenever Xuanhuan asked him to make a move, he was making a move. In this way, no one except Xuanhuan knew about the addition of a super strong man in Haotian court. This is a continent floating quietly in the dim starry sky. This continent is surrounded by a layer of billowing black air, and there are countless majestic palaces on it, which are radiant and resplendent. Majestic. At this time, in a certain hall, a man stood with his head held high, looking at a tall figure above him. The man had white hair and a tall figure. If Xuanhuan was here, he would definitely be surprised, because this person is none other than his master, whom he misses so much, the leader of the human race, Emperor Yin. The whole hall is extremely vast, only Emperor Yin and the figure above. I don't understand. You have promised to stay, why do you go back now? After a long time, the figure above spoke. With a flicker of light, one can see that this person is wearing a black python robe with a pattern of a divine beast carved on it, like a dragon or a tiger. Sitting with a big horse and a golden knife, he looks like a great master. This person is none other than Emperor Shenming, one of the 10 most famous emperors in the ancient sacred land. But facing such a strong man, Emperor Shenming didn't show much awe. He grinned and said with a smile, I haven't seen Tuer for many years, I'm going to find him. Stand with him. As soon as he mentioned his apprentice Wang Xiaofeng, there was a gentle expression on his face. Years are merciless. But he didn't know that his apprentice was no longer Wang Xiaofeng, but Emperor Haotian. Xuanhuan. You will be surprised to see him. Why did you go to him? Isn't this place worthy of your nostalgia? Emperor Yin waved his hand and said, that's not what I meant. Without you, I would not have reached the primal Chaos Saint realm. Without you, how could I be free now? It's just that I owe my apprentice too much, and I want to accompany him by his side. After becoming a Xuanhuan super saint, he first wanted to teach Wang Xiaofeng to become a Xuanhuan super saint. Emperor Shenming was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. He just lowered his head and waved his hands. He felt very painful, because he had spent too much resources on Emperor Yin. And seeing that the other party was about to achieve the Supreme Emperor of Chaos, if he left at this time, all his efforts would be in vain. Don't worry, I'll be back. Emperor Yin seems to be indifferent to everything, but in fact he also values Emperor Shenming very much. Do you know? I'm fighting against Xuanchu right now, and it's time for you to leave. You don't have me in your heart at all. Forget it, you go, remember to come back and see me, an old guy who is also a teacher and a friend. By the way, you may not know that your apprentice has changed his face. He is no longer Wang Xiaofeng, but the master of the Xuanchu universe. Now he is about to compete in the inner universe. I have to say, you have taken an good apprentice. Besides, Nangong Tutian also died at his hands. You should know whose apprentice Nangong Tutian is. You should also know who Xinran's apprentice is. Regretful demon ancestor, can you offend him? Emperor Xuanming's words already made Emperor Yin stand on the spot in a daze. He would never have thought that billions of years had passed. Such a big change has unexpectedly taken place in the Xuanchu Great World. Now the trouble is big. He didn't expect his apprentice to unify the Xuanchu universe now. And also to compete in the inner universe. But isn't the one in front of him plotting the inner universe? And regrettable demon ancestor, this is a big trouble. Regrettably, the demon ancestor is one of the top 10 powerhouses in the ancient sacred land. Can his apprentice catch it? Emperor Yin, he is just an apprentice, he is not worth the price you paid for him. Emperor Xuanming continued to induce. The whole hall suddenly fell into silence. After a long time, Emperor Yin let out a long breath and said, I only have one most important person in my life, and he is my apprentice. I can't watch him die. As soon as the words fell, Emperor Yin turned and left. Your going here is no different from courting death. You have to know that. Although you are the great perfection of the Xuanhuan Super Saint realm, if you want to break through, you can't do it without me. Emperor Xuanming finally said seductively. But what he got in exchange was a cold sentence from Emperor Yin. If the apprentice dies, I don't have to live. Looking at the extremely firm back, it gradually disappeared into the palace. Emperor Xuanming had a gloomy expression on his face. Inner Universe, Xintiandi Palace. Past the sky to pay homage to His Majesty. Wang Xuantian was so excited that he prostrated himself on the ground, his shoulders twitched, and he was obviously crying. Shangguan, Xiaotian, Yu Qigong, Yuan Chonghuan, Kaya Xuangjia, and some experts from Haoyin court stood on both sides. And Jin Yuanzi was standing behind Wang Xuantian and looking at Su Haoyin with a dazed expression. I really didn't expect Wang Xuantian to subdue Jin Yuanzi's family. At this moment, Jin Yuanzi's head roared and exploded, and he had already calmed down. He never expected that the extremely respected emperor in Wang Xuantian's mouth was actually Su Haoyin. For a moment, he was ashamed, shocked, hesitant, and extremely embarrassed. Especially Daoist Tai was looking at him with a strange look. Make him ashamed. Sun Tian, it's very good, I didn't love you for nothing back then. Su Haoyan looked at Wang Xuantian, his eyes were much gentler. Back then, when he left, Wang Xuantian and Yuan Zhaitian were still just children. He even hugged them. The current Wang Xuantian is already a tall middle-aged man. He, Your Majesty, you are forever young. Hundreds of billions of years have passed. You are still the same. Hundreds of billions of years? This number shocked everyone except Yu Qigong in the hall. By the way, your great-grandfather, why didn't that kid Wang Lin come? Yuan Chonghuan's face was gloomy. His Majesty has returned, why are none of these guys showing up? Wang Xuantian smiled awkwardly. Grandpa Yuan, my great-grandfather is in retreat, and he is about to break through. He is very puzzled now. Why is His Majesty so weak? How is Wang Lin now? He didn't doubt Wang Lin's loyalty at all, because Wang Lin was the most upright among all the apprentices he single-handedly promoted. He said that if he waited for him, he would definitely wait for him. Everything is fine with the old man, but he misses His Majesty for a long time, and what's worse these years, even in order to control himself, he doesn't leave the customs. The old man? Su Haoyan had a strange expression on his face. Don't blame Your Majesty, this kid has always been disrespectful. Fortunately, he respects His Majesty, otherwise I would have slapped him long ago. When Tianxiang glared at Wang Xuantian, and the kid couldn't help but giggle. Su Haoyan thought it was funny. It's also very warm. Haha, when His Majesty returns and gathers the Heavenly Emperor Palace, then, those 10 great emperors will be nothing? When he thought of the gathering of Emperor Kaiyuan, ancestor Qingling, Venerable Liang, Emperor Baxia, Mo Yantian, etc., his heart surged. At this moment, Su Haoyan smiled slightly and said, Zhen Yuanzi, why, you're already here, why don't you say hello to me? As soon as this remark came out, Zhen Yuanzi was too embarrassed to lower his head and dare not make a sound. Wang Xuantian was taken aback for a moment. Did His Majesty know this old man? Zhen Yuanzi? Are you the great immortal Zhen Yuanzi, who is known as the head of the earth? Immortals? Di Jun had a strange look on his face. The cultivation base of the head of the earth immortal is too low, right? Everyone at the scene who knew about Zhen Yuanzi showed strange expressions. It is said that when His Majesty needed his subordinate the most, the current one did not stay by His Majesty's side, but chose to leave, saying that he was looking for a way to become a saint. But why is it still manifested now? And the other strong men have already surpassed the holy realm by His Majesty's side. I don't know what the old man was thinking at the beginning, but looking at his posture, I'm afraid he already regretted it. Well, Zhen Yuanzi is kind to Haoyan Court, and I have recruited him to Haoyan Court a long time ago. Su Haoyan said softly. Now he is no longer thirsty for knowledge of the manifesto. Even if Zhen Yuanzi entered the Haoyan Court now, it wouldn't be of much use. But after all, he is the head of the earth immortal, and he must have his own advantages. If he is cultivated in the future, it will definitely be good. This old man has that ability? Wang Xuantian didn't believe it. But Su Haoyan's words, he will not refute. You old man is skinny, you may not be able to make a lot of money, right? Wang Xuantian walked around Zhen Yuanzi, scratched his head and said. Let the scene burst into laughter instantly. You kid, how do you talk? Yuan Xuanhuan scolded with a smile. The words are full of doting. The relationship between Yuan Xuanhuan and Wang Lin is irresistible, and the children of the two families are also best friends, so the relationship is naturally unusual. Zhang Liang laughed loudly and said, Xuantian is much more interesting than that old guy Wang Lin. That old guy put on a stinky face all day long, like he doesn't get close to strangers. Hee, Lord God of War, Zaitan is about to get married. If you don't go, that kid will regret it for the rest of his life. Wang Xuantian said with a smile. As soon as this matter is brought up, I get so angry that I will break that kid's legs when I go back. Yuan Chonghuan had an evil look on his face. Let Wang Xuantian stick out his tongue and stand aside. Su Haoyan felt a tinge of blood. In this way, Xuantian, you stay here first, and when I subdue the inner universe, we masters will go straight to the land of the ancient sages, and kill him alone. Su Haoyan said boldly. Let Wang Xuantian's blood boil. He hadn't felt this way for a long time. Later, he wants to ask the Taisheng Laojun to lobby Zhen Yuanzi with people who are acquainted with Zhen Yuanzi, so it must not be difficult to subdue him. Your Majesty, I have something to report. Wang Xuantian gave Su Hao an angelic look. Seeing this, Su Haoyan ordered Xuanhuan Xiaotian to take Zhen Yuanzi down. If you have anything to say, just tell me, these are my cronies. Su Haoyan was talking about Di Jiang, Chong Liang, Zhao Yun, Shan Xiongxin, and others. They all have full loyalty. After Jing Yuanzi left with apprehension, Wang Xuantian said solemnly, Your Majesty, I came to the inner universe just now and found the aura of demons. Demon breath? Regret the demon ancestor? Su Haoyan immediately thought of his apprentice, who was also in obeisance. Master. However, there is another person who is Emperor Shanming, one of the top 10 evil emperors. Is Emperor Shanming here? Yuan Xuanhuan asked with a frown. Emperor Shanming is very strong, and all of them together are no match for each other. Among the members of Tianwu Palace, there are many people who are stronger than Yuan Xuanhuan. Kaiyuan Emperor, Qingling Zhu, Overlord Emperor, Liang Emperor Mo Yen Tian. Wang Lin, Mencius, Ziwei Emperor, any one of them is not afraid of Emperor Shanming. It's him, after all, he and Xuanchu have been on the post for a long time. By the way, Your Majesty, we can't deal with that guy, why don't you call Emperor Kaiyuan back? Wang Xuantian laughed. Roll. Your Majesty has just returned, how do you know the whereabouts of Kaiyuan? And the others? Zhang Liang glared at Wang Xuantian and said. Ding. Trigger the side mission Emperor Xuanming's anger. Mission details. Because the master of the host, Emperor Yan, wanted to return to the host and protect the host, Emperor Shanming was dissatisfied. He wanted to send someone to kill him. Host, in the thoughts of Emperor Juyan. If the host defeats the Emperor Shanming, the system will reward the host with a chance to awaken a diehard, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to summon a strong man, a chance to copy a strong man, and a chance to peak a strong man. A chance to be a loyal peak opportunity. At this moment, the system prompt sounded, causing Su Haoyan to stand up abruptly. The excited look made everyone on the scene tense up. Seeing this, Su Haoyan quickly suppressed the excitement and shock in his heart. He swallowed a mouthful of foam and said, What cultivation level is that, Emperor Shanming? It's okay, I just received a secret report that Emperor Shanming will send strong men to kill me. A soft sentence made the scene tense again. It's okay, I've already made preparations, Dou Yu and Sun Tian will go to the southern wilderness. If you see a guy who calls himself Emperor Yan, please send me a voice transmission. When the two heard it, they didn't care. Especially that boy Wang Xuantian. When he heard that Su Haoyan had something to order, he immediately became excited. He has been looking forward to running errands for His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven, for a long time. That night, Su Haoyan came to Bai Suzhen's palace. After some cloud and rain, Su Haoyan put his arms around Bai Suzhen and said, Queen of Heaven, I want to make you stronger, what do you think? When Bai Suzhen heard this, she immediately became excited. But she still said, Your Majesty, is the world still not at peace? It is good to become stronger, but if Hao Tianting lacks a super strong person, it is not what she wants. It's okay, I just want you to become stronger and protect the harem. After finishing speaking, Su Haoyan took the Tao of Earth that he had drawn a while ago, passed it on to Bai Suzhen. Immediately, the bedroom became silent. He now has a premonition that with the arrival of Emperor Shanming, he will receive a large wave of mission rewards. It's very cool when you think about it. System, summon a superpower for me. He now has 2 chances to summon superpowers. It's better for killing time. In addition, he has 3 chances to awaken beyond the limit, and 1 chance to be blessed by the system. There are 5 other rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Li Shimin, from Unofficial Legends. Does the host choose to summon again? Li Shimen? What the hell? Resummon? At the same time. On the other side, Taisheng Laojun found Zhen Yuanzi. Zhen Yuanzi Daoist, when I was in Honghuang, I was very optimistic about you. But now I know that you are too pedantic. Look at you, you are still wandering. Here in the holy realm of Dzogchen, and you look at us, where did the strong come from? And the last one is also a strong man in the saint realm. Zhen Yuanzi was really stunned by the Taisheng Laojun's words. After a long while, he stammered and asked, "What is your cultivation level now?" The old man is now in the realm of chaos, supreme emperor, and great perfection. What? So tall? These are all bestowed by His Majesty? Zhen Yuanzi's whole person was in a mess. He would never have thought that Su Haotian would have such an ability. He was moved. However, I once rejected His Majesty, now I come to worship. Will your Majesty accept me? Zhen Yuanzi felt bitter in his heart. If I had known today, why bothered me at the beginning? You really judge the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. Your Majesty has a magnanimous heart. How can you care about your past affairs? And now there are many strong men who used to stand against His Majesty in the Haotian court. They are now had a great time. The Taisheng Laojun's words finally made Zhen Yuanzi agree. Okay, old gentleman, take me to meet His Majesty in a few days, and I will apologize to him face to face. Zhen Yuanzi is also a person who can afford to let go, since he decided to worship Su Haotian, he will not be a mother-in-law. A day later. Ding. The inheritance of Baisuzhen's Dao is completed. Is the host released? The system prompt sounded, causing Su Haotian, who was reviewing the memorial, to stop. Baisuzhen, from the legend of the White Snake. Race, Boa family. Lucky level, Taoism Supreme Realm 7th Heaven. Cultivation method, Python entry into the World Classics. Supernatural powers, sunflower water is all over the sky. Swallow the sky. Dafa. Magic weapon, White Snake Sword. Loyalty, 100/100. Inheritance of Taoism, the Tao of Earth. Taoism Supreme Realm 7th Heaven. Not bad. Even if they are not as good as the Yuanba, they can still protect the harem. And Baisuzhen's inheritance of Taoism this time made Su Haotian feel that talent is really important for the strong. Now, for example, Xingtian and Quafu, who have not yet undergone superlimit awakening, are already amazingly talented after the inheritance of Taoism. If they are inherited in Taoism, they will soar into the sky. Release. Immediately, Baisuzhen flew out. Your Majesty, the ministers and concubines have already reached the supreme realm of Taoism. I wonder if Your Majesty is satisfied? Baisuzhen loves deeply, for her, Su Haotian is her everything, her everything. Instead, his own cultivation became the second place, even to the back row. 2 days later, Su Haotian held a court meeting in Xintiandi Palace. There is only one topic for this court meeting, which is to officially launch the plan to conquer the inner universe. Regarding this, the ancient demon palace, Misty Peak and other forces were all silent, and the Morong family of the Yaozu was also silent. The ancestral hall of the human race has already joined the Haotian court in advance under the urging of Duguwudi. There is no such sense of crisis. The entire inner universe fell into an eerie silence before the storm. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed by in a hurry. Haotian court once again ushered in a big enemy. On the edge of the inner universe, a group of translucent creatures are floating here sparsely. Viper, the central universe is ahead, what should we do next? At this time, a creature with a human body and a snake head asked. This creature has a huge aura and has reached the Xuanhuan Super Saint realm. And the leader is a delicate and charming woman, to be precise, a creature that is almost transparent. She was clad in a dark green armor, covered in barbs. It looks shocking. Her ugly face, sharp-mouthed monkey cheeks, and a pair of emerald green eyes are even more frightening. Her cultivation base is extremely tall, and she has reached the initial stage of the Chaos Supreme Emperor realm. You wait here. I am good at assassination and sneak attack. After I succeed, we will go back together and return. However, I heard that the God of War and the two heroes of chaos are here, so things are a bit difficult? What are you afraid of? If you don't meet the Chaos Twins, then you'll be fine. As for the God of War, just kill him. Yes, the Chaos Twins can be treated politely, but the God of War is fine. Okay, just to be on the safe side, you just wait here. The ferocious face of the poisonous snake became even more ferocious at this moment, causing the creatures behind him to shut their mouths. Immediately, the poisonous snake flew forward and gradually disappeared. Until it disappears. At this time, Xuanhuan was meeting a strong man who couldn't be weaker in the Imperial Garden. This person is the strong man he summoned a few days ago. This person's name is Lingzi, also known as the Bright Demonic Beast, one of the top 10 magical beasts in ancient times. Bright monsters are good at hiding, escaping, and assassinating abilities. Legend has it that Lingzi was cultivated under a ginkgo tree to become a magic firefly, so he called himself Lingzi, also known as the Bright Monster. Lingzi, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, one of the top 10 monsters in ancient times. Also known as Bright Warcraft. Lucky level, Mid-Earth Wonderland. Supernatural powers, psychedelic curse. Advance the future. Cultivation method, fluorescence Dou method. Magic weapon, escape from the sky boots. Bright silver axe. Loyalty, 100/100. Although he is not a real rookie, when Xuanhuan did not choose to summon him, his eyes lit up. He wanted to use Lingzi's talent and supernatural powers to create a dark army belonging to Xuanhuan's court. Lingzi, you are too weak now. I want to train you. Here are the creatures of chaos, the spirit of the dark spirit. You go down and swallow it, you will become a dark spirit, and your cultivation will skyrocket. I wonder if you want to? Xuanhuan held a transparent porcelain bottle in his hand, and in the bottle was a drop of faint blue liquid. The dark spirit is also a chaotic creature, almost without a trace, very mysterious. During the chaotic period, Xuanhuan once went to this group of people to check in person, and found that even he had nothing to do with this group of creatures. And after the Lingzi arrived, he exchanged the spirit of this creature in the Lucky Mall. The value is 3.7 trillion fame. It can be seen how expensive the blood power of a chaotic creature should be. Lingzi froze for a moment, but immediately his eyes lit up. Although he doesn't have the will to be strong and competitive, he can't be so weak. If there is a chance to improve his cultivation, he will naturally not let it go. He was originally one of the top 10 monsters, and he didn't have much resistance to changing his physique. Your Majesty, I am willing. Lingzi could tell that he was like the bottom of Xuanhuan court. If it doesn't become stronger, it will disappear sooner or later. In fact, Xuanhuan really wanted to train him. After he fused the spirit of The dark spirit, he was choosing a Dao inheritance with him, so that he could continue to grow stronger, and finally awaken beyond the limit. He wants to create a shadow army directly under him. Seeing Yin Lingzi leaving with the spirit of the dark spirit, Xuanhuan immediately ordered Xuanhuan Xiaotian to protect him. Do not be disturbed by other living beings. Immediately, Xuanhuan will start to practice. However, at this moment, Yuan Chonghuan hurried in. Your Majesty, just now, Dijun sent back news that they found a trace of a human being at the entrance of the southern wilderness. The man called himself Emperor Yin. As soon as these words came out, Xuanhuan suddenly stood up. Without further ado, let Yuan Chonghuan take him to the southern wilderness. The king of this world, Mabai, gave birth to him and gave him the supreme blood. Emperor Yan raised him and gave him supernatural powers. Go away. Emperor Yan stared at Wang Xuantian, and the sound came rolling in, knocking the terrified Wang Xuantian away in an instant. Puff. In the process of Wang Xuantian flying backwards, blood was continuously spurted out, turning into a meteor, and disappearing into the depths of the starry sky. Dijun next to him was heartbroken, and Wang Xuantian was blown away with just a loud shout. This person's cultivation level may be much higher than his. He couldn't imagine how high Emperor Yan's realm was. Emperor Yan was anxious. He had to rush back to Xuanxu universe and inform Su Haotian before Emperor Xuanming's subordinates arrived. Although he knew from Emperor Xuanming that Su Haotian had established the Haotian court and was conquering the inner universe. But he didn't believe it at all. Does Su Haotian have such great ability? He watched Su Haotian grow up. How could he have such great ability? Let me ask you, where is the mysterious universe? Emperor Yan asked urgently. After entering the inner universe, he captured a strong human race, and learned from him that there is an entrance to the Xianxian universe in the southern wasteland. That's why he came here. You'd better wait here for a while, someone wants to see you. Although Dijun couldn't see through Yandi's cultivation, Su Haotian asked him to stop Yandi for a while, and he would arrive later. That's why he bit the bullet and said, See me? Humph, play tricks in front of me, believe it or not, I'm going to kill you now? Emperor Yan is in a hurry. He must find Su Haotian quickly, because he has already felt that Emperor Xuanming's subordinates have come to the inner universe. Father, when did you come? At this time a voice suddenly sounded, and Wang Xuantian, who had just flown back, saw an old man flying out of the southern wilderness with a person. Your Majesty returns. I came here as soon as I left the customs. What's going on? Who is this guy? Wang Xuantian pointed to Wang Mabai, behind Wang Huanggu. This is the last patriarch of our ancient demon god clan. Wang Huanggu has not seen his father for hundreds of millions of years. Of course I was very happy at this time. Who the hell are you? Can anyone tell me where the passage leading to the mysterious universe is? Emperor Yan was already going crazy. Who are you, and why are you going to the mysterious universe? At this time, Dugu Wudi suddenly appeared and asked with a gloomy face. None of your business? After Yan Di finished speaking, he was about to blast Dugu Wudi away. Wait a minute, you old guy lost his temper again. Following the sound of this voice, Su Haotian and Yuan Chonghuan landed at the entrance of Nanhuang. In the next second, Emperor Yan's eyes suddenly enlarged. Xiaofeng, why are you here? Yan Di asked in surprise. Isn't Wang Xiaofeng in the mysterious universe? Does he really want to unify the inner universe? He took a closer look, and was even more horrified. He found that even he couldn't see through Xuanhuan's cultivation. He was obviously weak, but he just couldn't see through the realm. Master, is it really you, old guy? Xuanhuan was short of breath, and his originally peaceful mood became agitated. When father and son, apprentice and master met, the tense atmosphere instantly eased. Emperor Yan stepped in front of Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan frowned and stood between the two of them. Xuanhuan is fine, this person will not hurt me, Xuanhuan said with a smile. Eyes are studded with tears. It can be said that seeing Emperor Yan for the first time gave him a feeling as if he had passed away. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan stepped aside immediately. Emperor Yan grabbed Xuanhuan's shoulders with both hands, his eyes weeping. The brat finally found you. Emperor Yan was deeply moved. Although he and Xuanhuan are masters and apprentices, they are like father and son. Old guy, are you looking for me? Why? The titles between Xuanhuan and Emperor Yan are somewhat nondescript. He called him old man, he called him brat. In the nondescript, there is a deep love. Back then in the Xuanchu Great World, during the battle against the monster clan, Emperor Yan suddenly disappeared without a trace. Until now, Xuanhuan still doesn't understand why Emperor Yan would never return. Emperor Yan smiled and said, "Boy, I came to you to tell you something. Now that I see you here, I don't need to go to Xianxian Universe." Dou Yu, Xia Yutian and other hall masters behind him were all stunned. After a long time, this super strong man turned out to be Emperor Haoyan's master? No wonder Emperor Haoyan is so powerful, it turns out his master is a super strong man. Ding. Complete the main task, find Emperor Yan. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to summon a strong man, a chance to pass on a skill, and a chance to copy a strong man. Listening to the system prompt, Xuanhuan said with a half-smile. Hey, tell me, old man, why are you looking for me? In fact, Xuanhuan is like a bright mirror in his heart. The reason for this is entirely to make fun of Emperor Yan. How could this guy be the master of the Heavenly Emperor? Is this impossible? Isn't the Heavenly Emperor the teacher of all living beings? Could it be that he is the master of the Emperor of Heaven? The old department of Tianwu Palace thought that Xuanhuan was reincarnated and rebuilt, and Emperor Yan was the master of this life. There is a mighty statue that is going to be bad for you, and even destroy the Xianxian universe. You should retreat quickly. Emperor Yan's concern was beyond words. Isn't that the Emperor Shenming? It's okay, I've already figured out a strategy, Xuanhuan said indifferently. At this time, the Chaos Twins also arrived together with the strong men from Tian. Emperor Yan saw this. Shocked again. Emperor Yan, it's been a waste of years for the great emperor to train you, but I never imagined that you would be eating inside and outside. At this time a gloomy voice sounded, instantly attracting everyone's attention. I saw, thousands of miles behind the crowd, an ugly woman suddenly appeared. It is the poisonous snake woman. Poisonous snake? Why are you here? Emperor Yan has the realm of Xuanhuan Super Saint Realm Dzogchen, similar to Xuanhuan. How could it be the opponent of the Viper in the early stages of the Chaos Supreme Emperor realm? At this point a heart has sunk to the bottom. Hey, little snake, what are you talking about? At this time, beside the poisonous snake, Shan Xiongxin, who was wrapped in a layer of poisonous mist, suddenly appeared. The poisonous snake was really startled. Who are you? The viper froze. She found that she couldn't see through the opponent's cultivation. How can that be? Under the emperor's seat in Xiaoheishan court, Shan Xiongxin is the same. Shan Xiongxin's voice was ethereal, making the poisonous snake feel terrified. Don't talk useless, quickly deal with him and then go to the edge of the inner universe to kill those devil cubs. Xuanhuan ordered impatiently. Your order. Shan Xiongxin bowed and replied. Immediately, with a wave of the poisonous spirit in his hand, the poisonous snake was enveloped in the blink of an eye. The poisonous snake didn't even have a chance to react, and was enveloped by Shan Xiongxin. Ding. Complete the side mission, The Wrath of Emperor Shenming. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken the loyalists, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to summon the strong, a chance to copy the strong, and a chance to peak the strong, a chance to be loyal to the peak. The system prompt sounded, indicating that Emperor Xuanming's subordinates had been wiped out. Apprentice, that is a strong man in the early stage of the Chaos Supreme Emperor realm, and was easily solved by your subordinates? Emperor Yan couldn't believe it. Not only him, but also Dou Yu and several hall masters of the human ancestral hall were shocked. Although Yuan Xuanhuan and others were mentally prepared, they were also intimidated by Shan Xiongxin. By the way, old guy, I am no longer Wang Xiaofeng. When the southern region world suffered a catastrophe, I was reincarnated and rebuilt. Now I am Su Haoyan, who founded the Haoyan court. How about it? Join me. I will protect this place for your good apprentice. How is the world? Su Haoyan threw out an olive branch. Emperor Yan was taken aback for a moment. But he immediately said, why, otherwise, would you still drive me away? I used to protect you, but now of course you want to support me when I grow old. Emperor Yan was very happy, because he finally found his home. Son, who is this old guy? At this moment, Wang Mabai said suddenly. The atmosphere at the scene fell into a stalemate again. Yuan Chonghuan, Chaos Shuangjia, Wang Xuantian, and Emperor Yan all looked at Wang Mabai with unkind faces. It made Wang Mabai feel like falling into an ice cellar. Sweating a lot. It's pretty good that he can hold on in the late stage of Saint Realm in the face of many strong men who are at least in the supreme realm of Taoism. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? He is my father in this life. Su Haoyan slapped his forehead. What is it all about? Father in this life? Could it be that you are the biological father of His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor? Wang Xuantian was a little stunned. What has become of this, my great grandfather is His Majesty's apprentice, and his descendant is the reincarnated father of His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor. Messed up. It's all messed up. Fortunately, Su Haoyan spoke in time, saving Wang Mabai's embarrassment. Okay, old man, come back to the palace with me. One of the boss concerns was resolved. Let him relax immediately. Excuse me, are you Lord God of War? Emperor Yan suddenly asked Yuan Chonghuan. Emperor Yan, I seem to have heard of it somewhere before. Yes, I am the god of war. Yuan Chonghuan, a general under the Emperor of Heaven. Yuan Chonghuan's answer made Emperor Yan fall into shock again. Haha, it seems that you have been in the ancient Holy Land for a long time. Have you heard of the Chaos Twins? They are also my subordinates. And Xuanchu is also my man. Xuanhuan was like a child in front of Emperor Yin. At this time, he showed off. Dou Yu, Xiaoyu and others were immediately stunned. They all broke into a cold sweat secretly. Fortunately, their human ancestral Hall took refuge in Xuanhuan, otherwise they would not even know how they died. Dou Yu invincible, have you thought about it? Let's take refuge in me. I will make you stronger. Xuanhuan looked up at Dou Yu. He also won the aptitude of Dou Yu. Invincible. If you get some rare blood fusion for him, maybe you can turn him into a high-level powerhouse. Emperor Haoyan, I am willing to join you. In fact, Dou Yu had this idea long ago. He had been hesitating earlier, but now that he has seen how powerful Xuanhuan is, he no longer hesitates. Seeing this, Xiaoyu, who was next to him, sighed slightly in his heart. He no longer wanted to be lucky. Immediately, under the leadership of Xuanhuan, everyone returned to the Heavenly Emperor universe. And Wang Mabai and Wang Huanggu are still guarding Nanhuang. This is Xuanhuan's order. The two naturally have no doubts. At the same time, Yuanzhi Tianzuan walked in the sky. After endless travel, he finally came to the inner universe. A look of surprise appeared on his tired face. After a while, he saw a huge island in front of him, which was Nanhuang. Surprised, he flew directly to the southern wilderness. On the other side, Xuanhuan led everyone back to Haoyan court. And the news about Dou Yu's worship of Emperor Haoyan also flew in all directions in the inner universe like a whirlwind. The smell is all shocking and inexplicable. No way, that's the emperor of the human race, how could it be? There is nothing impossible. Emperor Haoyan will unify the inner universe. Sooner or later. It looks like a new era is coming. The discussion in the starry sky universe did not stop how Tianting's unified. Footsteps. Go back to Tiandi Palace. Xuanhuan arranged for Emperor Yin to go down. Immediately after summoning Dou Yu, the two studied in the Shang study for an hour, and Dou Yu left the Shang study with excitement. System, give me a fusion reward. After completing 2 more missions, he once again had more than 10 rewards. Now he has 2 loyal awakenings, 4 superlimit awakenings, and 1 designated summoning. All the rest are blended. Ding. The system is integrating rewards for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully integrating the reward into an opportunity to inherit Taoism. Hearing the system prompt sound, Xuanhuan didn't show any expression on his face. Let's extract the inheritance of Taoism systematically. After extracting the inheritance of Taoism, he will have another chance to be summoned. He decided to use it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the psychedelic avenue. Hearing the system prompt beep, Xuanhuan almost burst into laughter. This is too coincidental. As soon as he changed the blood of Yin Lingzi, he came up with a Taoism that suits him very well. Silver Lingzi, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, one of the top 10 monsters in ancient times. Bloodline, dark spirit. Lucky level, late stage of the holy realm. Supernatural powers, psychedelic curse. Predict future. Cultivation method, fluorescence down method. Magic weapon, escape from the sky boots. Bright silver axe. Loyalty, 100/100. From the real fairyland, directly advanced to the late stage of the holy realm. Chaos creatures are too terrifying. Coupled with the Tao of psychedelic, Yin Lingzi will be the shadow killer of his vast heavenly court. The system is designated to summon Wu Shizi, the lightning ancestor of the 12 ancestral witches, to restore the memory of the previous life and call up the attribute list. Of the 12 ancestor witches, he has now summoned 10, and there are 2 more. It's not far away from his 12 capital heaven array. Shizi, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, the ancestral witch of the 12 ancestral witches. Ability, ball lightning. Double snake bombardment. Cultivation method, prove the Tao with strength. Magic weapon, left and right green snakes. Lucky level, late stage of the holy realm. Loyalty, 85/100. That's right, the late stage of the holy realm. Immediately afterwards, Xuanhuan called in Lingzi, who had turned into a dark spirit. Lingzi, I want to make you stronger. Lingzi has lived in shock these days. He didn't expect to become so powerful. Still dreaming. But at this time, Xuanhuan wanted to promote him. Shocked him again. System, pass on the Tao of psychedelic to Lingzi. Immediately, Lingzi was sucked in by the purple light from the center of Xuanhuan's eyebrows. Immediately, Xuanhuan once again regained its calm. Xuanhuan was not in a hurry to use the superlimit awakening and the final battle avenue. He wants Sun Wukong to immerse himself for a while. Promoting him. Afterwards, Xuanhuan quietly left the Tianwu palace, and came to the dangerous land of time and space in an instant. Start to practice. But before that, he confessed to the 2 heroes of chaos, Xuanhuan and Wang Xuantian, that they were in the ancient Holy Land and were always ready to welcome the return of the Emperor of Heaven. This time he went to the land of the old sacred, and he vowed to surpass the Chaos Supreme Realm. Xuanhuan sat cross-legged in the deepest part of the dangerous land of time and space, sitting cross-legged on the territory of the Guardian. Started a quick practice. The time flow here is extremely terrifying, 1 day outside, 100,000 years here. At this moment, Xuanhuan was sitting cross-legged on the Bone Mountain, surrounded by water, fire, and flames. He first inherited the Tao of fire, followed by the Tao of sunflower water. So, his cultivation system is based on water and fire. In the distance, the Guardian knelt on the ground and shivered. All of a sudden, the auras in the dangerous land of time and space rushed into Xuanhuan's body, and began to practice. While thinking, he was practicing. He is worrying about controlling time, space and danger. Even if he has now become an existence equivalent to the Tao Fa Emperor, he cannot pry into the secrets of time, space, and danger, let alone control him. He came alone, and did not let Wang Xuantian, Xuanhuan, and other strong people come. If he wants to subdue time and space dangerously, he must rely on his own strength. What is that thing floating in the dangerous land of time and space? This kind of thing that he can feel, but can't grasp, makes him very helpless. Somehow, he had a premonition that if he could control the power of law here, what would greet him would be a great fortune. The avenue of flames, the avenue of water, in his small world began to evolve continuously. Water and fire blend and evolve separately. This process is slowly and regularly evolving in the small world inside his body. Finally, something changed in the small world. On this day, Qi suddenly appeared on the empty land, and water vapor appeared in the pitch-black void, finally ushering in a new atmosphere in the monotonous world. Outside, time and space are dangerous places. Rumble. Xuanhuan's cultivation has broken through at this moment, in the initial stage of the primordial chaos saint realm. And the entire time and space dangerously began to tremble violently. The Ferocious beasts on each interface roared in horror. Xuanhuan turned a deaf ear to this and continued to comprehend evolution. I don't know how long it has passed, in the small world in Xuanhuan's body. Water vapor slowly rises, turning into a white sky. Although there is no moon or sun, this world is full of vitality. After an unknown number of years of evolution, the ice crystals met the flames, and as the steam rose into the air, a black patch of soil was left on the ground. Boom! With the appearance of the soil, the outside world, Xuanhuan's cultivation level broke through again. The middle stage of the Xuanhuan Super Saint realm. And as Xuanhuan's cultivation increased, the world in his body expanded. Again and again. The small world gradually evolved into a world within one. Party. Water, ice, fire, and earth melt and evolve each other, so that clouds finally appear in the sky of midworld. In this way, Xuanhuan evolved and practiced year after year. The world outside the dangerous place of time and space is also passing by. On this day, Haotian court suddenly began to send troops to the entire inner universe, and teams of divine soldiers and generals flew out from the Tianwu universe, sweeping away in all directions. It's over, the inner universe will finally be annexed by Haotian court. Have you heard? Haoshanting's 36th army occupied more than 100 outer universes in one day. This number is still increasing. Emperor Haotian has become a climate, and with the worship of Emperor Dou Yu invincible, who can hinder his footsteps? After a month like this, Misty Peak surrendered to Haotianting, which once again shocked the entire inner universe. In the 10 days that followed, the Morong family also surrendered to Haotian court. On this day, Fuxi led the strong to tear open a hole in the universe of the ancient demon clan and broke in. After half an hour, everyone walked away. After the trustworthy sneaked in, they were horrified to find that the entire ancient demon clan had been wiped out by the Haotian court. At this point, the ancient demon clan ended their dominance in the inner universe at a heavy price. In a blink of an eye, 2 months passed by. In the dangerous place of time and space, Xuanhuan also passed his 3rd million years. At this time, in his body, the middle world has become a big world, and the power of the 5 elements is filling the whole world. The world tree has also become as high as the sky. The yin and yang twins sat cross-legged under the towering ancient tree, surrounded by the power of the 5 elements. At a certain moment, when the power of the 5 elements reached a balance point, Xuanhuan ushered in an opportunity to break through. Booming. His cultivation has soared from the middle stage of the Xuanhuan Super Saint realm to the late stage of the Xuanhuan Super Saint realm. That's not all. When the power of the 5 elements in his body merged and disintegrated in a strange form, his cultivation was still skyrocketing during the repeated process of fusion and disintegration. I got it, and I was a little bit closer. Xuanhuan muttered to himself, looking inside his body. Xuanhuan found that the big world in his body was still undergoing some kind of change. At this time, the power of the 5 elements gradually reached the saturation point. Suddenly a dazzling light flickered, and the power of the 5 elements changed qualitatively at this moment. The 5 elements Dao was born in Xuanhuan's body. What followed were endless storms and self-generated aura vortexes. The 5-element avenue is running, and aura is born in the big world. A round of colorful sun is rising, hanging above the sky of this big world. Boom. At this moment, Xuanhuan's cultivation broke through again. Xuanhuan Super Saint Realm Great Consummation. 5 Elements Avenue. The 5 Elements Avenue was born by itself. In other words, from now on I can manipulate the 5 elements between heaven and earth. Xuanhuan slowly opened his eyes and said with emotion. His aura was still rising, and the aura gathered in an instant, was absorbed by him crazily, injected into the big world in his body, and after being filtered and purified by the 5 elements avenue, it became a part of the small world. The guard lay on the ground tremblingly. Xuanhuan's breath made him terrified, with a look of fear on his face. If someone has the power to look into Xuanhuan's body now, he will definitely find that the big world in his body is still undergoing tremendous changes with the infusion of spiritual energy. The vast plains, green grass, and small trees continue to emerge. Among them, rocks and earth slopes also appear one after another like bamboo shoots after a rain. The whole world is undergoing earth-shaking changes. However, no matter how it changes, it will make people feel that something seems to be missing. So much so that Xuanhuan was a little anxious that he was on the verge of breaking through, but he couldn't break through for a long time. In the outside world, the space-time dangerous land seemed unable to bear the oppression of this force, and began to collapse one after another. Everything seems to be destroyed, making the fierce beasts and guardians in the dangerous land of time and space terrified. Ding. Found the avenue of time. The system is autonomously capturing the time avenue for the host. Ding. Start to pass the captured time avenue into the host's body. 3 consecutive system prompts sounded, causing Xuanhuan to suddenly open his eyes. What the hell? Avenue of time? Oh my god, the avenue of time is actually bred in the dangerous land of time and space. And many more. Avenue of time? Could it be that he has been unable to break through for a long time because the big world lacks the checks and balances of the time avenue? Thinking of this, he quickly sank his consciousness into his body. The next second, he was shocked. I saw that in his body, he actually felt the weather of the sun rising and setting, flowers blooming and falling. This is, the great world has evolved? Xuanhuan was shocked. And at this moment, boom. The space barriers of each interface in the space-time dangerous land were directly shattered, and the aura came out of the chrysalis, directly submerging Xuanhuan. Looking from the Guardian, the entire space has become a huge vortex, flying sand and rolling stones. It's quite a vision of the end of the world. After about half a stick of incense, Xuanhuan made a strong breakthrough. Chaos Supreme Emperor Realm early stage. Another incense stick of time passed. Boom. Chaos to the middle of the Supreme Emperor Realm. Xuanhuan's cultivation is as powerful as a broken bamboo, constantly breaking through small realms. At this moment, Xuanhuan has been enveloped by the power of the 5 elements, and he can't see his body at all, only a vague figure can be seen. Suddenly, 7 colored rays of light descended from the sky in a dangerous place in time and space, covering Xuanhuan in it. Instead of dispelling the power of the 5 elements on his body, it condensed his power of the 5 elements even more. After a while, Xuanhuan made another strong breakthrough. Chaos Supreme Emperor Realm late stage. Deep in the space-time dangerous land where Xuanhuan is, the ground below has been cracked, the entire time-space dangerous land has turned into darkness, and the whole world is extremely chaotic. The guardians and ferocious beasts were prostrate on the ground, and some of them had even been destroyed and turned into ashes. At this moment, they can't control their own destiny at all. Thousands of thunder and lightning began to gather around Xuanhuan's body, and the roaring and explosive sounds filled the entire space-time danger. Soon, Xuanhuan closed his eyes, and with the infusion of time Dao, combined. With the 5 elements Dao, he seemed to sense something. The avenue of time and the avenue of 5 elements gather together, even those protagonists of heaven and earth may not be able to get such an opportunity. The entire time and space were completely oppressed by Su Haoyan's aura, and the barriers in space collapsed layer by layer. Boom. Su Haoyan made another strong breakthrough. Chaos Supreme Emperor Realm, Great Consummation. 5 elements, time. Su Haoyan muttered to himself, he was trying to find that trace of light. It's a pity that no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find that chance to break through again. In the universe of the Emperor of Heaven, Xuanhuan stood on the top of the palace, looking up at the starry sky with horror. This is... Your Majesty is actually breaking through, and it is still a strong breakthrough. His cultivation is the great perfection of the Hunyuan super sacred realm. Oh my God, His Majesty has surpassed the great perfection of the Hunyuan super holy realm? Yuan Chonghuan's expression became more and more exaggerated, and Su Haoyan's breakthrough speed had overturned his cognition. At this time, Wen Tianqiang, Zhang Liang, Wang Xuantian, Yu Qigong, and Shangguan Xiaotian also came here. They all showed the same look of shock. Who can see through His Majesty's cultivation? After a long time, Wen Tianqiang asked. Unfortunately, no one answered his words. Although Wang Xuantian's cultivation base is the highest among several people, but he is only in the middle stage of Chaos Supreme Emperor realm. He couldn't see through Su Haoyan's cultivation at all. Chaos Supreme Great Emperor Realm Great Consummation. A voice appeared, making you and the others follow the prestige. I saw Emperor Xuanhuan standing quietly on the palace, not far away, looking into the depths of the starry sky with the same expression of horror. Emperor Xuanhuan? Can you see His Majesty's cultivation? Yuan Chonghuan was shocked. Both Wang Xuantian and Chaos Shuangjia were shocked. Don't you guys think that I am the strongest existence in Haoyan Court? In Haoyan Court, when you become the strongest, then congratulations, you are not far from becoming a second-rate powerhouse. Emperor Xuanhuan was not proud of being strong at all, because in the near future, even more powerful experts would appear. Your Majesty's ability is beyond my grasp. So don't be surprised, because maybe one day you will surpass me. Emperor Xuanhuan felt emotional in his heart. The higher he stood, the more he was in awe of Su Haoyan. When Yuan Chonghuan and the others heard this, there was a strong expectation in their eyes. At the same time, the entire inner universe felt a great coercion, and all the strong under the saints prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. My God, who is breaking through? This breath? Is it Emperor Haoyan? Du Guwudi was originally sitting on a chair, but after feeling Su Haoyan's breath, he immediately fell to the ground. A look of shock was revealed. Zhen Yuanzi, who was following Taisheng Laojun, lay on the ground trembling with a common sound. It turns out that His Majesty is so powerful? I was really blind back then. Southern Wilderness. Yuan Tianzuan sat on the ground, bleeding from his mouth and nose. With a terrified expression on his face, he commanded 3 three-color flying swords to protect himself tightly. There was already a huge wave in my heart. This person. Is that great power breaking through? The aura of the Supreme Emperor of Chaos fascinated him. He was asking himself when he would reach that level. At this time, the big world inside Su Haoyan's body has begun to take shape. The world tree is located in the center of the whole world, and the yin and yang twins sit on both sides of the world tree. the power of the 5 elements, is entwined all over the body, and they respectively turn into red, orange, golden, blue and blue crystal filaments to swim on the surface of the twin babies. The avenue of time turned into a halo around the heads of the twin babies. It seemed mysterious and unusual. Looking at the void universe in front of him that was destroyed by his practice, Xuanhuan said slowly, "From now on, time and space will belong to me." As soon as he finished speaking, with a wave of his hand, the collapsed space barrier quickly recovered. Everything was back to normal in an instant. The reason why the space-time danger is different. The reason is that there is a time avenue in it. Only with the existence of the avenue of time can the time in it flow freely. As the owner of the avenue of time, Xuanhuan is also qualified to control the dangerous land of time and space. Restoring the order of one side of the universe in the blink of an eye is the horror of the Chaos Supreme Emperor realm. In the middle of the hand, turned decay into magic. At this time, Xuanhuan withdrew from his new physique, the holy body of the Emperor of Heaven, and the Hongmeng Taishan robe was draped over his body. In the next second, he was sitting on the Supreme Nine-Dragon chair, regaining the supreme posture of the Emperor of Heaven. Compared with the time when he broke through to the Supreme Emperor of Chaos, Xuanhuan has not changed much, but his temperament has undergone tremendous changes. With every gesture, it gives people a great majesty. He looked up at the guardian lying on the ground in the distance. He stretched out his hand to grab it, and in the next second, the guardian was photographed by him. "Surrender or die," Xuanhuan said indifferently. Now he is in the realm of the Supreme Emperor of Chaos, and he is not afraid of the great Master of Chaos, let alone a small saint. The guard originally wanted to resist, but when he saw Xuanhuan showing great supernatural power with his backhand, his heart trembled, and he finally chose to surrender. "Very well, from now on, you will be the spirit of the entire space-time dangerous land, named Sukong." After Xuanhuan finished speaking, he turned around and disappeared, leaving only the guard standing there in a daze. In the mysterious universe, Xuanhuan appeared out of thin air, reached out his hand to grab it, and a dark light spot was caught in his hand. This point of light is the epitome of the dangerous place in time and space. Ding. Complete the main task, control the dangerous place in time and space. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken a loyal awakening, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to inherit Taoism, and a chance to be a loyal peak. A copy of the strong opportunity, a chance for the strong to peak. At this time, the system prompt sounded, indicating that Xuanhuan had conquered the space-time danger already under his control. Xuanhuan, who owns the avenue of time, has doubled his strength, and can easily control the dangerous places of time and space. Now Xuanhuan can't help but control one universe, and even transform one universe so that the time and order of this universe act according to his wishes. It just takes more time and strength. It's not as convenient as directly occupying the space-time dangerous land. And using the time avenue in battle, he can slow down the enemy's attack speed. It can be said that this harvest is huge. Back at the Heavenly Emperor Palace, Xuanhuan immediately summoned Yuan, Xuanhuan, the two chaotic heroes. Soon, Yuan, Xuanhuan and others appeared in front of him out of thin air. As soon as they appeared, everyone knelt down and shouted loudly, "I wish your Majesty a great improvement in cultivation." "Well, don't be too polite, I have something to ask you to come here this time." Seeing this, everyone fell silent and kept silent. Seeing everyone, Xuanhuan said, "After this breakthrough, I will not retreat. To practice for a long time, but will do my best to consolidate the Haoyan court, and you will also return to the ancient Holy Land to lay out the entire ancient Holy Land." Everyone nodded yes. But Wang Xuantian was taken aback for a moment, but immediately became excited. "Your Majesty, Grandpa just came over via voice transmission. He has already left the customs, and he also knows about His Majesty's return. I believe that he will come to the inner universe to meet His Majesty soon." When everyone heard it, their eyes lit up. The first generation Huigi demon god Wang Lin left the customs. This is a happy thing. Wang Lin is out? That's great, I haven't seen them for a long time. Thinking of his apprentices, Xuanhuan felt missing in his heart. Let the people standing below sigh with emotion. Afterwards, Xuanhuan explained his plans one by one. Soon everyone left one after another. Before leaving, when Tianxiang suddenly said to Xuanhuan, "Your Majesty, I am afraid that the heavenly demon ancestor has changed his mind, so you must pay attention. The other 12 guards have also gone their own way, so your Majesty should also be careful. Especially the Tiandi Palace, where the Qingling Zoo is located, the 12 guards have always been coveting the Heavenly Emperor Palace. It seems that it has been a long time. And some people have forgotten the existence of him, the Heavenly Emperor." At the same time, in the unknown starry sky, colorful rays of light pave the way, with countless light spots floating on both sides. This is the passage leading to different avenues, and the entire starry sky looks extremely small beside this colorful light path. At this time, a heroic and extraordinary figure came quickly. He was wearing a purple gold battle armor, his long hair was scattered behind his head, and the image displayed between his brows was very similar to Xuanhuan. This person is none other than Wang Lin, the first ancient demon god, the 7th apprentice of the Emperor of Heaven. There is no doubt about Wang Lin's talent, and he is definitely the pride of the Gui demon god clan. However, he would not be where he is today without the teaching of the Emperor of Heaven. So in Wang Lin's heart, Xuanhuan was his father. He received a voice transmission just after he left the customs, claiming that the Emperor of Heaven had returned. Excited, he personally checked with his grandson Wang Xuantian, and then hurried over. "Haha, Master is finally back, I've been looking forward to it for a long time." Wang Lin's expression was excited. At this moment, a figure flew in front of him. This figure is shadowy, and its body is changing from reality to reality. Gives a dreamlike feeling. When Suing saw Wang Lin in front of him, he almost peed in fright, turned around quickly, and was about to leave. "Stop!" Wang Lin shouted loudly. A thunder-like sound exploded in Shuiying's ears, making him stop immediately. He said cautiously, "Senior, what's the matter with you calling me young? Are you a creature of the Phantom Clan? I don't know what your ancestors are doing? Phantom family." Naturally, Wang Lin was no stranger to him. He was one of the 12 guards who had surrounded the Heavenly Emperor back then. After the Emperor of Heaven disappeared, he created the Phantom Clan and has been active in a remote place in the old sacred land. Very mysterious. Old ancestor is about to leave customs, and we clansmen want to go back to celebrate. Suing replied honestly. "Well, here is a jade slip, you go back and give it to your ancestors." Without any explanation, Wang Lin threw a jade slip to Shuiying, then turned and left. Seeing this, the phantom left quickly with the jade slip without stopping. In the land of the old ones, on a gloomy planet, sits a dark palace. This palace is the residence of the Void Spirit Emperor, one of the 10 evil emperors of the old sacred land. At this time, in the quiet hall, a creature with 2 horns on its head knelt tremblingly on the ground, and was telling something. What did you say? The return of the heavenly emperor? Wang Xuantian, the current patriarch of the ancient demon god clan, has gone to the inner universe? Looking along the sound, at the highest point above the main hall, Void Spirit Great is sitting on it wearing a pitch-black battle armor. At this moment, he had a look of surprise and uncertainty. There was both excitement and hesitation in his eyes. It seems that something cannot be decided. Yes, Great Emperor, the Lord God of War, sent this news back in person. Moreover, the 2 heroes of chaos have all gone to the inner universe. Our spy stationed in the Jiang family reported that Jiang Chuyang has left the Jiang family and rushed to the inner universe. The creature kneeling below carefully told the news he had inquired about. Void Spirit Great Emperor waved the creature back. Thousands of years, His Majesty has finally appeared. However, I have fallen into evil ways. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Let me have a face to face him. Emperor Void Spirit, one of the 10 evil emperors of the ancient sacred land. But he also has another identity as one of the 12 guards of the Tianwu palace in the chaotic period. A long time. He let out a long sigh. Since you don't have the face to meet His Majesty, then protect him in secret. Jiang Chuyang, it seems that you are impatient. Ding. Complete the task of the Overlord of the Heavenly Tao, 2 chances to awaken beyond the limit, 1 chance to designate a super strong man, 1 chance to peak the strong man, 1 chance to summon a super strong man, 1 chance to summon a super strong man, and 1 chance to summon a super strong man. Ding. Trigger the title mission, Lord of Chaos. Mission details: if the host controls the land of chaos in the old sacred land, he will become the Lord of Chaos in this world. The system specially rewards the host with 2 chances of loyal awakening, 2 chances of overlimit awakening, 2 chances of Taoism inheritance, 1 chance of summoning a strong man, 1 chance of designated summoning a super strong man, 5 times of peak power chance, 5 chances of dungeons of the strong, and trigger the task of the Lord of Primordial Origin. Xuanhuan, who was practicing, was suddenly awakened by 2 system notification sounds. Lord of Chaos? Lord of Primal Origin? Does this have a head? Xuanhuan suddenly felt it. Very, very tired. He stood up and walked back and forth in the huge Tianwu palace. Come on, don't think too much. Since you have embarked on this path, you must continue to walk, otherwise, what else can you do? After completing the Overlord's mission, he had 6 chances to awaken beyond the limit, 2 more for the loyal awakening, 2 normal summons, and 1 designated summon. And also collected 10 rewards. It can be integrated again. Then call the super strong first. Xuanhuan shook his head and said, Ding. The system is summoning superpowers for the host. As the system prompt sounded, Xuanhuan's mood also calmed down. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Fearless Sun from ancient myths and legends. Does the host choose to call again? Afraid of keeping grandchildren? Then call him. The apprentice comes first, and the master follows. Restore past life memory. Call up the attribute list. Fear of keeping grandchildren, from ancient myths and legends. Status, disciple of Changjiao, apprentice of Yuanchi Tianzuan. Lucky level, Luoluan Wonderland middle stage. Cultivation method, Earth Elephant Sutra. Magic weapon, pointing to the ground into a steel talisman. The sword of the earth. Supernatural powers, pointing to the ground into steel. Earth escape. Technique. Loyalty, 85/100. Very nice property. If it is cultivated, it may be slightly higher than Yang, Jian and others. Xiaotian, go find Yinlingzi. When it comes to Yinlingzi, one has to say that this guy is really suitable to be a dark spirit. Before he entered the dangerous place of time and space, he passed on the psychedelic avenue to him. Silver Lingzi, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, one of the top 10 monsters in ancient times. Bloodline, dark spirit. Inheritance avenue, psychedelic avenue. Lucky level, the middle stage of the Chaos Master. Supernatural powers, psychedelic curse. Predict future. Cultivation method, fluorescence down method. Magic weapon, escape from the sky boots. Bright silver axe. Loyalty, 100/100. Chaos Master middle stage. It is directly comparable to Emperor Xuanhuan. See your majesty. A voice sounded in the huge palace, but no one could be seen. Very good, from now on, you will be my shadow guard. Xiaotian, where do you? Take him, train him well. Your order. Immediately, Xuanhuan Xiaotian left Haoyan court with Yinlingzi. System, then summon the super strong. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Xuanhuan. It comes from folklore. Is the host calling again? Xuanhuan. It's very intriguing. Just call him. He wants to see who Xuanhuan is. Restore the memory of the previous life and call up the attribute list. Xuanhuan, from folklore. Identity, the first eagle in the world. Lucky level, late stage of Wonderland. Cultivation method, eagle flying 9 heavens Jew. Magic weapon, Fong Tian painted a halberd. Loyalty, 95/100. Fuck, the first eagle in the world? It's really amazing. There is no such thing as a famous general in history. System, integrate 10 rewards. Ding. Congratulations to the host reward for successfully merging into a chance to inherit Taoism. The system prompt sounded, which made Su Haoyan feel a lot more relaxed. Then start to extract the inheritance of Taoism. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the Xiaotian Taoism. What the hell? Xiaotian Avenue? Nima. Why are there so many strange Taoisms? However, Xiao Xianggu has a chance this time. As the first strong man recruited by him, it can no longer keep up with Su Haoyan's pace, so Su Haoyan always wants to find a chance to promote it. Afterwards, he searched in Lucky Mall. If he wanted to promote Xiao Tianguo, he had to change his bloodline. Ding. Complete the main task, unify the inner universe. Special rewards. For the host, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to inherit Taoism. A chance to awaken a diehard loyalist, a chance to die loyal to the peak, and a designated call for a superpower, a chance to summon a super strong. A chance for a copy of the strong, a chance for the peak of the strong. At this time, the system prompt sounded, making Su Haoyan's eyes light up. Knowing that the big event has been accomplished now, the inner universe is already his. At this moment, Lu Bowen ran in excitedly and said, Your Majesty, our Haotian court has unified the inner universe. No wonder he was excited. Hao Tianting just unified the Xuanhu universe a few months ago, and now he unified the inner universe. All this made him feel like he was in a dream. Well, I get it, you go down to make arrangements, and I'm going to hold a ceremony to sacrifice to heaven in a month's time. Su Haotian waved his hands and decided. He wants the whole universe to know that Haotian court has unified the whole universe. He wants to let the whole world know the names of the gods, generals, and officials in Haotian court. So the scene must be atmospheric. Afterwards, he brought the Shaotian dog. Give it a spiritual bone of the first wolf ancestor in the chaotic era, and let it fuse. Then pass it to Shaotian Taoism. Then he recruited Monkey King into the palace. The system passes on the fighting method to Sun Wukong. Under Sun Wukong's excited gaze, he disappeared into the hall. Immediately, he called Xuanhuan in again. Xuanhuan, you are too weak. In order for you to adapt to the environment. Here, you took this chaotic creature, the inner alchemy of the sky eagle, to fuse. I will continue to promote you in the future. Xuanhuan left in a daze. In the following time, Su Haotian did not stay in Tiandi Palace, but played with his 4 children. At this moment, Su Haotian was holding Su Rui, and Su Jing'er was followed by Su Lingtian and Su Tianfeng. Under the protection of Su Haotian's mana, the 4 little guys can freely play in the starry sky. At this moment, Su Haotian suddenly felt something. His face changed and he disappeared with the 4 children. At the same time, on another earth-colored planet, Shui Miao Miao and a little girl stood quietly by the river. Soon, Su Haotian appeared beside her with 4 children. Jiang Miaoer was so scared that she hurriedly hid behind Shui Miao Miao. Long time no see. Su Haotian said, looking at Shui Miao Miao calmly. The great consummation of the holy realm. The aptitude of Destiny's child is just extraordinary. How long has it been? It's a pity that the gap with Su Haotian's is too big. The middle is too far apart. Shui Miao Miao turned around slowly, looked at Su Haotian, and said leisurely, I decided not to hide anymore, and leave Miaoer to you. It will be better for her to grow up with you, and she will be delayed by following me. As the child of destiny, she has already given up her feelings. Even facing her daughter is a cold look. But now facing Su Haotian, her heart stirred up waves again. Mom, what are you doing? I don't want to be separated from you. Miaoer panicked. She has lived with her mother since she was born. No dealings with the second person. Although the man in front of her gave her a kind feeling, she couldn't accept it for a while. Don't be afraid, Miaoer, I am your father, they are all your brothers, and sisters. And your mother will not leave you. Su Haotian smiled and squatted on the ground, beckoning to Miaoer. Su Rui, Su Jing'er, Su Lingtian, and Su Tianfeng all looked at Miaoer curiously. Father? Miaoer looked pitiful, and it was already raining with pear blossoms at this time, but she was full of curiosity when she looked at Su Haotian. These are your kids, and that's too much. Shui Miao Miao's eyes were complicated. Since you and I have met, don't leave any more. And fate is also in my control. With that said, Su Haotian released the Destiny clone. Haha, I finally came out. Hey, this. What are you, Destiny's child? The Destiny clone used to be a saint, but now he is in the supreme realm of Taoism, and his aura was suddenly released, which made Shui Miao Miao's face turned pale instantly. To shut up. When Su Haoyan stopped drinking, Fate Clone screamed in fright, and he felt that his mind was torn apart instantly. Bleeding from the mouth and nose was horrible. Shui Miao Miao showed disbelief. This is a clone of Fate, and Fate will be controlled by me sooner or later. So you should go back with me. As soon as Su Haoyan finished speaking, he rolled up his sleeves, and everyone disappeared immediately. After finally finding Shui Miao Miao, Su Haoyan will not give up again. Together with the child, they returned to Haoyan court. 3 days later, Su Haoyan took Su Miaoer's little hand and walked on the streets of Haoyan Immortal City. And Su Miaoer looked excitedly at the passing creatures, her eyes full of curiosity. In her other hand, she was holding a bunch of candied haws, and she was eating them deliciously. Miaoer, what do you want? Tell father, and father will buy it for you. Su Haoyan said softly. Miaoer is a beautiful big beauty. He is on par with Su Rui and Su Jing'er. Well, father. A bright smile appeared on Su Miaoer's small face. Her young heart was full of happiness, and she found that staying with Su Haoyan's friends felt safe. She likes this feeling. Ding. Because the host has become the overlord of this world, prompting the system to upgrade again. Ding. During the system upgrade, all functions are suspended. At this moment, the system prompt sounded, causing Su Haoyan to show a bright smile. Su Haoyan is looking forward to those new functions that will appear after the system is upgraded. At the same time, I also have some emotions. If the system is not upgraded, it will not be able to catch up with his progress. Father, are you the most powerful person in the whole world? At this time, Su Miaoer turned to ask Su Haoyan. The little face is full of hope. Su Haoyan smiled slightly and said, of course. Wow, that's great. Does that mean no one will dare to bully Miaoer in the future? Miaoer asked bouncingly. It seemed extremely happy. Yes, whoever dares to bully my Miaoer, I will make him look good. Su Haoyan replied without hesitation. Let the little girl's cheerful voice resound through the streets and alleys. Hee, great, Miaoer has a father now. At this moment, Su Miaoer's strangeness to Su Haoyan no longer existed. In exchange came a deep attachment. The father and daughter held big hands and strolled through the streets and alleys. Had a great time. A month passed by in a hurry. The heaven sacrifice ceremony of Haoyan court has finally begun, but all the big figures in the inner universe have come to participate in this grand event. In person. There are hundreds of monstrous characters hiding in the dark. Alone. The domain owners of each domain must come, otherwise the domain will be destroyed. In the universe of Tiandi, there is a floating island in the void. An altar is built on this island, which is in the shape of a full moon and has a diameter of hundreds of millions of miles, which is larger than ordinary stars. At this moment, the altar is full of living beings, and as far as the eye can see, there are countless densely packed creatures. The soldiers of Haoyan court surrounded the city and surrounded the altar. And there were more than 100 million soldiers alone. He is tall and straight. On the left side of the altar, there are millions of steps, thousands of miles long, although there is no one on the stone steps. But below the stone steps, there are strong men from Haoyan court. Emperor Xuanwu, Shan Xiongxin, Yu Qigong, Fushi, Shenong, Xuanhuan, Yang Jian, Zhao Gongming, Taisheng Laojun, Li Yuanba, Kong Xian, Lei Zhenzi, Neza, Dijiang, Dijuan, Dong Huangtai, Changliang, Zhu Rong, Quafu, Xing Tian, Ho, Yi, Daoist Tai, Patriarch Bodhi, Empress Hutu, Empress Muwa, etc. Thousands of powerful people stood there in order. Wow, is this Haotian court? It's so spectacular. See, those heroic and extraordinary warriors in front of you are the gods and generals of Haotian court. Yang Jian, Lei Zhenzi, Li Yuanba. These are all hot characters. The creatures standing on the altar whispered to each other. Although they could not make loud noises, the gathering of the voices of hundreds of millions of people was quite a shock. Everyone has been waiting for this moment. Bai Suzhen, Zixia, Shenzhener, Lei Yao, Feng Huang, Linghu Shanlan, Sun Zi, and Shui Miao Miao, who has recovered her identity, came here on a stroll, accompanied by the palace maid. Su Miaoer, Su Ling Tian, Su Tianfeng, Su Rui, and Su Jing'er also walked over, obediently holding their mother's hand. See Empress Dowager. All the generals and soldiers knelt down to Bai Suzhen, their voices shook the sky. The same is true for the creatures on the altar. The wife of the Emperor of Heaven, the mother of the world, will naturally be worshipped by all parties. At this time, the Chaos Twins, Wang Xuantian, Yuan Xuanhuan, and Wang Lin. Xuanchu himself appeared on the altar out of thin air, and only a few people noticed their arrival. At this moment, Xuanchu's face was pale, and there was blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth. Obviously suffered serious internal injuries. But I'm catching up, Zhang Liang said with a smile. Gazing at the endless sea of people, he was looking forward to it. Master. His Majesty. Wang Lin and Xuanchu were trembling with excitement. Billions of years had passed, and they finally saw Su Haotian today. Following their gaze, I saw Su Haotian appear out of thin air on the white jade steps, looking at a huge blue cauldron above. Boom! All the generals and soldiers, including the domain master who was watching the ceremony, knelt down in time and space. The voice is uniform, as if it has been practiced. Among them are the human race ancestral hall headed by Dou Invincible, Morong Yunhai, and other monster race people headed by Chonglin Demon Emperor, and other powerful figures in the inner universe. See the Emperor of Heaven, His Majesty is immortal. Li Yuanba shouted loudly. The sound directly tore through the void and spread throughout the starry universe. See the Emperor of Heaven, Your Majesty will live forever and be immortal. The gods followed and shouted loudly. Sounds come and go, the big world, planets, and universe are all penetrated and resounded by this sound. It can be said that all worlds are boiling, and all living beings worship. See the Emperor of Heaven, His Majesty is immortal. All the creatures shouted in unison. Over and over again, it lasted for half an hour. Shock everyone. Under the leadership of Bai Suzhen, the harem also knelt down and shouted. The 5 children, Su Ling Tian, Su Yunfeng, Su Rui, Su Miaoer, and Su Jing'er looked at Su Haotian's back, their small eyes staring wide open. At this moment, Su Haotian's incomparably tall image will be deeply imprinted in their hearts. In fact, not only them, but also the hundreds of millions of souls who came to watch the ceremony were deeply shocked by this scene. Heavenly Emperor, as expected of Heavenly Emperor, only Heavenly Emperor can have such a magnificent scene in today's world. Dou can't be invincible. Emperor Yan and Wang Mabai, Su Haotian's master and father, were allowed not to kneel. Standing in the distance at this time, there were expressions of pride, shame, and emotion on his face. Morong Yunhai knelt on the ground, also filled with emotion. Your Majesty is still the same Majesty, this domineering spirit has not changed since ancient times. When Tianxiang knelt on the ground, his eyes were burning. Wang Lin, Xian Su, Yuan Xuanhuan, and Zhang Liang Wan Xuantian are also like this. At this time, Su Haoyan slowly walked up the white jade steps. After a while, they came to the top of the white jade steps. Facing hundreds of millions of souls, the powerhouses of the Haoyan court said majestically, "Today is the grand ceremony of the Haoyan court to worship the heavens, and also the grand ceremony of the Haoyan court to enshrine the gods. The Emperor of Heaven, I will canonize the gods. You must obey." Su Haoyan opened his mouth slowly. Su Haoyan is the Emperor of Heaven. He will not kneel down to worship the heaven and the earth, because even this side of heaven is surrendered under his feet. As soon as Su Haoyan spoke, everyone fell silent. All eyes were on Su Haoyan. Especially the generals of Haoyan court were very excited. Lei Zhenzi, I have named you the Thunder God General of Haoyan court, and you are ranked as the first-ranked general of Haoyan court. Su Haoyan started to enshrine the gods, and he was the first to call Lei Zhenzi, and no one had any objections. And in order to make Haoyan court sacrifice to the sky and the ceremony of conferring the gods extremely shocking, he deliberately spread his voice with magic power. Yang Jian, I named you the Erlang God General, the first-rank God General in the Haoyan court. Li Yuanba, I named you a Heavenly Pung God General, a first-rank God General in the Haoyan court. Guan Yu, I have named you the Silver Dragon Martial Sage, and you are ranked among the first-ranked generals in the Haoyan court. Su Haoyan conferred gods one after another, each name, each sentence shocked the entire starry sky universe. Southern wilderness. Yuanzhi Tianzuan knelt on the ground, while trembling, his heart was already turbulent. Yang Jian, Daoist Tai, Patriarch Bodhi, Old Lord Taisheng. All these familiar names, and even his apprentices, made him extremely shocked. He is a saint, he thought he could turn against the sky here, but he didn't expect it to be nothing. By the way, who is this heavenly emperor? Why can he even subdue his disciples and grandchildren? After a full hour, Su Haoyan was canonized. All the gods and generals of Haoyan court were canonized by him. The total number reached tens of thousands. A true Megatron universe. Conferred as a god today, it will be immortal forever. Looking down at the kneeling sentient beings below, Su Haoyan was in a trance, as if he had returned to the chaotic period. From now on, all living beings will respect me, and I will be the only one, Su Haoyan said proudly. As soon as these words came out, all living beings surrendered. Yuanzhi Tianzuan was already lying on the ground at this time, and he seemed to feel that the owner of the voice seemed to be destined for him. 3 hours later, the conferred god ceremony came to an end amidst the long-awaited calls. Heavenly Emperor Palace. Xuanchu, Wang Linpeng knelt on the ground with a cry. Master, this disciple finally saw you. Your Majesty finally saw you. Su Haoyan sat on the supreme nine-dragon chair, looking at the two kneeling on the ground in front of him. He was very pleased. Xuanchu, the prosperity of the human race in the inner universe is thanks to you. Wang Lin, get up. As a teacher, I am looking forward to your coming day and night. The two stood up with expressions of excitement on their faces. By the way, Your Majesty, I ran into that guy Jiang Chuyang on the way back and fought against him without saying a word. I was slightly injured. Jiang Chuyang? Who is he? Su Haoyan frowned and asked. This person is the head of the Jiang family from another Dao plane. He is extremely powerful. At the same time, he is also one of the top 10 evil emperors in the ancient Holy Land. His strength can be ranked among the top 3. The Emperor Shenming is not enough in front of him. Watch. Zhang Liang introduced. Its expression is extremely dignified. 10 evil emperors? Su Haoyan muttered to himself. His expression was so calm that it was impossible to see what was going on in his heart. The 10 evil emperors are the leaders of the 10 evil sects in the ancient sacred land. All of them have surpassed the super-sacred state of chaos, and they have all reached the state of the Supreme Emperor of Chaos, and the top 3 have reached the state of Masters of Chaos. By the way, Void Ling is one of the 10 emperors, ranking second, and his strength is unfathomable. It is estimated that he has reached the late stage of the Chaos Master, or even higher. Wen Tianxiang said with a smile. It seemed that he was not worried about Jiang Chuyang's arrival at all. Wang Lin glared at him and said angrily, "It's not because of you that Jiang Chuyang is what he is today. Without you, he wouldn't know how to squat in that corner." Speaking of Jiang Chuyang, it can be described as a legend. But without Wen Tianxiang, he couldn't grow up at all. Maybe that guy let me go because of Brother Wen's face, or else I would have fallen. Xuanhuan smiled wryly. He is in the late stage of Chaos Great Emperor realm, but compared with Jiang Chuyang in the middle stage of Chaos Great Ruler realm, he is far behind. When Tianxiang smiled and said, "Don't worry, he won't dare to mess around with me here." Well, don't worry, Xuanhu's Qiu Shen will get it back. Isn't he an evil emperor? Just kill him. Su Haoyan said casually. Regarding Su Haoyan's words, no one thought that Su Haoyan was talking big. Not only did they mourn for this evil emperor. Ding. Trigger a side mission, defeat Jiang Chuyang. Mission details, Jiang Chuyang wants to kill the Emperor of Heaven to strengthen his prestige. At the same time, he also hurt Xuanhu. If the host stands up for Xuanhu and repels Jiang Chuyang, he will get a chance to inherit the Taoism, a chance to awaken the loyalists, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to summon the strong, 3 chances to be blessed by the system, and 5 chances to be strong. Opportunity for a copy. At this time, the system prompt sounded, but it did not cause Su Haoyan's mood swings. He was now thinking about when to set off for the old ones. By the way, Your Majesty will soon be Yuan Zhaitian's wedding day, and we all want to give him a place. Wang Xuantian said with a smile. Humph, what the hell, Your Majesty, the 95 venerables, don't mess around with these kids. As soon as Yuan Zhaitian was mentioned, he became very angry. Seeing this, Su Haoyan resisted the urge to laugh. Signaled to Wang Xuantian to continue. That kid Zhaitian fell in love with a girl from the Yao clan. This girl is nothing wrong, but her father is a lord of the Dao Plain, and he obeys him very much. He looks down on Zhaitian, so he has been dragging it on until now. No problem. When the time comes, I'll have to see how the Lord of the Demon clan made things difficult for Zhaitian. After attending Zhaitian's wedding, we will go to the human race and find other divine towers. Su Haoyan decided. He even hugged Yuan Zhaitian when he was a child. He didn't want the old part of Tiandi Palace to be looked down upon. When everyone heard this, they all nodded in unison, and their expressions immediately relaxed. Ding. The system upgrade was successful. At this time, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Let Su Haoyan narrow his eyes. quickly began to check the various functions after the system upgrade. Ding. After the system is upgraded, except for the Taoism inheritance function, the buffer time of all other functions can be completed within 10 seconds. Ding. A new function is available, recruitment of the strong. The host can recruit the creatures in this world as the strong, and enjoy various functions of the system with the strong in the future. This function can be obtained during the mission. Ding. A new function has been opened, the tribulation of the Grand Mist. This function can only be understood and used when the host is in contact with the level of the Grand Mist. Several consecutive system prompts sounded, making Xuanhuan short of breath. In an instant. The awakening of the loyalists, the awakening beyond the limit, the summoning of the strong, and the peak of the loyalists only takes 10 seconds. This is really off the hook. Seeing that the situation is not good in the future, he will awaken the strong beyond the limit, and absolutely kill the opponent. The strong are the first to inherit the law, and awaken beyond the limit. 4. Example, Zhu, Tianwu, and so on. The strong are recruited, and the creatures are turned into strong. In that case, if Kaiyuan Emperor, Xuanhu, Mo Yantian, Lai Yang, etc., are awakened beyond the limit, then they will really hang up. As for Hongming transcending tribulation, Xuanhuan still has no way of knowing. The system also never talked about it. System, where is your current limit? So far, the limit of the system has reached the great consummation of the Hongming Dao realm, and it will continue to become stronger in the future. Hongming entered the Dao realm? Could it be the next level of the Master of Chaos? Hehe, that would be great. What 10 evil emperors, Jiang Chuyang, let me kneel and worship them all. It is worth mentioning that Xiao Xianggu was also released immediately. Did not disappoint him, directly reached the late stage of Dao Fa Emperor. Xuanjing from the Golden Immortal level. Xuanhuan gave it a choice, and finally returned to Yangjian. Ding. Sun Wukong's inheritance of fighting methods has been completed, may I ask the host to release it? Quietly in the study room, Xuanhuan was reviewing the memorial. At this moment, the system prompt sounded, making him stop his movements. First call up the attribute list of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, from Identity, Patriarch of 10,000 Buddhas. Bloodline, Chaos Demon Ape, Heaven and Earth Stone Monkey. The Buddha said, Namo Great Sage Relic King Buddha. Cultivation Method, Wanfa Golden Body Jew. Supernatural Powers, 72 Transformations of Earth Fiend. Magic Weapon, Rui Golden Cudgel. Lucky Level, Great Master of Chaos Realm Dzogchen. Loyalty, 100/100. Fuck, it's really worthy of fighting against the Buddha. After inheriting the way of fighting, his cultivation has directly soared to the position of the number 1 powerhouse in the vast heavenly court. Freed. As soon as Xuanhuan's voice fell, Monkey King in a platinum robe stepped out from between Xuanhuan's eyebrows. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the grace of rebuilding. Sun Wukong's excitement, no matter what his status is, it can't change the competitive heart in his bones. So seeing others bravely fighting the enemy ahead, it would be a lie if he wasn't envious. At this moment, he could charge into battle for Xuanhuan again, and he was so excited. Well, very good, don't reveal your identity yet, and when the enemy comes, give him a head-on blow. As Xuanhuan said, he flicked his wrist, and a purple gold stick appeared in his hand. Then he looked at Sun Wukong and said, This treasure is called Overturning the Sea and Covering the Jiao Cudgel, which is the treasure of chaos. I give it to you now, and hope that Wukong will live forever in the heavenly court. When Sun Wukong saw the stick, his eyes lit up immediately, and he took it in his hand, loving it very much. Su Haoyan has been guarding against Jiang Chuyang's arrival, and he has laid many foreshadowings for this. Among them, Shan Xiongxin, Emperor Xuanhuan, Yin Lingzi, and Monkey King, he felt that he could continue to train his subordinates. After all, he has 3 loyal awakenings and 5 superlimit awakenings, and he has integrated everything else. If you want to cultivate superpowers, you must first start with their blood. Your Majesty, Xuanhuan is back. As soon as Sun Wukong left, Xuanhuan walked into Shangshu's room. Seeing this, Su Haoyan first checked his attribute list and couldn't help being amazed. I am deeply moved. Dao Dharma Supreme Realm Dzogchen. As expected of the number 1 eagle in the world, its aptitude is just extraordinary. Should he be allowed to inherit the Dao first, or should he awaken beyond the limit first? Su Haoyan began to hesitate. But at this moment, haha, Emperor Haoyan, quickly get out. I heard that you are the Emperor of Heaven. I want to see what the Emperor of Heaven looks like. A voice resounded outside the universe of the Emperor of Heaven. The entire universe was shocked in an instant. Jiang Chuyang? Damn, how did this guy come so fast? What's going on? Why can't I see through his cultivation base? Could it be that this guy's cultivation base has increased again? Yuan Xuanhuan, Wang Lin, etc., flew out of a large hall immediately, and the faces of each of them were extremely ugly. At this time, outside the universe of the Emperor of Heaven, a majestic figure stood in the starry sky like a majestic one. Whoosh whoosh. Soon, tyrannical figures flew out of the Heavenly Emperor's universe. This person is none other than Jiang Chuyang, who came from the ancient holy place. He has always been arrogant and domineering, disobedient to anyone. In the ancient Holy Land, the Emperor of Heaven was said to be miraculous, and he refused to accept it. Now that the Emperor of Heaven has returned, he rushed to the inner universe as soon as possible, wanting to see what a teacher of all beings is like. Humph, you bastard who dares to come to Haoyan court to make trouble, don't you want to live? Dijun took the lead, and teleported into the starry sky. Facing Jiang Chuyang, who couldn't see through his cultivation, he not only showed no fear at all, but was full of fighting spirit. Dijun roared angrily, and blasted at Jiang Chuyang with the sun god fire. Next to Yang Jian, Lei Zhenzi, Fushi, Shenangshi, Xuanhuan, and others all shot. The powerful in the Haoyan court joined forces to create a powerful enemy. Obviously, the cultivation base of the Comer is unfathomable, and no one dares to take it lightly. In an instant, as everyone shot together, the starry sky roared and exploded continuously. Although Dijuan's sun god fire was extremely powerful, it vanished into thin air with Jiang Chuyang's wave of his hand. Dijun was also instantly blown away by this residual power. At this time, Yuan Xuanhuan, Wang Lin, Wang Xuantian, and others also appeared in the starry sky. Su Haoyan also appeared with a terrified Xuanhuan. Monkey King, Emperor Xuanwu, and Shan Xiongxin stood behind him. As for Yin Lingzi, he didn't know where he was hiding. Your Majesty, this person's cultivation is unfathomable, why don't you go back to the Heavenly Emperor universe? Yuan Xuanhuan said worriedly. It's okay, Xuanwu, Shan Xiongxin, Wukong, you 3 can make a move. At this time, Su Haoyan opened his mouth and gave orders. Haha, miscellaneous, stay away from the universe of the Emperor of Heaven. Otherwise the construction here will be destroyed, and the emperor will smash you to pieces. Emperor Xuanhuan took the gleaming golden sword and killed Jiang Chuyang aggressively. Shan Xiongxin didn't make any fuss, and just straight up the gun. Haha, the three great masters of chaos, yes, this is interesting. How about Wang Lin and Yuan Chonghuan? Let's fight together. Let's fight in nothingness? Facing so many strong men, instead of shrinking back, Jiang Chuyang became even more excited. As soon as the words fell, 5 people, including Wang Lin and Yuan Chonghuan, disappeared in place together with Jiang Chuyang. Here, once again, it was silent. Are they going to be okay? Di Jun was unwilling, but his cultivation had not yet reached that level, so it would be futile to be unwilling. Don't worry, Jiang Chuyang won't kill them. Zhang Liang spoke calmly. About half an hour passed. Ding. Complete the side mission, defeat Jiang Chuyang. Get a chance to inherit Taoism, a chance to awaken loyalists, a chance to awaken beyond limits, a chance to summon a strong man, and 5 chances to copy a strong man. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Sun Wukong, Wang Lin, Yuan Chonghuan, Shan Xiongxin, and Emperor Xuanhuan appeared in front of Su Haoyan as if teleported. There were bloodstains on all 5 of them, but Monkey King wore a monk's robe, and his face was slightly calm. However, he still stared closely at the nothingness behind Su Haoyan, and a look of horror flashed in the depths of his eyes. How is it? Where's Jiang Chuyang? Wang Xuantian couldn't help asking. Everyone also looked around nervously, guarding against Jiang Chuyang's sudden appearance. Jiang Chuyang has already escaped and lost an arm and half of his body. Wang Lin took a deep breath and said, Your Majesty, who is that fellow Taoist? Why haven't we seen it before? To be honest, if he hadn't succeeded in the end, Jiang Chuyang would have swaggered away. In that case, we would be ashamed. At this time, Sun Wukong said, Follow his gaze. I saw a ghost-like figure suddenly appearing a short distance behind Su Haoyan. It is the Silver Spirit. Just now, Su Haoyan secretly ordered Yin Lingzi to follow, and if that guy wanted to escape, he would strike him head-on. Your Majesty, I hope Your Majesty will forgive me for failing to keep this thief. Yin Lingzi bowed on his knees. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. When looking at Su Haoyan, his eyes were full of shock. Therefore, even if he cares, Sun Wukong, who is in the great master of chaos realm, can do nothing to him. Your Majesty, this eminent monk is very powerful. Without his restraint, Wang Lin and I would have fallen. Yuan Chonghuan couldn't forget Jiang Chuyang's last blow just now, and he clearly wanted his life. At this moment, Monkey King arrived and abruptly blocked Jiang Chuyang's killing blow. It was by surprise that the ghostly figure severely injured Jiang Chuyang. The thief ran away with hatred. Actually, none of us defeated Jiang Chuyang, we just injured him severely. If we fight alone, none of us are opponents. However, it is already very good to be able to severely injure him. Next time, he will definitely come and go. Su Haoyan nodded, as if all this was within his expectation. There is a strong man lurking beside him. Su Haoyan's ability is unmatched by everyone. Your Majesty, Jiang Chuyang is really powerful. Although this fellow Taoist is hiding in the dark, it won't be so easy next time. Monkey King reminded. Although they defeated Jiang Chuyang this time, it will not be so easy if they are mentally prepared next time. Su Haoyan smiled slightly and said, Why, do you think there is no one more powerful than you? Hearing this, Sun Wukong grinned and stopped talking. In Haotian court, you are not strong, because there will be an existence stronger than you. Of course, Kaiyuan brothers are not weaker than Jiang Chuyang. Wang Lin said proudly. If Emperor Kaiyuan, Venerable Lai Yang, Emperor Baxia, and Mo Yantian stood together, Jiang Chuyang and Emperor Shanming would stand aside. And there are also Emperor Ziwei, Mencius, these old people in Tiandi Palace. Their cultivation bases are unfathomable. Ding. Trigger a side mission, Jiang Chuyang's hatred. Mission details, because the host defeated Jiang Chuyang has already held a grudge against the host. Next time he comes, he wants to kill the host. If the host kills Jiang Chuyang, the system will reward the host with a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to awaken a loyal loyalist, a chance to summon a strong man, and a chance to be a strong man at his peak. The system prompt sounded, which made Su Haotian almost vomit. Damn, this guy is an out-and-out lunatic. Since you want to send a mission, I will accept it unceremoniously. In the inner universe to the land of the old sacred, colorful rays of light bloom in the passageway, full of brilliance. Jiang Chuyang was miserable right now, half of his body had collapsed, and although he was recovering crazily, his aura was extremely chaotic. Emperor, I will smash you to pieces. Jiang Chuyang roared while flying. He has been famous for a long time and he has never encountered such a shame and humiliation, and his heart is already filled with endless anger. The most important thing is that the news of his failure will definitely be known to Wen Tianxiang. Although his close friend will not laugh at him, he has already lost face. Humph, I must beat the other great emperors at the next banquet of the 10 evil emperors. Only in this way can I have the ability to avenge my hatred. A fierce look flashed in Jiang Chuyang's eyes. Among the 10 evil emperors, he ranks less than half of them, but the 10 evil emperors are basically very similar in cultivation. Basically, they are all in the realm of the great master of chaos and the realm of Dzogchen. The relationship between each other is not friendly, and there are grievances. Secretly. And this time, the evil emperor's gathering is to put aside past suspicions and implement an alliance. And the alliance of 10 evil emperors will definitely become the largest force in the ancient Holy Land. This is a grand event that is beneficial to their evil ways. Therefore, all 10 evil emperors will personally participate. Just when Jiang Chuyang was feeling ruthless in his heart, an extremely tyrannical aura suddenly appeared in front of the Qizai Guangdao, and this aura was getting bigger and bigger, obviously approaching him. Hey, this is Emperor Void Spirit? Jiang Chuyang frowned. Although he belonged to the top 10 evil emperors, Emperor Void Ling ranked extremely high, and he was still able to compete with Emperor Kaiyuan. It's not on the same level as him at all. The passage of the old sage is extremely far away, and Void Spirit great Emperor is extremely far away from here, and it should not appear here at all. Humph, Jiang Chuyang, are you brave? The light stopped, and a majestic, boundless voice sounded, without a trace of emotion. The return of the Heavenly Emperor is a grand event in the Heavenly Emperor's palace. And looking at you, it seems that the inner universe has suffered a lot. To be honest, you deserve it. The words of Emperor Void Ling made Jiang Chuyang's face turn cold in an instant. Although his current strength has been greatly reduced, there is still no problem in dealing with Void Spirit Great Emperor. Su Ling, are you courting death? Jiang Chuyang gritted his teeth. Jiang Chuyang, Others are afraid of your Jiang family, but I, Su Ling, are not afraid. I will leave my words here today. If you dare to step into the inner universe again, this emperor will wash your Jiang family with blood and destroy your Manchu family. Emperor Su Ling thought that his attitude was okay, but Jiang Chuyang was so hot-tempered that he didn't listen to advice at all. With a bang, Jiang Chuyang's magic power surged out, and the scarlet granulation on the missing half of his body grew wildly, and he recovered in an instant. Immediately, the two superpowers collided and fought together. At the same time, in the inner universe, following Jiang Chuyang's defeat and fleeing, the entire inner universe regained its peace. On this day, Su Haoyan was rummaging through the Lucky Mall. After Hao Tianting unified the inner universe, his fame value has reached 8 trillion. Enough for him to splurge. Hey, the spirit bone of the eternal golden dragon, this is not bad. At this time, Su Haoyan discovered something. This is the spiritual bone of a chaotic creature, the spiritual bone of the earliest ancestor of the dragon clan who transformed into form in the chaotic period. Hey, Zhao Zilong, your chance has come. 100 trillion fame is worth it. Immediately, Su Haoyan exchanged it into his hand. At the same time, Zhao Zilong was also recruited into Shangshifeng by him. Your Majesty, what are your orders for inviting your subordinates to come? Zhao Zilong knelt down on both knees and said respectfully. Zilong, this is the spirit bone of the ancient dragon. After you take it and fuse it, you will become a real eternal golden dragon. Su Haoyan took out a 3-foot-long golden keel and laughed softly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yan's face suddenly showed excitement. However, he still hesitated and said, Your Majesty, Zilong is already in Eternal Overlord. If I fuse this keel, can I still be Zhao Zilong? Although he longed to become stronger, if he turned himself into a chaotic creature, he would no longer be a human race. Su Haoyan smiled slightly and said, Zilong, you must remember, as long as you keep your heart, no matter whether you are an ancient creature or a human being, you will always be Changshan Zhao Zilong. Leaving others aside, it must be Su Haoyan. Now that his bloodline has been changed many times, isn't he Su Haoyan? Hearing this, Zhao Zilong's face burst into bright light. With a wave of his hand, he put the golden keel into the storage bracelet and said, Your Majesty's words are very true. This minister's thinking is too complicated. After finishing speaking, Zhao Zilong was going to find a place to refine the eternal golden dragon spirit bone. Zilong, when you become an eternal golden dragon, I will let you continue to become stronger. I will keep you from being calm. Eternal golden dragon, and then inherit the Tao, can it surpass the great Master of Chaos? For a while, Su Haoyan looked forward to it. The endless void is full of broken planets and rubble. Jiang Chuyang was suspended in the starry sky, leaning on his knees with his hands, panting continuously. His body was covered with scars, and his eyes were full of humiliation and unwillingness. Jiang Chuyang, remember my words, if you dare to disturb His Majesty, I will make your life worse than death, and your Jiang family universe will all perish. In the dilapidated 7-color passage, the voice of Void Spirit Great didn't stop for a long time. It made Jiang Chuyang extremely angry. Puff. As soon as Emperor Su Ling's words fell, Jiang Chuyang spat out a mouthful of blood with a puff. His expression was extremely sluggish. Too much deceit. Jiang Chuyang clenched his fists tightly, feeling extremely angry in his heart. He was cut off half of his body by the mysterious strong man first, and then his arm was blown off by Monkey King. He was taught a lesson by Void Spirit. Great Emperor again. At this moment, his mentality completely collapsed. Half an hour. The breath of Void Spirit Great Emperor disappeared in the passage. Jiang. Chuyang took a deep breath and prepared to leave. Return to the Jiang family. Universe. However, at this moment, a domineering aura suddenly swept over, making the passageway tremble. Emperor Jiang Chuyang asked you, did you go to the inner universe? It was a soft, cold voice, and it was obviously a woman. Jiang Chuyang turned pale with shock. He was very familiar with this voice. It was one of the top 10 evil emperors, the Raksha Ghost Emperor Yu Hongxin, who ranked above him. She has another identity, one of the 12 guards of Tianwu Palace. One of the creatures born after the Heavenly Emperor preached. Don't look at her as a woman, her methods are as cruel as a man's. Yu Hongxin, what are you doing? Jiang Chuyang didn't want to mess with this woman from the bottom of his heart. It was Yu Hongxin who was too difficult to deal with. As the saying goes, good men don't fight women, so he doesn't want to provoke this woman. What's more, he has already suffered serious internal injuries, and he can't beat Yu Hongxin at all. He thought it was just a coincidence that he met Yu Hongxin, so he didn't think much of it. Jiang, this emperor warns you that you are not allowed to go to the inner universe, or my aunt will kill you alive. As soon as his words fell, Yu Hongxin instantly appeared less than 1,000 miles away from Jiang Chuyang. Dozens of scarlet blood swords hovered around Yu Hongxin's body, with a fierce aura surging to the sky. Jiang Chuyang is such an arrogant person, even Yuan Xuanhuan, the first patriarch of the Gui demon god clan and god of war, would not give him face. Let alone a woman. Can you control where I go, stinky bitch? Jiang Chuyang said coldly. Even if he is seriously injured now, he cannot be underestimated by women. If that's the case, then you go to die. Yu Hongxin said coldly. Because she didn't protect the heavenly emperors palace and fell into the evil way, she was ashamed of Su Haoyan, so after getting the return of the heavenly emperor, she decided to secretly protect Su Haoyan. Poor Jiang Chuyang was wounded more and more, and was entangled by Yu Hongxin. A ruthless woman. Inner Universe, Heavenly Emperor Palace. Su Haoyan was chatting with Shui Miao Miao and Linghu Shanlan. The 5 children Su Lingtian, Su Yunfeng and Su Rui were playing to their hearts' content. The system will integrate everything except the awakening of the loyal, the awakening beyond the limit, and the inheritance of Taoism. In addition to these, the rewards including summoning the strong can just do a fusion. It is worth mentioning that after the system was upgraded again, the voice is no longer so cold, it seems to have a trace of intelligence. Ding. The system is integrating rewards for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully integrating an opportunity to inherit Taoism. Boom. In the passage of the old sage, Jiang Chuyang and Yu Hongxin collided again, almost breaking the passage. At this time, Jiang Chuyang had become a blood man, and he was extremely miserable. Yu Hongxin's strength was not inferior to Jiang Chuyang's. At this moment, her breathing was a little disordered, but she was not injured. Ghost Emperor, are you really going to have trouble with me? Jiang Chuyang roared angrily while spurting blood. What the hell is going on with this stinky bitch? Who cares about fighting with you, as long as you don't disturb the inner universe, I won't pester you anymore. She came to the edge of the inner universe today, and wanted to investigate too. See if the Emperor of Heaven had really returned. But when he came here, seeing Jiang Chuyang's disfigured appearance instantly made him understand a lot. My heart was suddenly furious, and I shot directly. Stinky bitch, do you have a relationship with the Heavenly Emperor? Jiang Chuyang calmed down instantly. Seems to think of something. His complexion couldn't help but change drastically. Wang Lin, Yuan Xuanhuan and others acted for the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor Void Spirit's move was also for the Emperor of Heaven. Could it be that Yu Hongxin is also for the Emperor of Heaven? At this time, Jiang Chuyang's hatred for Su Haoyan had reached its peak. It seems that you know a lot. Yu Hongxin's eyes froze, and she was about to strike again. However, at this moment, a supreme coercion descended instantly. Let the entire colorful channel be distorted in an instant. This is... Yu Hongxin's expression changed drastically. Jiang Chuyang also thought of something for a moment, and his face turned ugly. For a moment. Venerable Liang. Yu Hongxin's face changed from cloudy to sunny. Ever since she became the great emperor of evil Dao, she has been at odds with the disciples of the Emperor of Heaven. But not yet an enemy. Because they all have a tall figure in their hearts. That is the God of Heaven. Thinking of this, Yu Hongxin wanted to leave. Hongxin, where are you going? A majestic voice sounded, instantly shaking the colorful channel. Lai Yang, this guy went to the inner universe earlier and wanted to deal with His Majesty. I came to warn him. Yu Hongxin secretly sighed and did not choose to leave. In fact, Lai Yang's red heart warmed her heart that had been cold for a long time. Back then in the chaotic period, although their 12 guards were not apprentices of the Emperor of Heaven, the Emperor of Heaven never treated them as subordinates. And Emperor Kaiyuan and the others also regarded them as brothers and sisters. And Yu Hongxin is the youngest among them, and is also the most loved by all. The brothers and sisters never had the heart to hurt her. So at this time, she decided not to run away. To face God's punishment. What, you bastard, how dare you disturb Master and his old man? See if I won't tear you apart. Jiang Chuyang tore apart the space to avoid obstacles as early as Lai Yang's breath appeared, but Lai Yang still caught up. Jiang Chuyang felt extremely aggrieved. Why is it always me who is unlucky? On a planet in the Tianwu universe, Yin Lingzi sat on the top of a mountain, making a formula with both hands, and opening and closing his mouth, making a series of incomparably mysterious and obscure sounds. Although Yin Lingzi inherits the psychedelic avenue, this avenue also includes curses and bad luck. At this time, he was cursing Jiang Chuyang. As a result, Jiang Chuyang was so unlucky that he was almost beaten to death by the gang. In fact, everything is a coincidence, but under the curse of Yin Lingzi's bad luck, he fell into it. The other side. Su Haoyan recruited Zhao Zilong into the palace. Zilong, how does it feel after merging with the eternal golden dragon? Your Majesty, I feel very good now. There is infinite power flowing in my body. Although Zhao Yun's face was calm, the strength brewing in his body should not be underestimated. System, pass the Tao of the Golden Spear to Zhao Yun. Following Su Haoyan's instructions, Zhao Yun was taken into Su Haoyan's eyebrows by the system. Afterwards, Su Haoyan began to study who should pass on the Tao of Wind. Wu Tianwu, the Patriarch of the Wind, is the only person who can inherit this Taoism in Haoyan court. Xiao Tian called Tianwu over. Shangguan Xiao Tian agreed and withdrew. Your Majesty, Tianwu has come, what do you want to order? Tianwu participated in the Battle of the Unified Inner Universe a few days ago and made good achievements. So it was justifiable to promote him now. Tianwu, I want to promote you. Xuanhuan was straightforward, which made Tianwu excited instantly. But before promoting you, I want to change your bloodline and physique. Are you willing? Xuanhuan smiled and said to Tianwu. Thump. Tianwu didn't speak, just knelt down on the ground, kowtowing his head unceasingly. Your Majesty, I am willing. Tianwu replied forcefully. Xuanhuan nodded in satisfaction, then took out a porcelain vase and said, This is a chaotic creature, the spirit of the head of the Fengying clan. It is called Fengying Shen Soul. Although Fengying Shen Soul was not very famous in the chaotic period. But it is a veritable chaotic creature, and he deliberately exchanged 70 trillion reputation points for this spirit. Take it directly, and come to me after the fusion is complete. After Tianwu left, Xuanhuan began to study how to use his rewards. 6 over-limit awakenings and 3 die-hard awakenings. The rewards are extremely rich. Han Xian, Lu Bu, Xiang Yu, Yang Zixing, these are the reincarnations of powerful beings. Once they are promoted, they will definitely soar into the sky. At this moment, Xuanhuan Xiaotian ran in. Your Majesty, Venerable Lai Yang and Yu Hongxin are here. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan's eyes widened and he hurriedly said, Quick. Let him in. So far, this is the second apprentice who has come to see him. Countless billions of years have passed, and I don't know what happened to them. Yu Hongxin, this girl is still thinking about me. It's not easy. According to Wang Xuantian, he already knew that Yu Hongxin had fallen into evil ways, and she could still come to see him under such circumstances, which showed how determined this woman was. Not long after, Venerable Lai Yang strode in. He was dressed in a fiery red brocade robe, his head of flames and his ferocious face made people feel terrified at first sight. However, Xuanhuan felt very cordial. Behind him was Yu Hongxin, who looked like a little girl. Disciple Lai Yang pays homage to master. Venerable Lai Yang fell to his knees with a plop, kowtowing his head a dozen times. Among Xuanhuan's apprentices, Lai Yang has the hottest temper. Except for Xuanhuan, he only obeys Kaiyuan in his life. My subordinate Yu Hongxin pays respects to His Majesty. Yu Hongxin's eyes became moist in an instant. With a plop, he fell to the ground and couldn't help crying anymore. Well, Lai Yang, Hongxin, get up. I haven't seen you for so long, you miss me. Lai Yang could only show such an expression in front of Xuanhuan. Hongxin, what's wrong with you, why don't you get up? Xuanhuan looked at Yu Hongxin, who was lying on the ground, twitching, and felt a little uncomfortable. He watched Yu Hongxin and the other 12 guards grow up. The 12 were his sons and daughters rather than his subordinates. Your Majesty, this subordinate is guilty and should not fall into evil ways. He has lost the reputation of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Your Majesty, please punish him. Seeing Xuanhuan again, Yu Hongxin felt an unspeakable kindness in her heart. It's like the feeling of a wandering child returning to his parents. Okay, you little girl, what kind of evil way, what kind of devil way, as long as you keep your heart and don't do things that go against your heart, it doesn't matter what your identity is. If you can come to see me today, doesn't it prove that your heart is still their Heavenly Emperor Palace? Xuanhuan's teaching not only made Yu Hongxin very happy, but also Lai Yang benefited a lot. You are already a great emperor, and you are still crying. When will you grow up? Xuanhuan reached out to help Yu Hongxin up, and wiped her tears himself. Seeing this scene, Liang was overjoyed. It seems to be back to the chaos. Period. They sat in front of the Emperor of Heaven, ignorant of the innocent. Years before His Majesty, we are all children, children who will not grow up. Yu Hongxin smiled through tears. Xuanhuan was able to treat her like this, making her forget all her worries. At this time, she felt that she was the happiest child in the world. By the way, Master, what is your cultivation? At this moment, Liang suddenly found that Xuanhuan's cultivation was not right. He scratched his head and asked, carefully. As a teacher, I encountered a catastrophe in the world and reincarnated. Catastrophe? Reincarnation and reconstruction? Yu Hongxin and Venerable Liang gasped. Before they thought about it, Xuanhuan's cultivation had already surpassed them. What kind of apocalypse caused Xuanhuan to reincarnate and rebuild? They dare not imagine, but they have no other ideas. Because they believe that, with the ability of the Emperor of Heaven, they will soon catch up with them. In the era of chaos, is the teacher of all beings the easy one? Xuanhuan's ability was that Nailan Qing and Emperor Qian were not comparable to him at that time. Master is so powerful that he can even calculate it after countless years. After countless billions of years, I will return to the battle of Xiantian as my teacher. This sentence has been accompanied by Liang and others for countless millions of years. Now it has finally come true. Your Majesty, the 12 guards have fallen apart, and 6 of them have betrayed the Heavenly Emperor's palace. You must regain control of the Heavenly Emperor's palace and clear out those traitors. Thinking of those traitors, Yu Hongxin gritted her teeth with hatred. Of course. I want to unify the land of the ancient sages, and now I have the vast heavenly court in my hands. Are you two willing to join? Xuanhuan said with a smile. Venerable Liang's Liang Palace and Yu Hongxin's Rakshasa Palace are both first-class forces in the ancient sacred land. With their participation, Haotian court is bound to become stronger. Liang didn't even think about it and said directly, that's great, starting from today, Liang Palace will officially join Haotian court. Great, Your Majesty, I will lead the Rakshasa Palace to join the Haotian court. After the old departments of the Tianwu Palace are assembled, we can sweep away thousands of troops again. For Yu Hongxin, instead of supporting a power alone, it would be more joyful to be a little girl by Xuanhuan's side. Xuanhuan Xiaotian next to him suddenly became excited. With the forces of Venerable and Yu Hongxin joining us, we won't be afraid of Jiang Chuyang. Jiang Chuyang? Is this thing really here to trouble Master? It seems that I haven't taught him enough. It's a pity that he blew himself up desperately. And the fairy baby escaped. Sun Wukong, plus Emperor Xuanwu, and the ghostly Yin Lingzi just wounded him. But Venerable Liang was able to force him to blew the fairy baby out of his body before he escaped. In such a comparison, Venerable Liang's cultivation must be high. Master praised me too much. At that time, Jiang Chuyang was seriously injured and was unable to fight back. That's why I took advantage of it. In terms of personal strength, he and my apprentice are on the same level, and I am only a little taller than him. Venerable Liang didn't take any credit, and replied honestly. But now, he no longer paid much attention to Jiang Chuyang. Now that he has Venerable Liang under his command, including Yu Hongxin, there are now 5 Chaos Master Realm powerhouses. He was not afraid of Jiang Chuyang at all. And he still has a lot of rewards that are useless, even if he cultivates a strong man who has entered the Dao realm. It is very possible. Are you still afraid of him being mere Jiang Chuyang? By the way, Master, how about we go to the ancient sacred land and restore the power of the Heavenly Emperor Palace? Venerable Lai Yang said excitedly. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Now I can't wait to summon the old department of Tianwu Palace immediately. It's not enough now, it's only about a month away. As a teacher, I'm going to attend Zaitian's wedding first. Hongxin, Lai Yang, what are your plans now? The two of them came here without even thinking about it, which moved him very much. Lai Yang thought for a while and said, I plan to go back to Lai Yang Palace to make some arrangements first, and then come to accompany Master. Your Majesty, Hongxin will stay by your side without going anywhere. Yu Hongxin's eyes are full of Su Haoyan now, so what sect does she care about? No need, you all go back and wait for me in your respective forces. Now the two of them are the leaders of a big force, and they have their own enemies, so they can't ignore their sect, because of him. Master, but you are rebuilding, how can you do it without someone to protect you? Yes, Your Majesty, why don't you let your subordinates and the second senior brother guard you by your side? When the two heard this, they immediately panicked. You two, listen to me and finish. Su Haoyan began to explain his plan and follow-up arrangements in detail. Following Su Haoyan's instructions, orders, Venerable Lai Yang, Yu Hongxin, and Xuanhuan Xiaotian all showed excitement in their eyes. After Su Haoyan finished speaking, Venerable Lai Yang and Yu Hongxin promised with excitement that they would be able to complete the task assigned by Su Haoyan. The excitement in the eyes of the two of them was not feigned, but real excitement. The master is still the master. Strategize and thousands of miles away. And the ambition is more than 100 times stronger than that of the chaotic period. Finally, the two got up and planned to leave immediately. However, Lai Yang hesitated for a moment and said, Your Majesty, you'd better go to the land of the ancient sage as soon as possible, because the Qingling Nuzu might be in trouble. Is Qingling in trouble? What's going on? As soon as Qingling was mentioned, Su Haoyan felt endless guilt in his heart. Countless billions of years have passed, and this guilt has not faded, it will only get deeper and deeper. She was missed by a superpower in the ancient sacred land a long time ago. That person's name is the ancient God Emperor, and he ranks extremely high in the current ancient sacred land's powerhouse. Besides, he is very aloof. He is useless in order to get the Qingling's people. But once the Nzu is released, that guy will definitely take action. So, Your Majesty, you must hurry to the land of the ancient sage, otherwise the Qingling Nuzu will be in danger. Venerable Lai Yang had a look of fear when he spoke, and Yu Hongxin, who was standing beside him, had the same expression. Ancient God Emperor? Xuanhuan Xiaotian looked confused. After all, he knew too little about the land of the ancient sage, so it was normal that he had never heard of the ancient God Emperor. I'm really in a hurry to find death and rob my woman, so let him pay the price he deserves, Su Haoyan said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Venerable Lai Yang smiled and said, That's great, when the time comes, this disciple will definitely take the lead. The subordinates should also take the lead. Yu Hongxin said not to be outdone. In exchange for Venerable Lai Yang's thumb. Okay, you two go, don't forget what I told you. The two naturally agreed. In this way, the two came quietly, and they went back quietly. Soon, 3 days passed by in a hurry. This day, Xuanhuan looked at Xuanhuan, who was kneeling on His Highness, and then said to the system, "Let Xuanhuan awaken beyond the limit." In the end, Xuanhuan decided to let Xuanhuan awaken beyond the limit, because there is no way suitable for him now. Moreover, he believes that after awakening beyond the limit and inheriting Taoism, perhaps the cultivation base will be even higher. Another day passed. Ding. The inheritance of Xiaoyun Dao has been completed. Do you want to release it? Xuanhuan, who was reviewing the memorial, smiled slightly, put down the memorial in his hand and said in his heart, "Call out the list of Zhao Zilong's attributes." Zhao Zilong, from ancient myths and legends. Bloodline, eternal golden dragon. Avenue, golden gun avenue. Lucky level, Hongmeng enters the early stage of Taoism. Cultivation technique, golden dragon Ju. Magic weapon, supreme dragon chanting spear. Supernatural powers, the transformation of the eternal golden dragon. The dragon roared to the 9 heavens. Loyalty, 100/100. The initial stage of Hongmeng's entry into the Dao realm. Fuck, Xiaoyun can do it? It directly refreshed Haotian Court's highest cultivation level. Xuanhuan was extremely excited. After walking around in Shangshu's room for a few times, he released Xiaoyun, and then he told Xiaoyun not to expose his cultivation. Wait until the day of Yuan Zaitian's wedding to make a move. Ding. Xuanhuan's overlimit awakening is complete. Will the host release it? At this time, the overlimit awakening was completed, and Xuanhuan called up his attribute list without hesitation. Xuanhuan, from folklore. Bloodline, Chaos Skyhawk. Luck level, Chaos Supreme Emperor Realm late stage. Cultivation method, Eagle Flying 9 Heavens Ju. Magic weapon, Fong Tian painted a halberd. Loyalty, 100/100. Fuck, so awesome. He even directly reached the Chaos Supreme Emperor realm. It really deserves to be the blood of chaos creatures. Afterwards, Xuanhuan summoned Tianwu, who had already merged with Feng Lingbo. Without any hesitation, he directly passed the Dao of Wind to him. After the serenity was restored in the Shang study room, Xuanhuan muttered to himself, "In another month, I will bring the strong to the ancient sacred land. If I don't make a noise, I will be a blockbuster." In the next period of time, Haotian Court began to consolidate the inner universe. The strong are also taking the time to practice. Because everyone knows that Xuanhuan's purpose is not limited to this. During this period, Tianwu's inheritance of Taoism also came to an end. When Xuanhuan brought up his attribute list, he was almost out of joy. Late stage of Chaos Master Realm. Until now, he already has 6 strong masters of chaos, 1 strong man who has entered the Taoist realm, and 5 strong men who are supreme emperors of chaos. In this way, Xuanhuan has already made full preparations for going to the land of the ancient sages. After he finished attending Yuan Zaitian's wedding, it was time to compete for the ancient sacred land. Numerous fairy islands are located in the rolling sea of clouds. It looks beautiful. On the fairy island in the middle, there are pavilions and pavilions all over. And the mountains are overlapping, which is extremely spectacular. At this time, a tall and straight man stood on a towering attic, looking into the distance with a sad face. This person is none other than Yuan Chonghuan's son, Yuan Zaitian. His cultivation base is almost the same as that of his father, and he is a Real strongman in the late stage of the Xuanhuan Super Saint realm. At this time a beautiful woman came out from the attic behind it. Although her appearance is not considered to be overwhelming, she has an urge to hug her into her arms the moment she sees her. Yuan Zhaitian smiled slightly and said, "It's nothing." The woman came up to Yuan Zhaitian and hugged him from behind. He said affectionately, "Don't worry about it, it really doesn't work, let's go far away." When Yuan Zhaitian heard this, a wry smile appeared on his face. Now that he is the head of the Yuan family, can he just leave? Zhaitian, is it true that Lord God of War won't come back to our wedding? The woman slowly came to the front of Yuan Zhaitian, raised her head and asked. If Yuan Xuanhuan can personally attend the wedding of the two, they will be happier. There is also enough confidence. Maybe Yuan Xuanhuan is not considered a superpower in the land of the ancient sages, but his influence is unparalleled. Hearing this, Yuan Zhaitian showed a wry smile again. Why didn't he want his father to come and bless him? However, don't worry, Rong, this time I will not compromise with anyone. For this no matter what. Yuan Zhaitian said firmly. Let this woman in palace costume be confused. The reason why she chose Yuan Zhaitian was because of his tough character. At this moment, a golden light flew from the depths of the sea of clouds. This is an ordinary sound transmission secret technique, which will not appear. Normally, only those who find the sound transmission will appear. Yuan Zhaitian stretched out his hand casually, and took the golden light in his hand. He has received a lot of such voice transmissions in recent times. So don't care. Because it was all from his friends. But it's just congratulations, not showing up. Facing the family of the woman beside him, Pu chose to back down at this moment. However, in the next second, Yuan Zhaitian trembled violently. Then, he crushed the flame and laughed wildly. The face of Rong Yu, the woman in palace costume, changed color, and asked quickly, what happened to Zhaitian? Haha, Rong, we don't have to be afraid anymore, there is no limit to the road. Rong, do you know? A big man is coming to our wedding. He watched me grow up and cared for me. And he is invincible in the world. With him, I don't have to be afraid of anyone. Including your father. While Yuan Zhaitian was talking, tears fell from his whole body. It shocked the woman next to him beyond measure. Aside from the god of war, who else could make the mighty head of the Yuan family cry? She can't figure it out. Invincible? Who can defeat my father? This girl, Rong, curled her mouth and said in disbelief. Hey, what a little demon girl, you are still helping your father to speak. See if I don't deal with you. Yuan Zhaitian swept away the previous gloom, he hugged the woman in the air. With a smile, and said pretending to be angry. He, my lord, please forgive me, but the little girl is right, she is. Right, my father is invincible. Seeing this, Rong hurriedly begged for mercy, and at the same time became more interested in the person Yuan Zhaitian mentioned. For many years, they have been looking forward to and waiting for these days. Now I finally look forward to the return of the Emperor of Heaven. And the Emperor of Heaven returned in this form. His great marriage will thus be known in the Old Hallows. It will definitely be a blockbuster. Inner Universe, in Haotian Court. Su Haotian was chatting and playing with his wife and children. The scene was full of joy. Ding. Trigger a side mission. Save Xuanchu. Mission details, because Xuanchu returned to the land of the ancient sacred to plan for the host, on the way. Back, he was attacked by the Jade Bone Demon Lord who ranked first among the 10 evil emperors. If the host rescue Xuanhuan and kill the Jade Bone Demon Lord, the system specially rewards the host with a chance to inherit Taoism, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to summon a super strong, a chance to be a strong man at the peak, a chance to copy the strong man, and a chance to be loyal to the peak. The system prompt sounded, causing Xuanhuan to focus his eyes. But it didn't show up right away. At this time, Xuanhuan Xiaotian hurried over, and just about to speak, Xuanhuan waved his hand and said, "Go and find Emperor Tianwu, Zhaoyun, and others. I will wait in Shangshu's room." After finishing speaking, Xuanhuan said something to the girls, then turned and left. He is full of anger now. The little evil emperor dares to intercept and kill his people. He really wants to die. According to his analysis, the top 10 evil emperors have basically the same cultivation level, and they are all around the Chaos Great Ruler realm. Therefore, he is going to send Emperor Tianwu, and Monkey King to go. Afterwards, the three of them came to Shangshifeng to take orders and leave. Xuanhuan thought about it and decided to promote Yuan Chonghuan. Whether in the chaotic period or now, Yuan Chonghuan is following him unswervingly. He will repay this love by promoting his cultivation base. System, now I want to perform an overlimit awakening on Yuan Chonghuan. Will the system crash? Xuanhuan asked in his heart. Won't. The system's answer is still concise. But Xuanhuan was very happy. He decided to awaken Yuan Chonghuan beyond the limit first, then find a suitable Taoism and pass it on to him. Then he can really create a real god of war. Your Majesty, why did you find me here? At this time, Yuan Chonghuan walked into Shang's study. Chonghuan, I want to promote you. Xuanhuan's straightforward voice made Yuan Chonghuan stunned at first, but he immediately became excited. He has been in Haotian court for a while, and he has also witnessed the birth of superpowers one by one. To be honest, he is very greedy, and he is also looking forward to His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven, to promote him. But because he was extremely loyal to Haotian, even though he was anxious, he didn't complain even the slightest bit. Now, the clouds finally see the moon. System, let Yuan Chonghuan awaken beyond the limit. Below, a black hole appeared above Xuanhuan's head, sucking the surprised Yuan Chonghuan into it. In this way, another half-day passed. Ding. Complete the side quest. Save Xuanhu. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to inherit Taoism, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to summon a super strong man, a chance to reach the peak of a strong man, and a copy of a strong man, a chance to be loyal to the peak. A system notification sounded, indicating that the three Monkey Kings had rescued Xuanhu and killed the evil emperor who ranked first among the top 10 evil emperors. After a while, the three of them returned to Shang's study with relaxed faces and returned to their orders. For the current Xuanhuan, the great master of chaos no longer looks down upon him. His vision improved again. Another task was completed, which made Xuanhuan feel very happy. At the moment, he has 4 loyal awakenings, 6 over-limit awakenings, and several other rewards. Immediately, he ordered the system to extract the inheritance of Taoism. Ding. Extracting Taoism inheritance for the host. Lotus Avenue? Nima. Why did the system arrange these strange avenues? However, it seems to have something to do with Neza. After communicating with the system, as expected, this avenue is really tailor-made for Neza. Immediately, without hesitation, he directly passed the Dou to Neza. And Neza's cultivation base of the great master of chaos did not disappoint him, so he was even more confident this time. So another half a month passed. On this day, Xuanhuan put aside all trivial matters in the inner universe, carefully selected more than 20 strong men, and went to the land of the ancient sage with him. He left behind 3 Sun Wukongs, who are the masters of chaos, to protect their homeland. Xuanhuan was very relieved to hand over Haoyan court to Sun Wukong, who is the master of chaos. It is worth mentioning that after Xuanhuan awakened beyond the limit, Xuanhuan turned his attention to his cultivation. Xuanhuan, from Ming history. Identity, the #1 monkey in the world. Lucky level, Hongmeng enters Daojing Dzogchen. Cultivation method, Kunling Xiangong. Supernatural powers, Chao Tianjia. The world is shaking. Magic weapon, Shocking Whip. Loyalty 100/100. Seeing such a list of attributes, Xuanhuan gasped. Sure enough, none of these reincarnated monsters are easy to get along with. Those who stayed by his side this time were not people with strong aptitude, but also ancient fierce beasts, reincarnations of divine beasts. There was the once strong human being Yingjing, and there were several 12 ancestor witches in it. There are also strong players such as Han Xian, Xiang Yu, Lu Bu, Li Xuanxiao, etc. It can be said that his trip to the old sages' land this time will definitely shake the old sages' land. Your Majesty, the woman Zitian married is the ruler of the Dou universe, and she is even more respected as a princess. Her father-in-law's cultivation level has reached the level of the ruler of chaos, but now the vast heavenly court is as strong as a cloud. Naturally you won't be afraid of this overlord of the plain. However, the power behind him is not small. The specific level, I don't know yet. Zhang Liang said carefully. Lord of Chaos? Is Xiaoyun Tianzuan? I want to see how capable he is to oppress Zitian. Xuanhuan's brows were full of contempt. With 2 Grand Ming masters who have entered the Taoist realm, no one would dare to provoke him, not to mention sweeping the land of the ancient sages. And he still has a backhand, not to mention anything else, just say that. These days, he has exchanged a lot of good things in the Lucky Mall at the expense of his fame, changing all the outstanding talents around him. At that time, he only needs to awaken beyond the limit, and he can instantly create a strong man in the Great Master realm, or even a strong man in the primordial Dou realm. Is it so long? How long is it to Yuan's universe? Xuanhuan sat on the Supreme 9-Dragon chair and asked softly. Your Majesty, you have to wait a while. Xuanhuan and Zhao Yun stood beside Xuanhuan, one on the left and one on the right, like 2 divine generals. At this time, Xuanhuan said. They have now surpassed the space channel of the old sacred land, and because they are wrapped by Wang Lin's escaping light, no one feels anything. Seeing this, Xuanhuan clicked on Lucky Mall again. The various treasures contained in the current Lucky Mall have reached tens of millions. Especially after his unified inner universe, there are countless treasures inside. Because Xuanhuan's purpose is to turn every subordinate into a chaotic creature. It is worth mentioning that when he searched for treasures again, he accidentally found the spirit of an earth attribute chaotic creature, which made him very happy to exchange it and pass it on to Tu Xingxuan. Tu Xingxuan, from ancient myths and legends, Race, Chaos Earth Spirit. Status, disciple who teaches and teaches, disciple who is afraid of leaving. Grandchildren. Lucky level, chaos to the middle of the Supreme Emperor realm. Cultivation method, Earth Elephant Sutra. Magic weapon, binding fairy rope. Supernatural powers, pointing to the ground into steel. Earth escape. Technique. Loyalty, 100/100. After Tu Xingsu fused with the soul of the earth spirit, his cultivation had improved so obviously, his master feared that leaving his grandson would be even more terrifying. System, summon a superpower. After completing the task of saving Xuanhuan, he got a summoning opportunity. Naturally, it will not be kept and used. Ding. The system is summoning superpowers for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Nie Xiaoqian. From Strange Tales, from a Liaozhai studio. Does the host choose to summon? Again? Nie Xiaoqian? Nima. Even the ghosts came out? Resummon. What are you looking for a ghost to do? Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the Yellow Wind. King, from Journey to the West. Will the host summon again? King Huangfeng? This is not bad, then summon him. Restore the memory of the previous life. Call up the attribute list. King of the Yellow Wind, from Journey to the West. Race, yellow-haired rat family. Lucky level, Deluoluan Wonderland middle stage. Cultivation method, Jindan Dafa. Supernatural powers, Samadhi Kamikaze. Loyalty, 85/100. As soon as the system prompt sounded, a thin man with yellow hair suddenly appeared beside Su Haoyan. It was King Huangfeng. At this time, with the appearance of King Huangfeng, everyone's eyes were on him immediately. Deluo Xiaoxiao? Who are you? Why are you here? Wang Linwing asked angrily. The coercion of the Chaos Lord in the middle period made King Huangfeng tremble. I'm here to pay homage to His Majesty Emperor Haoyan. After trembling for a long time, King Huangfeng said with sweat on his forehead. Somewhere, he suddenly descended into this world. Then it appeared. Here. Well, King Huangfeng, you are too weak. As soon as Su Haoyan finished speaking, he absorbed King Huangfeng into his left eye. That's where the space-time danger lies. King Huangfeng's cultivation base, in the land of the ancient sage, is the existence of carrying water and doing chores. No sense of security. He naturally wants to promote it first. Su Haoyan possesses the avenue of time, so he can naturally miniaturize the dangers of time and space. After about half a stick of incense, Su Haoyan waved his hand, and King Huangfeng appeared from the dangerous place of time and space. At this moment, King Huangfeng's cultivation has reached a new height, reaching the realm of a saint. It seems that only half a stick of incense has passed, but tens of thousands of years have passed in the dangerous place of time and space. With the powerful talent of the yellow-haired rat clan, they directly broke through to the realm of saints. Su Haoyan was extremely fortunate that he had subdued the space-time dangerous land, otherwise it would be difficult to handle. This. Everyone is not calm. Even though everyone has been promoted by Su Haoyan, the fact that someone can be promoted to the saint realm in an instant still shocks everyone. Everyone was horrified, but King Huangfeng was extremely excited. Kneeling on the ground with a plop, he said in a trembling voice, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the grace of rebuilding." No one knows that he has experienced tens of thousands of years of hidden cultivation in the dangerous place of time and space, which made him Understand Su Haoyan's heaven-defying ability. Therefore, the loyalty to Su Haoyan was already at full value when he broke through the Holy Realm. Seeing that everyone is about to arrive at Yuan family universe. However, at this moment, Su Haoyan met an old acquaintance. At this time an extremely rampant voice sounded in the starry sky, and at the same time a blue storm came from the depths of the road ahead of everyone. In the blink of an eye, it was near. Wang Lin stopped his escape with an angry face. Su Haoyan had a strange look on his face. Is this guy looking for death? The person who came was none other than Jiang Chuyang, who was hacked by Yin Lingzi a month ago. At this time, Jiang Chuyang's cultivation has not only fully recovered, but also slightly increased. Emperor Haoyan, let me see how you escape this time. Jiang Chuyang came closer, looked at the people on the cloud, and let go of a huge stone in his heart. Without Monkey King, without Yin Lingzi, he would not be afraid of Su Haoyan. He didn't believe that Su Haoyan could cultivate a peerless powerhouse in such a short period of time. Jiang Chuyang has to say, you are really in a hurry to reincarnate. In that case, I will send you on your way. As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, he disappeared beside Su Haoyan. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Jiang Chuyang. The distance between the two was less than half a foot, making Jiang Chuyang's eyes widen. Xuanhuan, this is impossible? Why are you so powerful? Jiang Chuyang immediately showed horror. He realized that he couldn't see through Xuanhuan's cultivation. How can that be? He suddenly regretted it. But now it's too late to regret it. The last thing he saw in the human world was Xuanhuan waving his arm. A white light flashed, and Jiang Chuyang's whole body disappeared in an instant. Everyone was stunned. When did Xuanhuan become so tyrannical? With a wave of his hand, he wiped out a strong man and the great master of Chaos Realm from this world. How strong is such a cultivation base? Ding. Complete the side mission, Jiang Chuyang's hatred. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to awaken a diehard loyalist, a chance to be summoned by a strong man, and a chance to be a strong man to peak. As the system prompt sounded, a generation of strong Jiang Chuyang fell. Everyone looked at Su Haoyan with burning eyes. There is no doubt that the reason why Xuanhuan became so powerful was Su Haoyan. Let's go. Su Haoyan's face was calm and unpredictable. Let everyone be more in awe. The system starts to summon superpowers. Summon this kind of reward, you have to use it when you get it. Otherwise, how? To choose the strong for promotion? Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Diao Chan. It comes from unofficial legends. Does the host choose to summon again? Re-summon. Su Haoyan ordered without any hesitation. Ding. The system is re-summoning superpowers for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Cao Cao. It comes from unofficial legends. Will the host summon again? Cao Cao? What the hell? What's the use of recruiting a traitor? Re-summon. Although there is only one last chance, Su Haoyan doesn't care. At worst, he is sent to a dangerous place in time and space. He can become a super strong person with ordinary aptitude. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Hou Junji, from the Legend of Tang History. Hou Junji? One of the 24 generals of Lingyan Pavilion? This one seems good. Restore the memory of the previous life and call up the attribute list. Hou Junji, from Tang History. Status, famous general of the Tang dynasty, one of the 24 generals of Lingyan Pavilion. Race, Shajiao. Lucky level, late stage of Golden Wonderland. Cultivation technique, Aojiao magic technique. Magic weapon, Qingfeng sword. Loyalty, 87/100. I'm going, it turned out to be the reincarnation of a fierce beast. It's terrible. Yu Qigong smiled playfully. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, the 24 generals of Lingyan Pavilion were so famous that they were the whole world at that time. As ministers in the same palace, the two are naturally very familiar. Somewhere, I feel that I have a destiny with His Majesty, so I came here. Ho Junji is wearing a blue armor, with a blue sharp sword hanging on his waist. Although he was extremely nervous, after seeing Yu Qigong, he felt confident. In the following time, Xuanhuan followed suit and sent Ho Junji into the dangerous land of time and space. After coming out from the Golden Immortal Realm, he directly advanced to the late stage of the Taoist Supreme Realm. This made Xuanhuan have to lament the importance of qualifications. At the same time, King Huangfeng had only reached the Saint Realm from the appearing Saint Realm, while the reincarnated Ho Junji directly surpassed the Dou Yuan Supreme Saint Realm. Not long after, Wang Lin led the crowd through the passage of the old sacred land, and came to an incomparably beautiful starry sky. Then, its speed slowed down. He, Lord God of War, although your universe is very common among many universes, it is unmatched by other universes in terms of its quietness. This shows that you have managed it well. When Tianxiang shook the paper fan and said with a smile. The two talked very casually, and there was no realm of cultivation. With Zhang Liang, the relationship between the three was irreversible. The development here is good, but why is the inner universe developing so slowly? The inner universe is the former great world of the Emperor of Heaven, and it is the place with the strongest cohesion in the chaotic period. But it is such a place, but it is not as rapid as the marginal universe. Xuanhuan was puzzled. Wang Lin opened his mouth and said, when the sons of chaos made chaos, the inner universe became a purgatory on earth. No one dared to stay there. In addition, he was located in the center of the human race. Foreign races wanted to invade, but they had to face the surrounding human races. Sight. That's why the inner universe is preserved. But because of this, its development speed is relatively slow. I see. Didn't the Son of Chaos appear in the inner universe later? Xuanhuan asked with a frown. He wants to rescue Qin Qiong and Gong Gong. But they don't know where they were suppressed. Because it never appeared again, there have always been rumors of the great tribulation of chaos in the land of the ancient sages. In other words, once the Son of Chaos appears, the chaos tribulation will be staged again. Either the world will be completely unified, or it will be divided again. When Tianxiang and Zhang Liang explained, let Emperor Jun, Donghuang Tai, Zhao Yun, and other powerhouses be extremely puzzled. The Son of Chaos is so powerful, is he more powerful than Lord War God? Zhao Yun asked. Although he is also in the primordial realm, he can't spy on Yuan Chonghuan's cultivation. So speak politely. Although I am powerful now, it is impossible to defeat the Son of Chaos. Compared with him, I am really one in the sky and the other on the ground. Yuan Chonghuan said. Let everyone's eyes widen suddenly. Son of Chaos? What kind of existence are you? Is it the will of the great Dao? As Xuanhuan muttered to himself, Wang Lin flew into the Yuan family's big world with everyone. Stop, who trespassed on Yuan's house? At this time, a sound of broken drink resounded in the whole big world. Wang Lin stopped with a smile. Did not say anything. Because here he is not the master. At this time, a man in blue armor suddenly appeared in front of him. He is hundreds of feet tall and holds a black gun in his hand. Suspended in the void, majestic. At this time, Xuanhuan said. Hearing this, the Baizhang man suddenly widened his eyes, and then said excitedly, Old Patriarch? Is it really you? Thump. Yuanli knelt down directly in the void, tears streaming from his excitement. 10,000 years ago, Xuanhuan passed on the position of patriarch to Yuan Zitian, and left the Yuan family universe to travel abroad. Everyone in the Yuan family misses her very much. Always want the old patriarch to return. Okay, we're going in. As Xuanhuan said, he signaled Wang Lin to go in. Just like that, a group of people flew towards the huge fairy island where the Yuan family was located. Looking at the people going away, Yuanli frowned first, but immediately showed surprise on his face. The old patriarch had the same level of cultivation as me when he left, but in just 10,000 years, I couldn't see through it. Could it be that the old patriarch has reached the legendary realm? If so, the patriarch's marriage will be worry-free. Is this the savior in the heart of the patriarch? Yuanli immediately calmed down. Recently, Yuan Zitian swept away the haze of the past and was in high spirits every day. He is kind to everyone. It made the Yuan family extremely puzzled. Although Xuanhuan has many sons, only Yuan Zitian is talented and intelligent, and has already reached the middle stage of the Hunyuan Super Saint realm at a young age. But because he wanted to marry the monster princess, the Yuan family fell into disaster, and the Yuan family was a little dissatisfied with him. But the strong family cohesion made everyone in the family stand on Yuan Zitian's side without hesitation, and work together to find ways to resist foreign enemies. After hundreds of millions of years of inheritance, the Yuan family has an incomparably cohesive force under the leadership of Xuanhuan. And at this time, in the Yuan family world, on the Patriarch's Island, in the luxurious hall, the head of the Yuan family, Yuan Zitian, is meeting with guests. In the hall, Yuan Zitian sat on the patriarch's seat, and Rong Rong stood beside him. And the people standing around are all the children of the Yuan family, surrounded behind several guests. Patriarch Yuan, do you have any comments on our proposal just now? The one who spoke was a short and thin old man with a gloomy face, and his words were even more acrimonious. Yuan Zitian said expressionlessly, the Yuan family was established by my father. How can I join you? Are you delusional? Even if your leader, Emperor Nankuan, can't do it here. Humph, Yuan Zitian, you are too ignorant of flattery. The short and thin old man looked angry. Unfortunately, no one is afraid of him. Even so, the faces of the Yuan family's children were more or less worried. Emperor Zuna of Nankuan is the master of the plane, a transcendent existence. Even the old patriarch will find it extremely difficult. Why is the patriarch so confident on his face? Where does this confidence come from? Hee, please report back to Emperor Zun. I have my own solution to this matter. Yuan Zitian was polite on the surface, but he scoffed in his heart. If Emperor Nankuan valued him, he wouldn't just send a Hunyuan Chaoxing to negotiate with him. Patriarch Yuan, don't think too highly of yourself. Xiaoyun Tianzuan is powerful, and only our Nankuan emperor can compete with him. After passing this village, there will be no such shop. Have you thought about it clearly? The old man continued to lobby, and there seemed to be a trend of not giving up until he reached his goal. Rongrong couldn't help but said angrily at this time, it's better to join and vote under my father's command than to join you. Tianzu and Xiaoyun just didn't want to marry him to the clan. If the Yuan family voted under his father's command, it would be a different matter. However, if this is the case, Yuan Zhaitian will definitely not agree. He would even fight with his father forever. When the time comes, it will be even more difficult for her to be caught in the middle. Hearing this, before the old man could speak, Yuan Zhaitian said first, the Yuan family has never been afraid of any force, so I will not join any force. Even Xiaoyun Tianzuan. As soon as these words came out, coupled with Yuan Zhaitian's firm expression, Rongrong looked sad. The old man below scoffed. Everyone in the Yuan family was excited. Tianzuan Xiaoyun is not easy to fool. Come here in person this time. Yuan Zhaitian, you have to think about it. The old man snorted. Although Rongrong next to Yuan Zhaitian could not be offended, Yuan Zhaitian didn't take him seriously. Although Yuan Xuanhuan's name of god of war is very famous in the ancient holy place, but still can't get into Nankuan emperor's eyes. My patriarch knows it well, so I don't need to bother you. Yuan Zhaitian seemed a little annoyed, and waved his hand. Although this guy's cultivation base is a small realm higher than his, he may not be afraid of the other party. Yuan Zhaitian, don't toast or eat fine wine. The old man's patience seemed to have run out. He slapped the table and shouted angrily. Yuan Zhaitian stood up slowly, with an angry look on his face. At the same time, a surge of mana surged out from his body. I'm so overwhelmed. At this time, a silent middle-aged man next to the old man suddenly shouted. At the same time, the aura of great perfection in the Supreme Emperor realm of chaos was released suddenly. The chair behind Yuan Zhaitian was crushed to pieces. Chaos Supreme Emperor realm? Yuan Zhaitian's face changed drastically. With such a cultivation level, even if his father is here, it will not help. Could it be that today is the Yuan family's catastrophe? Today your Yuan family must surrender to our Nankuan Tantric school. The old man's face was full of gloom, as if he felt that his face had been torn apart, so he stopped putting on an act. Relying on the cultivation base of Chaos Supreme Emperor, they can really do whatever they want in the Yuan family. Yuan Zhaitian's heart was full of sadness. Could it be that the Yuan family was really over? I want to see, who has such a big tone? At this moment, an extremely contemptuous voice sounded from outside the door. Then Su Haoyan walked in with Yuan Xuanhuan, Wang Lin, and others. Let everyone in the hall look at the past in unison. Yuan Zhaitian's eyes widened immediately, and he knelt down on the ground with a plop. The voice has choked. Your Majesty, is that you? Is it really you? Such a scene immediately dumbfounded everyone in the Yuan family and the Nankuan envoy. Yuan Zhaitian's eyes are so high and high. In this world, except Yuan Xuanhuan, no one has kneeled before. This is a person whom even Emperor Nankuan despises, and he actually kneels down to worship a young man? Everyone focused their eyes on Su Haoyan. Even Yuan Xuanhuan, who was standing beside Su Haoyin, was ignored by them. Humph, little bastard, of course it's His Majesty, why have you forgotten it? After a long time? When Yuan Xuanhuan saw Yuan Zaitin crying, he became so angry that he wanted to go up and kick him. But Su Haoyin stopped him. Come back, you are willing to kick your own son, why, you also kicked me? Su Haoyin pretended to be angry. Yuan Xuanhuan was shocked when he heard it. And he also knelt down with a plop. This move immediately surprised the Yuan family at the scene. How could this kid, Hida, actually make 2 generations of Yuan family patriarchs kneel down? All Yuan family members have a feeling that they are in a dream. Get up quickly. In front of the children, you, a father, are not decent. After Su Haoyin finished speaking, he strode forward and personally helped Yuan Zaitin up. Over there, Yuan Xuanhuan also stood up with a smile on his face. Immediately, all the people present looked behind Su Haoyin. Wang Lin, Wang Xuantian, the 2 heroes of chaos. Everyone watched with horror. These are big shots. Why are you here? Yuan Zaitin wept with joy, like a child. While the Yuan family was shocked, some people with good thoughts suddenly thought of something. Immediately, he became short of breath. Who are you? The middle-aged man was furious because he didn't know Wang Lin, nor the chaos twins, otherwise he wouldn't have asked such a stupid question. Boom. Before Su Haoyin could say anything, Emperor Tianwu directly slapped the middle-aged man on the head. The terrifying force directly exploded the middle-aged man's body, and the fairy baby turned into blood mist and scattered everywhere. The surrounding disciples of the Yuan family were all stunned by the bloody scene, and they stood there in a daze, without dodging, blood spattered all over their bodies. Who are you? Do you know who you killed? Did you cause trouble? The old man from non-Kuan Tantric sect was almost scared to pee. The aura of Emperor Xuanwu made him tremble with fear. Emperor Xuanwu is a person who can deal with Jiang Chuyang, and his realm has reached the late stage of the Chaos Master realm, so how can he be compared with a Hunyuan Super Saint realm? Kneel down. Emperor Xuanwu was already extremely vicious, but after the bloody scene just now, his appearance became even more vicious, and the old man immediately fell to his knees on the ground with a plop. A Hunyuan Chaoxing, who was extremely arrogant in the Yuan family, was frightened out of his nerve by Emperor Xuanwu. Rongrong covered her small mouth with her hands, her face full of shock. Yuan Zaitin was extremely excited. He seemed to be back in his childhood when he was a child, quietly listening to the days, beside the Emperor of Heaven. The majesty of the Emperor of Heaven is still there, and he really wants to kill whoever he wants, without any hesitation. Su Haoyin sat in the position of the patriarch, very casually like his own home. Yuan Xuanhuan stood beside Su Haoyin and glared at Yuan Zaitin. See the old patriarch. Seeing Yuan Xuanhuan's return, all the clansmen wanted to salute for a long time, but at this moment they finally seized the opportunity. I will pay my respects to His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven. Yuan Xuanhuan's majestic voice resounded throughout the hall. The old man, kneeling on the ground, looked terrified. His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven? Is the legend true? Yuan Xuanhuan stared, and quickly came to the front of Su Haoyin, and took the lead in kneeling on the ground. Yuan Zaitin did not hesitate, and even pressed the dazed Rongrong to the ground. All the Yuan family did not hesitate. They all knelt on the ground, because they all knew that the old patriarch had only kneeled one person in his life, and that was the heavenly emperor enshrined in the Yuan family's ancestral hall. Then the identity of the young man in front of him is ready to be revealed. My minister, Yuan Xuanhuan, led all the members of the Yuan family to pay homage to His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven. Meet His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. A shocking sound resounded throughout the hall. The old man kneeling on the ground was completely stunned. Who the hell are you? Do you know Nankuan Emperor? I am Nankuan Emperor's confidant. You can't touch me? The old man was terrified. What heavenly emperor? He had no idea. In order to survive, he had no choice but to mention the name of Emperor Nankuan, hoping to frighten Xuanhuan. It's a pity that Xuanhuan ignored him at all. Zitian, is this your wife? Xuanhuan signaled everyone to get up. Glancing at Rongrong, he asked Yuan Zitian. Seeing this, Yuan Zitian quickly brought Rongrong to Xuanhuan with a smile and said, Your Majesty, his name is Rongrong, and he is the woman Zitian is about to marry. Xuanhuan smiled slightly, flipped his hand and took out a green bracelet. Handed it to Rongrong and said, This bracelet should be a gift for meeting. This is chaos treasure? Rongrong was also from a famous family, so of course she recognized the treasure of chaos, and she was pleasantly surprised. Although the chaos supreme treasure is not the highest treasure in the ancient sacred land, it is also a rare treasure. Even his family has no more than 100 pieces of chaos supreme treasure, but after leaving the family, he has never seen it again. Never owned one either. Xuanhuan didn't say anything, but put the bracelet into Rongrong's jade hand. Then he turned his head to look at the shivering old man kneeling on the ground and said, The Yuan family is safe, you can get out. Contempt, incomparable contempt. Overbearing, unparalleled overbearing. Disciple of the Yuan family. Hearing this, they all looked at Xuanhuan with admiration. The middle-aged man and the old man, who had been invincible before, died and knelt at the same time. Such a strong reversal of the scene gave a strong impact to all the disciples of the Yuan family present. Don't you know Emperor Nankuan? Then do you know who I am? Xuanhuan looked at the old man on the ground with a cold face. Yuan Xuanhuan stepped forward with one step, and kicked the old man away with one kick. Old man, get out, I don't want to kill on my son's big day, otherwise you will have no bones left today. If Xuanhuan's plan hadn't been taken into account, it would be no problem to pick Nankuan Emperor with his current strength. Do you want to? This guy still struggled, but he was slapped flying by Wang Xuantian, unexpectedly, smashing his body into pieces, leaving only a trembling fairy baby with a horrified expression on his face. Rongrong and all the disciples of the Yuan family were shocked by the scene in front of them. They beat and killed when they said they wanted to, and they were extremely overbearing. Who dares to say anything? Yuan Zitian was extremely excited. Wang Xuantian shattered a primordial chaos saint, and came to Yuan Zitian's side with his shoulders hooked and his back as if nothing happened, and said, How about it, little bastard, I invited Your Majesty here, isn't this scene big enough? Fuck, just you? Did you invite His Majesty? Are you so beautiful? Little gangster, only two people call each other. It can be seen how deep the friendship between the two is. Xuanhuan ignored the squabbling between the two, and said to the trembling fairy baby, Go away, tell that shit Nankuan Emperor, don't come to Yuan's house to embarrass yourself, otherwise he will die next time myself. The old man Xianying trembled, and when he heard this, he didn't dare to stay. For a long time, turned around and flew away as if to run away. Xuanhuan, let the disciples go down. Yuan Zhaitian didn't wait for Yuan Xuanhuan to speak out, he personally dispersed the Yuan family disciples, even the blood in the hall was also dispersed. Afterwards, Su Haoyan began to inquire about the situation of the Yuan family. Although Yuan Xuanhuan was the head of the family, he did not regard himself as an outsider. Father, what is your cultivation? At this time, Yuan Zhaitian suddenly found that his father's cultivation made him unable to see through. Because Yuan Xuanhuan's personal qualifications are very average, Yuan Zhaitian is the latecomer, and there is a faint tendency to surpass Yuan Xuanhuan. But seeing him today, it seems that his father has surpassed him a lot. It's all promoted by His Majesty, and you have reached the legendary realm. For your father. Therefore, your wedding doesn't have to be sneaky, it needs to be grand, special, and vigorous. Let your Majesty's dragon power be honored. Yuan Xuanhuan's impassioned words made Yuan Zhaitian excited. He was under a lot of pressure these days, and he wanted to get married in a low-key manner, but the pride of the Yuan family did not allow him to be so low-key. Well, don't worry, with me in charge, you can proceed with confidence and boldness. Standing by the side, Rongrong was a little puzzled. Although Yuan Xuanhuan was highly cultivated, she would not believe it if she could compete with her father. But no matter what, she wanted to marry Yuan Zhaitian, so she didn't have any other thoughts in her mind, and immediately walked up to Yuan Xuanhuan, and knelt down obediently. Although Yuan Xuanhuan was a little unhappy about this marriage. But now that the deal is done, he is no longer pretentious. Seeing Rongrong kneeling down, a warm smile appeared on his face. At the same time, the news that 2 generations of Yuan family patriarchs worshipped a mysterious young man at the same time spread loudly in the Yuan family universe. At the same time, the news that the mysterious young man was the return of the Emperor of Heaven also spread at the same time. What? 2 generations of patriarchs bow down to the mysterious youth at the same time? The mysterious youth is the return of the heavenly emperor? Is it true or not? It is said that the envoy sent by Emperor Nankuan only has one fairy baby left to escape. So, our Yuan family finally has a backer? Emperor of Heaven? Could it be the Emperor of Heaven enshrined in the ancestral hall? Oh my God, is there really someone like the Emperor of Heaven? For a while, there were different opinions in the Yuan family universe, and some elders of the family even came together that night to find Yuan Xuanhuan and verify the legend. After Su Haoyan settled down, Yuan Xuanhuan met all the clan elders in the lobby of the ancestral house, including Yuan Li, the first member of the Yuan family. Master, is that big man really the heavenly emperor enshrined in the ancestral hall? Yuan Li used to be a party figure. He encountered a catastrophe that year and was rescued by Yuan Xuanhuan at a critical moment. From then on, he was willing to worship Yuan Xuanhuan as a slave. Swear to protect the Yuan family for life. Time flies. He has guarded the Yuan family generation after generation, and he is now a member of the Yuan family. Yes, the heavenly emperor has returned, and our Yuan family will join the heavenly emperor's power in the Haoyan court. Yuan Chonghuan's answer made Yuan Li's eyes widen. A look of disbelief. At the same time, all the elders in the hall were extremely excited. However, don't spread the news about my improvement. Your Majesty has a plan. And we can't destroy it. Everyone nodded, trying their best to calm down the shock in their hearts. The legend of the Emperor of Heaven is too mysterious, and members of the Yuan family have been indoctrinated to be loyal to the Emperor of Heaven since childhood. Therefore, the concept of the supremacy of the Emperor of Heaven has been deeply ingrained in the hearts of all people. It can be said that in the land of the ancient sages, the Emperor of Heaven is a myth and legend. Father, the son wants to remove the position of patriarch after marriage. At this moment, Yuan Zhaitian spoke. The tone is firm and beyond doubt. Reason. Yuan Xuanhuan didn't have much thought fluctuations on his face. Father, my son has disappointed His Majesty. The reason is that my son's strength is insufficient, and my son doesn't want to disappoint His Majesty. That's why I want to go out to practice. Yuan Zhaitian said so. Let everyone on the scene be moved. A word from the Emperor of Heaven can actually make Yuan Zhaitian voluntarily give up the position of patriarch, which shows the position of the Emperor of Heaven in his heart. You don't need to give up the position of patriarch, and you don't need to go out to practice. After you get married, you can join the Haotian court and serve His Majesty. As long as you have enough military exploits, it is no problem to become the existence of this seat. Although Yuan Chonghuan's voice was calm, everyone present could hear the excitement in his tone. Father, you mean? That's right, Your Majesty has a heaven-defying supernatural power that can instantly improve the cultivation of living beings. Half a month ago, this seat was still in the great perfection of the Hunyuan Super Saint realm, but now it has far exceeded this realm by a lot. Yuan Chonghuan's voice echoed in everyone's ears. The hall was instantly silent. This person is not only wearing a fiery red brocade robe, but also his face, hair, exposed skin, etc. are all fiery red. The whole person is as hot as a cluster of flames. Humph, Emperor Haotian, how dare you kill my eldest brother? This time I must avenge my eldest brother. This person is none other than Gu Feng, the second-ranked raging fire evil emperor, one of the 10 evil emperors in the ancient sacred land. Chaos Great Ruler Realm Great Consummation. Although he and Jade Bone Demon Lord are not blood brothers, they are indeed close friends. Jade Bone Demon Lord was killed by a strong man from Haotian court, which made him very angry. He wants to avenge his brother. Hearing that Emperor Haotian had gone to the Yuan family universe, he rushed there in a hurry. Recently, it has been rumored in the ancient sages that Yuan Zhaitian, the current patriarch of the Yuan family, wants to marry Xiaoyun Tianzuan's daughter as his wife, and many forces are ready to move. He didn't understand why Emperor Haotian wanted to attend Yuan Zhaitian's wedding, but it didn't affect his revenge for Jade Bone Demon Lord. Flying, suddenly he frowned, because a blue figure suddenly appeared in front of him, walking towards him. Taking a closer look, this person has fluttering green clothes, long black hair, and a handsome face. If Su Haotian was here, he would definitely recognize him. This person is none other than Nailan Qing. Compared with the chaotic period, Nailan Qing's aura is more illusory and his expression is more indifferent. Nailan Qing. Lai Xia Huang's eyes widened, almost peeing in fear. What bad luck, he actually met Nailan Qing? Lai Xia Huang was so frightened that he trembled all over, with a look of horror on his face. That still has the heroic appearance of the great master of chaos. Without hesitation, he immediately turned around and was about to fly away. But at this time, where are you going? A cold voice sounded, and the steps that Xuanhuan was about to take out suddenly stopped in the void. At this moment, even if he was given 10,000 courage, he would not dare to step forward. Raging fire evil emperor turned around with difficulty. Nalanqing's figure was already less than 10 meters away from him. What are you going to do? Do your best to calm down your fears? Asked hard. Nalanqing still looked at him indifferently and said, I saw the shadow of the Emperor of Heaven in your world. Why, you want to seek revenge from the Emperor of Heaven? Hearing this, Xuanhuan's eyes widened. He didn't expect Nalanqing to be able to spy on his consciousness. Nalanqing was so terrifying. He is the great master of chaos, Dzogchen. How is this possible? Hurry up. Nalanqing said softly. The voice was ethereal, but like countless sharp knives, it directly pierced into the heart of Xuanhuan. Puff. Xuanhuan couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was covered with dead gray. Who is the Emperor of Heaven? I don't know, I only know Emperor Haoyan. Who is Emperor Haoyan? Nalanqing looked puzzled. He clearly saw Su Haoyan's appearance in Xuanhuang's consciousness. That is the Emperor of Heaven. He can forget anyone, but he will never forget the Emperor of Heaven. Get out. Boom. Nalanqing kicked the fiery emperor away with one kick. Turn around and disappear. Crazy? He didn't even know that Xuanhuan was killed, but Nalanqing had a relationship with Emperor Haoyan. Although he was beaten up by Nalanqing, it is not bad to be able to save his life. However, this guy didn't seem to realize his mistake, and still flew towards Yuan's universe. If he had known the relationship between Nalanqing and Su Haoyan, he might not have gone to seek revenge on Su Haoyan with such peace of mind. The evil Emperor Xuanhuan looked at the disappearing Nalanqing in horror, and couldn't help but think of another strong man in his heart. That is Emperor Qian. A long time ago, Emperor Qian challenged the entire old sacred land, from one end to the other. No one could stop him with every move. No one can match it. At that time, it was rumored that Nalanqing was the only strong man who was not defeated by Emperor Qian. Of course, no one saw the specific process. However, both of them said that they were not the strongest, and the heavenly Emperor was stronger than them. Who is the Emperor of Heaven? The teacher of all living beings is admired by all things. It is also a myth and legend of the ancient Holy Land. Is Emperor Haoyan the Emperor of Heaven? How is this possible? With doubts in his heart, Xuanhuan continued to rush to Yuan's family universe. In the Yuan family great world where the Yuan family universe is located. Ding. A side mission is triggered. The Fire Emperor is coming. Mission. Details, because the host killed the elder brother of the Fire Emperor, the Jade Bone Demon King, which angered the Fire Emperor. In order to avenge his brother, the Fire Emperor has come to the Yuan family world. If the host kills the fiery evil emperor, the system will reward the host with a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to pass on Taoism, a chance to awaken a diehard loyalist, a chance to summon a strong man, a chance to die loyal to the peak, and trigger next step. Su Haoyan, who was chatting with Yuan Zitian, suddenly heard a system notification sound in his mind, which made him slightly stunned, but he immediately said with a smile on his face, Yin Lingzi, Xuanwu, you two are going to the entrance of Yuan family great world to wait for a man named Huaxie. Emperor's guy, kill him. Yuan Zhaitian, who was speaking enthusiastically, was suddenly stunned. Because the moment Su Haoyan opened his mouth, a silver figure suddenly appeared beside Su Haoyan, leading away with Xuanhuan on the other side. Your Majesty, who is that silver shadow? Yuan Zhaitian asked, curiously. If it was someone else, I wouldn't dare to ask. Because none of them dared to behave so casually in front of Su Haoyan. But Yuan Zhaitian didn't think so. Because when they were young, he and Wang Xuantian were very casual in front of Su Haoyan. They were even hugged by Su Haoyan. It's okay for him to act a little closer. Su Haoyan smiled and said, that's my bodyguard. Su Haoyan liked Yuan Zhaitian's casualness very much. For him, this is family. Affection. Wow, Your Majesty, your bodyguard is so handsome. Wang Xuantian, who was standing beside, said exaggeratedly. He was kicked out by Su Haoyan. Ha ha. The hall was full of laughter and laughter. Ha ha ha, Emperor Haoyan, quickly get out and die. At this time an extremely arrogant voice suddenly sounded in the sky above. The Yuan family, great world. Immediately startled everyone. Humph, what dares to disturb His Majesty's rest here? The voice of Emperor Xuanwu then sounded. The voice was full of contempt. Haha, a guy in the late stage of the Lord of Chaos dares to speak wild words. He really wants to die. Boom. Following the sound of this sound, there was a sudden boom and explosion in the sky above the Yuan family, great world. It was also mixed with yelling. What? Suddenly, the previous provocative voice suddenly screamed, and it spread throughout the whole world in an instant. Boom. Humph, the little Hualing dares to trouble His Majesty, I really don't know what it means. As soon as the voice fell, the Yuan family's great world suddenly calmed down. All the Yuan family, who were standing in the void, looked at each other in blank dismay. Ding. Complete the side mission, the Fire Evil Emperor is coming. The system rewards the host with a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to inherit Taoism, a chance to awaken a diehard loyalist, a chance to summon a strong man, and a diehard loyalist. The opportunity of the peak and trigger. The next task. Ding. Trigger the main task, unify the 10 evil emperors. Task details. Because the host successively killed the Jade Bone Demon Lord and the raging Fire Evil Emperor of the 10 evil emperors, the 10 evil forces in the ancient sacred land suddenly out of balance. If the host takes the opportunity to unify the evil forces of the ancient sacred land with his subordinates, the system specially rewards the host with a chance to recruit a strong man, a chance to overcome the tribulation, a chance to inherit Taoism, a chance to awaken loyalists, and a chance to surpass, a chance to awaken the limit. A chance to summon a super strong man. A chance to reach the pinnacle of the strong man. A chance to copy the strong man. At this time, 2 system prompts sounded in succession, causing Su Haoyan to narrow his eyes suddenly. It seems that I have to take even bigger steps. Thinking so in his heart, Su Haoyan brought Wen Tianxiang and Zhang Liang over. The 2 of you go to where Su Ling and Yu Hongxin are now, and tell them that I will give them half a month to unify the ancient Holy Land, although there are evil areas. In addition, I will send Yin Lingzi and Zhenwu to the 2. Let them rest assured that the conquest is. Su Haoyan's words shocked several people in the hall instantly. His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven wants to unify the evil forces in the ancient sacred land? It's so awesome. Your Majesty, this disciple also wants to participate. Gui demon god was originally a warlike nation, seeing that Xuanhuan and Lingzi had gone to fight, he couldn't sit still. Don't worry, I have other tasks for you. Su Haoyan paused, waved Zhang Liang, Emperor Xuanhuan, and Lingzi to turn and leave. Wang Lin, together with Sun Tian, Tianwu, Shuiren Gui, Yu Qigong, Li Yuanba, Yang Jian and other 13 strong men, you went to Jiang Chuyang's Jiang family's big world, and I took his big world away. Hearing Su Haoyan's words, everyone showed excitement. It seems that the power of Tiandi Palace, which has been silent for a long time, will be amazing. In addition, you, Wen Tianxiang, will go with you. Remember, what I want is absolute obedience. After everyone took orders to leave, Su Haoyan chatted with Yuan Xuanhuan and his son again. At the same time, he ordered in his heart, start summoning superpowers. Completing the task of killing the fiery evil emperor gave him a chance to be summoned, a chance to inherit Taoism, an awakening beyond the limits, and a chance to be loyal to the peak. Several other rewards. And it has reached the opportunity to integrate rewards. Ding. The system is summoning superpowers for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Song Yu, from the legend of unofficial history. Does the host choose to call again? The system prompt sounded, which made Su Haoyan almost spit out the tea he drank. Is this guy here to act as a badass? Resummon. Ding. The system is resummoning superpowers for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Emperor Gaochen. From ancient myths and legends. Does the host choose to summon again? Gaochen the Great? This is not bad. Gaochen the Great, also known as the Western Taiji Heavenly Emperor, is the third orthodox god of the 4 emperors of Taoism. It is worth mentioning that Emperor Gaochen is the eldest son of Dou Yu and the elder brother of Emperor Ziwei. If he is summoned, it will definitely be a great help. Just summon him, restore the memory of the previous life, and call up the attribute list. Emperor Gaochen, from ancient myths and legends. Race, human race. Identity, one of the 4 royals. Emperor. In charge of the 3 talents of heaven, earth and man. Lucky level, late stage of the holy realm. Cultivation method, Dafa of heaven and earth. Divine ability, smiling proudly for 9 heavens. The evil spirit is monstrous. Evolved thousands of times. Magic weapon, Pantheon. Killing heaven sword. Loyalty, 87/100. That's right, he actually possessed the cultivation base of the late stage of the Holy Realm. It seems that with the upgrading of the system, the cultivation base of the summoned experts has also been raised by a whole level. Ding. Complete the main task, go to the land of the ancient saints. The system specially rewards the host with 3 chances to awaken beyond the limit, 1 chance to summon a strong man, 1 chance to designate to summon a super strong man, 5 chances to peak a strong man, 5 chances to copy the strong man, 5 chances to enter the dojo, and 2 chances to inherit Taoism. At this time a system prompt sounded, making Su Haoyan stunned on the spot. Nima. This earliest triggered quest has only now been completed. Is there any reason why it doesn't work? Su Haoyan asked the system. Because the host already has the intention to conquer the entire old sacred land, that's why the system completed this task. The system's answer, Su Haoyan understands very well, is nothing more than you have the determination to fight for hegemony in order to complete the Task. Unexpectedly, a temporary decision of his made him complete a task. Inadvertently. If that's the case, the system will give me a fusion reward. All fusion. He now has 2 chances to fuse. It can be described as rich as oil. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully merging into a chance to summon a strong man. The system prompt sounded, making Xuanhuan gnash his teeth. Not authentic. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully merging into a chance to inherit Taoism. This is okay. Xuanhuan's expression softened. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully merging into a chance to inherit Taoism. The system rang 3 times in a row, giving him an ordinary summon and 2 chances to pass on Taoism. In addition to the one obtained previously, there are 3 Dao Dharma inheritances in total. 1 general call and 1 designated call. 10 over-limit awakenings and 5 loyal awakenings. Quite scary. Let's extract the inheritance of Taoism first. Extract all. He decided to extract the Taoism inheritance first. Then do something else. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the dragon avenue. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing Badian Dao. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the lucky avenue. 3 system prompts sounded, making Xuanhuan a little dazed. There are so many strange avenues in this world. Could it be that he is ignorant? Lialong Avenue. Overlord Avenue. Good Luck Avenue. Hey, Li Yuanba is lucky again this time. Xuanhuan chuckled in his heart. Yes, he decided to pass on Badian Dao to Li Yuanba. Then Yang Jian Hongmeng will be crossed from the catastrophe. Maybe at that time a strong man who surpassed the primordial realm and entered the Dao realm could be cultivated. As for the Lialong Avenue, he already has someone in mind, but that guy is very arrogant, so let's talk about it after he wakes up his loyalists. He hasn't figured out the last avenue of good luck yet. Wait a minute. In this way, 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. Your Majesty, the great world of the Jiang family has been conquered by us. In the Yuan family hall, in front of Xuanhuan, where Wang Lin, Wang Xuantian, Li Yuanba, Yang Jian, etc., are fighting, Wang Lin reported excitedly. Very good, everyone has worked hard, go down and rest first. Li Yuanba, stay. After Xuanhuan gave an order, besides Xuanhuan, only Li Yuanba was left in the hall. Your Majesty, what orders do you have for the minister? Li Yuanba bowed and asked. I want to promote you. Without waiting for Li Yuanba to say anything after speaking, he directly ordered the system to pass the Badian Dao to Li Yuanba. The news that Jiang Chuyang's world was occupied by Emperor Haoyan within 10 days spread like a whirlwind throughout the entire ancient sacred land. All forces were shocked in an instant. Although Jiang Chuyang was not the strongest in the ancient sacred land, their Jiang family was quite famous in the plain. It was destroyed in just 10 days. Let the whole ancient holy place be shocked. Emperor Haoyan sent subordinates to destroy the Jiang family great world. Is it true or not? Who is Emperor Haoyan? With the title of Emperor of Heaven, who is this person? Jiang Chuyang's strength is not inferior to any of the 10 evil emperors, so he was wiped out like this? For a time, various forces in the old sacred land were talking about it. Some have even sent out spies. Such 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, Xuanhuan was meditating in his room with his eyes closed. Ding! Li Yuanba's inheritance of Baodi and Dou is completed. Is the host released? The system prompt sounded, waking Xuanhuan up. Calls the property list. Li Yuanba, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, gold-winged rock. Lucky level, Hongmeng enters the middle stage of Taoism. Cultivation method, Jinping transformation. Supernatural powers, Daping transforms. The sky is falling apart. Golden. Hammer decides the sky. Magic weapon, Jinping magic hammer. Special attribute, Pingniao transformation, in case of a crisis, once the Pingniao transformation is turned on, its strength will be doubled, and the combat effectiveness will be fully improved. Loyalty, 100/100. Hongmeng entered the middle stage of Dao realm. Worthy of being a golden-winged rock, the aptitude is against the sky. So, among the three masters who have entered the Taoist realm, who else can stop me in this ancient holy land? Xuanhuan released Li Yuanba while muttering to himself. After some reassurance, Xuanhuan specially told him not to reveal his strength. In a blink of an eye, time passed quickly. The day of Yuan Zitian's big wedding is getting closer and closer, and the Yuan family's big world has also become lively. Guests come here almost every day. However, too few of them sincerely congratulated, and most of them came to watch the fun. Shaoyun Tianzuan is the top powerhouse in the ancient Holy Land. How can the little Yuan family resist? Hu Jianqi, the emperor of the human race, has arrived. Yuan Li's voice resounded throughout the universe of the Yuan family, and Yuan Li was waiting at the entrance of the Yuan family very early. Once a famous and strong man came, he would always announce it loudly, firstly, to give the strong man face, and secondly, to increase the momentum of the Yuan family. In an instant, the creatures of the Yuan family's universe exploded. Hu Jianqi, the emperor of the human race, is quite famous, ranking very high among the 6 emperors of the human race. However, the 6 emperors of the human race looked very friendly on the surface, but they were fighting openly and secretly, and no one obeyed the other. And Hu Jianqi is the emperor of the Xuanchu universe, and one of the emperors who owns the Shantian Tower. Hu Jianqi is a tall, muscular, middle-aged man with a strong body, wearing a silver armor close to his body, with a beard on his face, and eyes like light bulbs. Under the escort of the guards behind him, he walked towards the fairy island of the Yuan family, Great World location. Soon, he brought his guards to the Yuan family's immortal island. Yuan Zitian led a group of Yuan family elders to greet them in person. Haha, Jianqi, you and I haven't seen each other for a long time. How are you? Yuan Zitian clasped his fists and said with a smile. He is older than Xuanchu's age. At the same time, he watched Xuanchu establish the human race. Therefore, all the emperors of the human race can be regarded as his juniors. However, although Hu Jianqi is not as old as him, his cultivation is much higher than him. As a pioneer of the human race, Hu Jianqi's cultivation has reached the late stage of the Chaos Master. There are 6 emperors of the Xuanchu human race, and their talents are all incomparable. Moreover, his cultivation has surpassed that of Renzu Xuanchu. However, because Yuan Xuanhuan had helped the human race through the most difficult period, he also pushed the human race to the top status of the ancient Holy Land. Therefore, the Yuan family can be said to be the heroes of the human race. Isn't it? It's been tens of billions of years. It's been a long time. A bright smile appeared on Hu Jianqi's dark face, and his expression was extremely sincere. When they were not practicing, they had already followed Yuan Zetian around. Although he considers himself the elder of the 6 emperors of the human race, he sees that his younger generation has far surpassed himself in terms of cultivation. Yuan Zetian felt very uncomfortable. The primordial chaos saint realm may seem majestic, but it is nothing at all. In the ancient sage land. Immediately, Yuan Zetian took Hu Jianqi into the island where the patriarch was. Hu Jianqi's arrival made the entire Yuan family extremely excited. And those guests who came to watch the fun felt incredible when they saw Hu Jianqi coming. The emperor of the human race is a strong man in one dimension. Why did he come to Yuan Zetian's wedding? Oh, by the way, Xuanqi Renzu is also on the island. Jianqi, do you want to meet? Yuan Zetian said easily. Because Su Haoyan sitting in the town made Yuan Zetian extremely relaxed, and Hu Jianqi's presence moved him very much, but that's all. Because he has nothing to worry about. His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven can handle all variables. Xuanqi Renzu? Is his old man here too? Although he was puzzled in his heart when he thought of the relationship between Yuan Xuanhuan and Xuanqiu, he suddenly understood. The Xuanqiu Shenlong sees the beginning but does not see the end, and has not contacted their 6 emperors for a long time. When I saw you, I wanted to see him. Let me take you there. Yuan Zetian said with a smile. As for Su Haoyan, he didn't mention it. Because the 6 emperors are not yet qualified to see the Emperor of Heaven. On the other side, Su Haoyan was listening to Xuanhuan Xiaoyan's report. The news from General Zhao said that the few remaining evil emperors of the evil way suddenly appeared at a critical moment, a super strong man. General Zhao fought against him, but he couldn't help him at all. I ask His Majesty. What should I do? How long has this been going on? Su Haoyan asked with a slight frown. In the land of the ancient sages, there unexpectedly appeared a strong man no less than Zhao Yun. It seems that I underestimated the heroes of the world. It's been a while. General Zhao probably felt embarrassed, so he didn't report it. Xuanhuan Xiaotian said with emotion. Let Yuan Chonghuan come over. Su Haoyan made a decisive decision. His original intention was to send Li Yuanba there. But Li Yuanba was stubborn. He was afraid of mistakes, so he decided to send Yuan Chonghuan directly. As for this, Li Yuanba is enough. Later, Yuan Chonghuan came. Su Haoyan explained the matter. Yuan Chonghuan took the order and left. Where is the strong man who can send a strong man who has entered the Dao realm to help the evil way? Could it be some black hand behind it? The reason why Su Haoyan judged that the other party was at the Grand Mist Dao realm was that this person was on par with Zhao Yun, so the judgment came from this. Ding. A side mission is triggered, the mastermind behind the scenes. Mission details, because the host's plan to destroy the evil forces in the old sacred land was blocked by the mysterious strong man. If the host kills the mysterious strong man and finds out the secret of the mysterious strong man identity, the system specially rewards the host with a chance to recruit a strong man. A chance to awaken a loyal loyalist, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to pass on Taoism, a chance to summon a strong man, and a chance to reach the peak of a strong man. At this time, the system prompt sounded suddenly, making Su Haoyan slightly taken aback, but he immediately laughed. Sure enough, this trip to the ancient Holy Land is a good time to do the task. In the beginning, the human race was established by Xuanhuan according to Xuanhuan's instruction. The fact that the human race survived the historical changes successfully and achieved its current status is also the protection of Xuanhuan's subordinates. Therefore, the Shantian Tower should be returned to Xuanhuan. Hu Jianqi was taken aback for a moment, but he said immediately, the Shantian Divine Pagoda is naturally very good. I don't know why Master Renzu asked this question. The Shantian God Tower has been in your hands for countless thousands of years, it's time to hand it over. Xuanqi restrained his smile and said solemnly. The Shantian Tower was given to the 6 emperors by him, and he has the right to take it back. So he was not polite. But Hu Jianqi was completely stunned. He opened his mouth wide, stared wide-eyed, and looked at Hu Jianqi in disbelief. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and said, Master Renzu, why are you doing this? Do we have anything to do to the human race? You have done a good job, and I have not made me feel dissatisfied. The reason is that the real owner of the Shantian Divine Tower has returned. So I want to return the Shantian Divine Tower to him. Xuanqi said softly. The tone is relaxed, as if talking about trivial things at first sight. If Xuanhuan had to do it himself, then he might as well die. What a shame. When Hu Jianqi heard this, his face darkened immediately. The 6 of them have relied on the Shantian God Tower to cultivate to the present level. If there is no Shantian God Tower, they are nothing. The most important thing is that the Shantian Divine Tower is the spiritual symbol of the human race. If the Shantian Divine Tower is handed over, wouldn't it be the same as surrendering the human race? Who is he? Hu Jianqi already felt dissatisfied in his heart. Although Xuanqi is the ancestor of the human race, the 6 of them are the heroes who single-handedly pushed the human race to the top. Why should they deprive them of their treasures? Why, it seems that you are very unwilling. Xuanqi squinted at Hu Jianqi, without any surprise. Although the 6th emperor's life, cultivation, and even status were all given by him. But people are selfish. Once they stand on a high ground, they will inevitably be selfish. This is the bad root of human beings. Not surprisingly. However, what should be returned still has to be returned. Because without God, there would be no human beings. There is no such thing as the 6 emperors who are now so glorious. Renzu, are you stupid? That's the luck of the human race, everything about the human ancestor. Don't you feel sorry for it? What kind of real master? Didn't you create the human race? Someone else? Hu Jianqi was emotional, stood up abruptly, and shouted angrily. Although Xuanqi was defeated by Emperor Shanming some time ago, he lost the face of the human race. But the 6th emperor did not blame Xuanqi. Because Xuanqi is the ancestor of the human race after all. But now it seems that Xuanqi has decayed. Xuanqi, it seems that the human race is not monolithic. I am very disappointed in this. Bring this human emperor here. At this time, Xuanhuan's majestic voice suddenly sounded, and then the figure of Yin Lingzi appeared beside Xuanqi. At the same time, the aura of the Chaos Lord in the later stage burst out. Hu Jianqi, who was on the opposite side, widened his eyes. However, before Hu Jianqi could say anything, Yin Lingzi grabbed his shoulder and disappeared with Xuanqi. In Xuanhuan's room, the figure of Hu Jianqi suddenly appeared in Xuanqi. Hu Jianqi shook his body, and looked at the nothingness next to him with a look of horror. My heart was extremely shocked. Who is he? Why did he feel the breath of chaotic creatures on his body? Xuanhuan wept bitterly. Hu Jianqi opened his mouth wide in shock. A look of disbelief. Renzu actually bowed down? Who is the handsome young man sitting on the chair in front of him? And many more. This looks God. He is. Hu Jianqi was completely dumbfounded. The moment he saw Xuanhuan, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in his mind, and a figure suddenly appeared. In the human ancestral hall in the Six Emperors City, the statue enshrined at the highest point. The young man sitting in front of him was exactly like him. At this time, an identity is also ready to be revealed. God. Teacher of all living beings? When they became emperors of the human race, they once knelt in front of this statue and swore their allegiance to the emperor of the human race, to the death. Is this man the emperor of heaven? How is this possible? Mysterious, this matter has nothing to do with you. After all, the human race's bad roots are there. And hundreds of millions of years have passed. Remember that there are not many living beings left. What's more, remember that you are the only one who ordered the creation of the human race. Xuanhuan said softly. Then he turned his head to look at Hu Jianqi and said, You are one of the 6 emperors of the human race, you are majestic and respected by hundreds of millions of human beings. However, you have forgotten your origin. If it wasn't for the fact that I handed over the treasure of the human race to Xuanhuan to let him create the human race, how could there be you? Now that I have returned, I want to take back my own treasure. Is there anything wrong? As soon as this remark came out, Hu Jianqi was sad. Then he gritted his teeth and said, You are really the teacher of all living beings, Heavenly Emperor? The legend of the Emperor of Heaven has a long history. According to legend, the ancient Holy Land, including the Central Universe, and other creatures in the world are all created by the Emperor of Heaven. It can be said that the Heavenly Emperor is the elder of this world, admired by hundreds of millions of living beings. All along, they have regarded this Heavenly Emperor as a fabricated legend. They all thought it was deliberately fabricated by Xuanhuan. Now it seems that the God of Heaven really exists. This made him a little uneasy. Although you are the emperor of the human race, in my eyes, you are no different from ordinary creatures of the human race. The Xintian Tower in your hand belongs to me, and I have the right to take it back. In addition, don't you think you are a rebellious son? Xuanhuan is equivalent to your father. Without him, you would not be where you are now. If you lose your temper, you will lose your temper. You will not look like a leader of the human race. While talking, Xuanhuan waved his hand, and a strong wind held out, and Hu Jianqi felt his whole body go limp. He fell to the ground with a plop. I know you are not convinced, but then you will know how lucky you are. Immediately, a golden light emerged from Hu Jianqi's body, and then a small pagoda flew into Xuanhuan's hand. He respectfully sent it to Xuanhuan's hands. Seeing this scene, Hu Jianqi felt chills in his heart. At the same time, there was an undisguised look of resentment in his eyes. He made great achievements for the human race, but in the end he ended up in such a miserable end. Let me ask if he can take it. Can you be willing? You don't need to show such an expression. I was able to become the teacher of all living beings in the chaotic period, and now I will naturally lead the human race to glory. And you are still the emperor of the human race, and your Cultivation will be improved because of it. Loyalty. 3 days later. Yuan Zhaitian's wedding was held as scheduled. Although Yuan Xuanhuan was not around, Su Haoyan, as Yuan Zhaitian's elder, had a higher status than Yuan Xuanhuan. So Yuan Zhaitian has no regrets. On this day, the entire Yuan family was decorated with lanterns and festoons. And a festive atmosphere permeated the countless flying islands and fairy mountains in the Yuan family universe. Moreover, those creatures who came purely to watch the excitement even had the cultivation base of the Chaos Supreme Emperor realm. Su Haoyan sat high on the patriarchal position. Wang Lin and Li Yuanba stood on both sides of him. And behind him stood the powerful men of Haoyan court. On the left and right below are the elders of the Yuan family and other important figures. The guests around looked at Su Haoyan with curious eyes. Look, isn't that the first ancient demon god Wang Lin? He's actually standing? Oh my god, isn't that Renzu Xuanqiu? He is standing there too? How is that possible? I'll go. Chaos twins? I didn't miss it, did I? The patriarch is standing there, and he is still very reserved. Why is that? Is that young man really the legendary Emperor of Heaven? The elders and disciples of the Yuan family discussed a lot. Everyone's attention was on Su Haoyan. I saw Yuan Zhaitian in a festive red brocade robe, standing beside Su Haoyan with a respectful expression, and Rong Rong in a red wedding dress was beside him. Covered by a red hijab, she has a graceful figure and is supported by a maid. Zhaitian, don't be nervous, just rest assured to get married, everything is up to you. Su Haoyan comforted Yuan Zhaitian. When Tianxiong, who was standing behind him, rushed back today. Over there, subduing the evil forces has become a certainty, so he rushed back to attend Yuan Zhaitian's wedding. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yuan Zhaitian said easily. To be honest, ever since Su Haoyan came to Yuan family great world, he has never been worried. Afterwards, Yuan Zhaitian took Rong Rong and walked towards the old Yuan family. Ding. Complete the side mission. The mastermind behind the scenes. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to recruit a strong man, a chance to awaken a diehard loyalist, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to inherit Taoism, and a chance to call a strong man a chance for the strong to be at the peak. At this time, the system prompt sounded, which indicated that Yuan Xuanhuan and the others had completed the task. Next, you only need to completely occupy the evil forces. Your Majesty, what are you laughing at? Seeing Su Haoyan laughing, Li Yuanba found it strange and asked in a low voice. I laughed at you, someone in Martha surpassed you. Su Haoyan said with a half-smile. Su Haoyan meant that this time he got a chance to be recruited by the strong. He is now thinking about who to accept this strong call. Is it Wang Lin, Xuanqiu, or Liang, Yu Hongxin, Su Ling, his disciples and subordinates? But they are all important figures in the old sacred land. The palms and backs of his hands were full of flesh, and he was a little hesitant. As soon as Su Haoyan's words came out, Li Yuanba's face instantly became bitter. No one can maintain the position of the #1 powerhouse in Haoyan court. Because when you are high-spirited, others will rise instantly. Zhu Rong and Dong Huangtai stood together and looked at each other, thinking in their hearts, who could surpass Li Yuanba this time? Everyone, today is the wedding day of the eldest of our Yuan family. You are All welcome to come and participate. The Yuan family is very grateful. Yuan Li's voice was as loud as ever, making his words spread throughout the Yuan family universe. As the highest person in the Yuan family except Yuan Xuanhuan, he has the right to preside over the wedding. My head of the Yuan family is talented. In the following time, Yuan Li began to brag about Yuan Zhaitian. But most of the guests curled their lips, thinking, after a while, Tianwu and Xiaoyun will come, let's see what you can do. Humph, head of the Yuan family, in the eyes of this deity, he is a scum. At this time a domineering voice suddenly sounded in the Yuan family universe. The voice was so loud that it suppressed Yuan Li's voice in an instant. At the same time, a suffocating coercion descended suddenly, making most people's breathing stagnate. Hee, here we come. Wang Lin had already entered the table at this time, sitting next to Su Haoxiangxia. At this moment, he narrowed his eyes and said. When Tianxiang put down the folding fan in his hand and said, Tianwu and Xiaoyun has arrived. The great ruler of Chaos Realm is complete. It even surpassed me, this guy is really tricky. Wang Lin said solemnly. At the same time, he subconsciously looked at Su Haotian. Although it was the first time for him to meet Xiaoyun Tianzuan, and the aura was beyond his imagination. But he is not afraid. However, only he, Yinlingzi, Xuanchu, who is hiding in the dark, and this invisible young man next to him, can defeat Xiaoyun Tianzuan? The thin young man in his eyes was Li Yuanba. At this time, he was fighting with a chicken leg. My mouth is full of oil. He was not at all nervous about Xiaoyun Tianzuan's arrival. However, Su Haotian was not nervous at all, instead he watched Li Yuanba eat chicken legs with a smile. At this time, Yuan Zhaitian and Rong Rong stood on the steps outside the attic. And below the steps were tens of thousands of Yuan family children. At this time, they all looked at the sky in horror. Master, father, he is here. Rong Rong trembled, tightly held Yuan Zhaitian's arm, and said nervously. Yuan. Zhaitian said loudly with a smile on his face, Tianzuan, you old man is here. Are you here to bless us? Blessing? It's a joke, do you have the right to let the deity bless you? Xiaoyun Tianzuan's voice sounded, and immediately to the east of the Patriarch's fairy mountain, the sky suddenly sounded like a rag being torn. And the void was instantly torn open. Then a tall figure stepped out of it. This figure was 3 feet tall, standing in the void like an iron tower. A pair of scarlet eyes looked indifferently at all the creatures below. All the creatures on the Yuan family's fairy mountain were in an uproar. Xiaoyun Tianzuan? It's really him, he actually came. TSK, there is a good show this time. It is said that Tianzuan Xiaoyun seldom shows up. I didn't expect that he would personally go out for his daughter. This time, the Yuan family is in great trouble. Where did Yuan Chonghuan go? Why is there no one there? All the living beings talked a lot, and they were not optimistic that the Yuan family could survive under the hands of Tianzu and Xiaoyun. Faced with Xiaoyun Tianzuan's sarcasm, Yuan Zhaitian said with a smile, then. You can leave on your own, old man, and the son-in-law will not see you off. Don't give it away? Su Haotian, who was sitting in the attic, almost spit out his wine. Then he burst out laughing. Seeing this, Wen Tianxiang couldn't help asking in confusion, why are you laughing, your majesty? Su Haotian immediately corrected his attitude, well, it's nothing, the wedding is a serious one, do you know? On the other side, Yuan Zhaitian's strength made all living beings shake their Heads. Could it be that the Yuan family has gone crazy? Dare to tease Tianzuan. Xiaoyun? Are you looking for death? Boy, I have to say that you are really brave enough. If that's the case, why? Don't you go to die? Tianzuan Xiaoyun's voice sounded again, and following the sound came a giant pitch-black claw that grabbed Yuan Zaitian. Rongrong couldn't bear it anymore. She lifted the hijab abruptly and said angrily, "Father, can't you let your daughter marry happily?" "Humph, you unfilial son, get out. Even if you die, this deity will still bring you back to life. And he must die today." Xiaoyun Tianzuan's voice is extremely domineering. For his own face, the life of a daughter is not important to him. Su Haoyan was even more speechless. He waved at Li Yuanba. "Fuck, that bastard interrupts my uncle's food? Get out of my way." Li Yuanba's voice rolled out like a high-explosive bomb, exploding over the Yuan family's immortal island. The shock caused the black claws in the sky that were reaching out to destroy Yuan Zaitian to break apart inch by inch. Before Tianzuan Xiaoyun could react, his whole body was like a shooting star, shooting backwards, crashing into the space to avoid obstacles with a bang, and disappearing in the Yuan family universe in the blink of an eye. A 10,000-meter-long line of blood was left along the way. The ears of all the guests present were also buzzing, and most of the creatures were bleeding from their mouths and noses. The scene was chaotic. Quiet. The whole place was silent, and there was no sound. What's the situation? Who is that black boy sitting in the attic? Shocked Tianzuan Xiaoyun into the air with just a single roar. At this time, the eyes of all living beings were focused on Li Yuanba, who was sitting on Su Hao's world's largest and blossoming body. How powerful was that giant claw just now, and it was broken by this black boy's roar? And it also sent Xiaoyun Tianzuan flying. Seeing the bloodline left behind, Tianzuan Xiaoyun must have been injured. Rongrong tightly covered her small mouth, and looked at Li Yuanba in disbelief. That was her father, an almost invincible existence in her heart. But he was shocked back by a roar. At this moment, she felt that her worldview had been subverted. Yuan Zaitian trembled all over, opened his mouth wide, and was beyond shocked. He never expected Li Yuanba to be so powerful. Hu Jianqi was completely dumbfounded. In the huge attic, Wang Lin, Wang Xuantian, the chaos Shuangjie Di Jiang, Di Jun and other powerful people from the Haoyan court, as well as all the veterans of the Yuan family stood up all at once, trembling all over, looking at Li Yuanba in disbelief. Su Haoyan didn't make a sound, as if he had expected this result. "Okay, are you a starving ghost resurrected? Hurry up and get your in-laws back. I want to toast him," Su Haoyan said angrily. The sound was not covered up, so that all creatures on Xiandao could hear it. "What? Take the in-laws back? Is there any mistake? You should use the invitation, okay?" When Li Yuanba heard this, he quickly threw away the chicken leg, and after apologizing to Su Haoyan, he turned and left. At this moment, Hu Jianqi turned his head to look at Su Haoyan with an extremely stiff neck. Is this guy really a god? He suddenly remembered what Xuanchu said to him, the heavenly emperor returns. And all sentient beings must bow down. Because the emperor of heaven is invincible? Thump. At this moment, outside the attic, Li Yuanba suddenly appeared with Xiaoyun Tianzuan, and threw Xiaoyun Tianzuan to the ground. At this time, Xiaoyun Tianzuan still has the appearance of a generation of emperors. I saw that his whole body was limp, his mouth and nose were bleeding, his hair was in a disheveled bun, and one arm was missing. Messy clothes. Be as miserable as you want. At this time, he slowly turned his head and looked at Li Yuanba next to him in horror, gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are you?" Li Yuanba chuckled and said, "Li Yuanba is under the throne of the Emperor of Heaven." As soon as the words fell, Tianwu and Xuanhuan was lifted again and brought into the attic. Boom. As soon as these words came out, the entire Yuan family universe suddenly exploded. The breathing of all creatures became rapid. Li Yuanba under the throne of the Emperor of Heaven? No one has heard of Li Yuanba's name, but the name of Emperor of Heaven is indeed like thunder. Emperor of Heaven? Is it the existence of the legend who is known as the teacher of all living beings? I heard that the Emperor of Heaven is the master of the Emperor of Heaven? I think it should be, because only Emperor Tian can subdue such a strong man. Could it be that he is the heavenly emperor whom Nalanking and Emperor Qian highly respect? In this world, who else dares to call himself the Emperor of Heaven? Only the one in the legend. Every creature was exclaiming, with exaggerated expressions, as if they had encountered something incredible. At this moment, the news of the legendary heavenly emperor's birth instantly swept through the entire Yuan family universe. Hu Jianqi, the emperor of the human race, felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Up to now, he had confirmed his guess as to who the real owner of the Xintian divine pagoda was. God. According to rumors, the ancient heavenly emperor had countless strong men. And even Xuanhuan was only a low-ranking strong man. The establishment and rapid development of the human race is entirely driven by the Emperor of Heaven. It's ridiculous that the 6 emperors all thought that the heavenly emperor was invented by Xuanhuan in order to control the human race. Now it seems that they took it for granted. No wonder Xuanhuan wanted to go back to the Xintian God Tower so stubbornly. It turned out that the heavenly emperor had returned. Hu Jianqi had a wry smile on his face. From this moment on, his resentment no longer existed, and he relaxed instead. Because he figured it out in an instant, it was a good choice to take refuge in the heavenly emperor. Rong Rong suddenly raised her head and looked at Yuan Zhaitian in disbelief. Seeing this, Yuan Zhaitian looked smug. "Well, how strong is your majesty?" "We can figure out how strong you are. Let me tell you, father, he is stronger than this black boy." Hearing this, Rongrong's small mouth opened even wider. "God?" Xiaoyun Tianzuan, who was pushed on the chair and sat down, frowned, obviously. He was also stunned by the name. Although he is arrogant, compared with those perverts in Tiandi Palace, he is not enough. "Haha, Zhaitian, how could you miss my participation in your big wedding?" At this moment, a rough voice suddenly sounded in the Yuan family universe. And before everyone could react, the venerable Liang appeared in the sky like a ball of flames, and appeared in front of Yuan Zhaitian. Wow! The creatures in Li Yuanba, who were still in shock, were shocked again. Venerable Liang, the real powerhouse in the ancient sacred land. It is said that the existence is second only to Kaiyuan Emperor. And they all belong to the same power of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Even if he is here, the one in the attic must be the Heavenly Emperor. Amidst the discussions among the crowd, Venerable Liang strode up to Yuan Zhaitian, patted Yuan Zhaitian vigorously, and nodded to Rong Rong. Then hurriedly walked into the attic. Disciple Liang pays respects to master. Liang came to Su Haoyan and knelt down on his knees, paying respects to Dao. Seeing this, Tianzu and Xiaoyun had no more doubts in his heart. Although he is Very good, but in front of Venerable Lai Yang, he is still not enough to look at. Unexpectedly, I would risk my life against the Emperor of Heaven. At the same time, I was secretly glad that I didn't do too much. Otherwise, his Xiaoyun interface would be ruined. Destruction is only an instant away. Lai Yang is here, get up. Xuanhuan smiled and waved his hands. Seeing this, Lai Yang stood up with a big grin, and greeted Wang Lin and others affectionately. Your Majesty, I was wrong just now, please raise your hand high. At this time, Tianwu and Xiaoyun knelt on the ground with a plop, and put his posture down completely. What? How dare you mess up the wedding? Xiaoyun boy, aren't you tired of living? When Lai Yang heard this, his face immediately became gloomy. A huge coercion burst out suddenly, pressing on Tianwu and Xiaoyun. Hee, Lai Yang, don't make things difficult for him. After the lesson just now, I think he won't be obsessed with it anymore. Xuanhuan took a sip of wine and said lightly. Thank you, His Majesty, for your kindness. Xiaoyun Tianwu and Peng Peng kowtowed to Xuanhuan a few times. Faced with this situation, Rongrong was completely stunned. Her father even bowed down to His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven, which has subverted her outlook on life. At the same time, I was completely relieved. Xiaoyun, in the future, you will be very grateful for today's choice. Lai Yang said lightly. Xiaoyun's eyes suddenly lit up. Following Xuanhuan's order, Shangguan Xiaotian led the sloppy Xiaoyun Tianzuan to the back hall. All the guests were dumbfounded. No one expected that the wedding that was originally a farce would turn into a grand wedding. Immediately, under the auspices of Yuan Li, Yuan Zitian's wedding continued. Although Tianzuan Xiaoyun was already fully dressed, he attended the wedding with a smile on his face. But everyone could see that Tianzuan Xiaoyun was smiling. At the same time, the news that Tianzuan Xiaoyun wanted to make a fuss about Yuan Zitian's wedding and was captured alive, forced to laugh and attend the wedding, quickly swept through the entire Yuan family universe like a whirlwind. All the guests were shocked, and they used their own methods to pass the news on. Xiaoyun Tianzuan was really defeated and captured. Li Yuanba under the throne of the Emperor of Heaven, I heard that he is a thin boy? After today, this name will be famous in the land of the ancient sages. I heard that Tianzuan Xiaoyun was blown away with Li Yuanba's roar. Is it true? TSK, the teacher of all beings is really powerful, and a random subordinate is so tyrannical. The Heavenly Emperor has just returned, and he has become a blockbuster. The land of the ancient sages will not be peaceful in the future. At this time, Yuan Zitian and Rongrong's wedding continued, and it was very lively, because Tianzuan Xiaoyun had already sat in his seat obediently. However, just as the wedding was going on, a hand-operated paper fan suddenly appeared in the attic where Xuanhuan was. Di Xiantian? What are you doing here? Tianzuan Xiaoyun immediately stood up in shock when he saw this person. Who is Di Xiantian? He is the controller of the Dao plane where the Yuan family universe is located. As soon as Xuanhuan came to the Yuan family great world, he ordered Shangguan Xiaotian to collect information about this Dao plane. Only then was he able to know Di Xiantian, the master of the plane. However, Di Xiantian, the master of the Dao plane, has rarely shown his face in front of the world. If Li Yuanba hadn't roared Tianzuan Xiaoyun flying today, thus awakening Di Xiantian, who was deep in the plane. As soon as he woke up, he came to Yuan family universe. From the voices of people's comments, I know the return of the Emperor of Heaven. This is where the view appears. Humph, is a clone worthy of asking my majesty? If you want to pay your respects, please let your main body come. Otherwise, I don't mind ruining your Dao plane. Before Xuanhuan could answer, Li Yuanba threw a chicken leg on Di Shantian and said contemptuously. As soon as this remark came out, there was an instant uproar at the scene. This person is actually Di Xuantian's clone? Oh my god, even Di Xuantian's avatar is incomprehensible, so how strong should his main body be? It seems that the Yuan family is in great trouble this time. Although that black boy killed Tianwu and Xiaoyan's arrogance, Di Shantian cannot afford to offend him. Just when people were discussing, Di Shantian looked at Li Yuanba, and then at Xuanhuan, who was still drinking and chatting. Turn around and leave. Clean and neat, not muddy at all. This action instantly made the creatures in the attic dumbfounded. No one could figure out what Di Shantian was thinking. Master, Di Shantian has been famous for a long time, even the eldest brother finds it very difficult. Why don't we avoid it? Although Lai Yang didn't know what happened before, but Di Shantian knew it very well. I'm afraid that Xuanhuan will get into trouble. What is this person's cultivation? Xuanhuan didn't answer Lai Yang's words, but asked, casually, while drinking the wine. The great master of chaos is in a perfect state. His true self is as high as Zhao Yun. After Li Yuanba's one sentence shocked Emperor Xuantian's avatar, he turned into a foodie again. Said casually at this time. Don't worry about Lai Yang, he's just a master of the Dao plane, and he can't be a teacher. Xuanhuan said lightly. In the early days of Hongming's entry into the Dao realm, in front of Li Yuanba, he really couldn't afford much trouble. Xiaoqing. There was a flash of inspiration in the attic, and Di Shantian appeared again. This time it was the deity who appeared, because neither Lai Yang nor Wang Lin could see through Di Xuantian's cultivation. Only Li Yuanba was still gnawing on the chicken leg as if no one else was around. Are you really the Emperor of Heaven? Di Shantian himself appeared, his aura was extremely restrained, like a mortal. Xuanhuan didn't answer him, didn't look up, he had been chatting with Lai Yang next to him for a long time. The initial stage of Hongming's entry into the Dao realm. Not bad, this time. It's quite decent. Tell me, why are you looking for my majesty? Li Yuanba broke through Di Xuantian's cultivation level with one word, and immediately suppressed Di Shantian. This person can actually see my cultivation level, but I can't see through him? What does this mean? It means that his cultivation level is at the peak of the early stage of the Hongming Dao realm, or even the middle stage. After such an analysis, Di Shantian gave up his intention of further testing and said, actually, I have no malicious intentions, I just heard that the teacher of all living beings, His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven has returned. And I want to get acquainted. Di Shantian dispelled the temptation, and became much more relaxed. Fuck, you coward, I thought we could start a fight. Li Yuanba said vaguely while gnawing on the chicken leg. Di Shantian was almost so angry that he vomited blood. You know how to be polite, okay? Well, Xiaotian, give him an extra seat. Xuanhuan ordered lightly. Shangguan Xiaotian took a deep breath, and with a wave of his hand, a disciple of the Yuan family who had been standing there moved up to a seat. This seat is located in Wang Lin, under the scorching sun, on the same level as Tianwu and Xiaoyun. Di Xiantian didn't care about these. Xuanhuan sat down. Emperor, your subordinates are very strong, I can't see through them. Di Xiantian picked up his wine glass and said. The person he was talking about was naturally Li Yuanba. Xuanhuan smiled slightly and said, this kid is just a shovel, and he is not the strongest existence in my hands. Hearing this, Di Xuantian's pupils shrank, but he quickly covered it up, without losing his composure for a moment. At the same time, he also strengthened his decision. Why did the Emperor of Heaven come here? I don't believe that you simply want to congratulate the head of the Yuan family on his wedding. Di Xiantian cut to the chase and said through gritted teeth. His responsibility is to protect this dimension, so the Yuan family and Tianwu and Xuanhuan have no attraction for him at all. Xuanhuan shook his head and did not answer him, but asked, if you want to ask me for help, just tell me, why bother talking about it? When Di Xiantian heard this, the wine glass he picked up suddenly stopped in the void. How could the Emperor of Heaven know what I was thinking? Di Xiantian was a little restless. In fact, he just had this idea. Why would God know? He couldn't understand it at all. Xuanhuan smiled lightly. His supernatural powers can spy on other people's thoughts. After he became the great perfection of the Supreme Emperor of Chaos, he was already able to spy beyond the level. Of course, it must be done when the other party has no defenses. Otherwise, if the skill backfires, he will be injured. Tell me, what do you want from me? Xuanhuan said non-committal. I want to cooperate with the Emperor of Heaven to break through the Xuanhuan Avenue interface next to it. I will take the Emperor of Heaven as my respect and rely on you, and the Emperor of Heaven only needs to get rid of the master of the interface of Xuanhuan, Xuanduo. I have a grudge against him. My younger brother died at his hands. I want revenge, but I can't beat him. Di Xiantian is very bachelor, but also very wise. He didn't play tricks with Xuanhuan to cheat in front of the Emperor of Heaven, not to mention how powerful the Emperor of Heaven himself is. Even the two heroes of chaos sitting behind him can subvert his Dao plane. However, if the Emperor of Heaven wants to send him there, it will definitely not work. Because Xuanhuan's cultivation level is at least as good as that of the late stage of the Hongming Dao realm. Di Xiantian spoke again. Li Yuanba immediately showed an angry expression. Could this guy have lived enough and dare to look down on him? Haha, he can't. What about me? At this time a voice suddenly sounded, and then Yuan Chonghuan's tall figure appeared above the Yuan family fairy mountain. The wedding that was going on outside was interrupted again, and everyone in the Yuan family, headed by Yuan Zhaitian, knelt down. Welcome to the return of the old patriarch. The sound broke through the sky and echoed throughout the Yuan family universe. Yuan Chonghuan waved his hand to signal the wedding to continue, and he appeared in the attic. Thump. Yuan Chonghuan knelt down on the ground and said loudly, my subordinate Yuan Chonghuan, seize your majesty. Chonghuan is back, everything seems to be going well, get up quickly. Xuanhuan waved his hand, and then continued, Chonghuan, I wanted you to rest at home for a few days, but I just reached a reciprocal agreement with Emperor Xiantian, so I need you to go to the Xuanhuan interface and transfer Xuanduos, bring the head back to me. How about it, is there any problem? At this time, Yuan Chonghuan had already met Lai Yang with Lai Yang, and the two have been together since the chaotic period and have a very good relationship. There is no problem. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Yuan Xuanhuan has always been known as the god of war and is well known throughout the ancient Holy Land. It can be said that he is a militant. Now is the time when he is full of ambition, and he will refuse Su Haoyan's order. What is the cultivation level of Lord God of War now? Di Xiantian couldn't help asking. Killing Shui Yunduo is extremely important to him. He can't be careless. Because if he is not good, he will be implicated. And his life will be lost. You can rest assured that I am invincible in the Grand Mist Entry realm. As soon as Yuan Chonghuan's words fell, not only Emperor Xiantian was shocked, but even the elders of the Yuan family and the distinguished guests in the attic were all shocked beyond measure. When did God of War become so powerful? Isn't you only the #1 member of the Yuan family? I can't see it through, I really can't see it through. I found that it is not easy for anyone who has a relationship with the Emperor of Heaven. Everyone was discussing. Lai Yang and Wang Lin looked at Su Haoyan with burning eyes. They all knew that the reason why Yuan Chonghuan became stronger was entirely created by Su Haoyan. They also need to get stronger. What are you two looking at? Can being a teacher still make you suffer? If you want to become stronger, wait. Su Haoyan said, pretending to be angry. Although it was a reprimand, it excited the two of them. Sitting there smiling stupidly, Tianzuan Xiaoyun was frightened. What the hell are these guys doing? It seems that the master of a Dao plane is like an ordinary person in their eyes. Sentenced to death in a few words. He suspected that he might be dreaming. Di Xiantian was still shocked in the end. After all, it is the Emperor of Heaven, and none of the subordinates and apprentices around him are ordinary people. The first patriarch of the ancient demon god, the venerable Lai Yang, the human ancestor Xuanhu. Perhaps my move should be right. Just as Emperor Xiantian was looking forward to it, Yuan Zaitian's wedding was successfully concluded 2 days later. The guests left Yuan family universe with excitement. At the same time, it also took away the strong return of the Emperor of Heaven. However, Tianzuan Xiaoyun and Emperor Xiantian, the master of the Dao plane, suffered a crushing defeat in front of the Emperor Chendi, the teacher of all living beings. These news were like blockbusters, shaking the old sacred land severely in the next few days. Emperor Xiantian left with Yuan Chonghuan on the 3rd day. Di Xiantian was very relieved of Su Haoyan, because the Emperor of Heaven was the teacher of all living beings that Nalanking and Chendi both respected, so he believed that Su Haoyan would not go back on his word. Will not do things like killing a donkey. And Su Haoyan sits in Yuan family universe, waiting for Zhao Yun and the others to return victoriously, and accompany him to the human race 6th Emperor city to take back the Xiantian God Tower. At this time, Su Haoyan was sitting cross-legged in the small courtyard, with a look of hesitation on his face. What made him hesitate? The strong are called. Repelling the black hand behind the scenes allowed him to obtain a strong call, which is a new function after the system upgrade. It was also the first time that the strong were recruited, and he wanted to choose someone. It was this man who made him hesitate. Lai Yang and Wang Lin are both his apprentices, it stands to reason that he should choose them. However, Xuanxu's founding of the human race was of great help to him. And taking back the Xiantian God Tower seems to be a matter of course, but people have selfish motives. Once the other emperors turn against the water, Xuanxu will definitely suffer. Thinking of this, Su Haoyan made a decision instantly. Xiao Tian, call Xuanxu to me. In the dark, Xuanhuan Xiaotian agreed, and then disappeared. System, give me the fusion of all rewards except for the awakening of the limitless, the awakening of the diehards, and the inheritance of Taoism. He doesn't need summoning now, he needs the inheritance of Taoism, and he needs to cultivate a strong man who transcends the primordial realm of entering the Tao. In case the emergency. Ding. The system is integrating rewards for the host. As the system prompt sounded, Xuanhuan began to look forward to it. It would be best if it was an opportunity to inherit Taoism, or a die-hard loyalist. Awakening beyond the limit is fine, just don't need ordinary summoning. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully merging and rewarding you with an opportunity to inherit Taoism. As soon as the system prompt fell, Xuanhuan let out a long breath of relief. Then he ordered, extract the inheritance of Taoism, and extract it 3 times. With 3 chances to inherit the Taoism, he couldn't believe that he couldn't get the heaven-defying Tao inheritance. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing Liang Avenue. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting Time Avenue. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the Tao of Luck. The system prompts sounded one after another, making Xuanhuan overjoyed. Especially the last Tao inheritance, he couldn't help but feel lucky for Xuanhu. As a creature from the chaotic period, Xuanhu is a creature of chaos himself. So there is no need to change his bloodline aptitude. So now he only has the Tao of inheritance and awakening beyond limits, as well as the legendary transcending tribulation of Hongmeng. Your Majesty, are you looking for me? Xuanhu was chatting with Wang Lin when he heard that Xuanhuan was looking for him. He hurried over. Lai Yang had already returned, and Wang Lin was fine, so he accompanied Xuanhuan and prepared to go to the human race 6 Emperor's city. Xuanhu, you have worked hard these years. That's why I decided to promote you. As soon as Xuanhuan's words came out, Xuanhu was shocked immediately. Seeing Xuanhuan's subordinates being promoted one by one, famous in the ancient holy place, as creatures born in the chaos period, Xuanhu was very anxious. But it won't be his turn anyway. Because he felt that he didn't have that much credit, he secretly warned himself to put his attitude right. But now, he never thought that Xuanhuan would promote him. Even if he wants to be promoted, Lai Yang must be promoted first. Wang Lin, the disciples of the Heavenly Emperor, should be the first. Your Majesty, isn't this a little bad? Both Lai Yang and Wang Lin are your apprentices? Although Xuanhu was looking forward to it, he was still very sober. Aren't you my subordinate, aren't you my people? Xuanhuan was very relieved that under such a temptation, Xuanhu could still think like this. Correcting his attitude made him very happy. Your Majesty, of course I am His Majesty's subordinate. From the day I bowed to His Majesty, I intend to follow His Majesty forever. I will live forever. Xuanhu replied forcefully. System, let Xuanhu inherit the Tao of Qi luck. Xuanhu originally entrusted the luck of the human race. If he inherits the Tao of luck, his cultivation will reach a terrifying level. Then awaken beyond the limit, the result is unimaginable. In the next second, a golden light shot out from between Xuanhuan's brows and sucked Xuanhu in. After that, he didn't stop, and recruited Zhu Jiuyin, and passed it on to the Tao of Time. As for the rest, just wait. The best candidate for Liang Avenue is Di Jun or Dong Huangtai, but he still needs to wait. Waiting for the two of them to fully integrate into the Haodian court will make a decision. However, after searching in the Lucky Mall, he found an extinct strange, chaotic creature spirit for the two of them. This kind of creature is called the Blackbird, born in the Sun Star in the chaotic period, and is born with the supernatural power of fire. A higher level existence than the three-legged golden crow. Xuanhuan exchanged it without hesitation. It cost him 370 billion fame points. In fact, the first one only has a reputation value of more than 100 trillion. But the second one has increased by more than 3 times. However, for him now, the fame value of 3 trillion won't hurt his bones. There is no problem. Recruit the two brothers Dong Wang Tai, give them the spirit of Wunyao, and then let Yin Lingzi secretly protect them. In this way, the time of 5 days is fleeting. It took longer for Xuanhu to accept the inheritance of the Tao of Qi Luck than he expected. It made Xuanhuan a little surprised, but also a little looking forward to it. Under normal circumstances, the longer the inheritance time, the more profound its cultivation will be. Xuanhuan, who had experience, was not surprised, but happy. And so when the 5th day comes, ding! The inheritance of Xuanhu Tao of Luck is complete. Does the host choose to release it? When the system prompt sounded, Xuanhuan suddenly showed surprise. Hastily asked the system to call out the mysterious attribute list. This is the first strong man he has been recruited in this world. Can he not be excited? Xuanhu, from the era of chaos. Identity, human ancestor. Bloodline, golden tiger bloodline. Lucky level, early stage of Hongmeng Rongdao realm. Cultivation technique, golden tiger roars to the sky. Magic weapon, golden tiger overlord gun. Supernatural powers, the golden tiger roars to the sky. The martial arts move. The universe. Special attribute, gather luck of the human race. In any places where human races gather, as soon as Xuanhu arrives, he will instantly gather the luck of the human race for his own use, and his strength will be doubled instantly. 2. A certain extent, Xuanhu has already merged with the human race, and the human race is him, and he is the human race. Loyalty, 100/100. The early stage of Hongmeng Rongdao realm. Fuck. Xuanhuan, who was sitting cross-legged, was so frightened that he stood up. Hongmeng Rongdao realm. After Hongmeng enters the Tao realm, will he be in the Tao merging realm? Xuanhuan quickly asked in his heart. That's right, the realm after Hongmeng's entry into the Tao realm is the Tao merging realm. Hongmeng's entry into the Tao realm is just to guide the strong to enter the Tao, and Hongmeng merging Tao is to become the Tao. Today's Xuanhu relies on the surging luck of the human race to become the Tao of Qi luck. By the way, isn't your limit of the system the great consummation of primordial enlightenment? Xuanhuan asked suspiciously. That was before, the host's territory was advancing and expanding, and the system was also growing. What's more, the host defeated the overlord of a plane and surrendered the overlord of a plane, which led to the rapid improvement of the system. Xuanhuan was stunned, and then he showed a bright smile. Human ancestor. Xuanhu, just inheriting Taoism, directly refreshed the realm of Hao Tianting's cultivation. Hongmeng Rongdao realm sits in command, who else does he need to be afraid of now? Moreover, don't forget, Xuanhu has not yet awakened beyond the limit, and has not yet crossed the tribulation of the primordial. If both are used, it is no problem to blow up the old sacred land. What moved Xuanhuan the most was that Xuanhu merged with the Tao of Luck. and was completely integrated with the human race. In the future, even without his help, he would make great progress in his cultivation. In other words, as long as the human race survives, Xuanhu will not perish. Even if you die in battle, you will be reborn with the luck of the human race. And more than once, never ending. Release Xuanhu, Xuanhuan ordered. He really wanted to see what kind of changes would happen to Xuanhu after he achieved the Dao realm of harmony. As soon as the words fell, a golden light shot out between his brows, and a mysterious figure emerged. Boom! Xuanhu landed steadily, with his back facing Xuanhuan. His appearance did not change, but Xuanhuan felt the surging power of luck from him. That is, the luck of the human race, gathered by him. It will manifest itself in various forms in the future. It can be said that the mystery lies in the fact that when other creatures fight, the means will emerge endlessly. The former Xianming resentful fetus gathered thousands of supernatural powers into one body. Although Xuanhu is not as good as it is not inferior. Avenue. The moment he saw Xuanhu, Xuanhuan's heart beat faster. For some reason, when he saw Xuanhu's back, he naturally thought of this word. While the corner of the robe moved slightly, Xuanhu turned around, knelt down to Xuanhuan, and said in a deep voice, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for allowing Xuanhu to become a Daoist body. Having achieved the Dao of Qi luck, he is already qualified to open up a Dao interface alone and derive various rules. The frightening thing is that Xuanhu's avenue is the avenue of luck. Once he opens up the interface, the development of the entire interface will be more than 10 times that of the other interfaces. And as luck, Xuanhuan, as the creator, will benefit." You said, "Can Xuanhuan be unhappy?" Xuanhuan personally helped Xuanhu up and said with a smile, "Xuanhu, you really did not disappoint me, very good." At this moment, Xuanhu has become the #1 powerhouse in Haotian court. No one can shake him. Xuanhu grinned and said, "Your Majesty can now boldly conquer the land of the ancient sages with confidence. Any enemy will have nowhere to hide in front of Xuanhu." Xuanhu is very confident about this. Xuanhuan was convinced. The breath of the Tao? At this time, Xuanhu suddenly frowned and said to himself. Then he said, "Your Majesty, wait a moment, and wait for the minister to see the great way of this world." Xuanhu dropped a word, turned around and disappeared. "Look at the avenue of this world?" Xuanhuan was stunned for a moment, but immediately shook his head indifferently. Immediately sitting on the bed, he clicked on the lucky mall. And he wanted to continue cultivating strong men, intending to cultivate a strong man in the Dao realm of harmony. Let Haoshanting's invincible posture run through to the end. A dark void, no light, no stars, only endless darkness. A small dark continent floats aimlessly in the void. Although it was extremely dark outside, the interior of the castle was indeed brightly lit. An old man with long gray hair was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and immediately stood up. "My God, what's going on? The breath of the Tao? And 2 avenues? Why are there 2 oars of avenues?" The old man was astonished. As a strong man in the primordial realm, half of their foot stepped into the avenue, and they could clearly feel the existence of the avenue. Because the avenues are all cold, they have no emotions, no joy, anger, sorrow, joy, and if they have emotions, they must be eternal evildoers. As the overlord of this plane, the old man is also the inheritor of this interface, that is, the successor of the Dao plane. So relying on this inheritance, he has achieved today's achievements. But to replace the current avenue, the road is quite long. In his feeling, two avenues of avenues collided violently. Boom. The continent he was on was shaking, like fallen leaves in the wind. And rain, there is no sense of security. On the other side, Di Xiantian was in his own castle, his nervous face covered with beads of sweat. In another small world full of magma, a man in a red robe sat cross-legged on a crater. His whole body was surrounded by red flames, covering the whole world. At this time, he suddenly opened his eyes and muttered to himself. The new avenue is challenging the old avenue. Really, that place should be the plane where Di Xiantian is, right? Very good, it's best to destroy that guy. However, at this moment, the void in front of him fluctuated, and a figure suddenly appeared. This person was wearing jet-black armor, holding a long spear in his hand, and stared at the red-robed man indifferently. This person is none other than Xuanhuan, who came to kill Xuanhuan Duo. But what makes him strange is that this small world is full of magma, why it is called the water cloud interface, which has nothing to do with water. However, this did not affect him from killing the person in front of him. Are you Xuanhuan Duo? Although Xuanhuan also felt that in the depths of the starry sky, there were two superpowers fighting. But he ignored it. For him, killing the person in front of him is very important. Who are you? Xuanhuan's face was ugly, just now he was gloating at Di Xiantian's misfortune, but in a blink of an eye, a strong man who surpassed him came to the door. It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is that you will perish. As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, he raised his gun and attacked. About 8 hours later, Xuanhu appeared in front of Su Haoyan. It's over? Su Haoyan asked. He is very curious about the battle between the avenues. Xuanhu is a new avenue, and the battle between the old avenue, who will win? And who will win? Xuanhu smiled and said, it's solved, this Dao has existed for a long time and is very powerful, but obviously he has no intelligence. After fighting with me, he saw that he couldn't help me, so he gave up the fight and agreed to my proposal. Existence. In the future, I will have no resistance, let alone repulsion, when I enter and exit this interface. Stronger than you? Su Haoyan looked a little solemn. Yes, Your Majesty. In the early stage of the Hongmeng Rong Dao realm, it is equivalent to the beginning of the Dao, and the Dao is also equivalent to human beings, or creatures, and will continue to grow. According to my investigation, this Dao is equivalent to the Hongmeng Rong Dao realm. Late stage. Xuanhu said truthfully. Su Haoyan nodded. It seems that there is a difference between the Dao and the living beings. And this level of disparity is still very large. By the way, apart from those avenues, how many avenues can you still feel? Now Xuanhu is the biggest killer in his hands, so he wants to ask clearly at this moment, while there is no one here. Xuanhu closed his eyes and began to investigate after hearing this. But immediately his face changed drastically and he opened his eyes. Among the hundreds of Dao planes in the surrounding area, there is only one that I can't see through, but, not good, he is watching me. And, he is here. Xuanhu's face was extremely ugly. But Su Haoyan's eyes widened. If you don't check it, you don't know, but there is actually another primordial harmony Dao realm here. Haha, it really is the Emperor of Heaven. Hey, why did your cultivation become so low? At this moment, an extremely familiar voice sounded to Xuanhuan. Immediately afterwards, the space next to Xuanhuan fluctuated together. A tall and mighty figure appeared there. Nalanqing's face was grim, with blood stains on it, as if he had just experienced a big battle. It looked quite pervasive. Nalanqing? I didn't expect it to be you. Xuanhuan was also very surprised. He didn't expect that what Xuanhu saw was Nalanqing. God, tell me, why are you doing this? As soon as Nalanqing appeared, he asked with a look of surprise. What he asked was naturally about Xuanhuan's cultivation. I encountered a catastrophe in reincarnation, and I am currently rebuilding. But even if I rebuild, I will surpass you in the near future. Xuanhuan said softly. Being able to meet hundreds of millions of friends here makes him feel good. Nalanqing? Your Majesty is in danger, you go first. Xuanhu's complexion changed drastically, and Nalanqing made him unable to see through. The first thing that came to mind was that Xuanhuan was in danger. Haha, don't worry Xuanhu, Nalanqing won't attack me. Xuanhuan waved his hand indifferently, then strode up to Nalanqing, and punched him as soon as he raised his hand. You bastard, you are so quiet that I have been looking for you for a long time. Instead of blaming Xuanhuan for his punch, Nalanqing punched him backhand. Then the two laughed and hugged each other. This situation made Xuanhu standing next to him open his mouth wide in shock. He didn't expect Xuanhuan to be so friendly with Nalanqing at all. How about we have a drink? Xuanhuan let go of Nalanqing and said warmly. Since he and Nalanqing met under such circumstances, it is natural to have a good chat. After leaving for countless thousands of years, he really missed Nalanqing a little bit. By the way, why do you look like this all the time? Why can't you wash your face? Xuanhuan pointed at him with a sullen look. People are different, ghosts are not ghosts, who are they scaring? Nalanqing grinned and shook his head. Don't you think this is cool? Nalanqing's tone was full of jokes. If such Nalanqing was seen by the powerhouses of the old sacred land, they would surely drop their jaws in shock. Nalanqing has always been indifferent, cold-blooded and ruthless, famous in the ancient Holy Land. That would reveal such a simple and honest side? Come on, let's go have a drink. Xuanhuan turned around and walked out. Seeing this, Nalanqing walked away, side by side with Xuanhuan with a smile. Xuanhu was still terrified in his heart, and followed in a daze. In this way, the three of them walked out of the room and walked towards a small courtyard behind. Nalanqing's appearance was very low-key, and did not cause a huge shock. But Wang Lin, Lai Yang, etc., were still shocked. Yuan Zaitin said solemnly, it is Nalanqing, only he and the legendary Emperor Qian can stand shoulder to shoulder with His Majesty in the whole world. It is rumored that Nalanqing has been possessed by demons. No, we must stop Nalanqing, otherwise His Majesty will be in danger. Wang Lin and Lai Yang looked at each other, then flew down and appeared in front of Xuanhuan, looking at Nalanqing nervously. What? Xuanhuan asked with a frown. Wang Lin pointed at Nalanqing and stammered, Master respects him, go down, remember that Nalanqing's arrival must not be rumored. Xuanhuan shouted. Wang Lin was so frightened that he trembled, and several people looked at each other, then turned and left. However, before the three of them took a few steps, Yuan Xuanhuan and Li Yuanba reappeared in front of them, still staring at Nalanqing nervously. What's the situation? Su Haoyan is so angry, it's not easy for his friends to be apart, so they all come to join in the fun. Your Majesty, this person is too dangerous and dangerous. Li Yuanba said solemnly. Leave quickly, he is my friend and will not harm me. Su Haoyan said helplessly. How about it? I'm right. Nailan Qing is His Majesty's good friend. If you don't let you come, you don't believe me. Let's go. Yuan Xuanhuan shook his head with a smile. He cupped his hands at Nailan Qing and left with stunned Qing Li Yuanba. Seeing this, Nailan Qing smiled slightly. No matter when the Emperor of Heaven comes, there are a group of loyal subordinates who know that they will die. But they still come out to protect you. Emperor of Heaven, Nailan Qing only admires you in this life. That's right, who am I? How can I be compared with a slovenly fool like you? Su Haoyan said proudly. Nailan Qing laughed out loud. This is the Emperor of Heaven, and his good friend, who can make jokes and talk to each other. Soon, Su Haoyan took Nailan Qing, accompanied by Xuanhu, to a gazebo on the Patriarch's Island and sat down. Xuanhu played the role of pouring wine here, pouring wine for Su Haoyan and Nailan Qing. Although he was calm on the surface, he was very excited in his heart. As a creature who came from that era, besides worshipping Su Haoyan, he also respected the other two powerful men who were as famous as the Emperor of Heaven. And Nailan Qing is one of them. Emperor Heaven, I never thought that you would cultivate a strong man in the Dao realm of harmony. The power of Emperor Heaven is really extraordinary. Nailan Qing sighed after taking a sip of wine. You're not bad, you've become a great way. Su Haoyan said easily. But then he said. I heard that you failed to challenge a certain Dao, and then became obsessed. But I don't think you seem to be obsessed. The rumors are really scary. Humph, according to the hearsay, besides you, who else can defeat Nailan Qing? Nailan Qing spoke calmly, but his words were extremely conceited. Let Xuanhu be moved. Su Haoyan smiled slightly. If you challenge me now, you will definitely win. Don't look down on people, the Emperor of Heaven, I'm waiting for you to become stronger, and then we will have a battle. Nailan's blue eyes showed reminiscence. In the following time, you talk freely with me. When Su Haoyan asked Emperor Qian, Nailan Qing shook his head and said, when Emperor Qian defeated the invincible hand in the ancient Holy Land, I was not in the ancient Holy Land. He had already left when I came back. I regarded as my life a great pity. Afterwards, Su Haoyan asked many questions in succession. Nailan Qing answered simply. In today's world, only Su Haoyan can chat with Nailan Qing like this without fear. Hey, the little Yuan family dared to kill the envoy of Emperor Nankuan. Today, I will destroy your Yuan family. While the two were chatting casually, an angry voice suddenly resounded, and instantly resounded throughout the Yuan family universe. Nailan Qing didn't pay attention to this voice. Xuanhu only looked down on him. And then said in a low voice, the middle stage of Hongming's Dao realm. Hongming entered the middle stage of the Dao realm? Su Haoyan was slightly taken aback, but immediately thought of Emperor Nankuan. Emperor Nankuan is recognized as a strong man in the ancient Holy Land, and he can be ranked in the top 10. Before Yuan Zetian's wedding, he sent envoys to Yuan's house to surrender, but was destroyed by Su Haoyan. This time it should be for revenge. Emperor Nankuan, what an ignorant child. Nailan Qing hummed softly. From his tone, it can be felt that he seemed to have contacts with Emperor Nankuan before. Xuanhu's eyes flickered with contempt and said, I don't know whether to live or die. I will make him come and go. Xuanhuan was even less worried. Whether it was Li Yuanba or Xuanhuan, they could easily take down Emperor Nankuan. I'll go. Nankuan Emperor is here? TSK, Emperor Nankuan is notoriously strong. This time the Yuan family is in trouble. I was planning to leave, but I didn't expect to see such excitement. Accompanied by the noise one after another, a black shadow shot up from the Yuan family's long island like a cannonball. Damn it! Where did the bastard come to beg for wildfire? Why don't you want to live? Li Yuanba's domineering voice suddenly resounded, shaking the entire Yuan family universe, as well as Emperor Nankuan. I don't think the Yuan family actually has a strong man who has entered the Dou realm, but so what? Will my Nankuan Emperor be afraid? Nankuan Emperor's voice followed. The tone is still arrogant. Fuck, what's the matter with PP, old boy? Let's talk about it after hitting. Li Yuanba was suffocated in the Yuan family universe, and finally found someone who could fight. Could he let him go? Boom. The battle started quickly, and the fierce roar of the battle shook the entire Yuan family universe. Old boy, why are you so slow? Can you work harder? Li Yuanba's roar could be heard throughout the Yuan family universe. Impossible. When will the Yuan family have someone as strong as you? Followed by Nankuan Emperor's frightened voice. Hee, although this subordinate of the Heavenly Emperor only has the cultivation base of the middle stage of the primordial Dou realm, his combat power is comparable to that of the later stage, or even the strength of the great perfection. He really deserves to be a strong man cultivated by the Heavenly Emperor. Feeling Li Yuanba's domineering aura, Nailan Qing praised with a slight smile. At this moment, Nailan Qing became more interested in Xuanhuan. This kid, a reckless man, can do it. Xuanhuan said modestly. It's just that Xuanhuan's modesty, no matter how you look at it, he is bragging. Old boy, why go? If you want to run, how easy is that? Come on, follow me to see His Majesty. Immediately after the loud voice sounded, Li Yuanba appeared in the gazebo, carrying the extremely miserable Nankuan Emperor. Your Majesty, this old thing has disturbed your pleasure. Yuanba has been captured, Li Yuanba said with a smile. However, there is a kind of unsatisfactory appearance in the words. At this time, the Nankuan Emperor still has the posture of an emperor. Half of his body disappeared, and the other half of his body was more broken. The whole person has only inhaled qi, but no exhaled qi. Xuanhuan's face was calm. He didn't go to see Emperor Nankuan, and drank wine on his own. Dizu and Nankuan, you used to look like a dog, but now you look more like a dead dog. Nailan Qing glanced at Nankuan Emperor, who was like a dead dog, and said indifferently. Hearing these words, Emperor Nankuan's broken body shook. He raised his head with difficulty. What caught his eyes was a face that terrified him. Nailan Qing? It was a face he would never forget. It has become his nightmare. At this moment, Emperor Nankuan was replaced by fear and despair. If Nailan Qing was here again, even if he had thousands of means, it would be of no avail. Emperor Nankuan? I heard that you want my life. At this time, Xuanhuan's plain voice sounded. Let Emperor Nankuan twist his neck with difficulty to look. Xuanhuan is very young, but he doesn't know him at all. No, the emissary who went back described that the strong men who shot were all assigned by a young man. Could it be this person in front of him? What shocked him even more was that this young man was on an equal footing with Nailan Qing, and Nalanqing actually poured him wine himself? Where the hell is he? At this moment, Emperor Nankuan felt like he was dreaming. Nankuan Emperor, you were wrong, you were wrong. Now you will have to pay for your mistakes. After Nalanqing finished speaking, a flame flew out from his left eye and landed directly on Emperor Nankuan. Emperor Nankuan kept his body straight, stared at him, and in the next second, his whole body instantly turned into a cloud of flying ash and disappeared. A strong man in the primordial realm died just like that. Nalanqing picked up the jug, poured a glass for Xuanhuan, poured another glass for himself, and clinked glasses with Xuanhuan. Look extremely calm. The same is true for Xuanhuan. For the two of them, killing a strong man in the middle stage of the primordial Dao realm is like crushing an ant. By the way, Nalan, the Morong family behind you wants to invite you out of the mountain and regain control of the Yaozu. What are your plans for this? Xuanhuan said suddenly. He has a task for Nalanqing. This task is known as the supreme level task, so it can be seen that it is very difficult to complete. Morong's family? What? Not interested. Nalanqing agreed without thinking. As Xuanhuan expected, this guy has no interest at all. Afterwards, Nalanqing stood up and said, I should leave. Recently, there is an old man named Xiaozi, whose strength is unfathomable. But what makes me strange is that wherever you go, he will follow you. Puff. Xuanhuan almost spit out a mouthful of wine. Xiaozi? The mysterious old man who helped him break through twice. He actually caught Nalanqing's attention. And it seems to be comparable to Nalanqing. But if you think about it carefully, Xiaozi's strength is unfathomable, and so is Nalanqing. If the two fight, who will win? Emperor, hurry up and become stronger, I look forward to fighting with you. After throwing this sentence, Nalanqing disappeared, and the light curtain outside the pavilion also disappeared. Immediately, countless spiritual senses descended from the sky. Unfortunately, apart from seeing the heavenly emperor and his subordinates, they also saw the shadow of Emperor Nankuan. Xuanchu, Wang Lin and the others were also very strange, and they all asked, Your Majesty, who is Xiaozi? Xuanhuan withdrew his thoughts and said with a smile, a strong man, by the way, apart from being able to feel the Nalanqing, you really don't feel any other breath. Xuanchu nodded and said, unless this person is outside my perception. In this way, Xiaozi is either not as good as Xuanchu, or stronger than Xuanchu and Nalanqing. Immediately, Xuanhuan smiled wryly. This guess was basically the same as the unguessed one. In the end, I still didn't understand Xiaozi's cultivation status. System, I remember that there were 5 strong men who ran out of the system world, and now 4 of them have been taken back, so is this 5th one Xiaozi? Xuanhuan had doubts for a long time, but if it wasn't for what Nalanqing said, he would not have taken it seriously. Yes. He is the last strong man who ran out. The system quickly replied. It made Xuanhuan's face look as expected. Then can his attribute list be announced? He had been looking forward to Xiaozi's cultivation for a long time. No. It can't be announced for the time being. Xiaozi is the core secret of the system. He is the person standing at the top of the pyramid in the system. Because the current state of the host can't restrain him. So the system has nothing to do with him for the time being. In addition, Xiaozi has never shown his true strength, so the system has not collapsed, and the fact that the system has not collapsed does not mean That Xiaozi is weak. The system's answer made Xuanhuan narrow his eyes instantly. Receiving such an answer, instead of making him less interested in Xiaozi, on the contrary, it made him more interested. He would like to see what the outcome of the battle between Xiaozi and Nailanqing would be. At this moment, following Nailanqing's departure, Wang Lin, Yuan Xuanhuan, Li Yuanba, Lai Yang and others all came in front of Xuanhuan. Get ready, when Zhao Yun and the others unify the evil ways of the ancient sacred land, we will go to the human race 6 Emperor City. Seeing Nailanqing's majestic appearance, he can't wait to become stronger now. When he gets the Shantian God Tower and completes the Wheel of Destiny, his cultivation will develop rapidly when he gathers the luck of the human race. Immediately, the crowd dispersed. At the same time, the news about Emperor Nongkuan attacking the Yuan family and being killed by the Yuan family spread quickly. The news of Nongkuan Emperor and Heavenly Emperor attracted the attention of countless creatures. First, Heavenly Emperor killed Nongkuan Emperor's envoy. And then Nongkuan Emperor personally raided Yuan's universe, and then disappeared. It is said that it has been captured and killed by the Emperor of Heaven. Some also said that Emperor Nongkuan was injured and fled, while others said that Emperor Nongkuan knew that he was defeated by the Emperor of Heaven and fled away. In short, opinions vary. 2 days later. Ding. Complete the main task. Unify the 10 evil emperors. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to recruit a strong man, a chance to overcome the tribulation of the primordial, a chance to inherit Taoism, a chance to awaken diehard loyalists, a chance to surpass, a chance to awaken the limit, a chance to summon a super strong man, a chance to reach the pinnacle of the strong man, a chance to copy the strong man. Xuanhuan, who was rummaging through the lucky mall in his room, heard a system notification sound in his mind. Let him once again get the call of the strong, and a chance to overcome the tribulation. At the same time, other awards were obtained. Let his waist become completely straight. Hongmeng crosses the catastrophe. Xuanhuan has been looking forward to this new function of the system for a long time. By the way, the system, what will happen if Yangjian Hongmeng is allowed to cross the tribulation now? He has already thought about the strong man who will conquer the tribulation of Hongmeng, and it is Yangjian. He wants to train Yangjian into the second avenue. However, Yangjian's aptitude is much higher than Xuanxu's. After Hongmeng crosses the catastrophe, he must not be in the Hongmeng Rongdao realm. It will definitely break the realm that Xuanxu maintains now. However, the endurance of the system is only in the realm of the harmonious Tao of the Grand Mist. If it exceeds, it will affect the system. He wants to ask clearly. Yangjian is a strong man with high aptitude. Once Hongmeng crosses the tribulation, he will definitely break the Hongmeng Dao realm. Therefore, the system will collapse, and at least fall into a deep sleep. The time is unknown. The host must think carefully. The system's answer kept Xuanhuan silent for a long time. However, if the cultivation base of the host breaks through the current realm and at the same time expands the territory, the system will also improve accordingly, and the hidden danger will be eliminated. The system panted heavily, causing Xuanhuan to heave a sigh of relief. 2. Say 1,000 words and 10,000 words does not depend on one's own strength. The next day, Dong Huangtai and Di Jun succeeded in merging the Wunyao spirit, raising their cultivation to a great level. Donghuang Tai, Chaos Supreme Emperor realm is complete. Dijun, the middle stage of the Chaos Master realm. Then he waited for the opportunity to come, and he awakened the two of them. Using the overlimit awakening. Now that he has Xuanhuan in his hand, he is not afraid of the two of them turning against each other. Then, he passed the Lai Long Dao to Yingjing. Give the avenue of time to Zhu Jiuyin. He left behind the avenue of good luck and decided to pass it on by himself. At the same time, the news that the evil forces in the ancient sacred land were taken down by the heavenly emperor's subordinate Zhao Yun and the god of war Yuan Xuanhuan spread like a whirlwind across the entire ancient sacred land. What? Whether the 10 evil emperors died or surrendered, are they real or not? Who can tell me, has the heavenly emperor really returned? TSK, the chaotic ancient holy land has become even more chaotic because of the birth of the emperor. The emperor of heaven appeared? It turns out that the emperor of heaven is not a legend. For a time, all the creatures in the old sacred land were talking about it. Let the entire old sacred land start to be turbulent. One day later, Su Haoyan asked Yuan Xuanhuan to return to Haoyan court to sit in town, and he led the rest of the people to the 6 emperor city. Looking at Su Haoyan's leaving back, Yuan Zitian, Rong Rong and Yuan Li remained silent for a long time. The emperor of heaven returns, and the land of the ancient sage will no longer be chaotic. Soon, the emperor of heaven will unify the entire land of the ancient sage. Yuan Li said with emotion. It is worth mentioning that shortly after Shaoyun Tianzuan returned to his interface, he announced in a high-profile manner that he would merge his power into the Yuan family universe. This move once again set off an uproar in the old sage land. Everyone was extremely puzzled why Tianzu and Shaoyun would do this. However, anyone with a discerning eye could tell at a glance that Tianzu and Shaoyun was running for the Emperor of Heaven. Rongrong was very happy at this time. She smiled and said, "The Yuan family has always been the same, standing with the Emperor of Heaven. This is the most sensible choice." Yuan Zitian smiled and said, "The Yuan family was originally founded by the Emperor of Heaven. How could they betray? Whether it is Yuan Xuanhuan or Yuan Zitian, since ancient times, they have never thought of betrayal." Traveling in the way of the ancient sages, Su Haoyan ordered in his heart. The system is designated to summon Emperor Shun. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Emperor Shun, who comes from ancient myths and legends. The system prompt sounded, and Su Haoyan then ordered. Restore the memory of the previous life and call up the attribute list. 3 emperors and 5 emperors, the 3 emperors are already complete, and there is only one of the 5 emperors, Dou Yu. He wants to collect them all. Emperor Shun, from ancient myths and legends. Status, one of the 3 emperors and 5 emperors. Lucky level, Holy Realm Dzogchen. Cultivation method, the world's classics. Magic weapon, Heaven and Earth Sword. Divine ability, World Proud Excalibur. Thousands of people roared to the sky. Loyalty, 75/100. The great consummation of the Holy Realm. It seems that with the upgrade of the system, as long as the summon strong man is not a rookie, his cultivation base will reach a new level. As the system notification tone fell, only 10 seconds later, on the cloud cluster where Su Haoyan was standing, a flash of inspiration flashed, and a middle-aged man with a beard appeared beside Su Haoyan. It was Emperor Shun. All eyes were on him in an instant. At the same time, the huge coercion acted. on Emperor Shun's body in an instant, making him sweat all over his face. Shivering. Your Majesty, I am Emperor Shun, and I am here to join you. Emperor Shun's heart had already set off a huge wave, and he would never have thought that with his state of great consummation, he would not even be as good as an ant here. Just the sight of them terrified him. Well, Emperor Shun. But your cultivation base is too low, now let you improve your cultivation base a little. As soon as the words fell, Xuanhuan moved his left eye and sucked in the bewildered Emperor Shun. In this regard, no one showed any shock. I had become accustomed to it. Afterwards, Xuanhuan glanced at Lai Yang, who was in the early stage of the Hongming Dao realm, and Wang Lin, who was in the late stage of the Chaos Master realm, and began to think in his heart. Ding! The inheritance of Yingjing Taoism is complete, should you release it? On this day, the system prompt sounded in Xuanhuan's mind, making Xuanhuan's eyes brighten. Hurry up and ask the system to call out the attribute list. Qin Shi Huang, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, the ancestor of the dragon, the first dragon in the prehistoric era. Lucky level, Chaos Supreme Emperor Realm Dzogchen. Cultivation method, the First Emperor's Sutra. Supernatural powers, Zulong transforms. The color of the mountains and rivers has changed. Magic weapon, subduing dragon sword. Loyalty, 95/100. Chaos Supreme Emperor Realm Dzogchen Realm. Yes, Qin Shi Huang Yingjing, who is worthy of being the reincarnation of Zulong, is extraordinary. Immediately, Xuanhuan released it. Yingjing fell to his knees in the dust. Tearfully grateful to Xuanhuan, his face extremely excited. Immediately afterwards, Zhu Jiuyin also passed on the Taoism and called up the attribute list to see, good guy, the Tao of Time actually made Zhu Jiuyin soar directly to the early stage of Hongming's entry into the Tao realm, and directly shoulder to shoulder with Zhao Yun. So far, Xuanhuan has 4 masters of the Hongming Tao realm under his command: Li Yuanba, Yuan Chonghuan, Zhu Jiuyin, and Zhao Yun. There is a strong man in the early stage of the Hongming Rong Tao realm. There are many other Chaos Great Masters, Chaos Supreme Emperors, and many others. He couldn't find it. This level of strength can directly rank among the superpowers of the old sage. Land. System, start extracting Taoism inheritance. He had a chance to extract the inheritance of Taoism and decided to use it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the Savage Avenue. Savage Avenue? It is really a strange way of inheritance. Only what you can't think of is nothing you can't do. Is the Bull Demon King here? Xuanhuan asked. That's right, he wants to promote the Bull Demon King. After awakening beyond the limit, he will inherit the barbaric way. How far will this old cow reach? Your Majesty, what orders do you have for me? The figure of the Bull Demon King is definitely tall, nearly 3 feet high. Standing there, it is a hill. I want to promote you. Xuanhuan didn't talk nonsense, and directly ordered the system to suck the excited Bull Demon King into it. Emperor Shun, who had come out of Xuanhuan's left eye, looked bewildered. In the dangerous place of time and space, he has cultivated for 200,000 years. And his cultivation has directly surpassed the realm of saints, reaching the stage of the late stage of the supreme realm of Taoism. But after he came out, he realized that he was still at the bottom. Immediately, the ambition burning in his heart was extinguished. Just stay honest. In the following time, Xuanhuan ordered Xuanchu to undo Hu Jianqi's seal. This guy has already handed over the Shantian Tower, so don't make things difficult for him. And Hu Jianqi was already numb. In fact, Su Haoyan was able to create a super strong man with just a wave of his hand, which shocked him and made him even more terrified. Only now did he realize that the human race is definitely led by Su Haoyan. Because of their human ancestors, in just a few days, their cultivation base made them unable to see through this kind of supernatural power. How could the six of them be able to compare? Your Majesty, our six emperors' city is located on the Tiandi interface, which is named after you. And our human ancestor is named after the human ancestor. Xuanhu, called the Xuanhu human race. So far, the Xuanhu human race has stepped out of the Heavenly Emperor interface, and is one of the largest human race groups in the entire ancient Holy Land. And the six of us are the ones who promote all this. Hu Jianqi said with some embarrassment. Seeing this, Zhang Liang began to interject and introduce. The Shantian Divine Pagoda represents the supreme power of the Xuanhu human race. Hu Jianqi's ability to hand it over does not mean that the other five emperors will be so obedient. So, Your Majesty, we must prepare. When Xiansu heard this, his old face turned red. To be honest, he is a bit incompetent as a person. However, when he thought that the little guy he had promoted refused to listen to him, which made His Majesty angry, he became very angry. It's okay, if they are stubborn, just kill them. Xuanxu's current cultivation base is at the early stage of the Hongming Dao realm, the number one strongest in the Haoyan court. Neither the momentum nor the breath is the same. As soon as this remark came out, Su Haoyan nodded noncommittally. For him, there is no difficulty in recovering the pieces of the Wheel of Fortune. There is really no need to worry too much. Hu Jianqi's face was pale. The six of them are brothers and sisters, how could he see this kind of scene? His heart was so mixed, he secretly decided to persuade the other five emperors. At the same time, on the other side of the old sacred land, on an extremely vast and extremely dim planet. The entire planet is silent, without any sound, and in the very center of the planet, there is a huge palace located on it. The outside is wrapped in a layer of dark magic energy, which looks extremely mysterious. At this time, inside this great hall, in a huge hall, there was a shivering creature kneeling on the ground who was also surrounded by black air. Look up in his direction. I saw a tall and burly man in black robe sitting on the wide chair above. This person was at least 3 or 4 feet tall, with a terrifying aura, a ferocious appearance, and jet black hair all over his body. If Su Haoyan or Emperor Kaiyuan and others were here now, they would definitely recognize who this person was. He is one of Su Haoyan's top 10 disciples in the chaotic period, the regretful demon ancestor. At this time, the heavenly regret demon ancestor had unfathomable cultivation. Even Kaiyuan was overshadowed in front of him. You mean the return of the heavenly emperor? At this time, the majestic voice of the heavenly demon ancestor resounded in the empty hall. The shock made the hall rustle. Yes, Lord Demon Ancestor, but it is said that the heavenly emperor lost his cultivation for unknown reasons and is now rebuilding. The Mozu man kneeling on the ground said carefully. Cultivation lost? Why did my master make it so unbearable? Regretful demon ancestor muttered to himself. Apart from other things, there was only contempt and ridicule in his eyes. Does that expression show a trace of respect for Su Haoyan? Afterwards, he waved back the demon clansman. After thinking for a while in the seat, he disappeared. When it reappeared, the heavenly regret demon ancestor had already appeared in a dark passage. Soon, the figure of the regretful demon ancestor appeared in a huge hall. This hall is huge, no less than the main hall just now. In the center of the huge hall, there is a tall cross, and a tall figure sits cross-legged under the wooden frame. This figure is wrapped around the whole body by 4 chains of gold, silver, blue and purple. From time to time, the power of 4-color lightning appeared on it. Although this figure was imprisoned on the cross, it seemed to be motionless. But the whole body exuded a huge and boundless power, as if a prehistoric monster was entrenched in the empty hall. When the ancestor regret heaven walked in, the tall figure opened his closed eyes, revealing a pair of huge eyes filled with dark devil energy, and looked towards the ancestor regret heaven. "Humph, what are you doing here? You know you won't get anything. Why are you doing this?" The voice of this figure reveals endless fatigue, but it is unwavering. At first glance, he is a person with a heart like a rock. "Humph, Mo Yen Tian, how long have you been imprisoned by my minefield?" "4 countless years, right? As your senior brother, I didn't want to harm you, but you are obsessed with it. It seems that my words are useless." Meaning, it's pitiful, it's a pity that the ancestor of the dignified demon race fell into such a situation. However, I am not here today to force you to hand over your demon skills, but to tell you good news. Our most respected master, His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, has returned and has come to the land of the ancient sages. How are you doing? Are you happy to hear the news? Regrettably, Mo Yen Tian squatted in front of this figure, the ancestor of the demon clan. Mo Yen Tian said excitedly. Mo Yen Tian, the ancestor of the demon clan, worshipped Xuanhuan as his teacher in the chaotic period. Since then, he has devoted himself to cultivating Taoism. Conquering the quartet for the Tianwu Palace, made great contributions. However, just when he was about to become the #1 person in the entire old sacred land, he suddenly disappeared. For this reason, Emperor Xuanhuan searched the entire ancient sacred land together with the other brothers, but there was no sign of him. He really didn't expect that he had already been captured by the demon ancestor of regret and had been imprisoned in his lair. Looking at Mo Yen Tian, who was still extremely calm, without even a trace of emotional fluctuation, the ferocious face of Mo Zhu of regretful Tian suddenly became extremely angry. Mo Yen Tian, I don't believe that you are so hard-hearted. In a few days, I will capture that old fellow master, and twitch my muscles in front of you, so that you can see with your own eyes the tragic death of your teacher who gave you a lesson. In front of you. After waiting for a while, Jian Moyanshan still didn't respond. Regretfully, the demon ancestor turned around and left bitterly. After a while, the hall became silent again. A long time. Mo Yen Tian, who closed his eyes tightly, finally opened them. The eyes remained firm, like a rock. But in the depths of the heart unknown to everyone, there is a translucent villain lying on the ground and crying loudly. Master is back? After waiting for countless years, the old man finally came back. I don't know if I, an unfilial disciple, can still see you, old man. In front of that traitor, I can't show even the slightest flaw, otherwise the land of the ancient sage, and even the universe of the heavens, will surely be devastated. Then let the disciple use practical actions to atone for his sin. What Mo Yen Tian is currently using is a demonic secret technique, which seals his soul and extremely important information into his flesh and blood. As long as he dies, everything will be annihilated. This is also the real reason why the heavenly demon ancestor did not dare to kill him. However, if Mo Yantian's mind is not strong, or if he reveals even the slightest twists and turns, he will be taken advantage of by the regretful Mozu. So after countless thousands of years, he has already trained himself to be as hard as a stone. Master, deep in front is the 6 Emperor city on the Heavenly Emperor interface. Wang Lin, who was manipulating the clouds, said to Xuanhuan. Well, speed up. Xuanhuan ordered lightly. Then he sank his mind into the lucky mall and continued to search. Now Xuanhuan's fame has broken through 120 trillion, which is an extremely terrifying number, and this is just the beginning. If he really enters the old sacred land, his fame will be even more terrifying. In other words, now Xuanhuan can exchange whatever he likes in the lucky mall. There is no need to worry about not having enough fame. Ding. Trigger the side mission, save Mo Yantian and the Sea of Bitterness. Mission details: Mo Yantian, the ancestor of Mozu, didn't investigate for a while, but was captured and imprisoned by the ambitious Mozu. Of regret. If the host rescues Mo Yantian, the system will reward the host with a chance to recruit a strong man, a chance to overcome the tribulation, a chance to inherit Taoism, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to awaken loyalists, 5 times a chance for the strong to be at the peak, 5 chances for a copy of the strong. At this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly, and Xuanhuan, who was lazily sitting on the chair, stood up in shock. A handsome face suddenly changed color. His move made everyone on the cloud suddenly tense. They all stared blankly at Xuanhuan. I was puzzled why Xuanhuan was so excited. Half an hour. Xuanhuan sat back in the chair again, but his face became even more gloomy. Who knows where the regretful demon ancestor is now? Xuanhuan's voice was gloomy and depressing, making everyone afraid to make any noise. Seeing this, Zhang Liang said cautiously, Your Majesty, it is a pity that the heavenly demon ancestor is in the burning territory interrupted by the ancient sacred land. He is now the real demon ancestor of the ancient sacred land, and has completely deviated from the heavenly emperor palace. I thought he had betrayed His Majesty. Zhang Liang, don't talk nonsense. When Tianxiang glared at Zhang Liang and shouted softly. He did betray the emperor's palace and master. This is a fact, and there is nothing to hide. Wang Lin said with a gloomy face. Obviously, the behavior of the heavenly demon ancestor has made him intolerable. What cultivation level is he now? Xuanhuan's voice has calmed down, but still gloomy. Xuanhuan is rarely angry, which shows how much impact this mission has had on him. No one knows. However, hundreds of millions of years ago, the heavenly regret demon ancestor wanted to attack Qing Ling's senior brother, Wang Lin, Ba Xia, and Yu Hongxin fought together to repel him. Lai Yang said in a deep voice. But immediately he went on to say, afterwards, a few of us researched and got a guess. Mo Yantian, who has been missing for a long time, was probably killed by him. Because we feel very familiar with the demonic skills of the regretful demon ancestor. The rest of the people also nodded. There is no sound. Well, we rushed to the 6 Emperor city. After finishing our work, let's go to the lair of the traitor of the heavenly demon ancestor. There are some Things that need to be resolved. Not counting Mo Yantian's matter, he also wanted to kill the traitor, Mo Zhu of Regret Sky, because he shot Qing Ling. In the chaotic period, who didn't know that Qing Ling was his woman, and as an apprentice, he dared to attack Qing Ling, which had already violated his Ni. Lin. This person must be executed. When everyone heard it, their expressions were different. The powerhouses of Haodian court don't care. Lai Yang, Wang Lin was really worried. Unfortunately, although the Gai Tian Mozu betrayed, his strength is beyond doubt. All the people in the Tiandi palace combined are no match for him. Su Haodian's departure will definitely not be smooth sailing. However, these days, Su Haodian's various performances prove that although the cultivation of the Emperor of Heaven is gone, his supernatural powers are still unpredictable. Maybe he can punish that traitor of regretful demon ancestor. As a result, everyone, with different moods, gradually penetrated into the universe of the interface between heaven and earth. Su Haodian adjusted his mood, looked around, and found the stars along the way, densely packed cities in the big world, and felt a lot of tyrannical aura. With his current state of chaos, Supreme Emperor, and great consummation, I couldn't help but lament the power of the Xuanhu human race. From this, it can also be imagined that these human races who made their name from the Heavenly Emperor interface must have gone through endless fighting. Among these tyrannical auras, there is no lack of Chaos Supreme Emperor realm. And even a few Chaos Great Master realm. Su Haodian was amazed. No wonder Jiang Chuyang is on the periphery of the old sacred land, even calling the wind and rain in the inner universe, but if he is really placed inside the old sacred land, he is an out-and-out scum. Soon, the Six Emperors city appeared in front of everyone. Hu Jianqi, you go in and negotiate, hurry up, don't keep His Majesty waiting. Xuanhu said. Now that his cultivation has reached the early stage of the Hongming Dao realm, he is an invincible existence in the entire interface, and he is not afraid of what the other 5 emperors will do. Hu Jianqi's heart trembled, he turned and left. For the 6 emperors, many things can be solved in a few minutes. Hu Jianqi is the cultivation base of the great master of Chaos Realm, Dzogchen. The other 5 emperors are only strong but not weak. Its strongest emperor is named Qualcomm. It also has the cultivation base of the early stage of Hongming's entry into the Dao realm. Xuanhu, if the other 5 people don't want to hand over the Xiantian God Tower, then you should know how to do it? When Tianqiang's relationship with Xuanhu is inseparable, so naturally he will not hide his words. Well, although the Xuanhu human race respects the 6 emperors, I am not a vegetarian. At the critical moment, I will destroy them and cultivate a new emperor. Although the 6 emperors have contributed to the human race, they are nothing compared to Su Haodian's contribution. Because without Su Haodian, there would be no human race. Su Haodian didn't say a word, he just left these matters to his subordinates. What he has to do is to continuously improve their cultivation. He was still rummaging through the Lucky Mall, and his fame had broken through 125 trillion in just a short while. It really deserves to be the land of the ancient saints. With this kind of increase, he will be very rich. He was looking for treasures to transform the bloodline for the newly summoned Emperor Shun. He now has 4 ways to strengthen his subordinates. First, transform the bloodline, then exceed the limit, or be loyal, then pass on the Taoism, and finally pass the tribulation. Su Haodian is now using this method to cultivate super strong people. At the same time, everyone quickly flew into the Six Emperors city. See Xuanxu Renzu. Millions of warriors on the city wall knelt down and kowtowed to Xuanxu. The high-pitched voices gathered together, like thunder shaking people's hearts. Xuanxu's status in the hearts of the human race is higher than that of the six emperors. Because the six emperors were all cultivated by Xuanxu. Xuanxu didn't answer, and flew into the city by himself. The Six Emperors City is extremely vast, even bigger than the Xuanxu Great World, and there are many cities and attics in it. And the vast sea. In the middle of the whole city, there is the Great Emperor's Palace, which is the place where the six emperors discuss matters. And the six emperors all have their own mansions. The crowd traveled unimpeded all the way, and soon, they stopped in front of the Great Emperor's Palace. Only when you get close can you feel the majesty of the Great Emperor's Palace. There are tens of thousands of steps in the entire Great Emperor's Palace, and there are millions of stone pillars standing on it, which set off the grandeur of the Great Emperor's Palace. Soon, Hu Jianqi walked out of the Great Emperor's Palace with the other five emperors. The five emperors of the human race are different. The breath is strong. Especially the big man walking in front, whose cultivation has reached the early stage of the Hongmeng Dao realm, which is very prominent among the six emperors. He strode out, came to the top of the steps, bent slightly, and said softly, "See His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven." Although his tone didn't mean to be contemptuous, but the light in his eyes, showing contempt and contempt for all living beings, clearly disliked Su Haoyan, the Emperor of Heaven. Xiansu frowned and shouted sharply, "Gao Tong, you are presumptuous, why don't you kneel when you see the Emperor of Heaven?" Gao Tong is the head of the six emperors, and he is proud of the entire human race. Although Xiansu is the ancestor of humans, in his eyes, it is still not enough. Hearing this, Gao Tong snorted and said contemptuously, "I am the emperor of the human race, and I have devoted myself to the human race. The emperor of heaven has done nothing and made no contribution to the human race. Why should I kneel?" He spoke arrogantly for a good reason, except for Hu Jianqi. Everyone behind him had the same expression. Seeing this, Su Haoyan shook his head. Xuanxu said angrily, "Gao Tong, without the Emperor of Heaven, there would be no human race. If you say that the Emperor of Heaven has contributed the most to the human race, even I, the human ancestor, was single-handedly promoted by the Emperor of Heaven. Why don't you accept it?" A look of resentment on Xuanxu's face. Let Su Haoyan next to him shake his head. The bad roots of human beings are like this. Countless thousands of years have passed, and not everyone can maintain their original intentions. Even his apprentices betrayed, let alone these human descendants. Renzu, our six emperors of Renzu only believe in themselves. What kind of emperor, what contribution? I'm afraid it was fabricated by you, the lackey of the emperor? Gao Tong is still confident and confident. After breaking through Hongmeng and entering the Dao realm, he has already swelled. Okay, Xuanxu, they have forgotten their original intentions. Although you six emperors are strong, your ignorance has harmed you. Su Haoyan said lightly. Immediately shouted loudly, "Here comes the Shantian God Tower." No one knew that, as the controller of the Wheel of Fortune, he had absolute control over any fragment that was separated. As long as it does not exceed the 5 realms of his cultivation, he can take it back voluntarily. As soon as his words fell, the expressions of the 5 members of Qualcomm suddenly changed drastically. Before they could move, 5 golden lights rushed out of their bodies. Afterwards, they merged with each other in the void, and finally became a round ball, which was firmly supported by Xuanhuan in his hand. How is this possible? The 5 were stunned. The Shantian God Tower is the tower for them to gather the luck of the human race, and it is also the foundation of their cultivation. Because they have been connected with the fate of the human race, if the human race is not destroyed, they will not perish. Heavenly Emperor, since you are the teacher of all living beings, why do you want to rob us of our treasures? Qualcomm has lost its composure. At this time, he asked sharply. Humph, Snatch? He is my thing. Didn't you say that the human race was established by your 6 emperors? Okay, then I will not interfere, but my things must be taken back. Moreover, it seems that I did not go to you, Snatch. It? Xuanhuan played with the golden ball in his hand, and said lightly. But Qualcomm was at a loss for words. However, he immediately showed a ferocious face and said, even if it is your thing, the Shantian God Tower is already connected with the fate of the entire human race, and it is even connected with the 5 of us by flesh and blood, without our unblocking. So what if you take it away? It doesn't matter, Xuanhu, you have already inherited the Tao of Qi luck, and I will transfer the Qi of the human race to your body, and you will be the real human ancestor. From now on, there will be no 6 emperors in the human race. Only the Xuanhu human ancestor. After finishing speaking, a ball of milky white light flew out of Xuanhuan's left eye, covering Xuanhu in it. This is the fate of the human race. As long as Xuanhu merges with him, he can use the luck of the human race to fight. That is to say, when Xuanhu is fighting, he is not fighting alone, but all Xuanhu people are fighting against the enemy. What? At this moment, except for Hu Jianqi, the faces of the other 5 emperors suddenly changed, and then they fell to the ground and twitched. Streaks of bright red flesh came out of their pupae and poured into the fragments of the Wheel of Fortune in Xuanhuan's hand. Emperor, you can't do this, the human race will be in great trouble because of this. Dao Tong looked terrified, and now he felt that his aura was dropping little by little. At the same time, the connection with Shantian Tower is gradually fading. Fear and despair spread among no one. Hu Jianqi shook his head and closed his eyes. He originally thought that Xuanhuan would be easy to talk and discuss, and the worst thing was to reprimand him. It's just that he didn't expect that Xuanhuan had already secured the victory. People don't have much request, as long as they get back what belongs to them. That's true. In addition, he was extremely fortunate that he did not conspire with the 5 people to refine the Shantian God Tower, otherwise he would have died long ago. Soon, that layer of milky white light group melted into Xuanhu's body. Xiansu slowly opened his eyes, a flash of light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, although Xuanhu's cultivation base has not increased, his temperament has undergone earth-shaking changes. It feels like there are trillions and trillions of people facing you. Thump. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xuanhu swears again, vowing to live and die with the human race. The sonorous and powerful words shocked the entire 6 emperors' city. It caused an uproar among countless human beings. What's going on? What happened in the great emperor's palace? It seems that Xuanhu Renzu has returned, and at the same time, the legendary Emperor of Heaven has also returned. That's really great, this time the 6 emperors won't be dictatorial. Our Xuanhuan human race will be saved. TSK, the hateful emperors don't care about the safety of our human race. At all, they are not worthy of being called emperors at all. One after another, discussions arose one after another. The 5 emperors who were howling in front of the emperor's palace were ashamed and indignant. This is the contribution of your 5 emperors to the human race? It's really a beast, Xuanhuan said in a strange way. At the same time, there were no bloodshots flying out from the bodies of Gao Tong and others, and the ball and Su Haotian's hand also became brighter and rounder. Ha ha ha, Qualcomm, I said that your human race is unreliable, and I asked you to join our Qingming clan. How can you still resist? At this time, Qualcomm, who was lying on the ground and rolling, suddenly stood up. A gloomy voice resounded in his body. Renzu, save me, save me. At the same time, Qualcomm's voice rang almost at the same time. No wonder you look down on me, the Heavenly Emperor. So you have something hidden in your body? Xuanhuan said softly. His face was relaxed and there was no surprise. The other 4 emperors looked at Qualcomm in horror, and Hu Jianqi opened his mouth wide in disbelief. Qualcomm, you actually colluded with the notorious Qingming clan, and your body was controlled by someone? Are you really trying to die? Hu Jianqi said angrily. Could it be that you are responsible for the disappearance of a large number of human races for nearly 1,000,000 years? A great emperor struggled to get up from the ground and asked in disbelief. Qualcomm, you are so cruel to the human race, do you still deserve to be called the emperor of the human race? What is the Qingming clan? Li Yuanba asked, curiously. When Tianxiang explained. The Qingming clan is a mysterious race from the depths of the ancient sacred land. Its strength is extremely tyrannical. It once swept the entire ancient sacred land and bloodbathed more than 20 Dao plains. In the end, finally, angered a peerless venerable. With the power of one person, the unrivaled exalted exterminated all the Qingming people in the ancient Holy Land. According to rumors, this unrivaled venerable went to the depths of the ancient sacred land alone. From then on, not only the Qingming clan disappeared, but also the unrivaled venerable disappeared without a trace. Hearing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. At the same time, questioned by the great emperors behind him, Qualcomm's frightened face suddenly disappeared. In its place is endless madness. Emperor of the human race? It sounds good. Why should we protect those ants? Why should we protect them? We are the supreme, okay? Some people are born to be kings, and some are born to be humble. If they can become the nourishment of this emperor, then it's their life. They should be honored. Gao Tong said, the momentum of the whole person gradually increased, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the middle stage of entering the Dao state of Hongmeng. Ding. Trigger a side mission. The invasion of the Qingming clan. Mission. Details, because the emperor of the human race, Gao Tong, colluded with the Qingming clan to invade the human race. At the same time, the Qingming clan will feed on the human race and multiply in large numbers. The consequences will be disastrous. If the host destroys the remnants of the Qingming clan and interrupts the reproduction plan of the Qingming clan in the human race, the system will reward the host with a chance to inherit Taoism and a copy of the strong. The system notification sounded at this moment, causing Xuanhuan to sneer contemptuously. The rewards for this mission are pitifully small, which shows how weak the remnants of the Qingming clan are. Xuanhuan, kill him, he is no longer Qualcomm. Xuanhuan ordered. It is better for Xuanhuan to solve the matter of the human race by himself. Boom. Xuanhuan came to Qualcomm at an unimaginable speed, and punched out fiercely. Gao Tong's figure just stood up, there was no time to react, and he exploded immediately, and his soul flew away. The other 4 emperors trembled with fright, and they all looked at Xuanhuan, who was like a demon god in horror. When did Xuanhuan become so powerful? But at this moment, the void of the 6 emperors' city suddenly went dark. Immediately afterwards, a crack that stretched hundreds of millions of miles suddenly appeared. Immediately, cyan figures flew out of it. When the other 4 emperors saw it, they were dumbfounded, and despair appeared on their faces. Xuanhuan and others also looked up, only to see countless cyan monsters overwhelmingly covering the entire 6 emperors' city. It's the Qingming clan. Looking around, it is densely packed, countless. At this moment, the Qingming tribe invaded the human race. Fuck, how did Qualcomm do it? This is troublesome, how can we expel so many Qingming people? Everyone's faces were full of worry. Seeing this, Xuanhuan opened his mouth and said, Shan Xiongxin, can you deal with these bugs? Although Xian Su has the cultivation base of the Dao realm of harmony, but to deal with so many bugs at once, I am afraid that he will lose sight of the other. And Shan Xiongxin is indeed the reincarnation of Xian Feng, a master of poison. If he awakens beyond the limit, he will definitely kill all. Directions. Your Majesty, this minister's innate skill is the nemesis of bugs, it's just let Shan Xiongxin awaken beyond the limit. What he meant was that his cultivation base was not high, so the effect might be slower. But before he could say anything, Xuanhuan ordered the system secretly. Immediately afterwards, Shan Xiongxin was sucked in. When looking at Xuanhuan again, shame and indignation were revealed in his eyes. 10 seconds passed in a flash. Ding! Shan Xiongxin has successfully awakened beyond the limit. May I ask if the host chooses to release it? The system prompt sounded at this time, making Xuanhuan smile slightly. The system calls up his attribute list. Shan Tong, from the romance of the Sui and Tang dynasties. Identity, the first mysterious bee in the world. Magic weapon, cold bone white spear. Lucky level, Hongmeng enters Daojing Dzogchen. Cultivation method, heaven and earth Jew. Loyalty, 100/100. Special attribute, in the case of rage, the poisonous mist released can destroy a city. Strength will be doubled. Hongmeng entered the Dao realm of great consummation. Not bad. Xiaohanyu was a little disappointed, it seems that it is not so easy to cultivate a strong man in the Dao realm of primordial harmony. Freed. As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, Shan Xiongxin walked out from the black hole above Xuanhuan's head. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your promotion. Shan Xiongxin knelt down in front of Xuanhuan, his eyes couldn't hide his excitement. Go and kill these bugs. Xuanhuan ordered. With a promise, Shan Xiongxin flew towards the dense Qingming army. Humph, the human race is really daring to kill my General Qingming, and it will kill the human race today. Following the killing of Shan Xiongxin, a sharp voice suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, a huge figure that almost covered the sky suddenly appeared in the sky above the 6 emperors' city. At the same time, an overbearing aura swept across the entire human universe. Hongmeng entered the late stage of Taoism. This aura changed the faces of Wang Lin, Wang Xuantian, and others, drastically. This aura was not inferior to Nankuan Emperor's aura at all, and it was much stronger than him. This made everyone narrow their eyes. However, seeing Shan Xiongxin flying out of Su Haoyan's head, they all secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, dozens of Chaos Grand Masters flew out of the huge hole, including the breath of the primordial Dao realm. And the figure that shrouds the sky and avoids the sun has turned into a giant, about 5 feet tall. This is the strong man in the late stage of the Hongming Dao realm of the Qingming clan. The Qingming clan is a very mysterious race that feeds on living beings and can fundamentally devour other living beings. Thus replacing it, the end is extremely terrifying. I am Emperor Qingming, who killed the general of my clan. The 5-foot-tall giant made a sharp voice and asked emotionlessly. Emperor Qingming. The expressions of Wang Lin, the Chaos Shuangjia, and other tools all changed drastically. Isn't Emperor Qingming the emperor of the Qingming clan? Wasn't it rumored that it was destroyed by a super powerhouse? Why did it appear today? Your sister, call me a wool and yarn. Shan Xiongxin usually followed Su Haoyan, but he learned a lot from Su Haoyan. Among them, this mantra is remembered a lot. You have a big tone, should it be you? Qingming Huang asked, with a frown. Worm, if you disturb my majesty and talk about family affairs, the consequence will be, die. Ding. Trigger the main mission, the ambition of the Qingming clan. Mission. Details, because the host accidentally destroyed the Qingming clan's plan to compete for the ancient Holy Land, prompting the Qingming clan to launch a war in advance. If the host can wipe out all the Qingming clan army here, the system will reward the host with a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to inherit Taoism, a chance to awaken loyalists, and a chance to summon the strong. 3 times the peak of the strong chance, 3 chances of strong copy. The system prompt sounded at this moment, causing Su Haoyan to frown. In just a short while, he triggered 2 missions on the Qingming Zoo. In this way, this group has a story behind it. Xuanchu, let's do it, Shan Xiongxin alone can't wipe out these annoying bugs. Quickly. All eyes were on Xuanchu. Everyone can't see through Xuanchu now, making everyone very curious about what kind of cultivation Xuanchu is. Especially the 5 emperors, including Hu Jianqi, were even more horrified. Once upon a time, Xuanchu's cultivation base was still below them, but they couldn't see through it in the blink of an eye. Don't even think about it, how can we speculate on the supernatural power of the Emperor of Heaven? Hearing this, the remaining 4 emperors all stared wide-eyed, looking at Su Haoyan in disbelief. Your order. Xuanchu promised, then disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Emperor Qingming. The speed was so fast that Qingming Wang's scalp went numb instantly. He stared at Xuanchu tightly. With his cultivation level, he couldn't see Xuanchu's cultivation level clearly. Who are you? Qingming Wang thought Xuanchu looked familiar, but couldn't remember it for a while. Asked suspiciously. Everyone's ancestor Xuanchu. As soon as these words came out, the Qingming emperor and all the strong men of the Qingming clan changed their colors in shock. However, at this moment, a huge hornet that covered the sky and the sun emerged from the Qingming army in the distance. He neighed, and with a flick of the huge tail needle, countless poisonous needles as thin as hairs rushed towards the Qingming army. Dare! The Qingming emperor and the strong Qingming tribe turned pale with fright. And they were about to turn around to save him. However, Xuanhu smiled disdainfully. You damn bugs, take care of you first. As soon as the words fell, Xuanhu raised his arms, and the whole 6 emperors' city was suddenly illuminated by the flickering light. Unparalleled coercion erupted immediately. Qing Minghuang was shocked. What kind of power is this? He wanted to run, but his whole body was frozen in the void, unable to move at all. He could only watch helplessly as the endless coercion overwhelmed him. The huge coercion was crushed fiercely, even as strong as the Qing Minghuang. It was also wiped out in an instant. Ding! Complete the side mission. The invasion of the Qingming clan. The system rewards the host with a chance to inherit Taoism and a copy of the strong man. When the system prompt sounded, Xuanhuan's face was calm, and he was full of admiration for Xuanhu in his heart. With one move, more than 30 masters of chaos and powerful men who had entered the Taoist realm were killed. The majesty of Hongmeng Rongdao realm is so terrifying. Go to hell, bugs. On the other side, almost at the same time, the mysterious be transformed by Shan Xiongxin also wiped out the billions of Qingming army with 3 moves. Ding! Complete the main task, the ambition of the Qingming clan. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to inherit Taoism, a chance to awaken loyalists, and a chance to summon the strong. 3 times the strong, a chance at the pinnacle, 3 chances for a strong dungeon. The system notification sounded again, and Xuanhuan smiled slightly. Lai Yang, Wang Lin, Wang Xuantian, Wen Tianxiang, Zhang Liang, Di Jiang, Dong Huang Tai, etc. all opened their mouths wide, their bodies trembled, and they didn't recover for a long time. Especially Zhao Yun and Li Yuanba, the 2 strong men who had entered the Dao realm, showed expressions of disbelief on their faces. Hu Jianqi and other 5 emperors were directly petrified. Eyeballs are about to fall out. Countless billions of miles away, a man in black sat cross-legged on the top of a mountain. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked up towards the human race 6 Emperor City. This aura, the aura of the great Dao realm, the aura of the Dao. A strange Dao. Could this person be the new Dao not long ago? The aura of this avenue is extremely domineering, even though he is a veteran avenue and is interested in this avenue, he dare not go to investigate it. At this time, the 6 Emperor's city was completely silent. Countless human monks were facing the threat of extermination just now, but they disappeared in an instant. Looking at the stinky flesh and blood still falling from the sky, disbelief appeared in his eyes. Xuanhu withdrew his magical powers, smiled slightly, and returned to Su Haotian side to report, Your Majesty, the bugs are all dead. Shan Xiongxin also regained his human body and returned to his life. Well, it's all good, Xuanhu will arrange for me to stay. Su Haotian said softly. He intends to make up the Wheel of Fate, and then improve his cultivation base, and then go to the place where the devil Ancestor of Regret is, rescue Mo Yen Tian, and kill the Ancestor of Regret by the way. Afterwards, Xuanhu led the way and led Su Haotian and his party to the depths of the great emperor's palace. After Su Haotian and others left, the entire 6 emperor's city erupted. Oh my god, Xuanhu Renzu is too powerful, he wiped out the enemy who will commit crimes with one move. The person who turned into a bee is also very powerful. He killed an army of hundreds of millions of bugs by himself, and his strength is comparable to that of Xuanhu Renzu. Walking with Xuanhu Renzu, these people seem to be friends of the human race. The monks talked a lot, and they all kept the figures of Xian Su and Shan Xiongxin firmly in their hearts. And the behavior of Qualcomm's collusion with the Qingming clan was gradually forgotten. With Xuanhu leading the way, everyone naturally went through without hindrance. After entering the great emperor's palace, Su Haoyan walked in the front. Without hesitation, Xian Su asked, "Your Majesty, what do you plan to do with Hu Jianqi and the 5 emperors?" "Okay, a bunch of idiots. If it weren't for the great merit you have done to the human race, you would not regret your death. Now I will give you a chance. If you make a fool of yourself next time, you can kill yourself." Su Haoyan didn't look back, he waved his hand and said. It surprised the 5 emperors who followed behind. In fact, they already have the consciousness of being killed in their hearts. But he didn't expect Su Haoyan to pardon them. Next time? Even if they were killed, they would not dare to have unreasonable thoughts. Afterwards, Su Haoyan was arranged to rest in an exquisite room, and the rest of the people turned around and left with interest. Su Haoyan sat cross-legged in the room, and ordered in his heart, "Draw the inheritance of Taoism, draw twice." When the Qingming clan came to attack, there was no doubt that they were giving him a reward. Although the reward is relatively small, it is applicable now. In addition, his over-limit awakening has reached a terrifying 15 times. And his loyal awakening has reached 8 times, and other rewards can be combined. But now he has Xuanhu by his side, which can sweep everything away, so he is not in a hurry to use it. The other is the recruitment of the strong, and the tribulation with Hongmeng. They must be used after repairing the wheel of fortune and improving their cultivation base. Ding. The system is extracting Taoism inheritance for the host. He had some expectations in his heart. It would be best to extract some domineering Tao techniques, then his hope of cultivating the second Tao can be realized. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the avenue of doom. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the Tao of bewitching. 2 system prompts sounded in succession, and 2 avenues were extracted. Avenue of Doom? Nima. The system really knows how to play, and there is such a way. The Tao of bewitching is also a wonderful thing. However, with regard to these 2 avenues, 2 strong men whom he had summoned for a long time appeared in Su Haoyan's mind instantly. System, pass on the Tao of good luck to me. Before completing the wheel of fortune, he must first pass on the avenue of good luck. Hope to bring you infinite good luck. Ding. Begin to inherit the avenue of good luck for the host. The system prompt sounded, and Su Haoyan began to inherit the Tao. He now has the Kuishui Avenue, the 5 Elements Avenue, the Time Avenue, and the Good Luck Avenue. TSK. The Eternal Emperor is walking towards an unprecedented road of power. Boom. In an instant, the entire Great Emperor's palace began to shake violently. Xuanhu, Shan Xiongshou stayed outside the Great Emperor's palace. The other 4 emperors planned to stay in the Great Emperor Palace for a long time because they were ashamed of the human race. What? The breath of the avenue? There was a look of horror in Xuanhu's eyes. Su Haoyan obviously didn't reach the level of Tao, but the aura of Tao was released from his body. How is this going? Shan Xiongxin was speechless. Although he has reached the great perfection of the primordial enlightenment realm, and is only 1 step away from the Tao, this step is indeed a gap. Naturally, you can't feel the breath of the avenue. Your Majesty's ability is something we can think about. Following his Majesty, we don't need to practice. Shan Xiong still couldn't calm down in his confidence. He had only been under Su Haoyan's command for a long time, and he went from a small person to one of the best in Haoyan's court. And Xuanhu nodded in agreement, and at the same time wondered what kind of avenue Su Haoyan was showing now. At the same time, the news of Qualcomm's collusion with the Qingming clan swept across the entire Six Emperors city like a gust of wind. After everyone heard it, they all showed indignation. Qualcomm is not worthy of the title of Great Emperor. He even colluded with the Qingming clan that everyone shouted and beat in the land of the ancient sage. Death is not a pity. The return of the Heavenly Emperor, is it the Heavenly Emperor enshrined in the Ancestral Hall? The human race has found its backbone this time. Hey, when the Heavenly Emperor returns, there will be another fight between dragons and tigers. The Six Emperors city is discussing, and other races in the universe are also discussing. This made the Heavenly Emperor interface even more chaotic. It's still that universe, or that mountain, and the man in black muttered to himself, Heavenly Emperor? Could it be the teacher of all living beings? Is he the new Dao? TSK, this place is getting more and more chaotic. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the initial stages of the Chaos Master realm. In the roaring hall, with the sound of the system prompt, Su Haoyan successfully broke through the Chaos Master realm. From the Chaos to the Great Emperor realm, he broke through the shackles and reached the Chaos Great Ruler realm. 3 days have passed since he inherited the Great Luck Dao. The aura of the Great Master realm blasted out, causing those creatures in the Six Emperors city who had reached the Great Master realm of chaos to talk about it. Rolling thunder came together, hovering endlessly above the Great Emperor's palace. Its power and influence are no less than that of the strong master of chaos in the late stage of crossing the catastrophe. Call out. A figure surrounded by this pitch-black, demonic energy flew out from the depths of the Heavenly Emperor interface, and immediately discovered the thundercloud spreading thousands of miles above the Six Emperors city. He stopped and took a closer look. This person is a man wearing rags and rags. He looks ferocious and his body is full of stench. The breath is in the early stage of Hongming's entry into the Taoist realm. Fuck, the aura of the Great Lord of Chaos, is that bastard crossing the catastrophe? The ferocious man sneered at the thundercloud that caused such an imposing manner, cursing and cursing. However, the next second he was not calm. For some reason, those falling purple Shanlei turned a corner and came straight towards him. He was shocked immediately. Boom. The ferocious man was closer to Lei Yun because he was too conceited. The purple profound thunder was as fast as lightning, and directly hit him. What? There was a scream, and the ferocious man rushed out of the Shanlei with disheveled hair, with a bewildered expression on his face. What the hell is going on? Why did Shanlei want to hack me? The ferocious man stood in the distance and cursed angrily. Unexpectedly, the purple Shanlei branched out and struck at him again. He tried his best to avoid several attacks, but was hit by the last one. The ferocious man jumped up and down like a monkey in the sky above the Six Emperor city. The cultivators of the Six Emperor city, who had witnessed all this, were speechless for a while. What happened? Who is this person? Why do those mysterious thunders only strike him? Some human monks were curious and took the risk and stood beside Shanlei, but the strange thing was that Shanlei seemed to have eyes, and when he came close to him, he directly passed him and ran towards the ferocious man. This made the human monks in the city look weird. The ferocious man naturally also saw this scene, and his face suddenly turned ugly. What the hell? Could it be that people are unlucky enough to have stuffy teeth even when they drink cold water? Rumble. More and more Xianlei separated from the thunder cloud and joined the ranks of besieging and suppressing the hideous man. In the end, the entire thundercloud simply moved over the ferocious man's head, and the crackling profound thunder continued to strike down, shocking the ferocious man unceasingly. Although he was not afraid of such a mysterious thunder at all, with his cultivation base, being struck by lightning for no reason still made him gradually angry. Such a scene made Xuanhu and Shan Xiongxin, who were guarding in front of the great emperor's palace, dumbfounded. Su Haoyan in the great emperor's palace was immediately stunned. No way, did you succeed in crossing the tribulation so quickly? Or did the avenue of good luck play a role? At the same time, the ferocious man had no choice but to flee deep into the starry sky, trying to avoid the lightning attack. However, the ideal is beautiful, but the reality is skinny. What he didn't expect was that the thousands of miles of thundercloud followed him closely, and the rain of profound thunder kept hitting him, making him miserable. Why is this? You goddamn thief, why did you treat me like this? I don't accept it? The screams and roars gradually faded away. Only laughter was left behind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the middle stage of the Chaos Master realm. In the great emperor's palace, Su Haoyan sat cross-legged. His body had turned into the divine body of the Emperor of Heaven, and the ancient flames lingered around him. In its body, in the big world, the avenue of time, the avenue of 5 elements, and the newly born avenue of good luck are intertwined, and the avenue of good luck is wirelessly separated a little bit into the whole big world. Makes the whole world full of good luck. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully inheriting the avenue of good luck. The system prompt sounded, making Su Haoyan feel that his luck had skyrocketed. This feeling is very mysterious. It always feels like something good is happening. Could this be the luck brought to him by the Great Luck Avenue? Su Haoyan thought expectantly. Immediately, he took out the golden ball of light condensed from the 6 Shantian towers. At the same time, the wheel of fortune emerged from his back. With the growth of his cultivation base, Su Haoyan is now able to fuse 6.5 paths of destiny. He wanted to condense the 7 paths, but he tried for a long time, but he couldn't condense them out. Even though his cultivation had grown, he still couldn't condense the 7th wheel of destiny. After repeated thinking, the disadvantage should be due to the flaw in the wheel of fortune. That's why he wanted to quickly complete the wheel of fortune. Only in this way can the wheel of fortune be perfected. The other side. The thunder robbery finally dissipated. A miserable figure appeared.